The protagonist, Pan Hang, becomes bound to a system immediately after his breakup, acquiring a spatial storage capability. He traverses a post-apocalyptic world, guiding a band of mercenaries to develop a thriving base and defeat a myriad of adversaries. Chapter 1. The Otherworldly Continent. Paul, let us part ways. A young woman, dressed in a pure and innocent manner, with a sports bag slung over her shoulder, proclaimed loudly at the doorway. Chunyin, what have I done wrong? Pan Han exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, struggling to accept this harsh reality. Just look at yourself, living in this shabby shared apartment, earning only a few thousand a month. How long do you expect me to endure this hardship with you? Chun Yun replied coldly. Pan Han and Chun Yun were a couple from university, with Pan Han pursuing her for 2 long years before finally winning her affection. Now, having graduated, they had just secured jobs in Kyoto. To his shock, the anticipated breakup had arrived. Chun Yun, I've only just started working. Please give me some time. I promise to provide you with the best life. How about I find an agent tomorrow and we can move into a 1-bedroom apartment? Pan Han pleaded desperately. No need, I've already decided to be with Li Long. Please do not disturb me anymore, Chun Yun stated, tossing her words over her shoulder as she turned to leave. Pan Han stood there, utterly stunned. Li Long? Isn't he the notorious playboy from school? His family had benefited from a redevelopment project, acquiring numerous properties and substantial savings. During their school days, he had harmed countless girls, and now Chun Yun chose to be with him? Shen Yun, Dongbo, Pan Han, I advise you to maintain your dignity. Li Long is waiting for me downstairs. What is it that you find unsatisfactory about me? I can change. Pan Han continued to implore. Stop wasting your time. We are finished, Chun Yun declared, shaking off Pan Han's grip and descending the stairs, leaving no room for further explanation. He felt immobilized, unable to pursue or even utter a word. As Chun Yun's footsteps faded, Pan Han understood that his beloved goddess had departed. He was left feeling as if his very soul had been wrenched from him, slumping like a lifeless dog against the window, desperately trying to catch one last glimpse of her. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a Porsche Cayenne parked below, with a man inside, smoking a cigarette. The moment the man spotted Chun Yun exiting the building, he promptly rolled down the window, revealing an affluent visage, and blew a smoke ring in her direction. Who else could that be but the insufferable Li Long? A wave of anguish surged within Pan Han. He quickly crouched down, unable to bear watching Chun Yun leave. Memories of their sweet moments together flooded his mind. The first time he bought her a phone, their first steak dinner, the initial bouquet of flowers, their first Haagen-Dazs outing, their inaugural movie date. Pan Han took out his phone, yearning to send Chun Yun one last message, but tears blurred his vision, rendering the screen unreadable. He finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Oh, my heart aches. Come on, you're a grown man. Why are you crying? Suddenly, a voice boomed from the opposite room. It was his female roommate, Yin Xiaoli. They had been roommates for 3 months, rarely speaking due to their busy schedules, but they exchanged greetings, helped with the trash, and occasionally shared treats. In the realm of shared living, they had gotten along quite well. She was aware that Pan Han had a girlfriend he seldom interacted with, and today was the first time she had seen the dramatic breakup. Initially, she had no intention of intervening in Pan Han's affairs, but upon hearing his heart-wrenching cries, she couldn't help but shout out. What do you know? Pan Han retorted, unable to contain his frustration. Oh, is this your first love? Isn't first love meant for breaking up? Yin Xiaoli shouted back, her voice even louder than his. Just let me be quiet for a moment. Pona snupped. Let you be quiet? I finally have a weekend off. Who wants to listen to your wailing? Yin Xiaoli shot back. Pan Han found himself speechless. The shared apartment fell silent, with neither of them willing to speak further. After a while, Yin Xiaoli pushed open Pan Han's door. Clad in a camisole, accentuating her curves, she stood at the threshold, gazing at Pan Han, who was seated on the floor. Go ahead, cry it out. Once you're done, prepare to pay the rent and gather your spirits to earn some money. That's what you should be focusing on now, Yin Xiaoli stated calmly. A wave of despair washed over him. Damn it. It was already time to pay the rent again, which amounted to several thousand. Pan Han didn't even have a few hundred to spare. What's the matter? Can't afford the rent? Yin Xiaoli seemed to have seen through Pan Han's thoughts. None of your business. Pan Han snapped back irritably. Let me pay it for you. and you can repay me once you get your salary. It's better this way. Keep your earnings for yourself, and don't foolishly give it all to women. Yin Xiaoli suggested. Is that really necessary? Pan Han was taken aback, astonished by his roommate's unexpected generosity. Don't mention it. He'll just charge you a 15 interest. Are you still crying? Yin Xiaoli inquired. I can stop crying. Pan Han wiped his tears. Yin Xiaoli smiled, nodded at him, raised her hand in a farewell gesture, and closed the door behind her. Money. That was the only thought racing through Pan Han's mind. Chen Yun had left him because he lacked funds, and now he needed his roommate's assistance to cover the rent. If this was the case, what was the purpose of attending university? What was the point of working tirelessly in the city? Ding! Host conditions met, system binding in progress. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Pan Han's mind. The sound startled him, causing him to leap to his feet. Who? What is this? Pan Han whispered to the empty air. Host has lost his beloved and is penniless, reaching a low point in life, thus meeting the awakening conditions. System binding complete. I've been bound to a system? Isn't this something only found in novels? Pan Han continued to mumble to himself. Host Pan Han, allow me to introduce the specifics. This system is an otherworldly travel system, allowing the host to venture to Otherworld number 438 at any time. The system's cold voice buzzed in his mind. Otherworld? Pan Han murmured. Otherworld number 438 is currently in a post-apocalyptic state, with originally 6 billion humans, now reduced to less than 600 million, the remainder having transformed into zombies, while animals are also undergoing infection and mutation. What the heck? Does that mean it'll lead zombies to feast on humans? Pan Han. Host, please refrain from joking otherwise. You risk receiving a penalty. The system replied in a tone that was both benevolent and stern. Surprisingly, the system did not appreciate humor. Upon your arrival in that realm, you will still be human, of course. You may explore ways to subdue the zombies. Everything depends on your own ingenuity, the system explained. What golden finger do I possess? Pan Han inquired, knowing that every traveler must have a unique advantage. The system has prepared a spatial pocket for the host. Inside, time flows at a standstill. Living beings cannot be placed within. The space is infinitely large, equipped with automatic organization, allowing for immediate access whenever needed, the system elaborated. Wow, that's incredible. I have my own space now. Pan Han couldn't help but exclaim loudly. In the adjacent room, Yin Xiaoli shook her head, thinking to herself how foolish he sounded. Ding! Host has triggered the default teleportation command. The journey will commence immediately. Pan Han felt a sudden brilliance before his eyes. Everything became a blur. Dizziness overtook him, and a roaring sound filled his ears. When he finally opened his eyes again, he found himself in a post-apocalyptic otherworld. Chapter 1. The Otherworldly Continent. Pan Han, let us part ways. A young woman, dressed in a seemingly innocent manner and carrying a sporty shoulder bag, stood at the doorway, her voice ringing out. Chen Yun, what have I done wrong? Pan Han's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept this harsh reality. Look at yourself. A shabby shared apartment, earning a mere few thousand each month. How long do you expect me to endure this hardship with you? Chen Yun replied coldly. Pan Han and Chen Yun were college sweethearts. He had pursued her for 2 long years before finally winning her heart. Now, having recently graduated, they had just secured jobs in Kyoto. Little did he expect that the end of their relationship would come so swiftly upon graduation. Chen Yun, I just started working. Please give me some time. I promise to provide you with the best life possible. How about I find an agent tomorrow, and we can move into a 1-bedroom apartment? Pan Han pleaded desperately. No need. I've already decided to be with Li Long. Please do not disturb me any further, Chen Yun stated, casting aside her words like a dismissive breeze, turning on her heel to leave. Pan Han stood there, dumbfounded. Li Long? Wasn't he the notorious playboy of the school? With a family that had benefited from redevelopment, he possessed dozens of properties and millions in savings. How could Chen Yun choose to be with him, despite the countless girls he had harmed during their school days? Chen Yun, don't go. Pan Han grasped her arm tightly. Pan Han, I urge you to be dignified. Li Long is waiting for me downstairs. What do you find lacking in me? I can change. Pan Han continued to implore. Stop wasting your time. Our relationship is over, Chen Yun declared, shaking off Pan Han's grip and descending the stairs, leaving no room for further explanation. He felt paralyzed, unable to move or utter a sound. The sound of Chun Yun's footsteps grew faint, and Pan Han realized that his beloved had departed. He felt as if his very soul had been wrenched from him, collapsing against the window, peering out for one last glimpse of her. He saw a Porsche Cayenne parked below, a man smoking inside. Upon spotting Chun Yun emerging from the building, the man rolled down the window, revealing a wealthy visage as he blew a smoke ring in her direction. It could only be that scoundrel, Li Long. A wave of anguish surged through Pan Han, and he quickly crouched down, unable to bear watching Chun Yun leave. Memories of their sweet times together flooded his mind: the first time he bought her a phone, the first meal of steak, the first bouquet of flowers, the first treat of Haagen-Dazs, the first movie they watched together. Pan Han took out his phone, wanting to send Chun Yun another message, but tears blurred his vision, rendering the screen unreadable. He finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. "Oh, my heart aches. Come on, what are you crying for, you big man?" A sudden voice called out from the opposite room. It was his female housemate, Yin Xiaoli. They had been roommates for 3 months, seldom speaking due to their busy work schedules, but they greeted each other and occasionally shared snacks or took out the trash together. In the realm of shared living, they had gotten along quite well. She was aware that Pan Han had a girlfriend who seldom visited, and today was the first time she had seen the dramatic breakup unfold. Though she initially intended to stay out of Pan Han's affairs, she couldn't help but call out when she heard his heart-wrenching cries. "What do you know?" Pan Han retorted, unable to hold back his frustration. "Is it your first love? Isn't that what first loves are for, to break up?" Yin Xiaoli shouted back, her voice even louder. "Just let me be quiet for a moment. Pon snupped. Let you be quiet? I finally have a weekend off, and who wants to listen to your wailing?" Yin Xiaoli shot back. Pan Han fell silent, struck dumb. The shared apartment was suddenly enveloped in silence, neither of them uttering a word. After a moment, the door to Pan Han's room swung open. Yin Xiaoli stood at the threshold, clad in a camisole, her figure striking as she gazed at Pan Han, who sat on the floor. "Go ahead and cry. Once you're done, prepare to pay the rent and gather your spirits to work hard for your future. This is what you should focus on now," Yin Xiaoli stated calmly. A wave of despair washed over him. Damn it. It was already time to pay the rent again, and he needed to come up with several thousand. Pan Han didn't even have a few hundred in his pocket. "What's the matter? Short on rent?" Yin Xiaoli seemed to read his thoughts. "None of your business. Pan Han replied sharply. "They'll pay it for you, but remember to repay me when you get your salary. It might be for the best. Now you can keep your earnings for yourself instead of foolishly giving it all to a woman." Yin Xiaoli proposed. "Is that necessary?" Pan Han was taken aback, not expecting such generosity from his housemate. "Don't mention it, it'll just charge you 15 interest. Are you still crying?" Yin Xiaoli asked. "I can stop crying." Pan Han wiped his tears away. Yin Xiaoli smiled, nodding at him, raising her right hand in a playful farewell gesture before closing the door behind her. Money! That word echoed in Pan Han's mind. Chun Yun left him because he was broke, and now he needed help from a housemate to pay rent. If this was the case, what was the point of attending university? What was the purpose of struggling as a Beijing drifter? Ding! Host conditions met, system binding in progress. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Pan Han's mind. The sound startled him, causing him to leap to his feet. "Who? What is this?" Pan Han whispered to the empty air. "Host has lost his beloved, is penniless, and has reached a life low point, meeting the awakening criteria. System binding complete. I've been bound by a system? Isn't that something only found in novels?" Pan Han continued to talk to himself. "Host Pan Han, allow me to present the specifics. This system is a cross-world traversal system, enabling the host to venture to the 438th alternate world at any time." The system's cold voice buzzed in his mind. "An alternate world?" Pan Han murmured. "The 438th alternate world is currently in a post-apocalyptic state. Originally, there were 6 billion humans, but now fewer than 600 million remain, the rest having turned into zombies, with animals also undergoing infection and mutation." "What the hell does that mean? Am I supposed to lead the zombies to feast on humanity?" Pan Han inquired. "Please do not jest, or you may face unfortunate consequences," the system replied in a tone that was both benevolent and chilling. It seemed the system was not one for humor. "After traversing, you will still be human, of course. However, you may explore ways to subdue the zombies. All of this will depend on your own development," the system continued. "What kind of golden finger do I have?" Pan Han was aware that every traversal came with a special advantage. The system has prepared a personal space for the host. Within this space, time flows at a rate of zero. Living beings cannot be placed inside, and the space is infinitely large, equipped with automatic organization and on-demand retrieval functions, the system explained. Wow, that's amazing. I have my own space now. Panhan couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Next door, Yin Shaoli shook her head, thinking to herself, what nonsense is this fool talking about? Ding! Host has triggered the default teleportation command. The traversal is about to commence. Panhan felt a blinding light envelop him, rendering everything unclear, his head spinning as a ringing filled his ears. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a post-apocalyptic alternate world. Chapter 2. The 9-point beauty of the apocalypse. Ah, goodness, that hurts, Panhan exclaimed, landing heavily on his backside, sprawled out on the muddy ground. System, have you lost your mind? When did I ever express a desire to time travel? Panhan shouted into the air. Host, you just stated that. Wow, incredible. That is indeed one of the commands, hence the immediate initiation of the time travel. The system replied, is it really that simple? Is there only this single command? Are there no others? Panhan grimaced, rubbing his sore behind. There are infinitely many, and the host may set them at will. You may also silently chant I want to time travel 3 times to activate it. All right, I understand. I'll examine this further and contemplate how to establish the time travel command. Panhan retorted, somewhat irked. Suddenly, a cold metallic object pressed against the back of his head. Don't move, or I will kill you. A woman's voice emanated from behind him. Without a doubt, this frigid implement was a gun. Panhan, understanding the gravity of the situation, slowly raised his hands to signify he bore no weapons or ill intent. A slender hand began to pat down Panhan's body, evidently searching him. Panhan felt a mix of nervousness and an odd ticklish sensation, yet strangely, there was a hint of unexpected pleasure. Nonetheless, he remained unconcerned, for he possessed no lethal weaponry. Ultimately, that hand retrieved an item from Panhan's pocket. How do you come to possess this? The woman inquired. May I turn around to see what it is? Panhan questioned, perplexed, as he had no recollection of placing anything in his pocket. Turn slowly. It would be wise not to act rashly, or your head will bloom, the woman replied icily. Humph, even more formidable than the system. Panhan mused, and then he cautiously turned around. Goodness, so grand. Upon turning, Panhan was greeted by the sight of an impressive pair of peaks, causing him to involuntarily swallow. What are you staring at? The woman's expression remained inscrutable, her tone still frosty. Panhan looked up in astonishment. It was indeed a breathtaking beauty, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, clad in a black tactical bodysuit that perfectly accentuated her alluring figure. She wielded a handgun, its ominous muzzle aimed directly at him. Did I ask you again? How did you acquire this? The 9-point beauty waved the item before Panhan's eyes. Panhan realized it was the chewing gum he had casually taken after a hot pot meal. He had forgotten it was even in his pocket. Is this truly that rare? I brought it back when I had hot pot. What is the fuss? Panhan explained. Not only do you possess chewing gum, but you also had the audacity to indulge in hot pot. The 9-point beauty's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. How long has it been since you last savored this? Panhan began to entertain the notion that he was indeed in an apocalyptic realm, where even hot pot could cause such excitement. 5 years, a full 5 years, the 9-point beauty exclaimed, holding up 5 fingers in excitement. Then this is yours. Though Panhan was not affluent, he could easily part with a piece of gum. Who are you? Where do you come from? Why are you here? The 9-point beauty disregarded Panhan's previous statement and continued her inquiry. Panhan thought to himself, I certainly cannot admit to having traveled here. Yet, he was at a loss for words. He could only stutter, his replies vague. Forget it. If you don't wish to divulge, that's your prerogative. The gum is mine now. We must leave this place quickly. Darkness will soon fall, and if you do not find refuge, you will perish. The 9-pointed girl holstered her pistol and waved at Panhan. You may have it, but you must answer me one question. Fair enough, ask away. Just don't inquire about my personal information. The 9-pointed girl glanced at the chewing gum and nodded in response. How long has the apocalypse been upon us? Panhan inquired. The 9-pointed girl regarded him as though he were a fool, before coldly replying, 8 years. Thank you, he said. 8 years of the apocalypse. What must this world have become? Panhan pondered. The 9-pointed girl ignored him and departed in a specific direction. exuding an air of fierce determination. After she had walked away for 10 minutes, Pan Han finally took a moment to survey the world around him. Everywhere he looked, remnants of crumbled walls and withered trees met his gaze. The sky cloaked in a dreary gray, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it an unpleasant, foul-odored it was the twilight of the end times. The sun had dimmed considerably, and visibility was severely limited. Pan Han adjusted his clothing and reasoned, I might as well explore a bit, I can always return. However, he feared the emergence of zombies, so he hastily picked up a sturdy branch from the ground, just in case. Following the path the nine-pointed girl had taken, he ventured forth, contemplating that she must have a lair and that he would stealthily investigate it once night fell. And no sooner had he walked 20 meters than he stumbled upon a decaying corpse lying on the ground, its body nearly entirely decomposed. A swarm of unknown insects was voraciously feasting upon the rotten flesh. Pan Han had never encountered such a sight. His stomach churned violently, and before he could contain himself, he vomited. He paid no mind to wiping his mouth and quickly fled, his heart racing. This was perhaps the first lesson the apocalypse had imparted to him. After sprinting for about 100 meters, he spotted a partially collapsed shack and hurriedly took refuge within. The interior was even darker, and he could barely discern the rough outlines of his surroundings. Feeling somewhat anxious, he swung the branch a few times to bolster his courage. Holding his breath, he listened intently for any signs of movement within the room. Sensing relative safety, he exhaled deeply and began to explore. The room was modest, measuring barely 30 square meters. From the remnants of its decor, it appeared to have once been a small convenience store. 8 years had passed, and now only a few walls and some dilapidated cabinets remained. As he rummaged through the debris, his eyes gradually adjusted to the dim light, revealing more of the surroundings. Indeed, the second lesson soon presented itself. A skeleton lay at his feet, nearly causing him to step on it. Pan Han was startled to the point of nearly crying out. Instinctively, he swung the branch at the skeleton. After years of storage, the brittle bones could not withstand his forceful blows and crumbled into pieces. Yet, in the aftermath of his attack, a glimmering object fell before him. An exquisite gold necklace. A thick, robust chain of gold. What a stroke of fortune! Pan Han exclaimed, only to quickly cover his mouth. Anxious that he might attract other zombies, he glanced around, confirming he was alone, before using the branch to carefully lift the necklace, bringing it slowly into his grasp. How heavy it felt! Surely it must be real gold. He mused. In truth, he had no knowledge of how to distinguish gold from silver. He had only seen it on television, where many streetwise figures adorned themselves with dragon tattoos and gold chains. This necklace bore a striking resemblance to those, leading him to believe that its previous owner had been a figure of some repute before their demise. Pan Han wiped the chain with his clothing, exhaled onto it, and, aided by the faint light, scrutinized it with a thrill of inexplicable excitement surging within him. Alas! How astonishing! I am destined for prosperity. No sooner had he uttered these words than, with a whoosh, he vanished into thin air. Pan Han found himself traversing back to the shared apartment once more. Chapter 3. The Golden Chain. Without a moment's hesitation, the crossing command was triggered once again. Upon returning to the apartment, Pan Han immediately checked the time, which revealed a mere half-hour difference from when he had departed. This implied that no matter how long he lingered in the alternate realm, time in this world remained synchronized. He glanced at the golden chain in his hand. It was still intact. Reaching into his pocket, he discovered that his chewing gum had vanished. With a sharp slap to his own face, he winced in pain. It appeared that the crossing was indeed real. The apocalypse was genuine. The system was authentic. The spatial anomaly was no illusion, and the golden chain was undoubtedly real. Most likely, that 9-point beauty was also real. It was only at this moment that Pan Han accepted the reality of being bound to the system. After a brief display of exuberance, he resolved to take a shower immediately. After all, retrieving belongings from a corpse was decidedly unsanitary, and one could never be too careful of unknown viruses. Thus, he hurriedly gathered his toiletries and made his way to the communal restroom as he passed by Yin Xiaoli's room. He mused, once I sell this golden chain, I shall return your money and treat you to some skewers. Pan Han was just that kind of person. He never hesitated to be generous with women. Otherwise, how would he afford the rent? All his money had gone to Chen Yun. As he pondered, he pushed open the restroom door, only to be taken aback. Yin Xiaoli was inside taking a shower. Ah, are you blind? Get out now. Yin Xiaoli shrieked, covering her modesty. Why apologies? I had no idea you were in there. Pan Han quickly turned away, apologizing profusely as he retreated. For heaven's sake, I called out to you before I showered. Did you not hear me? Yin Xiaoli exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. Pan Han realized that his recent crossing had rendered him oblivious to her call. Previously, whenever either of them showered, they would announce it at the door. But this time had turned into a mix-up. I'm terribly sorry. I was listening to music with my earbuds in and didn't catch your shout, Pan Han hastily explained, his face flushed with embarrassment. This is a disaster. It seems I won't be able to shower after all. Pan Han contemplated waiting for Yin Xiaoli to emerge, but that would undoubtedly be awkward. He decided instead to leave and find a pawn shop to dispose of the golden chain. Why not a gold store? From other novels, he recalled that gold shops often required receipts and whatnot, which could be quite a hassle. Although pawn shops offered less money, the treasures from the alternate world bore no true cost. Pan Han slung his bag over his shoulder, summoned a ride, and set off to a pawn shop 30 kilometers away. Best to keep my distance. While it may not make much difference, it offered him a sense of security. An hour later, Pan Han arrived at the pawn shop. Yong'an Pawn Shop, he gazed at the sign, patted his backpack, and took a deep breath before stepping inside. Good day, sir. Welcome. The lobby manager, Wang Qingyang, had just seen off a group of customers when he noticed Pan Han enter and promptly initiated the next transaction. Hello. Pan Han reciprocated the greeting. Are you here to pawn an item or redeem one? Wang Qing asked. To pawn an item. Pan Han gestured toward his backpack. Certainly, sir. Please follow me. Wang Chung led Pan Han to the counter. Sir, what would you like to pawn? The golden chain. Pan Han produced the item and placed it on the counter. Wang Chung scrutinized Pan Han and then the golden chain, thinking to himself, this is a significant transaction. I must provide excellent service. Very well, sir, I shall first verify the purity of the gold. Wang Qingdao remarked as he gestured for Pan Han to proceed. In truth, he himself was uncertain whether it was genuine gold, and thus it was fortuitous to have the pawnshop authenticate its authenticity. 10 minutes later, Wang Chung returned. Sir, all is well. It is indeed pure gold. The total weight is 897 grams. Upon hearing this, Pan Han felt a surge of elation. With gold priced at over 400 per gram, nearly 900 grams equates to over 300,000. Even if the pawnshop's purchasing price was lower, it would still yield a substantial profit. Sir, how long do you intend to pawn it for? When do you plan to redeem it? Wang Qing inquired with utmost respect. I shall not redeem it, Pan Han exclaimed without a moment's hesitation. Why redeem it? What I need now is cash, Wang Chung. Upon hearing this, smiled faintly, thinking that this customer must be in urgent need of funds. Very well, please present your identification. We require it for registration. Wang Qing extended his hands before him. Pan Han nodded in agreement and proceeded with the necessary formalities to pawn the gold. After completing the process, Pan Han received a total of 300,000. Although this sum was considerably less than what he would have received had he sold it at a gold shop, he was nonetheless quite pleased. As Pan Han stepped out of the pawn shop, he could hardly believe that 300,000 had come to him so easily. He had never seen so much money in his life. Taking out his phone, he located Yin Xiaoli's WeChat and promptly transferred 4,500 for rent, followed by a 200 yuan red envelope to express his gratitude and apologize for the earlier matter. Instead of heading directly home, Pan Han opted to visit a large shopping mall near his shared accommodation. Such unexpected money was best spent. He decided to purchase a new phone, a few stylish outfits, and finally visited Tony, the stylist, to enhance his appearance. Gazing at his refreshed self, Pan Han silently vowed to acquire even greater treasures in this alternate world. He would buy luxury cars and opulent homes, leaving Chen Yun filled with regret. Unbeknownst to him, it was already 6 p.m. At that moment, a WeChat voice call notification chimed. Upon checking, he saw it was Yin Xiaoli. He pressed the answer button. Hello, Xiaoli. Hey, Pan Han, how come you suddenly have money? You didn't go out to sell a kidney, did you? Yin Xiaoli teased. No, a friend borrowed 10,000 from me previously and just returned it today, so I transferred it to you. Thank you for your help earlier, Pan Han replied sincerely. All right then, I want to be polite with that red envelope. Have you eaten? Let me treat you to dinner to make up for what happened, Pan Han proposed. Sure, I haven't eaten yet, Yin Xiaoli responded generously. Great, let us go to Chinda Plaza for steak tonight. Take a cab, and I'll reimburse you. Pan boss, what has come over you? You're being so generous, Yin Xiaoli exclaimed. Caught off guard by this sudden change, "Hurry over. I'm already here. I'll find us a table," Pan Han said before ending the call. Ever since he began dating Chen Yun, Pan Han had not treated a girl to dinner. Tonight, he intended to indulge. He arrived on the third floor of the mall, seeking out the most expensive Wagyu steakhouse, where the average cost was around 700 yuan per person. In the past, he would have avoided such pricey establishments. But now Pan Han was no longer the same. He was a chosen one by the system. Upon entering the establishment, Yin Xiaoli sent her location and table number to Pan Han, who, with his new smartphone in hand, commenced playing ranked matches. Waiting for food to arrive was the perfect opportunity to engage in competitive gaming. At present, Pan Han held the rank of king, showcasing exceptional skills, though his previous phone had been somewhat outdated, hindering further advancement. For the past few years, he had utilized a phone discarded by Chen Yun. Now, with a new device, he pushed towards the opponent's base in less than 5 minutes. Chapter 4. Not contending for Mantu, but for pride. An hour later, Yin Xiaoli entered the restaurant. It was evident that she had made a special effort to present herself, having just bathed, which rendered her appearance remarkably radiant. Particularly striking was her form-fitting dress that accentuated her figure flawlessly. Pan Han couldn't help but steal a few glances. To his surprise, Yin Xiaoli had been observing him for quite some time, her expression reflecting a hint of astonishment. Could this really be the down-and-out Pan? Freshly out of a breakup? Yin Xiaoli was the first to break the silence. Pan Han glanced down at himself. Indeed, the adage "clothes make the man" rang true. A set of expensive attire undeniably elevated his demeanor. "I have always been this handsome. It's merely that no one has noticed. You look splendid as well. Is that so?" Sister has always been exceptional. Upon finishing her compliment, the two exchanged smiles. "Shall we indulge in some drinks?" Pan Han inquired. "Let us have red wine to accompany the steak. This restaurant you selected today isn't exactly budget-friendly. I advise you to keep an eye on your wallet. Fear not, starting today, I shall embrace a new way of living," Pan Han declared emphatically. Yin Xiaoli, unaware of the deeper implications, assumed he meant to pull himself together and work harder to earn money. That's the spirit. Consider this: leaving one's hometown to pursue opportunities in Beijing. What's the purpose? This isn't a place for trivial romantic pursuits. Yin Xiaoli stated earnestly, her large eyes fixed on Pan Han. "Indeed, sister, with those long legs, your words carry weight," Pan Han replied mischievously. Yin Xiaoli suddenly recalled her earlier bathing and felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Humph, tonight I shall treat you to a sumptuous meal." Yin Xiaoli shifted slightly, elongating her long legs. "Absolutely, reciprocity is key. I cannot simply dine at your expense," Pan Han intoned with a playful cadence. Men, just moments after a breakup, revert to their former selves so quickly. Yin Xiaoli thought of her earlier bath, playfully chastising him. The two engaged in light-hearted banter, and Pan Han's mood significantly improved. It must be said, Yin Xiaoli was indeed an eloquent woman, possessing the art of conversation that made others feel at ease. "Speaking of which, we've been cohabiting for a few months, yet I've never inquired about your profession. Is it convenient to share? I'm an actress, albeit one on the 18th tier, slightly above background performers. After this meal, I'll be heading out of town to shoot a scene with a mere 10 lines. That explains your frequent disappearances. How long will you be away this time?" Pan Han was utterly taken aback to discover that his roommate was an actress, a type of person he had only ever seen on television, and this was his first encounter with one in real life. "4 days, she replied, glancing at the calendar on her phone. Once she departed, the apartment would be devoid of company. I shall have the tranquility to explore another world for a few days, Pan Han resolved inwardly. Impressive. Then let today serve as a farewell for the big star. Wishing you a smooth journey. Pan Han raised his glass. Thank you, Boss Pan. Yin Xiaoli graciously clinked her glass with his, and they toasted. The meal was particularly delightful for both. The two individuals were generally quite frugal and seldom had the opportunity to indulge in Wagyu beef. They exchanged numerous personal stories, and their bond grew increasingly intimate. After a satisfying meal, Pan Han summoned the waiter to settle the bill. A handsome gentleman approached. Greeting. Good evening, sir. Your total expenditure for tonight is 3,700 yuan. Without hesitation, Pan Han produced a bank card for him to process the payment. Men pay the bill with such charisma, Yin Xiaoli remarked with a smile. Look, the atmosphere has reached this point. Pan Han is no longer holding back. Come, let me treat you to a piece of clothing. You can wear it for tomorrow's filming and dazzle the director. If that's the case, I'm not feeling sleepy at all. Yin Xiaoli's eyes sparkled with excitement, displaying no hint of shyness, as if she had her own means to repay this favor. The two of them set off without a second thought. Tienda Plaza naturally boasted high-end women's boutiques, featuring brands like LV and Prada. With over 2 hours until closing time, they had ample time to explore. Pan Han, lacking interest in women's fashion, relied entirely on Yin Xiaoli to guide him. Let us go with this one. Yin Xiaoli led him to a foreign luxury clothing store. Let us go. There's still over 200,000 in your account. The women's apparel was visibly extravagant. Pan Han struggled to suppress the urge to glance at the price tags, striving to project an image of wealth. You can still back out if you wish, Yin Xiaoli whispered playfully in Pan Han's ear, deliberately blowing a breath that sent shivers down his spine. This sensation was irresistible for Pan Han. You have 20 minutes. Buy whatever you choose, Pan Han declared. Only 20 minutes? Yin Xiaoli exaggeratedly widened her eyes, feigning surprise at Pan Han. His head buzzed with thoughts and comments. I suspect you've been hearing some peculiar sounds lately, Pan Han cautiously inquired. Yin Xiaoli offered no response, instead walking directly to a particular outfit. This was a new seasonal design that she had coveted for some time but had never dared to purchase. Pan Han approached and asked, Do you need to try it on for size? No need. I know my size well enough. All right then, let us proceed to checkout. Aren't you going to check the price? I don't need to see the price. I only look at the person, Pan Han sweetly remarked, though he believed that Yin Xiaoli did not view him as a mere cash cow. Yin Xiaoli found herself at a loss for words, feeling a sense of long-lost respect. Just as Pan Han was about to finalize the transaction, two figures entered the store. Chen Yun and the detestable Li Long. What a despicable pair! Pan Han's eyes blazed with fury. Oh, is that not your ex-boyfriend? Li Long shot a sideways glance at Pan Han. What brings you here? Chen Yun appeared equally bewildered. A place like this is somewhere Pan Han should never step foot in. I brought a friend to shop for clothes, Pan Han replied coldly. Your friend? Isn't she your roommate? You're buying her clothes? Chen Yun struggled to comprehend. Indeed, I am buying her clothes. With that, he signaled to the attendant to proceed with the checkout. Good evening, sir. Your total is 18,000 yuan. The waiter presented the bill with both hands. Charge it. Pan Han confidently handed over his bank card. When did you become so wealthy? You used to only buy clothes worth a few hundred at most. Chen Yun sensed something was amiss. What does that have to do with you? Pan Han retorted. You? Chen Yun was so furious that she stamped her feet. Long ago, I want to buy this set too. Naturally, Chen Yun was unwilling to be outdone. Li Long felt somewhat embarrassed. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but he had never been one to spend extravagantly on women. However, matters of face were significant, and he had to endure this trial. I apologize, sir, but this outfit is the last one available. Due to its popularity as a new release, it sells out rapidly. Perhaps you would like to consider other options? The salesperson, having encountered many such situations, was not easily deterred and promptly recommended other merchandise. I don't care. I simply must have this style. Chen Yun grew even more incensed, resorting to unreasonable antics. She was adamant about not only competing for the item but also for her pride. Chapter 5. I have no interest in money, miss. Would you like to take a look at some of our new products? The bag, too, was a recent release. The salesperson, an experienced veteran, recognized that the moment to boost sales had arrived. Isn't this the latest hot item of the year? Chen Yun noticed that it was indeed a newly launched sensation. She had seen someone carrying it in her company's elevator, and it had made her envious. Long ago, I want this, Chen Yun declared. How much is it? Li Long inquired of the salesperson. 188,000. The salesperson grinned mischievously. Are you trying to rip me off? Yuner, let's hold off on this bag for a few days. Didn't I just buy you one recently? That one is quite nice as well. Li Long's tone shifted instantly. Although his family was fairly affluent, he could not justify spending 188,000 just out of spite. If his father found out about this, he would surely be in for a beating. Chen Yun was equally taken aback by the price. 188,000 was equivalent to 3 years of her salary. Pan Han, let us go. There's no need to argue with them. We have matters to attend to at home. At that moment, Yin Xiaoli stepped in to mediate. Yet, something about this mediation felt slightly off. What matters could there possibly be at home? Don't move. I want this bag, Pan Han suddenly interjected. Chen Yun, Li Long, Yin Xiaoli, and the salesperson all stared in stunned silence, shocked, exaggerated, ridiculous. Did he really just buy it? Yin Xiaoli was the first to regain her composure. She quickly tugged at Pan Han's sleeve, indicating that there was no need for him to show off. Pan Han gently patted Yin Xiaoli's hand and said, "I have no interest in money. Money is meant to be spent." This statement left Yin Xiaoli utterly flabbergasted. Chen Yun's head was spinning Li Long, with his hands in his pockets, struggled to comprehend what it meant to face a rival. The salesperson promptly chimed in, "Very well, sir. I will package it for you right away." Pan Han nodded, "Yes, let us include both the clothing and the bag. Good evening, sir. Since your total expenditure exceeds 200,000 tonight, you will receive a VIP card that allows you to purchase the latest styles with priority and enjoy rewards points." The salesperson was overjoyed, not expecting to secure such a large sale just before closing time. "All right, just hand the card to this lady." Pan Han indicated Yin Xiaoli standing nearby. From the moment of decision to the card swipe, no more than 3 minutes had passed. Chen Yun was still in a daze, trying to comprehend how such a transformation had occurred in just half an hour. Was it possible that Pan Han was actually a wealthy heir and had not disclosed this to her? Pan Han paid them no mind, taking Yin Xiaoli's hand and leading her out. Chen Yun wanted to call out to Pan Han, but he offered her no opportunity. Watching Pan Han's retreating figure, Chen Yun and Li Long found themselves at a loss for words. Pan Han and Yin Xiaoli hailed a taxi back to their shared residence. Throughout the journey, an unsettling silence enveloped them. As if the atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension. "I shall return the bag tomorrow and reimburse you," Yin Xiaoli uttered upon entering the house. The first words spoken between them, "It's a gift for you, and thus yours to keep. If you wish to return it, that's your choice. But I shall not take the money," she insisted. "What is the matter with you? Such an expensive item, I cannot accept it. I owe you no favors. You owe me nothing. This is entirely my volition," he replied. "That cannot be the case. You work hard for your earnings. It would be prudent to keep the money for your own endeavors." "Very well. However, I have a stipulation. You must go act in the film tomorrow, and once it is released, I shall review your performance. If you excel, the bag shall be your reward. If not, then you may sell it and return the funds to me." Pan Han had no intention of reclaiming the bag and casually offered an excuse. Yin Xiaoli regarded him as if he were a fool, before erupting into laughter. Such a rationale was unprecedented in her experience. Yet, there was something intriguing about Pan Han. She sensed an enigmatic energy emanating from him. Pan Han, however, felt no such connection. He merely did not desire the bag as long as he could venture into another world to seek treasures. Money was of little consequence to him. "If there is nothing else, I suppose I shall take a shower. I intended to do so this afternoon but failed to find the time." Suddenly, he became aware of the potent scent of alcohol lingering on him. "All right, I shall wait for you," Yin Xiaoli remarked casually. The two were enveloped in an awkward silence. "What shall I do?" "You should rest. Prepare for your film tomorrow," Pan Han sighed with a wry smile. "Oh," Yin Xiaoli stuck out her tongue, as if she had inadvertently let something slip. The night passed in silence, and soon it was the following day. Yin Xiaoli had an early high-speed train to catch and left the house at dawn, leaving a farewell message for Pan Han on WeChat. Pan Han, however, slumbered until 12:30. How delightful! He stretched languidly, and no sooner had he finished stretching than a phone call interrupted his tranquility. It was his boss. "But I'm supposed to work today." As soon as he answered, a barrage of reprimands ensued. "Pan Han, where the hell have you been? Are you coming in or not? If you're not, at least have the decency to inform me. Planning to abandon your responsibilities? Enough of your profanities. Listen well, I'm resigning," Pan Han retorted. Although he had indeed forgotten about work, he had no intention of tolerating such disrespect from his superior. "What? Have you been in an accident and lost your mind? I command you to get here within half an hour," his boss bellowed. "Are you incapable of understanding human language?" I said. "I'm quitting with that." He hung up and promptly blocked the boss's number. Pan Han had no time to waste on work. He was eager to venture into another world. Yet, before his departure, he needed to gather some supplies. He rummaged through his commuting backpack, emptied its contents, and made his way to the convenience store. He intended to procure provisions for the apocalypse. These would serve as valuable currency. He selected 3 boxes of luncheon meat, 2 bags of bread, 2 chocolate bars, 2 packets of self-heating rice, and 2 cans of soda. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved not to carry too much. Revealing an excess of food would heighten the risks. Sensing a lack of defensive items, he stopped by a general store to purchase a knife for slicing melons. With his supplies packed into the backpack, he ascended the stairs to return to his room. First, Remove all the packaging from the food. For those that cannot be removed, deface the production dates and other information to prevent exposure. He then retrieved his tactical jacket, hiking boots, and 2 lighters. He left only a utility knife and a box of luncheon meat outside, while the rest of his belongings were secured in his space. With everything prepared, he glanced at the clock. It was nearly 5 p.m. Time was of the essence. He silently recited, "I shall traverse. I shall traverse. I shall traverse." After a moment of dizziness, Pan Han successfully crossed over. This time, he landed safely without falling, precisely at the same spot as before. "System, can I choose my destination for traversal?" Pan Han inquired. "Yes, simply provide the designated coordinates," the system replied. "That's a relief. Otherwise, I might emerge to find myself surrounded by zombies." It seemed imperative to establish a stable and secure location for traversing here. Chapter 6. The mercenary squad establishing a safe haven was certainly beyond Pan Han's capabilities alone. He needed assistance. The system had previously mentioned that this alternate world once boasted a population of 600 billion, now dwindled to less than 600 million. He had to find some reliable individuals here, which, frankly, felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, he sensed that recruiting some individuals willing to serve him through the allure of food should not prove overly difficult. After all, in the apocalypse, food was the most coveted resource. As he pondered this, a cold gun muzzle pressed against the back of his head. "Don't move, or I'll shoot you." A familiar voice came from behind. Indeed, it was her, the 9-point girl. "What's the matter? Run out of gum?" Pan Han teased, recalling her voice. "Is that you?" The 9-point girl failed to recognize Pan Han in his current attire. "Indeed, it is I." "We meet again," Pan Han replied. "Who are you? Why are you here?" "Who I am is of little consequence, but my presence here is of great importance." "What are you after?" "Gold." The 9-point girl looked at Pan Han as if he were a fool. "It's been 8 years since the apocalypse. Who still uses gold? It's too soft for bricks and too hard for pillows. People are only concerned with whether they can fill their bellies. Acquire medicine, and how many weapons they possess. If you can provide some gum, I might assist you in finding gold," she remarked. "So, who are you?" Pan Han pressed. "I am a mercenary in this apocalypse," the 9-point girl replied nonchalantly. "The kind that takes payment for services rendered?" Pan Han had never heard of such a profession before. "I trade resources for services." "Money is worthless here," she asserted. "Why do you keep appearing in this vicinity?" Pan Han asked. "There's a mercenary mission posting point nearby that publishes tasks daily," she explained. "Did you just accept a task, or have you just completed one?" Pan Han inquired. "That's none of your business. If you have food, I can help you find gold," she stated. "I do have a little food, but how can I trust you?" "What if you kill me for my possessions?" Pan Han retorted. "Are you foolish? If I were to shoot you right now, wouldn't all your belongings become mine?" She countered. It was indeed wise to have stored most of his possessions in his space. Otherwise, visible wealth would certainly invite peril. "I possess only 1 can of food. How much gold can you offer in exchange?" Pan Han decided to place his trust in the 9-point girl, for she had 2 opportunities to strike. Yet she refrained from firing. "Let me take a look," she said. The 9-point woman concealed her pistol. Pan Han gradually retrieved a can of luncheon meat from her backpack and handed it over. The 9-point woman, evidently having not seen canned meat in quite some time, drew her dagger and effortlessly pried it open. A wave of mixed spices wafted through the air, intoxicating the 9-point woman. It had been ages since she had savored proper meat. In recent years, her diet had consisted predominantly of patties made from cockroaches and maggots. "Are you not afraid of toxins?" Pan Han suddenly inquired. "I suspect you must be from another planet. Those who have survived in this apocalypse are all immune to 100 poisons," the 9-point woman retorted disdainfully. Such a logical statement left Pan Han momentarily speechless. The 9-point woman disregarded Pan Han entirely, skewering the luncheon meat with her dagger and devouring it ravenously. "This is truly luncheon meat. Is there anything more delectable in this world?" "Absolutely not." The 9-point woman felt a tumult of emotions, ignoring Pan Han's gaze as she finished the entire can in mere moments. "How delightful!" she exclaimed uncontrollably at some point. Pan Han found herself holding another can of cola, having surreptitiously retrieved it from her space while the 9-point woman was occupied with her canned meal. "Here, quench your thirst," Pan Han offered, presenting the cola to the 9-point woman. "Is this cola?" the 9-point woman asked incredulously. "Indeed. The sugary kind. It will bring you immense joy," Pan Han responded. The 9-point woman accepted the cola, examining it as if it were a priceless jade. With a pop, the cola was opened. She cautiously took a sip, and yes, it was genuine cola. It even had a hint of chill. Drinking cola was sheer bliss. She continued to drink, reveling in the happiness it brought her. Before long, she finished an entire bottle. She shouted once more, absolutely exhilarating. Such a personality, she must be quite the free spirit. Pan Han mused. Yet, Pan Han was unaware that in this post-apocalyptic world, such sugary items could be exchanged for many treasures. Be it weapons, slaves, or even lives, it was all too simple. The 9-point woman could not suppress a burp. Ha ha ha. She laughed heartily that it had been many years since she had enjoyed food so liberally. Very well, tell me your price in gold. I shall accept this task, the 9-point woman declared to Pan Han. The more, the better. Pan Han replied without hesitation. He had come to fully grasp the significance of food. Our base should still have a few hundred grams. Previously, Lao Lu and the others scavenged it to save for making gold teeth. Come with me, and I shall give it all to you, the 9-point woman stated. They were a team, and they had a base. Just as she was about to rest, someone presented her with a pillow. Your base? Are you all mercenaries? Pan Han inquired. Yes, there are 7 of us in total. I am the 7th, the 9-point woman replied. Great. I happen to have no place to sleep. May I rest at your place tonight? Pan Han asked. If you can bring out some more canned food, we will gladly let you stay, the 9-point woman remarked nonchalantly. In this world, exchanging one's body for sustenance was the most natural thing. I intend to stay at your place, not to share your bed, Pan Han clarified. Before we go, do tell me your name. Otherwise, I won't be able to introduce you, the 9-point woman insisted. My name is Pan Han. I am Cheng Xiao. Please lead the way. It's too far to walk. Let us drive. Driving is delightful indeed. Cheng Xiao, accompanied by Pan Han, navigated through a maze of turns and finally arrived at an underground parking garage. Before them stood a towering off-road vehicle. Can you still find gasoline? Pan Han inquired. We previously seized an oil depot, and the stock is plentiful, Cheng Xiao replied. Do we need to blindfold him? Pan Han, well versed in the rules of the underworld, asked. Not necessary. Just as Cheng Xiao finished her sentence, she delivered a swift blow, rendering Pan Han unconscious. How can he be so weak? I barely used a fraction of my strength, Cheng Xiao muttered, and then she started the vehicle. Approximately 30 minutes later, the off-road vehicle reached the base. Although it was referred to as a base, it was merely a 2-story villa, previously a private residence before the apocalypse. Now, it had been minimally fortified with a few barricades and barbed wire. It could barely fend off a handful of scattered zombies, let alone withstand a small-scale human raid. Cheng Xiao harbored personal motives. She instinctively felt that Pan Han was not an ordinary individual. He possessed canned goods and soda, and his method of arrival was quite peculiar. This might be the opportunity for the squad's resurgence, and she was determined to seize it. Chapter 7. This base, I invested in .7 May has returned, bellowed a burly man with a rugged face, unkempt beard, and missing teeth. It was evident he was the squad's 6th member. Old 6, lend a hand and get this pretty boy inside. Cheng Xiao requested. Are we having human flesh for dinner tonight? Old 6 muttered, yet he complied and assisted Cheng Xiao in bringing Pan Han into the room. Soon, the 7 members of the squad gathered in the living room. They unusually lit a candle, as a significant matter was to be discussed shortly. .7 May, did you just say this person has canned goods and beverages? Spoke the squad leader, a former Special Forces operative in his 30s named Qin Zhong. Yes, big brother, I couldn't resist indulging in his canned goods and soda, Cheng Xiao replied. What is his background? He claims to be here for gold. Gold? What use is that? He didn't specify, just mentioned he wants as much as possible. Could he be a spy from the Iron Group? Doesn't he seem like it? Members of the Iron Group are always filthy and menacing. This fellow is clearly not one of them. Could he be from the Zodiac? The Zodiac members are notoriously arrogant and never disguise their identities. Doesn't he appear to be one of them either, so we provide him with gold, and he supplies us with food. Is it that simple? It should be that simple, brother. We are all individuals who live on the edge, seizing the day without a thought for tomorrow. Why concern ourselves too much? Whoever feeds us, we shall work for, Old 6 remarked. Old 6, you've spoken wisely. Wake this pretty boy. Qin Zhong commanded. A basin of cold water was splashed onto Pan Han's face. In no time, he regained consciousness. Slowly opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by an eclectic group of individuals. As he scanned the room, he spotted Cheng Xiao and recalled the incident of being knocked out. Rubbing his sore neck, Pan Han stood up, slightly unsteady on his feet. Cheng Xiao provided him with a chair, and he sat down, feeling somewhat more comfortable. "This is our custom, please bear with us," Cheng Xiao indicated to the back of Pan Han's neck. Understanding, he nodded in resignation. "This is our leader, and this is our employer." Pan Han, Cheng Xiao introduced them. "Greetings, leader. Seventh sister has brought you back, claiming to have taken on your task, to seek gold. Indeed, I desire as much as you can procure. What do you intend to do with the gold? I am uncertain of its purpose. Does that preclude me from undertaking the task? Not necessarily that I am merely curious. In this wretched world, it is astonishing that anyone still seeks gold. I cannot divulge the details at present, but perhaps I shall share them with everyone in due course." "Very well, let us dispense with idle chatter. Just now, seventh sister consumed your canned goods and cola. Consider this the first transaction. We have approximately 500 grams remaining. Old Lu left some for dental work, but the entirety of the remaining 500 grams is yours. 500 grams, precisely 1 pound of gold. This could fetch tens of thousands upon my return, all for merely a can of luncheon meat and a soda." Pan Han's heart soared with delight, yet he maintained his composure, stifling any outward expression of "No problem. It's a deal." With a grand gesture, Pan Han signaled his agreement. Old Lu placed the individual pieces of gold before him. Pan Han received them into his backpack and then pretended to rummage through its contents, extracting the remaining luncheon meat, cola, bread, and chocolate. "I wish to establish a long-term trade. This is a deposit for the next shipment," he indicated toward the provisions. Cheng Xiao's eyes widened with astonishment as she inquired, "Where did you conjure this from?" "After you fainted, I rummaged through your bag." Pan Han shot her a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, "I possess my own methods. You need only assist me in finding gold. I shall ensure ample provisions." "Oh, seventh sister, how could you dare to search the bag of our esteemed employer?" The speaker was another woman, in her 30s, exuding an air of seduction, reminiscent of a madam. "Second sister, I merely wished to ascertain whether he carried any weapons. This esteemed individual, seventh sister, harbors no ill intent. She only seeks to ensure mutual safety. Rest assured, as long as there is food, we guarantee you will receive gold. Indeed, our team is renowned for its integrity." "Master Pan, we officially accept the task of locating gold," Qin Zhong stated, comprehending that fortune had indeed favored them. "Your agreement is commendable, but do you possess a substantial amount of gold?" Pan Han inquired. "You need not worry. This area was once a large city, abundant in both people and wealth. Gold is certainly held by many." "Very well, I trust you. Master Pan, are you in a hurry? If so, you may stay the night, and we shall set out early tomorrow to seek your gold." Second sister, recognizing the importance of the task, hastily volunteered. "Stay overnight? That is a splendid suggestion, as I have no place to rest." "Excellent, seventh sister. Please escort Master Pan to the second floor and find a clean room. Ensure it is tidied up," Qin Zhong instructed Cheng Xiao. "Understood, elder brother." Cheng Xiao led Pan Han upstairs, while the remaining 6 immediately gathered around the food, ravenously consuming it, having gone several days with little to eat. And no matter how strong one may be, in this apocalypse, one is reduced to the status of a mere dog. The second floor boasted many rooms, though they appeared dilapidated. Cheng Xiao selected a chamber with a straw mat. "You shall sleep here tonight. I will keep watch at the door. Should you require anything, just ask." "Oh, you all survive solely by accepting tasks?" Pan Han inquired. "That is about the gist of it. Sometimes we also venture out to hunt." "Hunt? You have never hunted before?" "Not at all. 40 kilometers to the southwest lies a grove, teeming with mutated wild boars and deer, all of which can be hunted for sustenance." "What missions do you undertake?" inquired Pan Han. "Murder and arson, slave trafficking, exterminating large-scale hordes of zombies, and scavenging for supplies. In short, we accept any task that can be exchanged for food," replied Cheng Xiao while meticulously cleaning her weapon. Upon hearing this, Pan Han furrowed his brow, gradually coming to realize the terrifying nature of this apocalyptic world. Beautiful yet deadly, a realm where survival often necessitates bloodshed. Nonetheless, those who have survived until now have surely fought their way through. "Are there any missions you refuse?" he asked. "We do not accept tasks that cannot be completed," Cheng Xiao answered decisively. He had initially thought them reluctant to harm the elderly and children. only to discover that their motivations were purely survival-driven. The last flicker of hope in Pan Han's heart was extinguished. From this moment onward, he resolved to confront this world with utmost seriousness, casting aside all moral considerations to fortify himself. "Excellent. I require such a team," declared Pan Han solemnly. "Provide us with food, and we shall dedicate ourselves to your cause." Cheng Xiao, somewhat perplexed, wondered about the intentions of this delicate-looking man, whose speech was vague and indecipherable. "I wish to invest in your base," he stated. "Invest? What are you talking about?" Cheng Xiao replied, incredulously. "Did I seek to establish a base to fulfill my objectives? Can you guarantee a food supply?" Cheng Xiao inquired earnestly. "Absolutely." With that, Cheng Xiao returned her firearm to its holster and addressed Pan Han. "Let us rest for now. Tomorrow, we shall procure gold, and then our leader will decide." Chapter 8. Opening blind boxes at the mall. A night passed in silence, and dawn broke anew. The mornings in this desolate world rarely afforded glimpses of a clear sun. The sky perpetually bore a shroud of gray, veiled in a delicate mist. The mercenary team rose early, partaking in a modest breakfast of water and cockroach cakes, yet their spirits were markedly improved compared to the previous day. "Second and third, stay behind to guard Lord Pan. The rest will accompany me to the nearby community in search of gold," commanded Qin Zhong. "Boss Qin, I wish to join," Pan Han gestured. "Very well. Seventh sister, you will be responsible for Lord Pan's safety." Qin Zhong consented after a moment's contemplation, for the nearby community posed minimal risk, with zombies being exceedingly scarce. "Understood, boss," Cheng Xiao affirmed, patting her sidearm. Pan Han's motivation to accompany them stemmed from his desire to explore the map and ascertain what other valuable items might be found, as such judgments could only be made by himself and not divulged to the mercenary team. "All right then, let us set forth," Qin Zhong announced, leading the way in one vehicle, while the fourth and fifth members followed in another. The sixth, along with Cheng Xiao and Pan Han, occupied a separate vehicle. Qin Zhong, seated in the passenger seat of the first vehicle, utilized a walkie-talkie to maintain communication with Cheng Xiao in the rear. Their destination was a small shopping mall situated 3 kilometers away. This mall had once served the local residents, providing not only groceries and meat, but also a small counter for gold transactions. This alternate world differed greatly from Pan Han's universe. Here, gold was abundant, to the extent that its value was scarcely higher than that of brass. Many electronic devices contained significant amounts of gold, and there were even restaurants specializing in dishes adorned with gold leaf. Pan Han was unaware of this situation, yet he felt too embarrassed to directly inquire about the quantity of gold you possessed, fearing the exposure of sensitive information. Nevertheless, he was indifferent. After all, it was merely canned goods, plenty to go around. The distance was a mere 3 kilometers, and they would arrive swiftly. Qin Zhong disembarked first, accompanied by Lao Si and Lao Wu, forming a tactical formation as they ventured into the small shopping mall. "Didn't you say there were no zombies?" Pan Han asked, noticing their tension. "The zombies in this vicinity have been cleared out multiple times, but there may still be roaming hordes and mutated creatures. Thus, it is prudent to remain cautious," Cheng Xiao replied. "Why, Lord Pan, during our years traversing this world, we rely on 3 essential elements," Lao Lu proclaimed with pride. "Ruthlessness, loyalty, and a multitude of brothers?" Pan Han interjected. "Haha, indeed we possess ruthlessness and loyalty, but the number of brothers is scant. The third element is actually caution. In this apocalyptic world, safety is a fleeting illusion," Lao Lu remarked, patting the back of his head, acknowledging Pan Han's correct guesses. Pan Han concurred, recognizing this as a principle he ought to abide by in his endeavors. At that moment, Qin Zhong signaled that the interior was secure. Cheng Xiao led Pan Han inside while Lao Lu remained outside to maintain perimeter security. Less than 20 meters from the entrance of the mall was the gold counter. The glass was long gone, and the gold on the countertop had vanished as well. In the early days of the apocalypse, people had still managed to seize some gold. Thus, what remained was likely already taken. "Let us check the safe or the other cabinets below," Qin Zhong suggested to Pan Han. "Indeed, I'll see if there's anything else of value," Pan Han replied, pulling out a flashlight to inspect the ground, littered with shards of glass and some unknown liquids. Ensuring there were no hazards on the floor, he began his search. Beneath the counter lay storage lockers, and Pan Han felt a thrill akin to opening a blind box. He slowly opened the first locker, only to find a few ledgers and empty packaging boxes. After rummaging through several boxes to no avail, he opened the second locker, discovering several picture frames containing various photographs of a family of 3. The shopkeeper appeared to be a middle-aged man, and his wife and child were quite attractive. It seemed that on the day of the apocalypse, they must have encountered a sudden zombie attack. Otherwise, such cherished family frames would surely have been taken. Pan Han sighed, uncertain of what to say. He then proceeded to the third locker, which contained 2 boxes, one large and one small. A spark of excitement ignited within him. Could a surprise be in store? He opened the larger box, nearly choking in disbelief. Inside lay an adult toy, along with chains, ropes, and small balls. "Damn it, you old pervert!" Pan Han cursed. Suddenly, he spotted a conical plug. Although it was not particularly clean, its golden hue suggested it was likely crafted from gold. He was tempted to take it but hesitated due to its filthiness. Just then, Cheng Xiao approached, casually picking up the plug from the box. Weighing it in her hand, she wiped its surface, then bit down on it. "You're in luck. A fortuitous find, and it's quite hefty," she remarked, handing the item over to Pan Han. He stared at Cheng Xiao in disbelief. Wondering who this fierce individual was, Pan Han quickly waved his hands, saying, "You can keep the gold. Let us tally it all together at the end." Cheng Xiao deemed it reasonable and tucked the plug into the back pocket of her trousers. At that moment, Qin Zhong and his companions had successfully pried open the safe. Cheng Xiao and Pan Han hurried over to inspect it. Indeed, it contained a total of 20 gold bars, each seemingly weighing around 1 kilogram. Pan Han's mind buzzed with excitement. If they were to sell these, how much fortune would they yield? Furthermore, in addition to the gold, there were also finished pieces of jewelry, gems, jade, gold pendants, and gold bracelets. They took everything. Pan Han called out to Qin Zhong, urging him to hasten the packing. "These gems, I had long wished to save money to buy for my wife. Now I can take them freely, yet alas, she is no longer here." As Qin Zhong busily packed, he muttered to himself, "Brother Qin, my condolences." Pan Han inadvertently touched upon a painful memory for Qin Zhong. "Do not worry, my dear Pan, I too may join her at any moment." It was surprising to see that Qin Zhong was still a devoted man. With his wife gone, only this band of brothers remained. "You should ask them why they chose to follow me." "Ah, I see. That means I have not chosen the wrong companions. Let us discuss matters of cooperation upon our return. All right, let us search for other safes. Old 4, check the corpses for any gold, silver, or jewels. If there are none, retreat and try to minimize our activities outside." Thus, everyone began to disperse once more. It must be said that there was indeed an abundance of gold in this world. Several skeletal remains lay in the marketplace, adorned with gold and silver. Old 4 returned with several more strings of jewelry. Upon seeing this, Qin Zhong felt it was sufficient and led the group outside. Old 6 remained on guard outside, chewing on a thick wooden stick as if savoring a fine cigar. Pan Han observed, "Isn't he mimicking the act of smoking a cigar?" The 2 teams quickly got into their vehicles, and Pan Han inquired of Old 6 from the back seat, "Old 6, are you smoking a cigar?" "You have a keen eye, Lord Pan. I haven't smoked in years. Though the craving has long since faded, the habit of holding something in my mouth remains," Old 6 replied. Pan Han took note of this. In the future, arranging cigarettes, beer, and peanuts would likely ensure that no one could resist. Chapter 9. The first drop of blood. The gold-seeking squad, having completed their organization, set off towards the base. Today's task was quite effortless. Pan Han contemplated how much they could exchange for their haul, while Qin Zhong and the others pondered whether they could secure additional food supplies. At least on both sides, satisfaction was evident. This indicated that the foundation for their collaboration had been firmly established. Just as they caught sight of the base's small building, Qin Zhong suddenly received a radio report from Second Sister. "Elder brother, a few wandering zombies have appeared and are causing a disturbance." "Received. We will be there shortly. Leave it to us." Upon hearing of the zombies, Pan Han felt a rush of excitement. He had yet to encounter such creatures, having only seen them in films. "Can I give it a try?" Cheng Xiao and Old 6 looked at Pan Han as if he were foolish. Had he never slain a zombie? Cheng Xiao exchanged glances with Old 6. "No problem, Lord Pan." "How about that one?" Cheng Xiao pointed to a stumbling zombie on the left side of the vehicle, missing an arm. "That one it is. What weapon shall I use?" "You can use a machete or a gun." "I want to use a gun. My childhood dream was to become a sharpshooter." "Lord Pan, you are capable." Upon hearing Lord Pan Han's aspirations, Lao Lu chuckled heartily, yet maintained a facade of encouragement. "Here, take mine." Cheng Xiao offered her sidearm to Pan Han. This marked Pan Han's inaugural encounter with a firearm. and he felt a tinge of excitement. Chang Zhao's weapon was a semi-automatic pistol, nearly identical to the one in Pan Han's universe. After rifling through his memories, he recalled it must be AP-226. What caliber? What is the magazine capacity? What is the effective range? Pan Han inquired while examining the gun. Observing his rather unsavory demeanor, Chang Zhao reclaimed the firearm, secured the safety, and ejected the magazine. .9 mm caliber, 15, round capacity, and an effective range of 100 meters. The entire weapon weighs 775 grams, she explained while demonstrating its use, even mimicking the act of firing towards Pan Han. The display left Pan Han utterly astonished. How could this woman handle a gun with such finesse? Just shoot from the cart, don't get out. We'll park nearby. All right. Lao Lu wasted no time, driving within 7 or 8 meters of the zombies. Ordinary zombies possess poor sensory abilities. Beyond 10 meters, they neither hear nor see. Pan Han rolled down the window, grasped the pistol, and aimed at the upper body of a zombie. Holding his breath, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! The recoil startled him, nearly causing him to strike himself in the head. Chang Zhao observed, a rare smile gracing her lips. Witnessing someone incapable of firing a weapon in a post-apocalyptic world was more precious than a giant panda. The bullet grazed the right side of the zombie's ribcage, taking a small piece of flesh with it. Enraged, the zombie let out a roar and charged forward. The mobility of ordinary zombies is also quite limited. They move at a sluggish pace. 7 or 8 meters could take several seconds. This provided Pan Han with an opportunity to adjust. He recalibrated his aim at the zombie's upper body, held his breath, and steadied his grip. Bang! The shot struck the zombie's neck, causing its head to loll to one side, blood and tissue splattering everywhere. Bang! This shot finally resulted in a headshot. Roar! Oh yeah! Pan Han jubilantly danced within the car. He had actually slain a zombie. If he were to return to his own world, he would surely boast about this achievement. Lord Pan, do not aim the gun at people. Chang Zhao admonished sharply. Oh, all right. Here you go. Pan Han quickly returned the gun to Chang Zhao. First time firing a weapon? Yes, in our world, we only engage our minds, not our bodies. Pan Han evasively replied, an era without firearms is indeed a better era. Chang Zhao remarked. Pan Han suddenly realized that each member of this team possessed an intriguing character. Captain Qin was dependable and loyal. The second sister was charming and shrewd. Lao Lu was rough yet meticulous. And aside from her looks and physique, Chang Zhao seemed to embody idealism. This was a team worthy of deep cooperation. Qin Zhong and the others had also dispatched several zombies. All was secure. The vehicle entered the base in succession, with Lao San responsible for closing the gate. The group arrived in the living room, cleared the table, and prepared to tally their spoils. Qin Zhong opened his backpack, revealing a golden heap of items. Chang Zhao is in charge of reporting the count. 20 gold bars, each weighing approximately 1 kilogram, 2 diamond rings, with the carat weight unknown, 2 sapphire rings, 3 gold necklaces, with a total weight of around 200 grams, and 1 gold cap, weighing about 200 grams. Master Pan, what do you think? Is this enough? Qin Zhong inquired. It was his first time engaging in such a transaction, and to him, these treasures seemed no different from bricks. He was uncertain whether they would suffice for food. It's sufficient. Master Pan replied nonchalantly, yet inwardly he was overjoyed. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yesterday, I provided you with some food. It was agreed to be a deposit. I will return tomorrow and bring more. Thank you, Master Pan. While we discuss business, shall we delve deeper into our cooperation? Certainly, that is precisely my intention. Master Pan, what are your plans for cooperation? What do you wish to achieve? I do not have any long-term plans as of yet. However, this base requires expansion. The current scale is too small, our numbers are limited, and security feels rather inadequate. Are you suggesting we expand our recruitment? Yes, to be frank, Master Pan, we have had over 40 individuals join us intermittently, yet only 7 remain. The others have perished. Expanding our ranks presents numerous challenges. Qin Zhong felt it imperative to convey the difficulties of recruitment to Pan Han. Qin Laoda, please feel free to elaborate. Firstly, we need sufficient food. As it is the essential currency, I wonder, Master Pan, how many individuals can you support? Well, I cannot provide specifics just yet, but accommodating around 100 should pose no issue. Qin Zhong inhaled sharply. A force of 100 individuals would require significant daily sustenance, not to mention the consumption of weapons and ammunition. Recently, the Iron Group, who had been harassing them, numbered merely in this range, yet they had managed to control several thousand square kilometers of territory. And secondly, Pan Han inquired. Secondly, we require weapons. Of course, if Master Pan's food supplies are ample, then acquiring weapons should be quite feasible. And thirdly, we seek evolution potions. Generally, a 100-person team would have a few evolved individuals. Without them, survival becomes precarious. However, these evolution potions must be procured from the 12 palaces. Oh? Evolution potions? 12 palaces? What are these? As the name suggests, evolution potions are essential for survival in the apocalypse. Everyone must evolve, or they simply cannot endure. For instance, the most basic potion enhances human digestive capabilities, allowing us to consume cockroach biscuits and drink contaminated water. Pan Han's eyes brightened, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. Chapter 10. The tasks of the apocalypse base commence. What types of potions are available? Pan Han asked with great enthusiasm. Many. Some can enhance attack power, granting immense strength. Others bolster defense, making one's muscles as hard as steel. There are also potions that enhance mental control, allowing one to command zombies and mutated creatures. Among others, Qin Zhong patiently explained. So, what is the connection between these potions and the 12 palaces? All these potions are controlled by the 12 palaces. Any faction wishing to expand cannot bypass them. What kind of power do the 12 palaces wield? They are truly formidable. The so-called 12 houses is, in fact, a coalition of medical organizations. They have divided the entire world into 12 regions, each overseeing its own territory. It is said that this organization began researching viruses and various biological agents long before the apocalypse. There are even rumors that the zombie virus was a product of their experiments. So, what shall we offer in exchange for the elixir from the 12 houses? A mere barter seems implausible. They lack for nothing in terms of resources. What they seek is our very lives. Lives? Pan Han was taken aback. Indeed, to obtain the elixir, one must not only provide ample resources but also become a slave to the 12 houses. This entails consuming the slave contract elixir. Once one betrays them, they will meet a gruesome demise. Goodness, how sinister. Are you all slaves of the 12 houses then? Lord Pan, do not jest. We, mere Karamis, are of no interest to the 12 houses. Even if we wish to be slaves, we would not qualify. Upon mentioning the evolution elixir, Qin Zhong's expression darkened. But you just stated that you have all consumed the evolution elixir. The lowest grade evolution elixir does trickle down from the 12 houses. Otherwise, they would find themselves devoid of people, which would be detrimental to them. As for the mid-tier and high-tier elixirs, those must be exchanged with one's life. Are you implying that I have traversed such a distance to establish a base, recruit personnel, and expand territory merely to serve as a dog for the 12 houses? Precisely. Does that mean I would be reduced to begging on my knees? Many desire to kneel, yet they do not have the opportunity. Pathetic. Utterly disgraceful. May I inquire, Lord Pan, what exactly is your intention? I cannot disclose that just yet. In due time, you will understand. Pan Han raised an eyebrow. The 7 individuals were left in a state of bewilderment, gazing at Pan Han as if he were a fool. Enough of this chatter. I wish to assign you 2 tasks. I wonder if you would be interested in accepting them. Noticing the shift in expressions among the group, Pan Han changed the subject. Of course we shall accept the task. Excellent. First, expand our numbers to 100 within a month. Second, create a safe house within the base, accessible solely to me once it is completed. Understood, Lord Pan. As long as there is food, these 2 tasks are manageable. I shall take my leave now. I will return in a few days. Cheng Xiao, drive me. Without hesitation, Cheng Xiao exited to start the vehicle. Where to? From whence I came, to where I shall go. Let us depart. Upon arriving at the location where Pan Han had traversed, Cheng Xiao set him down. After watching Cheng Xiao walk away, Pan Han silently recited the incantation and returned to his rented room. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was only 1 in the afternoon. He promptly headed to the pawn shop, preparing to pawn off his gold and silver jewelry first. As for the 20 kilograms of gold bars, he would store them in his space for the time being. Such a large quantity must not be hastily exposed. The pawn shop manager, Wang Cheng, had just awakened from his afternoon nap, and upon seeing Pan Han enter, he immediately approached. Boss Pan, back again, I see. Yes, my finances are rather tight at the moment. I must rely on heirlooms passed down from my family to save me. Manager Wang, could you appraise them at a fair price? You see, my name is Wang Cheng. How could I not accommodate you? Wang Cheng, with a beaming smile, led the way to the exclusive VIP trading room. Pan Han, not one to stand on ceremony, took a seat and promptly unveiled an array of gold and silver jewelry. Upon seeing the substantial collection, Wang Chang sensed that this month's performance was indeed promising. Ensuring his commission would be as secure as ever. It seems that Boss Pan comes from a well-to-do family. These are all precious treasures, Wang Chang complimented. Thank you for your efforts. Please wait a moment while I consult the appraiser for an accurate assessment. After 10 minutes, Wang Chang re-emerged. Your gold jewelry is impeccable. It consists entirely of pure gold, weighing 400 grams. The diamond and sapphire rings are also of the highest quality, absolutely exquisite. Pan Han, ever practical, did not linger on the details. Excellent. He was indifferent to whether the rings were genuinely top tier. He was unaware of their actual value. His sole concern was to expedite the sale, and whether Wang Chang had set a trap for him was of no consequence. This time, I will give you 250. 0.5 minutes later, Wang Chang announced the outcome. You've made a profit of 200. Albeit with a hint of regret. Pan Han jested. Oh, not at all. We strictly adhere to the rules, Wang Chang replied with a cheerful demeanor. Very well, let us transfer the funds to this card. I shall leave once the transaction is complete. Please hold on, I will prepare your invoice and process the transfer. 10 minutes later, Wang Chang exited the pawn shop. Glancing at his phone to see the 250,000 had been deposited, he immediately headed to a large supermarket, intent on making a frenzied procurement of supplies to expedite the establishment of his base. Given the extensive nature of his order, he sought out the supermarket manager to arrange for a bulk purchase. 100 boxes of luncheon meat, 100 boxes of compressed biscuits, 100 boxes of instant noodles, 100 boxes of self-heating rice, 100 boxes of cola, 100 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 100 boxes of canned fruit, 100 boxes of nuts, 100 bags of rice, 100 bags of flour, 100 boxes of pickled vegetables, 100 boxes of beer, 100 boxes of liquor, and 100 packs of cigarettes. Pan Han initially listed these items, selecting them according to his preferences, as he too would need sustenance in the apocalyptic world. He aimed to maintain a semblance of flavor. As for the tobacco and alcohol, they would undoubtedly serve well to win people over. Thank you for accommodating my business, good sir. Please provide an address, and I shall arrange for free delivery. Upon hearing this, Pan Han suddenly realized he had no place to receive such a large shipment. His shared apartment could hardly accommodate all those supplies. It seemed he would need to rent a warehouse first, then discreetly transport the goods from there. Delivery can wait. Let me first send you the payment, and I'll send you the address later. After paying 100,000, Pan Han departed, heading to rent a warehouse. Fortunately, he had previously met a real estate agent while searching for an apartment who happened to have warehouse listings available. Whoever profits from this money is inconsequential, wouldn't you agree? Subsequently, Pan Han contacted the agent, Old Wang. Upon learning of the need for a warehouse, Old Wang wasted no time and promptly set to work. Before dinner, the warehouse was secured. A space measuring 16 meters in length, 8 meters in width, and 4 meters in height. The location was intentionally chosen to be in a remote suburb, costing 4,300 per month. Pan Han, with a grand gesture, paid for an entire year's rent up front. After the handover, he sent the address to the supermarket manager, instructing him to arrange delivery for the following day. Everything settled, Pan Han checked his card, finding he still had nearly 300,000 remaining. Perhaps I should consider purchasing a vehicle. Pan Han spoke to himself. Chapter 11. Beep beep, let's drive. The notion of purchasing a car, once it germinates, becomes impossible to suppress. After all, what man does not relish the thrill of driving, especially behind the wheel of a luxury vehicle? Given his current circumstances, he is indeed in a position to acquire one. First, he must dine. Tomorrow, he shall go car shopping. After a long day of toil, satiating his hunger is of utmost priority. Pan Han summoned a ride, heading straight to the spicy hot pot restaurant beneath his apartment. The fare amounted to 180, while the meal cost 36. It is akin to cycling to a bar, saving where one can, spending where necessary. Having indulged in a hearty meal, he returned to his shared apartment. The solitude of the space, devoid of company, offered him a serene and safe retreat. Since his return from the apocalyptic world, this environment has provided Pan Han with immense comfort. There is indeed an old adage, better to be a dog in prosperous times than a man in chaotic ones. How profoundly true! Pan Han set down his backpack, disrobed completely, and tossed his clothes into the washing machine before heading for a shower. The warm water cascading from the showerhead enveloped him, further enhancing his tranquility. After a thorough half-hour wash, he emerged, feeling as though the remnants of the apocalypse had nearly been washed away. Clad in his sleepwear, he lay down on the bed, waves of drowsiness washing over him, and he succumbed to sleep. He enjoyed a deep slumber, not stirring until the following morning at 5:30. Slowly, Pan Han opened his eyes and stretched, relishing the comfort. Today, he had 2 tasks planned: delivering supplies to another world and, upon his return, finding a place to sell 2 gold bars before setting out to purchase a car. With his decision made, he dressed, slung on his backpack, and double-checked the contents of his space. Thus, he traversed once more into the alternate realm. It was so cold. Upon his previous visit, he had not felt such chill. Perhaps the early mornings of the apocalypse were simply like this. This time, he chose a new entry point, a mere 300 meters from the base of the 7-person team. He felt confident that such proximity would not pose any safety concerns. Wrapping himself in his clothing, he oriented himself and made his way toward the base. After a few minutes of walking, he spotted the entrance. Figures moved about the gatehouse. Presumably the guards on duty. It appeared that these individuals were quite cautious. The patrolling guard was none other than Chang Xiao. Catching sight of a figure in the distance, she squinted and, upon closer inspection, recognized Pan Han. She quickly descended to open the gate. "You've arrived quite early," Chang Xiao remarked as she opened the door. "Did you not also forego sleep?" Pan Han countered, "I am on duty today." "Ah, good. It's wise to remain vigilant. By the way, do you have a truck?" "Yes, there is one parked in the backyard." "Bring it out and follow me." "What is the matter?" "Adult matters. Best not to pry, child." "I'll inform the boss and find someone to cover my shift. I'll wait for you at the door." Before long, Qin Zhong and Cheng Xiao emerged. "Lord Pan, you have arrived," he exclaimed. "I heard you're taking Cheng Xiao with you in the truck." "Indeed. I shall return promptly. Do not worry." "Very well, you two go ahead. I will keep watch." "Understood, boss," Cheng Xiao replied, heading toward the backyard to start the vehicle. "May I take the wheel for a moment?" Pan Han inquired. He possessed a driver's license, but had yet to purchase a car, and he was on the verge of forgetting how to drive. It was the perfect opportunity to practice. "All right, allow me to step out first." Upon reaching the entrance, Pan Han and Chang Xiao exchanged their seats. He took the position of the driver. The automobile from this alternate world bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance to those in Pan Han's universe. The operation was straightforward, presenting no significant challenges. He engaged the gear, released the handbrake, honked the horn, lifted his foot off the brake, pressed the accelerator, and off they went. Pan Han's series of maneuvers left Cheng Xiao utterly bewildered. "Have you been practicing driving in the apocalypse? Do you even know how to drive?" Cheng Xiao inquired. "I once obtained my driver's license, but I have never actually driven before. I'm almost forgetting how." Pan Han replied candidly. "Well then, where are we headed?" Cheng Xiao asked, her voice tinged with unease. "To desolate, remote mountains and wilderness, where one could shout until their throat was hoarse with no one to hear." Cheng Xiao unconsciously tightened her seatbelt. The roar of the engine sent Pan Han's adrenaline surging. After all, in the apocalypse, there were no traffic rules, and he had no fear of colliding with anyone. Thus, he decided to drive recklessly. Pan Han alternated between sudden accelerations, abrupt halts, and sharp turns, reveling in the thrill. Cheng Xiao, however, found herself somewhat tormented by the ride, although her robust physical constitution spared her from feeling nauseous. After half an hour of winding through the roads, Pan Han finally decided to stop at a dilapidated structure. "What are we doing here?" Cheng Xiao wondered, puzzled by the route he had chosen. "Put these on." Pan Han handed Cheng Xiao a blindfold and a pair of wireless headphones. "What do you mean?" Cheng Xiao asked, bewildered. "Just stand here and don't move. I'm going to grab some oranges." Cheng Xiao's expression turned quizzical. "What does that mean?" Pan Han, feeling somewhat disinterested, realized that this particular joke was lost on her. Thus, he clarified, "I'm going to retrieve some supplies." Upon hearing that Pan Han was indeed fetching supplies, Cheng Xiao had nothing more to say. She donned the blindfold and headphones. These headphones were noise-canceling, effectively isolating her from the external sounds. Pan Han took out his phone and played his favorite song. Little Apple Die. In this manner, Cheng Xiao was neither able to hear nor see, granting Pan Han the peace of mind to retrieve supplies from his space. This time, he gathered a considerable amount, yet decided to only take half of it. Fortunately, the truck was spacious enough to accommodate that quantity. Retrieving supplies from the space required merely a thought, and the system could even assist in organizing the items neatly as he gazed at the truck brimming with supplies. Pan Han mused that it should suffice for a while. Observing Cheng Xiao sitting in the passenger seat, diligently listening to the music, he noticed her subtly swaying to the rhythm, engaging in the full performance. It was evident that a single song would not suffice to transport all these supplies. Hence, Pan Han continued to play As You Wish, A Century of Solitude, Easily Hurt Woman, Legend of the Hungry Wolf, 10 Years, and other songs in succession. These melodies contrasted starkly with the style of the alternate world. Cheng Xiao was utterly entranced by the music. Pan Han simply watched her in silence. The two seemed to lose track of time, forgetting the apocalypse and the struggle for survival. Who could have imagined that just days ago, he was a heartbroken loser, and now, in the early morning of the apocalypse, he found himself listening to music with a stunning beauty? A wave of sentiment washed over Pan Han. After approximately 10 songs, he paused the playback. Cheng Xiao removed her headphones and asked, "Is it done?" "Yes, you can take off the blindfold now." Pan Han did not wish to conclude this moment. However, even a brief respite felt like an extravagant luxury. Cheng Xiao removed her blindfold and immediately turned to look at the cargo area behind them. Before them lay an abundance of supplies, filling the truck's cargo bed to the brim. "Wow!" Cheng Xiao gasped in astonishment. "Did you gather all of this?" she inquired. "What else could it be?" came the reply. "How could you possibly have amassed such a wealth of provisions?" The typically aloof Cheng Xiao could no longer contain her excitement, her joy evident on her face. "The mountain man has his own clever strategies," Pan Han teased. Ignoring his jest, Cheng Xiao hurriedly alighted from the vehicle, approached the cargo bed, and opened a cardboard box, revealing luncheon meat. She opened another box, uncovering compressed biscuits, and yet another, which contained self-heating rice. "Why goodness! You're not just Pan Han. You must be my father." Cheng Xiao was utterly astounded. Chapter 12. Completely subduing the mercenary team. "Stop dawdling. Let us head back. You'll drive this time," Pan Han instructed the bewildered Cheng Xiao. Upon hearing this, she quickly descended from the cargo bed, eager to return. With such an abundance of supplies, the team would be well equipped for a stable period of development. Their return journey was notably swift. Despite Pan Han driving for half an hour, he had actually taken numerous detours. In approximately 10 minutes, they arrived back at the base. From a distance, Qin Zhong spotted the truck's return and promptly opened the gate to greet them. Being who he was, he could tell from the truck's state that they had returned fully loaded. Cheng Xiao drove straight into the backyard, not pausing at the entrance. The others followed suit, converging around the vehicle. "Boss, we're back," Cheng Xiao announced as she stepped out of the car to report to Qin Zhong. "How did it go? How much did you bring back?" he inquired. "Boss Qin, as I mentioned, there are plenty of supplies. You can see for yourself," Pan Han replied on Cheng Xiao's behalf. Qin Zhong beckoned his sister to get in the vehicle. Pan Han disregarded them and headed straight for Lao Lu. Taking a cigar from his pocket, he offered it to Lao Lu, who was utterly flabbergasted, beside himself with excitement and terror. "Is this for real? He actually brought cigars. Is he sent by God to save the world?" Trembling, Lao Lu accepted the cigar, even having Lao Wu slap him to confirm he wasn't tea-dreaming. "Thank you, Lord Pan," he stammered. Pan Han chuckled and handed Lao Lu an entire box of cigars, gesturing for him to share with Lao San, Lao C, and Lao W. At that moment, Qin Zhong and his sister erupted with exclamations of disbelief, their voices rising in a continuous crescendo. The two were, of course, astounded by the supplies before them. In a way, is this real meat? And there's cola too. The others, too, were caught up in the excitement, jumping for joy as they rushed to inspect the provisions. Have you ever seen a group of mercenaries in a frenzy of exhilaration? I have, Pan Han mused, sensing they would be caught up in their euphoria for some time. He chose to ignore them and walked directly to Cheng Xiao. "This is for you," Pan Han said, producing a bag of white rabbit candy. "Is this candy?" "Yes, it's been a while since you've had some, hasn't it?" "But this is far too precious," Cheng Xiao replied. Her cheeks flushed. A few years prior, she had witnessed a dear friend sell her body for a mere piece of candy. If it were this large bag, her friend would likely have been utterly exhausted. "No worries. It's my first time giving candy to a girl. I'm not very experienced," Pan Han remarked. In the past, he had dared to give Chen Yun milk candy, only to be publicly scolded on social media. In the apocalyptic world, sugar has become as precious as diamond rings in the Pan Han universe. In the realm of reality, if one were to present a young lady with a bag full of diamond rings, What would that feel like? As an ancient poem suggests, from dawn until the sun begins to set. Lord Pan, I hope you do not take offense at the 2 occasions when I pointed a gun at your head. Cheng Xiao, at a loss for how to express her gratitude, opted instead to offer an apology. It's quite all right. You may let me point a gun at you twice in the future, though. Cheng Xiao seemed to comprehend, her cheeks flushing even deeper. That moment, Qin Zhong and a few others descended, shattering this enchanting scene. Lord Pan, you have indeed kept your word. Upon seeing these supplies, we were left speechless. From this day forth, we pledge our allegiance to you, Qin Zhong declared. Qin Laoda, this Miss Zheng did not collapse upon my arrival, which indicates our fateful connection. If that is the case, let us formalize our collaboration. Previously, Lord Pan mentioned the need for recruitment to expand the base. Let us discuss this indoors. Qin Zhong gestured invitingly. Excellent. Once everyone entered the room, the atmosphere became significantly more relaxed, akin to a Beijing drifter suddenly winning a 50 million jackpot, free from future worries. Lao Lu, how about a cigar? Pan Han inquired, patting Lao Lu on the shoulder. Wonderful. It feels as if the good old days have returned, Lao Lu joyfully responded. Lao Lu, Qin Zhong suddenly shouted. Step forward, do not forget the rules. Lao Lu instantly wiped the smile off his face and obediently returned to Qin Zhong's side. Pan Han, bewildered, wondered what was happening. Z City, the mercenary team of the Qin family reporting to the employer, Lord Pan. Qin Zhong suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and reported to Pan Han. Upon hearing this, the others immediately stood beside Qin Zhong, forming a straight line. Was it so sudden? Pan Han was momentarily taken aback. Moreover, what exactly is the Qin family team? Is this how casual it is? Lord Pan has kept his promise and brought back supplies. The previous agreement is now in effect. The Qin family mercenary team acknowledges Lord Pan as their employer and pledges to serve him faithfully. Please clarify, do you accept this arrangement? Accepted. Now, let me introduce the team. Go ahead with the introduction. Pan Han pondered for a moment. He indeed did not recognize all 7 individuals. My name is Qin Zhong, the team leader. This is my second sister, Bai Mei, the medic. My third brother, Lu Bing. My fourth brother, Lu Hua, who are twin brothers, skilled in direct combat and proficient with a variety of weapons. My fifth brother, Wang Yun, an expert in setting traps and tracking. My sixth brother, Chen Lu, immensely strong and the team's machine gunner. And my seventh sister, Cheng Xiao, a master of assassination and our sniper. Qin Zhong completed the introduction. Though your numbers are few, each member is an elite, and your roles complement each other well. Very good, Pan Han remarked. Thank you for your praise, Lord Pan. However, your Qin family team does seem a bit too casual. Without a formal employer before, we did not have an official name. Very well, I shall bestow a name upon you today. Excellent, we await your naming, Lord Pan. In this apocalyptic world, what is of utmost importance? Food. Qin Zhong replied without hesitation. Correct, yet not entirely so. In the end times, hope is paramount. The entire world now seems shrouded in darkness, lifeless and devoid of hope. I have come here with 3 objectives: to establish a base, restore order, and instill hope in the hearts of the people. We find ourselves in the darkest hour, just before dawn, and whether we can bring about change lies in our hands. Thus, we shall be known as the Dawn Squad. Very well, Master Pan, henceforth we shall be called the Dawn Squad. What name we bear is ultimately at the discretion of the leader, is it not? Qin Zhong has no objections. The Dawn Squad will serve as my internal force. Those who join us later will be organized into a military unit, which will then be referred to as the Dawn Army. The crowd erupted in applause, for they finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope, and no longer would they live like dogs. Even second sister Bai Mei shed tears. Dawn Squad, all members, heed my command. Pan Han rose and issued the first directive with clarity and authority. Snap. The 7 members of the squad stood in military formation. Tasks were then assigned. Qin Zhong, you have 1 day to draft a detailed plan for base expansion, personnel recruitment, and outline the necessary supplies. The others will assist you. Cheng Xiao, you are responsible for briefing me on the local situation. You previously mentioned an organization called the Iron Group. Report on all similar dangerous entities. Received, the crowd responded in unison. Chapter 13. The Iron Group. Not simple. After receiving his orders, Qin Zhong led the others to conduct research and planning on the first floor. Cheng Xiao took Pan Han to the second floor. Master Pan, this room was previously your quarters. It will be temporarily designated as your lounge and meeting room. One will enter without your command. Very well, once our base expands, find me a larger one. Pan Han agreed. Master Pan, please take a seat. I will now give you my report. In truth, there is no need for such formality between us. You sit as well and have a cola. Pan Han did not stand on ceremony. He understood that these 7 individuals might become the core members for a considerable time. He aimed to foster a good relationship. As you command. Pan Han opened 2 bottles of cola and handed one to Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao lowered her head, accepting it with both hands, took a sip, and then slowly began her introduction. Master Pan, I am unaware of your origins or the organization to which you belong. Therefore, allow me to first present the situation in our city, as development must commence from here. No problem. Our city, Z, is a coastal metropolis located in the southeastern region of Longhua. Prior to the apocalypse, the urban area encompassed 17,000 square kilometers, with a population of approximately 20 million. Now, it has dwindled to fewer than 50,000. Currently, Z City is under the control of 3 major gangs. The largest is called Z Tower, with over 1,000 members. The second largest is the Beidou Gang, comprising around 400 individuals. The third is the Iron Group, with a membership ranging between 100 and 200. These 3 organizations each govern their respective territories. Cheng Xiao initially described the 3 major gangs of Z City. Oh, why is the Iron Group named as such? It sounds as though it was founded by a bunch of individuals in skirts. IT was established by a group of muscular men who have a fondness for other men, and they proudly don skirts to express their orientation. How intriguing indeed. Pan Han responded, somewhat astonished. The Iron Clan is exceptionally stringent in its recruitment, resulting in a rather sparse membership. However, their combat prowess is formidable. Thus, this kun should indeed refer to a skirt, correct? No, their banner merely bears the characters for Iron Clan. IT seems to signify some ideology of unity among groups, albeit rather perplexingly. What connection do they have with you? This is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but they have taken an interest in our leader, Qin Zhong, and have persistently sought to recruit him. Ha ha ha. This is quite amusing. Upon hearing this, Pan Han couldn't help but emit a laugh reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Our leader is not one to take a fancy to men. He is a man of deep loyalty and chivalrous spirit. Cheng Xiao quickly clarified, indeed, I share that sentiment. I too am not attracted to men. Cheng Xiao took a sip of cola and continued. The 3 major factions of Z City are in constant conflict, yet they refrain from openly tearing each other apart. Currently, the population and resources of the city are sufficient for their survival, which has resulted in a relatively calm atmosphere. I am genuinely curious, how do you all manage to subsist? Is there anyone cultivating the land in this city? After pondering for a considerable time, Cheng Xiao hesitantly rubbed his hands together. Finally, summoning his courage, he asked, Lord Pan, I have long wished to inquire about your origins. Why do you appear so oblivious to the apocalypse? What do you mean? When the apocalypse struck, the entire world endured a year of acid rain, rendering the soil utterly lifeless. How could anyone possibly cultivate the land? This is common knowledge globally. Why are you so uninformed? Pan Han pondered for half a minute. He needed a definitive explanation. Otherwise, his facade would inevitably crumble. Have you seen The Walking Dead? Have you watched 28 Days Later? Pan Han blurted out with a chuckle. What are those? I've never heard of them or seen them, Cheng Xiao replied, looking utterly bewildered. Pan Han thought to himself, this simplifies matters. Prior to the apocalypse, I was afflicted with a terminal illness, and my family arranged for me to undergo hibernation until a cure became available. Who would have guessed that the apocalypse would occur, and my hibernation pod would gradually become unusable? In fact, I only awakened 3 months ago. Hence, I am quite ignorant of many matters. Pan Han slowly recounted the tale he had just fabricated. Ah? Lord Pan's background is so pitiable? Cheng Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder he knows nothing at all. So he only just awakened. How is Lord Pan adapting to this apocalypse, especially with a terminal illness? He must be quite frail, Cheng Xiao silently contemplated. Pan Han decided to refrain from elaborating further and nodded vigorously. Please, continue sharing how everyone manages to survive. Pan Han shifted the topic. Currently, we subsist on mutated fruits, wild beasts, and even cockroaches. Although we cannot cultivate the land, some plants have also mutated and managed to survive. As for the cockroaches, they have grown exponentially larger and possess diminished attack power, thus becoming a staple food source for us. The Z Tower controls a factory that processes cockroach meat pies, Cheng Xiao informed. So, there is both good news and bad news. What? Cheng Xiao was momentarily taken aback. The bad news is that we can only eat cockroaches. While the good news is, there is no shortage of cockroaches. Ha ha ha. Cheng Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. She had not heard such an amusing joke in quite some time. Suddenly, she realized that the esteemed Mr. Pan, despite his afflictions, possessed a delightful sense of humor, which significantly enhanced her fondness for him. So, is the cockroach meat pie delicious? Mr. Pan inquired, his tone somewhat morbid. Initially, she had retched numerous times while eating it, but now she had grown indifferent. I command you, under no circumstances should I encounter that abomination. It is best if it remains at least 5 meters away from me, Mr. Pan stated with utmost seriousness. As you wish, esteemed Mr. Pan, hee. The two gradually relaxed in their conversation. After the apocalypse, have your weapons undergone any changes? Mr. Pan suddenly posed a crucial question, eager to understand the local advancements in weaponry. Self-defense weapons have remained largely unchanged. Firearms and ammunition are similar to what they were before. With the halt of technological progress, heavy weaponry has also lost its sources. It seems that only personal mechs have survived, she explained. There was a top-tier technology company that maintained an underground research and development base and factory, largely unaffected by the cataclysm. Mechs? Mr. Pan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He envisioned himself transformed into a modern-day Iron Man indeed. These mechs not only endured but have also progressed significantly. They developed from the 2nd generation before the apocalypse to the 4th generation now. Capable of traversing land, air, and sea, they excel in both mobility and protection, not to mention their formidable firepower, laser cannons, tracking missiles, various imaging devices, and more. They are arguably the pinnacle of weaponry in this post-apocalyptic world, Cheng Xiao elaborated with enthusiasm. Then, where can one procure such marvels? Unfortunately, we have none in Z City. It is likely that all resources from our city have been commandeered, and even then, it may not suffice to acquire just one. Cheng Xiao waved her hand dismissively. What about my provisions? Cheng Xiao pondered for a moment before declaring, 500 boxes of luncheon meat cans. Is that all? Mr. Pan's expression turned to one of incredulity. Chapter 14. What a coincidence. I have already reserved this vehicle. Mr. Pan had anticipated a far greater demand, only to find that it was merely 500 boxes of canned goods. Each box of luncheon meat costs approximately 400 yuan, totaling around 200,000 yuan for 500 boxes. If it could secure a mech, it would be absolutely worth it. There was no need for haste. In the future, they could equip everyone. Cheng Xiao nodded vigorously. If everyone could have a set, our team would undoubtedly be invincible. After all this questioning, I have yet to inquire about your background. Is it convenient for you to share? Now that you are esteemed Mr. Pan, I certainly can. Cheng Xiao shrugged up. Mr. Pan suddenly produced a notebook and a pen, feigning seriousness as he began to interrogate her. Name, Cheng Xiao. Gender, female. Age, 25. Measurements. Cheng Xiao hesitated, casting a furtive glare at Mrd. P and be honest. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Measurements, 97, 63, 96. Cheng Xiao replied, her cheeks flushed. Very well, your attitude is commendable. Next question. Family situation. Mr. Pan, satisfied with her responses, continued. Both parents deceased, no relatives, she replied. Mr. Pan realized that his inquiries had become somewhat inappropriate and paused. What's the matter, esteemed Mr. Pan? Not asking any more? Cheng Xiao inquired in surprise. I didn't mean to. I apologized. No matter. In this apocalyptic world, families are extinguished everywhere. Cheng Xiao appears largely unaffected. Understood. Let me be the one to alter this wretched state of affairs. Pan Han slowly sets down his book and Pan, is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Lord Pan, I heard from Qin Lauda that you are a sharpshooter. Where did you acquire such remarkable skills? After the apocalypse, I practiced on my own. I have likely taken the lives of several hundred people and thousands of zombies. Now, I can achieve a single-shot hit within 500 meters. Cheng Xiao speaks with a hint of pride. Gulp, Pan Han swallows hard. Goodness, you've killed hundreds. He quickly grabs a can of cola, gulping it down to calm his nerves. Lord Pan, are you frightened? Cheng Xiao observes his demeanor and chuckles inwardly. Sooner or later, I shall give you a couple of shots, Pan Han retorts sulkily. The two converse for approximately an hour, during which Pan Han gains a general understanding of the apocalyptic conditions. After finishing the last drop of cola, he rises. All right, You should head downstairs to find Qin Lao to discuss the plans for the base's development. I shall return now, perhaps in a few days. Acknowledged. Cheng Xiao nods and turns to descend the stairs. Pan Han decides to return home to sell gold bars and purchase a vehicle. He resolves to simply traverse through the room directly to avoid any complications. Should inquiries arise in the future, he will deflect them with the highest level of secrecy. As the spatial fluctuations occur, Pan Han travels through dimensions. Upon returning to his shared apartment, Pan Han first heads to take a shower. He has noticed something peculiar. In the other world, he cannot detect any distinct odors, but upon returning, he is overwhelmed by a pervasive stench. It is unbearable without a shower. Once he cleanses himself, it takes a good half hour. Emerging afterward, it is already noon. He decides to eat first, then sell a few gold bars, and finally buy ACAR.AS for the gold bars. He will certainly approach Wang Chung for assistance. Wang Chung is as agreeable as ever. Pan Han sells 5 gold bars, receiving 2 million in return. Upon seeing the notification of the transaction, Pan Han muses that this is sufficient for purchasing a car, and he departs with satisfaction. Just after Pan Han leaves, Wang Chung silently opens his phone and dials a number. "Hello, Tiger. Please help me investigate this individual." "All right, Chung Ge, I have received the information. I will update you tonight," the other party replies. Naturally, Pan Han remains oblivious to the fact that he has been put under surveillance, lost in the delightful reverie of buying a car outright. Pan Han heads directly to the largest BMW dealership in the city. He has his eyes set on an M5, hoping to finalize the purchase today. The BMW M5, dubbed the suit-clad thug, is priced around 1.4 million, boasting a 0 to 100 km/h acceleration in 3.4 seconds. Its understated appearance belies its explosive performance, making it a perfect tool for subtle ostentation. On a weekday afternoon, the showroom is not particularly crowded. Upon entering, Pan Han makes a beeline for the M5. The showcased M5, in a sleek black exterior with red brake calipers, ignites a spark of excitement in Pan Han's eyes. At that moment, a sales consultant approaches. Seeing Pan Han, he assumes he is merely an onlooker. This M5 has been on display for several months without a sale, as most customers opt for the 7 Series given its hefty price tag. However, with few patrons in the afternoon, it doesn't hurt to ask a few questions. "Good day, sir. Are you here to look at cars?" The sales consultant greets him professionally. "Is this vehicle for sale?" Pan Han inquires, pointing at the M5. "Well, as you can see, of course it is for sale." The sales consultant chuckles at the exchange. "I have purchased it." Pan Han does not indulge in idle chatter. "What is the situation?" The sales consultant is taken aback. "This car, I have bought it. Let us proceed with the contract." Pan Han reiterates, "Sir, this is the M5, not an ordinary 5 Series. It costs over 1.4 million. The sales consultant still seems somewhat incredulous. "Yes, that is indeed the one. Let us sign the contract. Do not compel me to repeat myself a third time." Pan Han raises his voice. Oh, very well. Please follow me. Let us discuss this over there on the sofa." The sales consultant gestures towards a nearby seating area. Pan Han walks over and takes a seat, while the sales consultant hastens to pour water. "Sir, would you like some water?" "Thank you." "What is the exact price of this vehicle?" "The guide price is 1.45 million, but there is currently a discount of 20,000. Then let us sign the contract." "Can I drive it away today?" "My dear fellow, that might prove difficult. There are numerous procedures to complete. The earliest would be tomorrow." The sales consultant's expression reveals his concern. "Very well, then tomorrow it shall be. It is perfect as I plan to use it to pick someone up." Pan Han recalls that Yin Xiaoli is returning tomorrow evening. "Excellent. Do you prefer to pay in full or finance?" "In full." As Pan Han speaks, he retrieves his bank card. "Very well, please hold on a moment. I shall prepare the contract." "All right, I shall browse a little longer. Call for me when it is ready." "Certainly, my good sir." The sales consultant, more anxious than Pan Han, is eager to finalize the deal and prepare the contract. Should any complications arise, the bonus he anticipates would slip away. In truth, Pan Han has visited this place numerous times. He is intimately familiar with the cars here. However, previously he was too impoverished to do more than merely observe. After inspecting several vehicles, he found a spot to queue up. Within half an hour, the sales consultant returned with the contract for Pan Han. The two began reviewing the document before signing. Just as they were about to swipe the card for payment, a young woman in athletic wear, sporting yoga pants and an impressive figure, approached the M5, opened the door, and seated herself within. She then spoke loudly into her phone. "I told you, I want to buy this car." a voice on the other end replied. All right. My precious daughter, allow me to call the manager of this dealership. Upon hearing this, the young woman joyfully hung up the phone, her hands exploring the interior of the vehicle. 3 minutes later, the 4S store manager appeared beside her. Miss Wong, what a coincidence. This vehicle has already been reserved. The manager wore an awkward smile. Who reserved it? Have them cancel it. The young woman, without lifting her gaze, responded firmly. The gentleman who reserved the car is over there. We must consult his opinion. The manager casually pointed towards Pan Han. Meanwhile, Pan Han had completed signing the contract. With only the payment pending, he noticed that something was amiss by the car and turned to look. The young woman exchanged glances with Pan Han. Approaching him, she boldly declared, Handsome, I wish to purchase this car. What a coincidence. I have already reserved it, Pan Han replied coldly, showing no interest in her. Chapter 15. I will remember you. I know it was you who made the reservation. However, I have had my eye on this car for some time. Would you consider relinquishing it to me? The young woman implored. Pan Han assessed her. She appeared to be in her early 20s, her physique impeccably managed, and her beauty strikingly high. It was evident she hailed from a wealthy family. I apologize, miss, but I have been eyeing this vehicle for quite some time, and I fear I cannot relinquish it to you, Pan Han remarked. How about I offer you an additional 20,000 yuan? The young woman suggested. It's not about the money. I genuinely wish to purchase the car. Pan Han replied. 50,000, surely that should suffice, the young woman retorted, visibly irritated. Sir, I am the manager of this establishment, Miss Wong, and I have indeed expressed interest in this vehicle long before. Perhaps you could part with it this time? And I will promptly notify you when the M5 arrives again in a few days, the manager interjected. Miss Wong, I apologize, but I require the car, Pan Han said, raising his hands in exasperation. How can you be so unreasonable? Is it that you are impervious to reason? I am in a good mood today and do not wish to trouble my father. However, should you persist, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, the young woman declared. I in broad daylight. Are you truly threatening me? Pan Han, having faced zombies in apocalyptic times, found such a threat laughable. Observing the situation escalate, the manager swiftly pulled Pan Han aside and whispered, Mr. Pan, this Miss Wong is not someone to be trifled with. It would be wise to let her have the card. Oh, what is her background? Pan Han inquired. Her father is a leading figure in our city's pharmaceutical industry, with several publicly traded companies and a fortune amounting to hundreds of billions, the manager whispered. Then she should not be in need of a car. Why is she vying for this one? Upon hearing this, Pan Han realized she indeed belonged to a prominent family, possessing no less than 20 vehicles. However, this M5 was rumored to be a gift for her boyfriend. What if I refuse to yield? This is quite a dilemma, the manager expressed. Torn. A dilemma? Then do not bother with it, Pan Han declared, striding directly to the consultant to make the payment. The manager found himself at a loss. It was unwise to provoke someone capable of purchasing an M5 outright. Just then, the young woman initiated a video call via WeChat. Hello, darling, have you sorted it out? Just drive it over once you have, her boyfriend's voice came through. Not yet, there's only one M5 in the dealership, and it has been reserved by someone else. However, they refused to let it go, the young woman explained. And no worries, it's not imperative to have it today. That one do. Today is your birthday? And we must secure the M5 for you, and no need for that. As long as you love me, that is sufficient. I do not require the M5, I must go. I will speak to that person again, the young woman concluded, ending the video call and striding purposefully towards Pan Han. I offer a firm price. 100,000 yuan. Will you accept? She reiterated. Upon hearing this, Pan Han felt a smile tugging at his lips. Such wealthy individuals often believed money could resolve all matters. Yet, the scenes involving Chen Yun and Li Long from a few days prior lingered vividly in his mind. Pan Han found himself deeply averse to such attempts to wield money as a weapon. I'm sorry, miss, but I cannot agree. Please refrain from pursuing me further, Pan Han stated coldly. You? The young woman was rendered speechless with indignation, pointing an accusatory finger at Pan Han. Were you not taught, in your household, to refrain from pointing fingers at others? Pan Han glared at the young woman with a fierce gaze. The young woman, undeterred, dashed to the sales consultant, swiftly snatching the contract and scrutinizing the details. Pan Han, such a fine lad, I shall remember you. The sales consultant, realizing the gravity of the situation as customer information was compromised, swiftly retrieved it back. No worries, it is not your fault, Pan Han reassured the consultant. Miss, should you persist in this manner, I shall have no choice but to contact the authorities. I hope the police can assist in calming you down, Pan Han stated. Pan Han, is it? Just you wait. The young woman retorted angrily, turning her back and departing without a glance. What a lunatic, Pan Han scoffed. To encounter such individuals while buying a car is truly unfortunate. The manager hurriedly attempted to placate the young woman, but how could she possibly heed his words? She brusquely shrugged off his hand and continued on her way. Realizing that persuasion was futile, the manager promptly retrieved his phone to inform her father of the situation, primarily to absolve himself of any responsibility. Pan Han chose to disregard the troublesome affair, proceeding to make the payment, complete the paperwork, and arrange to collect the vehicle the following day. He hailed a taxi and departed, exuding a carefree demeanor, having spent money and seemingly forged a new grievance. Sitting in the car, Pan Han contemplated quietly, is this not the essence of a vibrant life? The monotonous routine of working, cooking, and sleeping resembles that of a mere salted fish. After a day out, he finally returned to his shared apartment. Pan Han lay on his bed, scrolling through short videos and playing several ranked matches. Today, his skills were particularly sharp, achieving multiple pentakills. Satisfied with his performance, he set his phone aside and approached the window to gaze into the distance, allowing his eyes to relax. Stretching leisurely, he let out a few soft groans. Suddenly, an unusual sensation washed over him, an inexplicable feeling he had never experienced before. Bewildered, he glanced around. Below, a man clad in a black fleece jacket seemed to be photographing him with a phone. Pan Han could not be certain if he was indeed the subject of the man's lens, yet an inner voice urged caution. Slowly, he opened the window and leaned out to observe the man. Just as he did so, the man tucked away his phone and promptly walked away. Something is amiss. What on earth is happening? How peculiar, Pan Han muttered, shutting the window. Could it be that Miss Wang has sent someone to trouble me? Surely not, and the timing is too swift for that. Perhaps it is merely a case of misinterpretation. I shall not dwell on it any longer, Pan Han mused. He retrieved his phone, found Yin Xiaoli's WeChat, and sent her a message. What time will you arrive in Kyoto tomorrow? Which station shall I meet you at? 3 p.m., Kyoto South Station. Yin Xiaoli replied almost instantly. How went the shoot? Was it successful? Yes, the first day was completed without a hitch. Afterwards, I explored the surroundings with a few friends. Shall I come to pick you up tomorrow? I have nothing else to do, aren't you working? I quit. Oh, how sudden. What prompted such a decision? I want to pursue my own endeavors. Working consumes too much time. Working consumes time, yet picking me up does not. Two different matters. Picking you up certainly does not waste time. All right then, 3 p.m. tomorrow at Kyoto South. We'll connect then. Agreed. Pan Han found conversing with Yin Xiaoli to be quite pleasant. Point one cannot help but acknowledge that the self-cultivation of an actor is indeed remarkable. Chapter 16 Arm yourself. After conversing with Yin Xiaoli, Pan Han found himself pondering the earlier events, sensing an underlying disquiet. His instincts told him that something was amiss. With this thought in mind, he resolved to consult the team from the apocalypse. Their years of survival on the edge of danger surely endowed them with insight. As he activated the spatial fluctuations, Pan Han traversed dimensions once more, this time reappearing in a second-floor single room of the base. The room was devoid of occupants and light, as darkness had already enveloped the outside world. He opened the door and descended to the first floor. There, the 6 members of the team were gathered in the hall, enjoying a meal, while Lao Lu stood guard outside. Upon seeing Pan Han emerge from upstairs, the 6 looked somewhat bewildered. Lord Pan, how did you get in? Qin Zhong inquired hastily, rising to his feet. ASA command. This question is no longer permitted, Pan Han replied. Yes, my lord, that I merely feared for our security. If you can enter so quietly, others may do the same, Qin Zhong explained. Indeed, your concerns are valid. However, there is no rush on this matter. What are you all eating? Pan Han inquired, having caught a whiff of the delicious aroma wafting through the air. We have prepared some rice, pickled vegetables, and roasted luncheon meat, Qin Zhong reported. Perfect, I haven't eaten either. Please fetch me a self-heating hot pot, Pan Han requested. Upon hearing this, Bai Mei immediately headed to the storeroom to retrieve the item for him. Lord Pan, why have you returned so soon? You just left not long ago. Is there something amiss? Cheng Xiao asked. Indeed, there is something, Pan Han pondered momentarily before deciding to voice his concerns. I feel as though someone is following me. Although I lack evidence, the intuition is quite strong. Oh? Lao Wu Wang Yun, a master of tracking, immediately perked up with interest. Pan Han recalled that Wang Yun excelled in such matters and recounted the events of that afternoon in broad strokes. From the information at hand, it is indeed challenging to ascertain whether you are being followed. Wang Yun remarked, "Is there any way to uncover the truth?" Pan Han pressed. "That is simple. Allow me to procure something for you." Wang Yun replied, rising to head towards his room. At that moment, Erji Bai Mei returned from the storeroom and handed the self-heating hot pot to Pan Han. Qin Zhong exchanged a knowing glance with Cheng Xiao, who immediately understood. "Lord Pan, let me assist you in heating it," Cheng Xiao offered as she took the hot pot and began preparing it. "Thank you," Pan Han expressed. The 6 individuals were momentarily taken aback by his words of gratitude. "What is it?" Pan Han noticed their unusual reaction. "Thank you. Those words have not been spoken in a long time," Qin Zhong remarked. Pan Han found himself at a loss for words, staring blankly at the campfire on the ground. "Lord Pan, take a look at this," Wang Yun said, presenting a cup-sized object to Pan Han. He took it in hand. He examined it closely. The black cylindrical device felt quite heavy, with a folded tripod in the center and a collapsible screen at the back. "What is this?" he inquired. "This is a counter tracker. Place it in your room, facing the window and downstairs. Should anyone attempt to photograph your residence, it will capture the information, pinpoint the device used, and even provide a photographic record of the intruder." Wang Yun explained. "Wow, such an impressive gadget exists?" Pan Han exclaimed. Wang Yun chuckled. Indeed, this type of invention was quite common before the apocalypse. Primarily, it is the celebrities who utilize this to thwart paparazzi from clandestinely capturing their images. At a more sophisticated level, it can even emit lasers that incinerate the photoreceptive components of the intruder's devices. Does it require electricity? Well, it can operate on batteries or be plugged into a power source. If you have no other engagements, it would be prudent to keep it connected to the power supply for continuous surveillance. Should it detect any recording activity, a red light will illuminate as a warning, and one can ascertain the identity of the trespasser via the rear screen. This contraption is quite remarkable. "You have done exceptionally well, Lao Wu," Pan Han remarked in a tone that mimicked a mafia boss. Wang Yun felt a bit embarrassed, scratching the back of his head. When one performs admirably, they ought to be rewarded. "Speak up. What do you desire?" Pan Han inquired. Pandarin was jesting. "These are merely our responsibilities. How could we dare to request any reward? No, our small team is destined for greatness. To accomplish significant endeavors, we must adhere to principles. Hence, rewards and penalties must be distinctly delineated," Pan Han asserted with gravity. "Pandarin speaks wisely. Lao Wu, do share your thoughts," Qin Zhong encouraged. "Very well, Panda or Ian. In that case, I would like a bottle of whiskey," Lao Wu stated. "Not an issue. I shall bring it for you next time." Pan Han agreed without a moment's hesitation. "Thank you, Pandarin." You see, even he knows how to express gratitude. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into hearty laughter, and the atmosphere was filled with joviality. "Pandarin, the hot pot is ready. Here you go. Enjoy it while it is warm," Cheng Xiao announced as she brought the dish. Pan Han accepted it and began to eat heartily. After taking her seat, Cheng Xiao presented her sidearm before Pan Han. "Pandarin, I bestow this firearm upon you. Should any danger arise, it may serve as your protection. Given your suspicions of being followed, it is wise to be thoroughly prepared." The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment. Pan Han had not previously considered this aspect, as the country and city he resided in were among the safest in the world. Moreover, gun control was stringent, and ordinary individuals had no opportunity to encounter such items. However, Pan Han reflected that with his spatial capabilities, storing the firearm there would render it untraceable. Additionally, should he find himself in a dire situation necessitating the use of lethal force, he could dispose of the body and shell within his space, later discarding them in a post-apocalyptic scenario, leaving no trace behind. Quite reasonable. Pan Han picked up the handgun, examining it for a moment. There are 2 magazines, totaling 3 in all, including the one in the chamber. Each magazine holds 15 rounds, amounting to a total of 45 rounds. "That should suffice for your emergency self-defense," Cheng Xiao continued. "What about you? If you have firearms and ammunition, we possess numerous backups. I can simply select another 1.0. Then that is agreeable. By the way, how many weapons do you currently possess?" Pan Han suddenly expressed interest. "In total, we have approximately 50 assorted weapons, with over 20,000 rounds of ammunition. Additionally, there are several dozen grenades, about 10 anti-personnel mines, and a batch of grenade launchers. We also managed to gather a few crossbows. With over 200 arrows, Qin Zhong reported to IS that's sufficient. In a real confrontation, it may only last through 2 minor skirmishes before depleting our resources. It seems prudent to stockpile more weaponry. Indeed. Previously, you instructed me to formulate a plan. Shall we seize this opportunity to provide an update? Very well, go ahead. If our base aims to expand to 100 individuals, the current accommodations will undoubtedly be insufficient. This area was once a villa district, and there are still a dozen or so vacant buildings nearby. We have calculated that a maximum of 800 individuals can be accommodated. From a safety perspective, it would be prudent to erect a wall that encloses the several houses within. This will necessitate a substantial amount of materials and labor, as Qin Zhong remarked. Indeed, however, this endeavor can be approached gradually. Are the materials for the wall readily available? Pan Han inquired. The simplest option would be corrugated iron, which is quite manageable. For a more robust solution, a concrete wall would provide greater assurance, Qin Zhong stated. He continued. Chapter 17. Will humanity perish under these circumstances? Next on the agenda is firearms and ammunition. I have estimated that approximately 100 crates of supplies will be required to exchange for 200 rifles, including sniper rifles and machine guns, along with an additional 500,000 rounds of ammunition. Our current stockpile is certainly insufficient. Qin Zhong expressed his concerns regarding the equipment. Very well, you have a plan in place for this, do you not? Pan Han asked. Yes, but we must travel to the neighboring city where a weapons trading market exists. We should avoid engaging with the 3 local gangs, as they pose a risk. The adjacent city, X City, is larger, has a greater population, and even boasts a branch of the 12 palaces managing operations. All right, I shall accompany you during the weapon transactions to observe. Lastly, we must consider food and water in this apocalyptic world. Mere sustenance is paramount. 800 grams per person daily suffices. Half the day should be devoted to training, while the remaining time can be spent in labor, allowing for additional meals during work. Currently, our supplies, excluding those for weapon trading, should sustain 100 individuals for a month. Are we adequately stocked with vehicles and fuel? I have heard that you previously seized an oil depot. The vehicles from before the apocalypse are now largely inoperable. However, there are specialized manufacturers capable of repairs, albeit at a considerable cost. We still possess several tons of fuel, which should last us for a while. Is there a marketplace available for transactions? X City is entirely open for trade. It seems we have an opportunity to explore X City, Pan Han mused. As they continued their conversation while dining, the matters at hand were clarified within half an hour. At this juncture, Lao Lu returned for his shift, and Cheng Xiao took over. Cheng Xiao stood up to offer his seat to Lao Lu and proceeded to the armory to select a suitable weapon. Upon noticing this, Pan Han gestured for Cheng Xiao to wait, as he too wished to peruse the weaponry. Qin Lauda glanced at Pan Han, signaling Lao Lu to remain on guard a bit longer. Otherwise, there could be vulnerabilities during the shift change, making them susceptible to ambush. Pan Han observed that Qin Zhong was indeed meticulous and trustworthy, earning his admiration. Lao Lu, please stand guard for another 10 minutes, and I shall reward you with a can of cola. Lao Lu beamed with delight, his excitement evident as he hurriedly exited. The armory was located in the basement, previously a storage room, now transformed into a weapons cache. Cheng Xiao opened the door, illuminated the space with a flashlight, and invited Pan Han to enter first. The room was modest in size, densely packed with various weapons. Pan Han explored the area, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. What man does not revel in the allure of firearms? While Pan Han indulged in his exploration, Cheng Xiao selected a handgun, filled 3 magazines, and inspected the weapon, deciding it would suffice. Have you finished selecting so swiftly? Pan Han inquired. I have handled all these weapons before, thus I know which ones suit me best. Come, I shall accompany you for a while on guard duty. It is quite chilly outside. You ought to dress warmly. How considerate of you. Pan Han located a flight jacket worn by the Air Force and followed Cheng Xiao outside to stand guard. Indeed, it was quite cold, and I was shivering. Within a minute of reaching the sentry post, Pan Han began to lament. In the post-apocalyptic world, the temperature fluctuation between day and night is particularly extreme, reaching 20 during the day and plummeting to -20 at night. Aren't you cold? Pan Han inquired, observing Cheng Xiao, who was dressed lightly and appeared not to be wearing thermal leggings. I am cold, but I've simply grown accustomed to it. I remarked that I had seldom seen them warming themselves. Well, she replied, firstly, everyone has adapted. Prolonged heating would diminish our cold resistance ability and impair our mobility. Secondly, fuel is precious and must be reserved for vehicles. It seemed that everyone was employing various methods for survival. Perhaps we are indeed the chosen ones, destined to endure in this world of desolation, and to some extent, we are fortunate to be alive. But how do you manage bathing? Pan Han continued to inquire. We take cold showers. What else can we do? Even during your menstrual period, you take cold showers. To my knowledge, all women no longer have their menstrual cycles. What? Then how do they have children? Pan Han was taken aback by this revelation. Correct, it is no longer possible to give birth. Chang Xiao shrugged, expressing her resignation. If this continues, when everyone grows old and dies, won't humanity face extinction? Why should humanity be exempt from extinction? Chang Xiao countered. Pan Han was left speechless, his mind buzzing with the weight of the conversation. Is no one addressing this issue? After pondering for a while, he posed this question. I heard that the 12 houses are conducting research, but there has been little progress. This world seems to be cursed. It is likely that human efforts can no longer affect change. No, tonight's topic is too heavy, Pan Han declared, unable to continue the conversation. He bid farewell to Cheng Xiao and prepared to return to the real world for rest, as he needed to retrieve a vehicle and pick someone up the following day. Before leaving, Cheng Xiao said to Pan Han, I don't know who you truly are, but my intuition tells me that you might be here to save this world. Pua? What the hell? I can't believe I've been PUA'd in the apocalypse. I'm not here to save any world. I'm here to seek treasure. Back in my world, I want to chase girls, travel, savor delicious food, play games, tip streamers, and play mahjong. Isn't that appealing? Pan Han mumbled as he departed. Upon returning to the hall, he bid farewell to Qin Laoda and ascended to the second floor to traverse back as usual. He took a shower to rid himself of the odor. After completing his routine, he changed into sleepwear. Pan Han retrieved the monitoring device given to him by Lao Wu from his space and set it up on the windowsill, connecting it to the power supply. With a chime, the device began to operate. As he opened the screen, he could see the scenery and the flow of people outside. He was quite satisfied, giving the monitor a pat before turning to lie down on his bed. Qin Laoda has begun recruiting. I will prepare a batch of supplies, retrieve the vehicle tomorrow, pick someone up in the afternoon, and then return to the base with supplies. After staying for a few days, I will look for an opportunity to procure weapons and ammunition in City X. Pan Han mentally organized the tasks at hand. Suddenly, he recalled that he had returned with a firearm. This thought. He instinctively glanced around to see if anyone was present. Evidently, the strict gun control in Longwo was remarkably effective. Pan Han retrieved a handgun and a magazine from his space, their metallic sheen glimmering under the light. Ever since he had dispatched a zombie, he had not fired a weapon again. It seemed he needed to seize the opportunity to practice in this apocalyptic world. Even if he could not become a sharpshooter, he must at least hone his skills to be a quick draw. He mused. Memories of classic scenes of vengeance from Hong Kong films flooded his mind from his childhood. At that moment, he transformed into a character reminiscent of a heroic gunslinger, aiming his gun at the air and declaring, I vow never to allow anyone to point a gun at my head again. He then leaped off the bed, emulating a Western cowboy, swiftly drawing his gun and pretending to take down an adversary. After emptying the magazine, he loaded it again while exclaiming, Surrender, Azu. Outside, it's all Jackie Chan. This little cosplay performance lasted about an hour, during which Pan Han embodied dozens of characters, finally drifting off to sleep with satisfaction. In a luxurious hotel within the city, an upscale party was already well into its second half. I'm so furious, a young woman clad in yoga pants shouted passionately. She was the same young woman who also wished to purchase an M5. Bullying our Wang Do. He should consider how many lives he has, exclaimed a nearby young man. Tomorrow, we shall teach him a lesson. Exactly. I'll find out where he works and have his boss fire him, chimed in Wang Dodo's friends, all speaking in unison. I want him to kneel and apologize. Licking my shoe heels, Wang Dodo declared vehemently. Chapter 18. I can drive any car. While Wang Dodo and his entourage plotted how to deal with Pan Han, he had already fallen into a deep slumber. In the eyes of these privileged youths, a person like Pan Han, who was oblivious to his own circumstances, must be thoroughly dealt with, reduced to groveling like a dog. They prided themselves on their extensive experience in such matters. Eliminating you. What does it have to do with me? The night passed quietly, and Pan Han awoke at 7 a.m. Since leaving his job, he felt revitalized. Rising early, He no longer had to endure the crowded subway or contend with the expressions of others. After freshening up, he tidied his room and the living area before preparing a nutritious breakfast for himself. Upon finishing, he checked the monitoring device and found no records. It appeared that the individual was not constantly watching him. He hoped it was merely a false alarm. Pan Han had many secrets now, and if someone were to fixate on him, it could lead to exposure. He caressed his gun, contemplating that if anyone posed a threat to him, he would take decisive action without hesitation. He could then conceal the body in his space and dispose of it in the apocalypse. Undetected and untraceable, the person would simply be deemed missing, no matter the investigation. Once finished with his meal, Pan Han headed straight to the 4S dealership, aiming to collect his car that morning. The process of picking up the vehicle went smoothly. After all, who could question the background of someone paying in full for an M5? Although Wang Dodo had caused some disruption, the manager dismissed it without concern. Selling to one person or another, what difference does it make? To express his apologies, the manager even filled up the gas tank. Pan Han was quite pleased and assured that he would prioritize this dealership for his next car purchase. The consultant and manager escorted Pan Han to the entrance, watching him depart. Having driven for half an hour in the apocalypse before, Pan Han found that the skills he had previously learned rushed back to him. He considered that if he drove slowly, there should be no significant issues. The M5 engine emitted a rich, resonant sound as it carried Pan Han westward. Exhilarating, Pan Han patted the steering wheel, reveling in the melodies played by the Harman Kardon sound system. He deliberately positioned himself at the front of the line at a traffic light. When the green light illuminated, he pressed the accelerator firmly to the floor, the powerful thrust pushing him back into his seat with a forceful acceleration. Roar! Pan Han exclaimed in excitement. Navigate to Qingdao Plaza. He resolved not to return home, as his residential area lacked a spacious parking lot. Instead, he opted to park at the mall, which boasted a vast parking facility. However, his reversing skills were still lacking, and it took him 3 attempts to find a vacant space before he could park properly. After disembarking, he circled the M5 for a while, capturing several photos with his phone. Glancing at the time, he noted it was only 11 o'clock. A stroll before lunch seemed in order. The first floor of the mall typically housed jewelry stores, cosmetics, and watch boutiques. As Pan Han passed by a watch shop, he pondered whether he should purchase an upscale timepiece. Just then, he spotted a Rolex and decided to take a closer look. Memories of watching gangster films like Young and Dangerous flooded back, where small-time thugs would use Rolex watches as fare for their escapades. This brand of watch was considered a hard currency, highly liquid and sought after. Many styles even appreciated in value. Acquiring one was akin to making a profit. 3 minutes later, he emerged from the store. What nonsense, a single watch costing over 100,000. Why not have Qin Loudest source a few models for me in the apocalypse? Why spend such money? It would be wiser to save it for supplies to expand the team. Pan Han shook his head, chiding himself to remain composed. Hey there, would you like a massage? A heavily made-up woman, elegantly dressed, was distributing flyers in the mall, and upon seeing Pan Han, she eagerly introduced her services. Massage? Pan Han reflected on his 2 decades as an underachiever and realized he had never indulged in such luxury. Perhaps it was a good way to pass the time. Why not? Pan Han accepted the flyer, which advertised Mystical Men's Wellness Center, grand opening, original price $498, today's special $198. 80 minutes later, Pan Han emerged from the wellness center, feeling rejuvenated. The service was commendable. He considered establishing a similar facility at the base in the apocalypse. Surrounding factions would surely trade equipment and supplies for IT.I in that case. For 98, could buy bullets and grant an 80-minute full-body massage. This thought brought a benevolent smile to Pan Han's face. With time drawing near, he drove directly to the South Station to pick up Yin Xiaoli. After confirming the precise pickup location via WeChat, he purchased a bouquet of fresh flowers, placing it in the passenger seat. Upon arrival, he waved at Yin Xiaoli amidst the crowd, who responded with both hands raised in greeting. Wow, today Boss Pan looks quite dapper. Yin Xiaoli was pleasantly surprised to see the flowers. What woman could resist such a gesture? Why the flowers? Yin Xiaoli inquired. For no particular reason, just practice makes perfect, Pan Han shrugged. Yin Xiaoli immediately understood, recalling how he often bought flowers for Chen and Ha. Don't flatter yourself. I'm not her substitute. She teased, don't overthink it. It was a gift when I bought the car, Pan Han fabricated. What car? Yin Xiaoli asked. You'll find out shortly, he replied cryptically as they made their way to the parking lot. This one? Yin Xiaoli pointed to a Hyundai Elantra. Dio, you look down on me? Pan Han retorted. This one? Yin Xiaoli took a couple of steps before pointing at a Volkswagen Tiguan and inquired, who do you look down upon? This one? She then gestured towards a Toyota Camry. Pan Han chuckled, offering no reply. After walking over 20 meters, he halted, produced the car keys, and pressed the unlock button. Beep beep. The M5 emitted an unlocking alert. Yin Xiaoli spun around, startled to find a strikingly handsome M5 glaring back at her. Exaggerated, excessive, this is utterly ridiculous. Did you purchase this? Yin Xiaoli exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, Pan Han replied, oh my, this is an M5. Over 1.4 million. Yin Xiaoli gasped, her astonishment prompting an expletive. Well, you certainly know your cars. Pan Han remarked, somewhat surprised that a woman could possess such automotive knowledge. I in the film industry, being acquainted with cars is merely fundamental, Yin Xiaoli asserted. That makes sense. I see you in a new light. Pan Han commented, oh please, I am the one who truly sees you in a new light. How is it that you acquired such an expensive car in just a few days? Well, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Pan Han replied, simultaneously opening the passenger door for Yin Xiaoli. Can I drive? Yin Xiaoli asked, Dio, you have a driver's license? Pan Han inquired, of course. Yin Xiaoli responded. This car has considerable power. Can you handle it? Pan Han chuckled. Yin Xiaoli scrutinized Pan Han for a moment before leaning closer to whisper, I can drive any car. Pan Han scratched his ear and obediently settled into the passenger seat. Yin Xiaoli excitedly took the driver's seat, eagerly exploring the controls while exclaiming, when will I have one of my own? Don't rush, Pan Han teased, pinching his nose and adopting a playful tone. I can't wait any longer. I must drive, Yin Xiaoli declared, patting Pan Han's thigh. A plume of white smoke wafted by as they sped towards their shared residence. Chapter 19. The surveillance camera proves its worth. To be fair, Yin Xiaoli's driving skills were indeed impressive. She navigated swiftly and steadily, extracting the full potential of the M5. Pan Han, seated in the passenger seat, felt a tinge of nervousness. Upon arriving at their shared apartment, Yin Xiaoli effortlessly maneuvered the car into a tight parking space, leaving Pan Han envious. From now on, you shall be my driver, he suggested as he exited the vehicle. Sure, but I come at a price. Can you afford me? Yin Xiaoli teased. How much do you earn from filming each month? Very little, perhaps a few thousand, he replied as they ascended the stairs. A few thousand? I can manage that, Yin Xiaoli exclaimed. Acting is my career. I willingly accept a modest income. However, being your driver would necessitate more than a few thousand, she clarified. What do you deem appropriate? It ought to be at least 30,000 a month, she stated. Agreed. I shall consider it, Pan Han mused, contemplating the future need for an assistant when he establishes his company, and Yin Xiaoli seemed to be a promising candidate. Take your time. I am off to shower, Yin Xiaoli said, dashing into her room to change and prepare for her bath. After returning to his own room, Pan Han immediately checked the surveillance camera. Damn it, there's a notification. He hurriedly activated the screen to ascertain the situation. The footage revealed a figure clad in black, capturing images of his window with a phone, later switching to a DSLR camera. What the hell is this? What do they hope to see? Pan Han found himself conversing with no one in particular. Glancing at the time, he realized it was merely a short while since he had stepped out. He tapped the screen, magnifying the image of the figure in black, a rather menacing-looking individual, unmistakably of dubious character. Pan Han retrieved his phone and captured a photograph of the figure's likeness on the screen. Could this be the troublemaker sent by the woman who had purchased a car? He pondered. Yet, he dismissed this notion. Such a wealthy second generation should have ascertained his address and confronted him directly rather than dispatching someone to surveil him and take pictures. If not them, then who could it be? He mused, I haven't offended anyone. Could it possibly be the dog-like Li Long? His thoughts began to spiral. Being a recent graduate, this was his first encounter with such a situation, and it was only natural for him to feel a tinge of panic. Just as his mind wandered, his phone rang unexpectedly. Hello? Pan Han noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Mr. Pan, this is Wang Qing. Do you recall that you had entrusted us with some valuable items a few times? Wang Qing inquired. Oh, Manager Wang, what can I do for you? Pan Han replied, somewhat puzzled. Nothing much. I merely wanted to check in. It has been a few days since your last visit. Has your issue been resolved? If not, we would be glad to have you back at our establishment. The pressure from my boss has been quite intense lately, and I've been visiting clients one by one. Please forgive me for the inconvenience. If you don't wish to keep the items for yourself, feel free to refer any friends. I can offer you a rebate then, Wang Chung continued. I see. Pan Han suddenly had a flash of insight. Could it be that Wang Chung was eyeing the gold I had previously entrusted to him? This phone call felt exceedingly strange. Thus, he resolved to test the waters. Manager Wang, to be candid, yesterday a creditor of mine reached out, informing me that a payment is due soon, and I should prepare the funds, Pan Han said. Mr. Pan, it's evident you are engaged in substantial business. It seems your previous ventures have expanded quite significantly, Wang Chung remarked. Thank you for your reminder, Manager Wang. I plan to gather my assets today, and will come to see you tomorrow, Pan Han responded. What a fortunate coincidence. Thank you, Mr. Pan, for looking after a small brother's business. I shall await your arrival at my store tomorrow, Wang Chung expressed, overflowing with gratitude. Of course, Pan Han replied. After the two ended their call, a subtle smile crept across Wang Cheng's lips as he dialed another number. Tiger. There should be a shipment at his place tonight. Keep a close watch and wait for the right moment to act. If it comes to it, eliminate any loose ends without leaving a trace. Understood, boss, Tiger replied in a lowered voice. Just a small-time drifter from Beijing. With so much gold and a luxury car, what else could it be but ill-gotten gains? If we don't take it from you, will you save it for the new year? Wang Chung thought to himself. After hanging up, Pan Han was already 90% certain that Wang Chung was up to something. The figure in black must have been dispatched to investigate him. He had purposely dropped a hint about gathering his assets tonight, aiming to lure the other party out. After some contemplation, Pan Han adjusted the surveillance camera's angle to focus on his car. He then retrieved a backpack and placed 5 gold bars inside. Carrying the bag with an exaggerated effort, he made his way downstairs to his vehicle, deliberately appearing as though he was struggling. He slowly placed the backpack in the trunk, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. Once his performance concluded, he hurried back upstairs, lying on his bed, awaiting the alarm from the surveillance system. Indeed, not 5 minutes had passed before the sirens arrived. This time, Pan Han stealthily peeked out. Glancing below, he observed a van parked beside the M5, from which 3 individuals emerged, the leader being the man clad in black. The trio encircled the M5, surveyed their surroundings, and promptly returned to their vehicle, which they then drove approximately 100 meters away to park. Holding his breath, Pan Han continued to observe. After about 10 minutes, there was still no sign of movement from the group. They had not departed. Were they preparing to act under the cover of night? Pan Han glanced at his watch. It was now 5 p.m. Pan Han, what are you doing? Came the voice of Yin Xiaoli from behind, startling him. Pan Han turned sharply. He found Yin Xiaoli standing at the doorway in a silk nightgown, her curves unapologetically accentuated. You finished your shower? Pan Han inquired. Yes, and what about you? Staring blankly at the scene below. Yin Xiaoli replied, I'm just keeping an eye on the car. A new purchase. Naturally, I find it a bit fascinating and want to admire it a little longer. Indeed, your car is quite impressive. Shall I treat you to dinner tonight? To thank you for picking me up, said Yin Xiaoli. Sure. Now that we have a car, we can go wherever we wish. Pan Han regained his composure. Then let us head to the outskirts for some iron pot braised fish. I used to know a farmer who runs a homestay nearby the reservoir. The freshly caught fish there is exquisite. Sounds good. It's only 5 now. By the time we arrive, it will likely be dark, perfect for enjoying some fish, Pan Han remarked. As per usual, I'll be the one driving. I didn't get enough of the city stretch earlier. I'll go change my clothes and make a reservation with the owner, Yin Xiaoli declared before turning to leave. Pan Han's gaze lingered. The silk garment clung tightly to her form, showcasing her curves. Goodness, she wasn't even wearing panties. Truly, acting is not a profession for the faint of heart. However, Yin Xiaoli's suggestion was indeed splendid. It was likely that those 3 would certainly follow them. Once they reached the sparsely populated outskirts, should they act, Pan Han would swiftly deal with them and dispose of their bodies in a spatial void. 5:30. The 2 set off, as expected. The van trailed behind. Unbeknownst to Yin Xiaoli, she drove exuberantly on the highway, the music blaring loudly. The cold wind stirred a fine drizzle, and the rain unveiled memories of mine. I felt like a small boat seeking a harbor, unable to forget you. Accompanied by the melodies of Wu Bai, the 2 vehicles traveled in tandem towards the countryside. Chapter 20. Brother, do not tread the path of crime. Pan Han sat in the passenger seat, his thoughts wholly detached from Yin Xiaoli. He occasionally glanced in the rearview mirror to observe the van, which seemed adept at following without detection. However, what puzzled Pan Han most was how this rickety van managed to keep pace with the M5. Surely, not all individuals are virtuous, and even the vehicle seemed rather formidable. Yin Xiaoli and the homestay owner were old acquaintances. They had even filmed together at this establishment previously. The two discussed the dinner details en route, with Yin Xiaoli insisting that the owner procure a freshly caught reservoir fish. After approximately 45 minutes, they began to navigate winding mountain roads. Yin Xiaoli's driving grew increasingly daring, turning, braking, accelerating, the speed escalating with each passing moment. The setting sun bathed the sky in hues of twilight, casting Yin Xiaoli in a uniquely enchanting light. It is said that when a man is focused on a task, he appears particularly handsome. The same holds true for women, even while driving. Pan Han withdrew his gaze from the rearview mirror, captivated by the beauty before him. His heart fluttering unexpectedly, he noticed that this woman exuded an effortless charm. Devoid of any pretense or artifice, radiating a refreshing vigor, to the very least, she graciously accepted gifts, expressed her gratitude, and contemplated reciprocation. Such qualities alone eclipsed many women. Changgu, they have entered the mountains. We are still in pursuit. Fat Tiger reported to Wang Chung from the passenger seat, seizing the moment to find a secluded spot to act. Just a brief instruction will suffice, Wang Chung replied. Understood. Shall we adhere to the usual terms regarding expenses? Fat Tiger inquired. Rest assured, it will be split evenly, not a penny less for you, Wang Chung assured him. All right then, await my news. At last, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Pan Han and Yin Xiaoli arrived at the agritourism establishment. The proprietor had long prepared a private room for them. The room was modest, featuring a large pot at its center, accompanied by a chimney, and adorned with vibrant red and green fabric, exuding a rustic charm. Ah, Yin the Star, what a delight to see you after such a long time. What brings you to support my business today? The plump, balding owner, who was busy calculating accounts in the main hall, exclaimed. Uncle Li, it's been ages. You still seem as portly as ever. Yin Xiaoli affectionately addressed the proprietor, indicating a close relationship. Ha, you mischievous girl. And who might this handsome gentleman be? The owner inquired. This is my roommate, Mr. Pan, Yin Xiaoli introduced. Greetings, Mr. Pan. The owner extended his hand for a shake. Ah, Mr. Pan, truly a fine specimen. It's evident you and Xiaoli are well suited, the owner remarked. Uncle Li, please refrain from such teasing. We are merely roommates, Yin Xiaoli interjected with a laugh. Ha, my dear girl, you're no longer a child. It's high time you sought a boyfriend, the owner chided, holding onto Pan Han's hand with an unwavering grip. Uncle Li, you jest. Xiaoli and I are genuinely just friends, Pan Han replied, feeling a hint of bashfulness. All right, matters of the youth are best left to you. Allow me to lead you to your room, Uncle Li proclaimed. Inside the room, warmth enveloped them as Uncle Li timed the preparation of fish and pancakes to perfection, ensuring they could dine immediately upon arrival. Mr. Pan, please take a seat. Tonight, you shall savor our reservoir fish, and I assure you, it will delight your palate. Let Xiaoli handle the payment, Uncle Li suggested. Sounds splendid. It has been quite some time since I've enjoyed fish, Pan Han responded. Mr. Pan, what type of liquor do you prefer? Uncle Li inquired. Drink? We arrived by car. Indulging in spirits would hinder our return, Pan Han replied. Why return at all? I shall stoke the furnace in the inn. After dining, you can stay here, Uncle Li proposed. Uncle Li, please start with some cold dishes, Yin Xiaoli interjected, unable to bear the situation any longer, urging the owner to step outside. With a jovial smile, Uncle Li acquiesced, and awkward silence settled in the room. How did you become so familiar with Uncle Li? Pan Han broke the tension. I spent half a month rehearsing here. We became well acquainted during that time, Yin Xiaoli explained. Indeed, this place is quite charming. We should return when the opportunity arises, Pan Han remarked. Just then, Uncle Li reappeared, bringing 4 plates of appetizers along with a large jug of liquor. Mr. Pan, this is our homemade brew. Why not sample it tonight? Uncle Li offered with a beaming smile. Faced with such hospitality, Pan Han had no choice but to accept. Are you able to drink? Pan Han inquired. Isn't that a bit redundant? In our circle, how can one navigate without indulging in alcohol? Yin Xiaoli replied. All right, I haven't had a drink in ages. Chen Yun isn't fond of alcohol, so let's enjoy ourselves tonight. The two settled down, neither of them holding back, rolling up their sleeves to feast. The aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, complemented by heartfelt toasts. Outside, The bright moon began to rise, while inside, laughter and cheerful banter filled the room. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere grew lively as they reminisced about their pasts and envisioned their futures. Approximately half an hour later, both began to feel slightly tipsy. Yin Xiaoli lit a cigarette and offered one a Pan Han. Pan Han took the cigarette. He seized the opportunity to gently touch Yin Xiaoli's hand. So smooth. Ah? Daring to take advantage of your sister, are we? You little rascal. Feeling bold, are you? Yin Xiaoli teased. Not at all, not at all, Pan Han quickly retorted, standing up and adding, Excuse me, I need to borrow a moment, before hastily exiting. Once outside the restaurant, he took a deep breath to compose himself. Spotting a small grove behind the building, he made his way there. Earlier, in the hall, he had intentionally asked the owner, Mr. Li, in a loud voice where the restroom was, and Mr.Li had pointed towards the back. The three burly men dining in the hall had perked up their ears, exchanging glances and preparing to act. Pan Han deliberately wandered deeper into the grove, having heard footsteps following him. Only when he felt he was far enough from the restaurant did he pause, feigning the need to relieve himself. Fat Hu, with a menacing glare, stepped forward swiftly, flanked by his two lackeys. Finished yet? Fat Hu inquired. What's the rush? Almost done, Pan Han replied without turning around. I'm done now. Let us talk. Turning around, Pan Han faced the trio. What's this about? Nothing much. Recently we've been a bit strapped for cash. We were hoping to borrow some from you. Fat Hu explained. Sure, how much do you need? Pan Han asked. How much do you have? One of the lackeys chimed in. I'll give you 100,000, said Pan Han, contemplating whether to give them one last chance to take the money and leave, treating it as though nothing had occurred. Ha, you're truly desperate, Fat Hu chuckled, brandishing a knife. Well then, make us an offer. 10 million, Pan Han stated. And if I refuse? Fat Hu challenged. Then we'll tie you up and sell you off piece by piece. But don't worry, before you die, we'll let you see your own kidneys, Fat Hu remarked. Brave man, I'll give it to you. Here is my bank card, he said. Feigning to pull out his wallet, Pan Han discreetly retrieved a gun from his concealed space, already fitted with a silencer. The three men stood frozen, astonished at the sudden appearance of the firearm in Pan Han's hand. They were accustomed to petty extortion, not to such a display of force. Brother, you're still young. Don't tread the path of crime. Fat Hu, seasoned in the underworld, finally found the opportunity to utter those words. Pan Han wasted no time. He fired 2 shots, executing the 2 lackeys with precision. Blood splattered onto Fat Hu, who immediately fell to his knees. Who sent you? Pan Han demanded. Will telling you save my life? Fat Hu stammered. Pan Han, unfazed, fired 4 more shots at the nearby corpse. Wang Cheng, the manager of the pawnshop, Fat Hu quaked in fear, hastily confessing. So it was him, that little scoundrel, Pan Han remarked. Brother, spare me. This is all Wang Cheng's scheme. He instructed us to keep an eye on you, kidnap you, and then force you to reveal the whereabouts of the treasure, said Fat Tiger. All right, understood. You may leave, Pan Han replied. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and fired a shot. Fat Tiger collapsed, his brain splattering. Pan Han wasted no time, utilizing his consciousness to dispose of the 3 bodies into space, simultaneously collecting all traces of blood. He checked his phone, surveying the surroundings, finding no evidence left behind. With 3 nuisances eliminated from this world, he pondered it as a service to the public. Once everything was tidied up, he headed straight for the private room. Chapter 21. Acting, I am serious. Upon Pan Han's return to the private room, Yin Xiaoli's cheeks were slightly flushed as she leaned back in her chair, engrossed in her phone. Why were you gone for so long? She inquired. Nothing much, just took care of a few people, Pan Han replied, sipping his tea. Yin Xiaoli raised an eyebrow. Oh, couldn't wait? Huh. Took matters into your own hands to avoid the time slipping away. I see. Your acting skills are truly impressive, Pan Han remarked, somewhat at a loss for words. Your talent for deceit is equally commendable, Yin Xiaoli retorted. Haha, let's not speak of what we see. Come, let us drink, Pan Han proposed. He poured a full glass for Yin Xiaoli and filled his own. Here's to you becoming an Oscar-winning actress, celebrated worldwide, he toasted. Thank you, Mr. Pan. I wish you great success and immense wealth as well, she replied. They both downed their drinks in one go. By the way, is filming enjoyable? Pan Han suddenly expressed curiosity about the industry. Not really, it's exhausting. We work 14-hour days, Yin Xiaoli answered. And what about those bed scenes? Are they genuine? Pan Han inquired, emboldened by the liquor. How could that be? It's all staged. With a crowd around, there's no way it would be real, Yin Xiaoli clarified. Then what if the male actor has a reaction? He pressed. They undergo professional training, so it typically doesn't happen. Unless they can't help it, she explained. Interesting. Perhaps once I earn enough, I'll invest in a film, just for fun, and have you as the leading lady. Honestly, I lack confidence in my acting abilities. The entertainment industry is rather ostentatious these days. Few take it seriously. I am not one of those people. When it comes to acting, I am earnest, Yin Xiaoli declared with sudden seriousness. I wouldn't have guessed you were that kind of person. Pan Han remarked. In our circle, we have a saying. The performance surpasses all, and no matter how carefree you are outside. Once the cameras start rolling, you must instantly embody your role. Regardless of others, I firmly believe in that principle. Pan Han rested his chin on his hands, captivated by Yin Xiaoli's tales of acting. This woman seemed to radiate brilliance. He resolved to save enough money to elevate Yin Xiaoli to the status of a leading actress. By the way, what is going on with you lately? Where did all this money come from? Yin Xiaoli suddenly asked why family's property was redeveloped, and they received a substantial compensation, Pan Han replied, maintaining his composure. Wow, so you've become the second Li Long? Yin Xiaoli teased. I certainly didn't steal anyone's girlfriend, Pan Han denied. Such money comes easily but can vanish just as swiftly. Spend wisely. Lately, it seems you've been spending as if in a daze, she cautioned. Indeed, you're right. I'm planning to establish a food company to produce canned goods and ready-made dishes, he shared. Pan Hanru remarked that this indeed was his sentiment. Well, that sounds good. It could also create some employment opportunities, Yin Xiaoli interjected. Exactly. As the two conversed and sipped their drinks, they were oblivious to the passage of time. And before they knew it, it was already 10 p.m. Both had indulged a bit too much, yet Pan Han maintained his composure while Yin Xiaoli struggled to walk steadily. At that hour and in that location, finding a designated driver proved impossible. Pan Han resolved to spend the night there. The two of them swayed into the lobby, where Pan Han called for the proprietor to settle the bill. Bosley waved his hand and gestured towards Yin Xiaoli, indicating that she had already taken care of the payment. He then led them to the guest house situated at the back. See, I mentioned earlier that you should stay here for the night, Bosley stated. Indeed, Pan Han mumbled hazily. I've already warmed up the heated bed. You two can enjoy a cozy night's sleep. It's good for your back, Bosley added. All right, thank you, Bosley, Pan Han replied. Bosley guided them into the room, helped them arrange the bedding, poured 2 large cups of hot water, and provided 2 warm towels. Once everything was in order, he turned to leave but suddenly slapped his forehead and returned. Here, he said, taking Pan Han's hand and placing something in his palm before departing. Pan Han opened his hand to discover 3 small umbrellas. He was momentarily speechless and casually tucked them into his pocket. He then gently laid the dazed Yin Xiaoli onto the bed, removed her shoes, socks, and jacket, and covered her with a blanket. Turning back, he fetched a towel to wipe her face. After ensuring Yin Xiaoli was comfortable, Pan Han proceeded to brush his teeth, wash his face, and take a quick hot shower. Once he completed his routine, he felt considerably more sober. Emerging from the bathroom, Pan Han surveyed the guest room, which was adorned in vibrant rural hues, featuring a large heated bed with 2 comforters. It had been a while since he had slept on a heated bed, and he felt a wave of nostalgia. He promptly shed his outer garments, donned the pajamas and shorts provided by Bosley, and nestled into the blankets. At that moment, Yin Xiaoli emitted a gentle snore, appearing to be in a deep slumber. Pan Han's heart began to race slightly, prompting him to take out his phone to record a video. He intended to send it to Yin Xiaoli. Surely it would make her blush. He activated the camera, adjusted the focus, and aimed it at her face. Just as he was about to press the shutter, Yin Xiaoli opened her eyes wide. Startled, Pan Han quickly hid his phone behind his back. Why are you awake? He asked, feeling somewhat awkward. Because I never fell asleep at all, Yin Xiaoli replied, tilting her head and squinting at him while making a silly face. At that moment, she was clad in a snug white long-sleeve t-shirt, accentuating her curves, her cheeks flushed, and her large eyes fixed intently on Pan Han, causing him to swallow hard. How many did you get? Yin Xiaoli broke the silence. What do you mean by how many? Pan Han feigned ignorance. Don't play dumb, she retorted, inching closer to him. Pan Han retrieved the 3 small umbrellas from his pocket. How stingy, Yin Xiaoli remarked disdainfully. Huh? How did you know Boss Lee gave me these? Pan Han felt a vague sense of being outmaneuvered. Guess, she said, scooting even closer to him. Did you give Boss Lee a heads up beforehand? Pan Han inquired. No, no, no. This is divine intervention, he asserted, as Yin Xiaoli spoke. Her hair cascaded down in loose waves, obscuring half of her face. What do you wish to do? Pan Han swallowed hard. For over 20 years, he had only encountered one woman, Chen Yun. The current situation left him rather flustered. I don't wish for anything, merely want to inquire if 3 is sufficient? Yin Xiaoli bit her lip lightly and cast a flirtatious glance at Pan Han. You truly performed well in this scene, but you ought to hold back a little. Pan Han feigned the demeanor of a director. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaoli abandoned all pretense and leapt onto Pan Han, pressing her crimson lips against his. Pan Han, no longer indulging her, began to remove her clothing, meeting her with fervor. In the main hall, Boss Lee commanded his employees to tidy up as they prepared to close for the day. He glanced at his watch, then turned to glance at Pan Han's room, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Subsequently, he rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, producing an elegant melody. Clap, 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 clap. Chapter 22. If I can find them, consider me defeated. That night, Pan Han and Yin Xiaoli engaged in passionate exchanges. It was not until 10 a.m. the following day that Pan Han awoke, utterly drained, with a dull ache in his lower back. Opening his eyes, he found Yin Xiaoli calmly combing her hair, as if nothing had transpired. Only a dead cow tires the land. Pan Han took his time to rise, stretching lazily, rubbing his face, and then checking himself. Awake? Yin Xiaoli turned at the sound. What time did you rise? Pan Han inquired. Around 9, she replied. You were quite vigorous last night. Not at all. Oh, indeed, young man, you possess enthusiasm but lack finesse. You are still a novice. Indeed, I cannot compare to you. Your tongue reveals you have not practiced your lines. Sister is merely a few years older, having seen a bit of the world. As Yin Xiaoli spoke, she handed Pan Han a cup of warm water. So, how old are you this year? Pan Han accepted the cup, brushing his fingers against Yin Xiaoli's smooth hand. It is rather impolite to inquire about a female actor's age. Why should I fear? I am not part of your circle. Pan Han understood that female actors in the entertainment industry often conceal or misrepresent their ages. I'll tell you next time, if you wish to know my age. Practice well, and should you make me comfortable, I may reveal it to you. Yin Xiaoli deftly deflected the question. Next time, let us choose a different place. This bed is rather firm, a softer, larger one would be preferable. Pan Han remarked, massaging his back. Hee. Yin Xiaoli laughed joyously. Pan Han glanced at the clock, then dressed and had a bit of bread before departing with Yin Xiaoli. 18 noon. Yin Xiaoli had arranged to meet a friend regarding a role. The two parted ways in the city. Pan Han first parked the car in a supermarket lot. He retrieved Fat Tiger's phone from the space, only to find it locked with a password. Frustrated, Pan Han promptly severed Fat Tiger's hand, cleansing the blood from the space with his thoughts. However, the parking lot was bustling with people. He retreated to a nearby restroom, locked the door, and brought out Fat Tiger's hand to unlock the phone. Success! Pan Han scrolled through Fat Tiger's WeChat, and indeed, there were conversations with Wang Cheng. However, their dialogue seemed akin to a riddle, filled with vague references to matters already settled. It appeared that both were aware of the necessity to leave minimal evidence. Yet, from the nuances of their exchange, it was evident that this was not their first venture into such dealings. Damn it, that dog Wang Cheng has likely harmed countless individuals before. Today, I shall settle the score, Pan Han declared vehemently. Without hesitation, he activated his M5 and sped towards the pawn shop. Wang Cheng felt an unusual discomfort at the pawn shop today, his eyelids twitching incessantly and cold sweat trickling down his brow. Last night, he had awaited a reply from Fat Tiger, but it never came. This morning, when he tried to call Fat Tiger, he found the line unreachable. An ominous feeling weighed heavily on his mind. Just as he was about to brew a cup of coffee to invigorate himself, he heard, Manager Wang, I'm back. Wang Cheng shuddered and turned abruptly. Who else could it be but Pan Han? Oh, isn't this President Pan? You're back again. Wang Cheng quickly composed himself and approached. Manager Wang, I need to discuss a much larger deal with you today. Let us find a quiet place, Pan Han asserted. Of course, right this way? Wang Cheng replied, leading Pan Han to the VIP negotiation room. However, Pan Han shook his head, indicating a preference for the outside. The VIP room undoubtedly had cameras, making it inconvenient for candid conversation. Wang Cheng's heart sank, sensing that things were turning dire. Yet, he felt powerless to refuse and followed Pan Han outside. The two men stepped out of the pawn shop and found a relatively quiet spot by the roadside. Wang Cheng felt somewhat awkward but was compelled to smile at Pan Han. "President Pan, why must we step outside to converse?" "Just a moment, let me make a call," Pan Han replied, pulling out Fat Tiger's phone to dial Wang Cheng. The phone rang, and Wang Cheng glanced at his own device, his expression turning blank. "Manager Wang, your little scheme is quite well arranged," Pan Han remarked ominously. Realizing his predicament, Wang Cheng felt a surge of panic and momentarily lost his words. "Do you have anything to explain, Manager Wang?" Pan Han inquired, noting Wang Cheng's silence. "It's a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding, President Pan," Wang Cheng stammered. Enough. "This isn't your first rodeo in such matters," Pan Han retorted. "Oh, President Pan, it's genuinely a misunderstanding," Wang Cheng insisted, determined to deny any wrongdoing. "Do not be nervous, Manager Wang," Pan Han said, amusement dancing in his eyes. I am not nervous," Wang Cheng replied, thinking to himself that today he was surely doomed. President Pan was no easy adversary. "Let us speak plainly, then," Pan Han suggested. "I am at your service," Wang Cheng replied. "I know what you desire, and you likely know what I want. Why not continue our collaboration? I provide you with goods, you provide me with funds, I could even offer you a bit more. What do you think?" Pan Han proposed. "President Pan, are you jesting?" Wang Cheng responded. "Why would I jest? You are in need of wealth. As am I that you assist me in moving merchandise, and I save myself the trouble of seeking others," Pan Han stated with sincerity. "All right, President Pan, that sounds feasible. You have connections and means. It's evident you are a person of substantial business. To accompany you and share in your success would be a true honor," Wang Cheng said, his spirits lifting considerably. "Just adhere to your principles, do not pry too deeply, and avoid excessive greed," Pan Han warned. "Certainly, since President Pan has been forthright, we are now allies on the same vessel," Wang Cheng remarked. "That is splendid. Today, let us exchange for gold bars. Assist me in procuring 10 million. I shall personally offer you a bonus of 50,000, Pan Han replied. "I am truly grateful, President Pan. I shall promptly initiate the process for you," Wang Cheng exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy at the prospect of securing 50,000. Just as Pan Han intended to depart, he was once again halted by Wang Cheng. "President Pan, I mean no offense. I merely wish to inquire about the whereabouts of Fat Tiger and his companions," Wang Cheng ventured timidly. "If you can locate them, consider it my defeat. I shall reward you with 3 million, Pan Han stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Wang Cheng felt a chill run down his spine. A man of his ilk, adept at petty theft and preying on the weak, would immediately submit like a dog when confronted by a stronger adversary. No, I do not wish to search for them." President Pan, let us proceed with our business," Wang Cheng replied with a forced smile. Thus, the two men returned to the VIP room, one trailing behind the other. Half an hour later, Pan Han received the notification of 10 million entering his account, and he exited the pawn shop with a sense of satisfaction. As he drove back, Pan Han contemplated that Wang Cheng still held some utility. Should he attempt to liquidate through a legitimate gold store, it would undoubtedly attract scrutiny. It would be more prudent to conduct transactions through Wang Cheng for the time being, until his own company was established and operations were running smoothly, at which point he could deal with Wang Cheng. "Just a little pup, I shall spare your life for now. When the time comes, you shall serve as sustenance for the undead in the apocalypse," Pan Han muttered to himself. Chapter 23. X-City Trading Market. After leaving the pawn shop, Pan Han did not return home. Instead, he headed to the wholesale grain and oil base. Shopping at the supermarket was not ideal and could potentially lead to a myriad of troubles. He needed to establish a company to produce canned goods and vegetables in the future. This was Pan Han's first visit to the wholesale base, and he gazed upon the towering stacks of supplies with profound contemplation. With 600 million souls still inhabiting the world during the apocalypse, he mused about the vast quantities of resources he would need to dominate. However, that was a matter for another time. For now, he aimed to procure 10 tons of various supplies. Fortunately, the wholesalers were exceedingly busy, and 10 tons was hardly a significant amount. Pan Han made several trips in and out, acquiring rice, flour, millet, large containers of cooking oil, peanuts, potatoes, corn, and more. Hoarding supplies became quite addictive. The more he bought, the more he desired, ultimately amassing over 20 tons at an expenditure of around 350,000. He subsequently hired a large truck and a team of movers, providing them with the address to deliver the goods to a warehouse on the outskirts. After much hesitation, he decided against purchasing any fresh vegetables, opting solely for items that could be stored long-term. It was not a matter of affordability. Rather, he had yet to devise a plausible explanation for the origin of fresh vegetables and pork in the apocalypse. He envisioned a future where everyone would cultivate their own food. Despite the previous occurrence of acid rain, he believed that with some nutrient-rich soil, they could sustain themselves. Self-sufficiency was essential. Relying on charity would only prolong their plight. As the day drew to a close, Pan Han, feeling the pangs of hunger, realized it was time to seek nourishment. He had developed a habit of consuming the same food consecutively for a month, avoiding any wastage of time on meals. Thus, he returned to the spicy hot pot restaurant located beneath his shared apartment. After finishing a meal, he was drenched in sweat, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. Upon returning to his rented room, he discovered that Yin Xiaoli had not yet returned. Pan Han decided to take a shower by himself, followed by playing a few ranked matches before peacefully drifting into slumber. The following morning, he headed straight for the warehouse, selecting various supplies to toss into his space, and then he traversed directly to the apocalypse from the warehouse, eyeing the small room on the second floor. A ripple in the space marked Pan Han's arrival. Descending the stairs, he found only his second sister in the living room. "Lord Pan, you've arrived," she exclaimed, hurrying over to greet him. "Oh, why are you alone? Where is everyone? Big brother Qin took the third and fourth brothers with him to gather gold for you. The fifth and sixth brothers went to purchase slaves, and the seventh sister is patrolling outside. I'll be switching places with her shortly," she replied. "Purchasing slaves? How many do you plan to acquire?" Pan Han inquired. Big brother Qin mentioned buying 20 at first, primarily to reinforce the surrounding houses and walls. She explained. "How much supply is required for a single slave?" He asked. "If they are capable laborers, 10 boxes of canned goods would suffice," she responded. "Very well. Please bring Cheng Xiao back. I need to discuss something with her." Pan Han instructed. "Understood, Lord Pan," she acknowledged. "Cheng Xiao will return shortly." "Good morning, Lord Pan. What arrangements are in place?" Cheng Xiao greeted him upon her arrival. "Previously, it was mentioned that the neighboring city of X has various trading markets, and I wish to explore them. Shall we go today?" "Indeed. Is there any issue, Lord Pan? Is there anything specific you wish to purchase?" "I am uncertain. You might assess what we are lacking here. Wasn't there mention of a shortage in weaponry?" "All right, I shall make the necessary preparations." "Please wait a moment, Lord Pan," Cheng Xiao replied. "You may proceed. I will take a stroll in the back," Pan Han said. After their exchange, they each departed. Pan Han headed straight for the truck in the backyard, retrieving a batch of rice, flour, cooking oil, and canned goods from his space. Eventually, he and Cheng Xiao would drive the truck to City X. As Cheng Xiao prepared, she took out her walkie-talkie to relay instructions to Qin Zhong. He reminded her to prioritize safety, urging her to return swiftly without staying overnight. The market in City X is situated at the border with City Z, approximately 100 kilometers from the Dawn Squad's base, making a day trip feasible. This route is relatively safe, as zombies have been cleared numerous times. Once they were ready, the two set off in the vehicle. "Lord Pan, when did you bring in another batch of supplies?" Cheng Xiao asked from the driver's seat. "Mind the discipline. Do not inquire," he replied. "Oh, please tell me about the situation in this market." "Certainly, Lord Pan. The market in City X was previously an exhibition hall, frequently hosting displays of weapons and firearms, renowned throughout our state. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, it gradually transformed into a trading hub covering several thousand kilometers. In addition to weapons, it offers food, medicine, low-tier evolution potions, fuel, tools, and various other supplies," Cheng Xiao elaborated. "So, there must be an abundance of weapons?" "Indeed, and even heavy weaponry, including aircraft and tanks." "Who manages this market?" "The local authority in City X, known as the Colonel." "The Colonel? What is his actual name?" "I am unsure. Everyone simply refers to him as the Colonel. He was previously the leader of the armed forces in City X. After the catastrophe, he directly employed the military forces at his disposal to seize control of City X." "Does he have any connections with the 12 palaces?" "Yes, he has already submitted to the 12 palaces." "What is his strength?" "He commands approximately 3,000 troops, equipped with a comprehensive array of weaponry. Additionally, there is a contingent of special forces who have consumed evolutionary potions. A force of 3,000 is indeed considerable." "How many people remain in City X?" "It is unclear. Prior to the apocalypse, The population of City X was approximately 100 million, qualifying it as a major metropolis. Upon hearing this, Pan Han felt that the cities in this world were merely magnifications of his own, with populations often reaching tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Does this imply a copious supply of gold? Pan Han then reconsidered. The trading market is under the purview of Colonel's subordinate, Lieutenant Duan, who oversees it with a force roughly equivalent to a company. Cheng Xiao continued, Understood. Do we need to meet him? No, he replied. This time, we shall quietly select our weapons. Let us not purchase excessively, as we must avoid attracting unwanted attention. What price for the gun you sent me? Pan Han inquired in terms of cockroach cakes. Approximately 120 units, was the response. That equates to a month's rations for one person. What about canned luncheon meat? I am uncertain. We haven't traded for it in years, and many have not consumed proper meat in quite some time. Thus, it is difficult to say, isn't there a risk in bringing it out without caution? Indeed, there is, hence the need for prudence. We should limit what we display and strive to avoid the auction. Pan Han pondered, realizing that the contents of the rear compartment must remain concealed to avoid dire consequences. Very well. The two continued their conversation, swiftly arriving at the trading market. From a distance, Pan Han spotted the exhibition hall, which resembled a small mountain from the outside, occupying no less than 1 million square meters. Surrounding the exhibition hall was a substantial parking area. Pan Han marveled internally at the sheer scale of this world. The exhibition hall and parking lot were enclosed by barbed wire, with a single entrance guarded by a squad of armed soldiers. After Cheng Xiao presented one cockroach meat cake, they were granted entry. Chapter 24. The value of luncheon meat. Once past the checkpoint, the two parked their vehicle and walked for quite some time before reaching the entrance of the exhibition hall. Pan Han once again marveled at the vastness of this place. Four fully armed soldiers stood at the entrance, and after Cheng Xiao produced their pass, the guards conducted a brief inspection before allowing them entry. Inside was an expansive hall, stretching at least 800 meters in length and several hundred meters in width. The trading center was generally divided into 4 sections: weapons, food, pharmaceuticals, evolutionary potions, and miscellaneous items. Why are there so many people? Pan Han observed the myriad stalls and the diverse crowd bustling about. Early arrivals are no match for those who arrive at the right moment. Today marks the quarterly trading festival, and nearly everyone in the vicinity has come. Goodness, have you ever set up a stall here? No, we merely managed to survive previously, with little to trade. What is required to establish a stall? It is simple, just submit 10 cockroach cakes. This market primarily serves as a venue for exchanges, with auctions held during the quarterly trading festival. Is it safe? Relatively safe. Lieutenant Duan and his men maintain strict oversight. Those who default on their debts shall meet their demise. Hence, no one dares to engage in treachery here. That settles it the auction. What is typically up for bid? Evolution potions, heavy weaponry, and slaves, among other things. Let us take a leisurely stroll first. Very well, Boss Pan. After gaining some insight, Pan Han decided to browse casually for now. Cheng Xiao first rented an electric bike, carrying a small bag at the back, for otherwise, they would struggle to manage heavy weaponry alone. The weapons area spans over 100,000 square meters, boasting around 300 stalls of various sizes. The cacophony of vendors' calls filled the air, sparking Pan Han's interest immediately. Young hero, come take a look at our rifles. Buy a gun. Receive free bullets. Come, behold our handmade sabers, exquisitely sharp, slicing through zombies as easily as chopping vegetables. Don't miss out, folks. We have freshly unearthed grenade launchers, the last one available, single-man rocket launchers. The dazzling array of weapons left Pan Han in a state of eager anticipation, longing for each and every one. Cheng Xiao remained silent, merely accompanying Pan Han as he indulged in the spectacle. Prior to their arrival, Qin Zhong had provided a rough outline of necessary equipment, so this was merely an opportunity for Pan Han to satisfy his curiosity. By the way, what would be the most suitable purchases for us to bring back? Pan Han inquired. Heavy machine guns and single-man rocket launchers, Qin Lauda had instructed, starting with these 2 items. What are you planning to use for payment? Cockroach cakes or luncheon meat? Let's go with the luncheon meat first. Let's test the waters. Having devised their strategy, the two headed straight for a stall selling machine guns. The proprietor of this stall was a bald, middle-aged man, sporting black-framed glasses and clad in camouflage attire, exuding an intimidating presence. Boss, Cheng Xiao greeted. You two are looking to buy machine guns, I presume? The owner replied coldly. Indeed, we wish to examine the heavy machine guns. Here, take a look at this one. It fires 7.62 millimeters full-power rifle rounds, boasting a firing rate of 750 rounds per minute, a range of 1,000 meters, and uses linked ammunition with a quick-change barrel. Chang Xiao remained non-committal, accepting the machine gun for inspection. Pan Han's mind was fixated on one thought. Not powerful enough. Chang Xiao promptly set the gun down. Humph, little lady, quite the attitude. How about this one? A 12.7 mm? Chang Xiao picked up the heavy machine gun again. It was exceedingly weighty, proving somewhat challenging for her to handle. Observing the situation, Pan Han lent a hand and took it from her. It was his first encounter with a heavy machine gun, and he struggled to hold it steady, nearly dropping it. If you break it, you'll have to pay for it, the owner warned. Pan Han shot him a sideways glance, choosing not to respond. This one seems decent. What's the price? 2,000 cockroach cakes. Comes with 100 rounds of ammunition. 100 rounds isn't sufficient. We need to purchase a few boxes. A box contains 200 rounds of ammunition for 200 cockroach cakes. No individual sales. It's either all or nothing. Boss Pan, let us deliberate, Chang Xiao whispered to Pan Han. All right, let us start with this one, he replied. Inquire whether he accepts other supplies. As he spoke, Pan Han handed a box of luncheon meat to Chang Xiao. Boss, will this suffice? Chang Xiao wasted no time, directly presenting the luncheon meat to the owner. The bald-headed boss took the canned luncheon meat, examining it meticulously and weighing it in his hands. Well, this is quite a rarity. Is it genuine? Chang Xiao glanced at Pan Han, who nodded in response. Chang Xiao unsheathed a military knife to assist the boss in opening the can. The bald-headed boss brought the luncheon meat to his nose, inhaling its aroma, and was instantly enraptured, tears of joy escaping the corners of his mouth. It was indeed a fine delicacy, but alas, one can was insufficient. The boss seemed well-versed in the rules of engagement, refraining from asking inappropriate questions. What's your offer? 2 boxes of this for 1 machine gun and 400 rounds of ammunition. 600 rounds. Chang Xiao began to negotiate. 500 rounds. Deal? Pan Han quietly calculated. 2 boxes of luncheon meat equated to 2,800 cockroach cakes, approximately 1,400 per box. The boss helped load the weapons and ammunition into the vehicle, and Chang Xiao drove directly to the rocket launcher stall. There were numerous stalls for rocket launchers, as stockpiles had been plentiful before the apocalypse. Chang Xiao settled on one stall and halted. The stall owner was a middle-aged woman, one eye covered with a black patch. Sir, take a look at these rocket launchers. Feel free, I have plenty in stock. Anti-armor, anti-tank, and even man-portable air defense missiles. The middle-aged woman became notably enthusiastic upon seeing a customer, eagerly making her pitch. Are these powerful? Pan Han inquired, my handsome friend. I want to hide it from you. These can strike the heavens above, the earth below, and everything in between. Are they powerful? There's not a single shot they can't handle. If there is, just fire another. The woman boasted proudly. How much for these? Chang Xiao asked. These are standard, reusable launch tubes at 500 per shot. The tubes are complementary. The anti-tank ones are 2,000 each. The air defense ones are 2,500. We only need the standard ones, 20 shots. That would be 10,000 cockroach cakes. Take a look at this. Chang Xiao handed over a box of luncheon meat. Goodness, you actually possess this, the middle-aged woman exclaimed in astonishment. No further questions, Chang Xiao retorted, opening the luncheon meat can for verification. The woman, enchanted by the scent, couldn't resist taking a small piece and savoring it slowly. 5 boxes of canned luncheon meat. She ultimately provided her quote. Pan Han calculated, finding it comparable to the exchange rate offered by the machine gun stall. He nodded at Chang Xiao, who wasted no time in finalizing the transaction. The two of them loaded 20 rocket launchers into the vehicle, and Chang Xiao reported to Chief Qin, preparing for their return journey. Is that all? Pan Han remarked, still craving more. Indeed. Should we not acquire some anti-infantry landmines? We could set up a minefield around our community. Chang Xiao chuckled to himself, thinking, who says only women enjoy shopping? Chapter 25. The base begins to take shape. At Pan Han's suggestion, they purchased 100 anti-infantry landmines for 10 boxes of luncheon meat. Chang Xiao deemed it sufficient. Any further purchases might attract unwanted attention. Thus, the two of them drove the electric cart to return the equipment to the truck, ready to head back to the Z-City base. The supplies in the trunk won't be needed. Once we arrive at the base, you all can unload them. Perfectly suited for the slaves. Very well, Master Pan. The return journey was smooth, encountering only a few scattered zombies. all of which were swiftly dealt with by Pan Han wielding a machine gun. Pan Han thought to himself, I too have operated a machine gun before. Upon returning to the base, Big Brother Qin's two teams arrived just in time. Qin Zhong handed Pan Han a box containing approximately 10 kilograms of gold. Lao Wu and Lao Lu brought back over 30 slaves, all men, albeit appearing quite frail. Master Pan, Big Brother Qin, we have procured a greater number this time. Lao Wu reported, no problem. We have ample provisions. I brought quite a bit this time. You can arrange for the slaves to assist with the transport, Pan Han suggested. Understood, Master Pan. Before we begin the transport, I must report that these slaves were exchanged for 10 boxes of luncheon meat each. Cheng Xiao, please keep a record of the accounts. With more people, we need to document our daily consumption. If supplies run low, inform me 5 days in advance. Understood, my lord. After giving his instructions, Pan Han ascended to the second floor with the gold, whereupon entering his room, he stored it away. He also took out 8 bottles of cola, bringing them downstairs, distributing one to each of the other 7 individuals. They all nodded in gratitude. Let us convene a brief meeting, Pan Han proposed. Very well, my lord, I have updates to share, Qin Zhong replied. Currently, at our base, there are Master Pan, the 7 of us and 32 slaves, making a total of 40 individuals. Without further ado, Qin Zhong commenced his report. The surrounding villas have been cleared, and we tentatively plan to open 3 for the slaves to reside in. How can we ensure the loyalty and safety of these slaves? Are they reliable? Pan Han inquired. We have fitted them with explosive collars. Should they misbehave, a single press of a button will result in their demise. Qin Zhong displayed the remote control in his hand. Are they all willing to wear them? They have been quite cooperative, primarily because we provide them with food, allowing them to survive. Very well, continue. Regarding supplies, considering our need for 40 individuals daily, we require at least 32 kilograms of food and an undetermined quantity of water. Our current stock, along with that recent delivery, will sustain us for 500 days. However, we must allocate some food for trade. Therefore, let us calculate based on 100 days for now, Pan Han said. Indeed, Master Pan, you are quite thoughtful in your considerations. Next, we need to arrange for these slaves to construct a wall. I calculated that we will need approximately 1 kilometer of wall to enclose the area. If we use nearby timber for a wooden wall, it may take 2 months to complete. The wooden wall is not secure. Do we have alternative plans? It would be best to build a wall with bricks and concrete, but the material and labor required are substantial. Can we not trade for them? There is nothing readily available. Currently, no one specializes in this. The larger factions build their own walls, and the smaller ones have no need for them. Very well, I will find a way to procure bricks, cement, and tools. Understood, Master Pan. Additionally, we must expand the sentry posts. Machine guns and landmines should work in tandem. I will assign Lao Wu to handle this task, Qin Zhong stated. Acknowledged, Lao Wu replied. Reserve a plot of land for us. We will eventually convert it into a greenhouse to cultivate our own food. Pan Han suggested, Lord Pan, not only do we face a lack of arable land, but we are also devoid of seeds. All plants have undergone mutations, and I fear it will be impossible to cultivate the grains that existed before the apocalypse. Cheng Xiao asked, perplexed. You need not concern yourself with this. I shall procure nutrient-rich soil and seeds. Relying solely on my efforts to gather supplies is not a sustainable approach. We must strive for self-sufficiency. The crowd gazed at Pan Han, their eyes gleaming with hope. With so many resources at our disposal, is our safety truly assured? Pan Han disregarded their concerns and continued, luncheon meat has already reached the market. It won't be long before someone comes seeking us out. We must possess a certain level of self-defense capabilities. Can the slaves be armed? Some among them have experience with firearms. We should take the time to train them all. As long as they are provided with food, they will be willing to serve us. This is a matter of certainty, Lao Wu remarked. Very well, I shall assign this task to Cheng Xiao. Understood, Cheng Xiao responded, standing at attention. Until we grow stronger, there may be individuals who attempt to create trouble or demand protection fees. In such instances, we must not engage in direct confrontation, but instead bide our time until we have developed further. Qin Zhong stated solemnly. Indeed, what Leader Qin said is correct. INZ City, there are currently 3 factions. Aside from the Iron Group, we cannot contend with the other 2. We might consider offering them some supplies in exchange for protection. Pan Han declared, establishing the course of action in our endeavors, we must distinguish between primary and secondary conflicts. Different periods necessitate the resolution of different issues. Engaging recklessly will undoubtedly lead to failure. For the next 2 days, let us refrain from rushing into work. We must first ensure our bellies are full, so we have the strength to labor. Very well, Lord Pan. Tomorrow, I will take my second sister to trade for some medicinal supplies and will not venture out again. The group engaged in discussion, and soon a development strategy was established, with each person assigned tasks before departing to fulfill their roles. Pan Han, accompanied by Cheng Xiao, went to inspect the slaves. The 32 slaves were confined within a villa. Cheng Xiao led them out, gathering them in an open space. The slaves exhibited vacant expressions, some even appearing anxious, huddled together in tattered clothing. Pan Han approached them, scrutinizing each individual. Gazing upon this group that could still be deemed human, Pan Han was reminded of photographs from the Qing dynasty. The people of that era were not dissimilar to those before him now. They represented the lowest echelon of the post-apocalyptic world, stripped of dignity and hope, selling their bodies, labor, and souls daily for a meager meal. Clearing his throat, Pan Han addressed the slaves. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the master of this base. I am unaware of your past circumstances, but from this day forth, you are saved. Upon hearing that Pan Han was their master, the crowd straightened slightly, their spirits lifted. Theo put it simply, I am here to accomplish 3 objectives. Hope, hope, and once again, damn hope. The slaves looked on in confusion, unable to grasp Pan Han's intentions. Here, merely being well-fed is the bare minimum. I intend to restore each of you to the life you led before the apocalypse. The slaves, upon hearing this, found it difficult to believe it truly possible to be well-fed here, to return to the life we once knew. This feels like a tale from a science fiction novel. What you must do is simple. Obey me completely, and whatever tasks I assign, you shall execute with all your might, my lord. Is it true that we will be well-fed? A somewhat robust individual boldly inquired. Very well. Your question is indeed excellent, yet I intend to demonstrate through action what it truly means to be satiated. With that, Pan Han approached Cheng Xiao and briefed her on the meal arrangements for the coming 2 days. As long as everyone is well-fed, our lives are yours, the burly man declared. What is your name? Pan Han asked, sensing that this man might be a small leader. In response, my name is Wei Yong. Though they all refer to me as Wei the monk, that name sounds familiar. Pan Han replied with a slight smile. Addressing Wei the monk, very well. I shall grant you a week-long probationary period. Should you succeed, you will be appointed as the squad leader. After speaking, Pan Han nodded at Cheng Xiao, indicating her to take note of this matter. Thank you, my lord. Wei the monk expressed his gratitude without hesitation. Chapter 26. The horde approaches. Pan Han regarded Wei the monk and was reminded of characters from television dramas, feeling a wave of sentiment. Why, Lord Pan? Shall I take them to unload? Cheng Xiao inquired. Proceed. He granted permission, and Cheng Xiao commanded Wei the monk to lead the team to the backyard. Pan Han then returned alone to the small room on the 2nd floor. He first stored 10 kilograms of gold in his space, then retrieved a chilled can of cola, sipping it while resting. Faintly, he could hear cheers from the backyard. It seemed everyone was excited to see the rice and flour from the truck. A satisfied smile spread across Pan Han's face. He was increasingly relishing this post-apocalyptic world. Currently, the Dawn base had achieved modest success in terms of personnel, weaponry, and supplies. Even if the Iron Group attempted a forceful attack, they would not gain the upper hand as for the walls. Pan Han resolved to return and procure a batch of materials to transport directly. Bricks and cement would not cost much, why Lord Pan. Tonight we plan to prepare porridge for everyone. Would that be acceptable? Qin Zhong's voice crackled through the intercom. Certainly, it has been a while since you all had a proper staple food. For the next 2 days, feel free to indulge. Ensure the slaves are well fed as well. Understood. Suddenly, Pan Han heard a frantic shout over the 6th channel. Alarm! A horde of zombies is charging towards us. By heavens! Pan Han exclaimed. Rushing outside. Upon reaching the ground floor, he discovered Qin Zhong, second sister, and Cheng Xiao also armed and hastening out. They all sprinted to the front door, climbing the lookout tower to survey the distance. There, 300 meters away, a dark mass of zombies was advancing towards the base. What is happening? Pan Han questioned Qin Zhong. Uncertain. It has been quite a while since we last encountered a horde. Approximately how many are there? At least several thousand. Goodness, why are there so many? Pan Han muttered. 3rd, 4th, 5th, you 3, take a vehicle and scout the area. If you can divert them, do so, Qin Zhong commanded. Understood, boss. 6th and 7th sister, along with 2nd sister, Fetch the heavy machine guns and set up the gun positions. Bring along several boxes of ammunition and select a few slaves who have experience with firearms. Understood, boss. Qin Zhong decisively orchestrated the plan, and everyone dispersed to fulfill their tasks. Boss Qin, I observe that the zombies are moving rather sluggishly. If we were to fly kites while eliminating them, it should not pose too great a challenge. Correct. Pan Han proposed, if they are merely ordinary zombies, it should not be an issue. My concern lies with the possibility of mutated zombies lurking among them. If there are a few level 1 zombies hidden within, it could become troublesome. Level 1 zombies? As humanity imbibes the elixir of evolution, zombies, by contrast, require no such enhancement. They evolve inherently. Currently, the known mutations of zombies are categorized into 3 tiers. The first tier exhibits swiftness exceeding that of ordinary zombies, coupled with enhanced attacking power and heightened perceptual abilities, along with a rudimentary capacity for controlling hordes, much like the sizable gathering before us. The second and third tiers present even greater challenges than the first. Is such a phenomenon truly possible? Indeed, my esteemed Lord Pan. Some second-tier zombies tower over 5 meters, possessing immense strength, their skin having evolved into a formidable armor, rendering them impervious even to a single shot from a 12.7mm machine gun. Good heavens! Is this not akin to a moving armored vehicle? Precisely, I have yet to encounter a third-tier zombie. It is said they possess advanced intelligence, capable of commanding millions of zombies and mutated beasts. Can they also control flying mutated creatures? Absolutely. Upon hearing this, Pan Han instinctively gazed upward, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. If the skies themselves pose a threat, then a comprehensive update of our weaponry will be imperative. Automated anti-air stations must be deployed. Should the trio fail to divert the zombies, it would suggest the presence of mutations among them. After listening to Captain Qin, Pan Han seized the binoculars from his hands, fixating intently on the trio. They were navigating an off-road vehicle, drawing ever closer to the horde. The fourth sat in the passenger seat, while the fifth occupied the rear. The two leaned out partially, firing upon the mass of undead. As zombies fell one after another, several hundred began to converge toward them, while the remainder remained undeterred, continuing their relentless advance toward the base. Captain, the situation appears dire. There must be a leader among them, having dispatched only a portion of the horde to hinder our movements. Understood. For now, maintain a diversion, endeavoring to attract as many as possible. Indeed, an issue is at hand. Pan Han remarked. Fifth, focus your attention on identifying any that resemble first-tier zombies. Captain Qin instructed. Acknowledged, I am already observing. Second sister, you must expedite your efforts. Captain, we are on the verge of arrival. No sooner had this been uttered than second sister and her contingent of 8 slaves approached. Among them lay the monk. Captain, these 8 have previously slain zombies and are familiar with firearms. Very well, equip them with weapons. Chang Xiao, secure a sniping position to observe the first-tier zombies within the horde. Should you identify any suspicious individuals, eliminate them immediately. The atmosphere within the base grew tense at the prospect of first-tier evolved zombies lurking among the horde. The slaves, aware to some extent of the evolved zombies and the precarious nature of their situation, hurried to second sister to procure weapons. Captain Qin, hand me a sniper rifle. Pan Han remained diligent. Chang Xiao, I entrust this task to you. Ensure the safety of Lord Pan. Acknowledged. Upon receiving the command, Chang Xiao braided her hair, her gaze resolute as she surveyed the distant horde, instantly transforming into a warrior. Pan Han received a sniper rifle and followed Chang Xiao to the designated sniping position. They set up their weapons. Adjusting the scope, Chang Xiao assisted Pan Han in loading the magazine. Lord Pan, the first-tier zombies appear identical to ordinary ones. Differentiation relies solely on their movements. They may intermittently wave their arms, turn their heads to observe, or pause to murmur, akin to shepherd dogs. Understood. As Pan Han and his companions were organizing their defensive formations, the horde of zombies drew perilously closer, now merely 200 meters from the base. Lao San and his team had already felled over 100 of the undead, yet a fresh wave surged forth to besiege them. Boss, it's almost certain that a level 1 zombie is among them. Indeed, it is evident. Exercise caution. If the situation becomes dire, retreat. At this moment, Chang Xiao had already opened fire, dispatching any suspicious figures with precision. Her marksmanship was impeccable, each bullet finding its target with deadly accuracy. The powerful recoil of her sniper rifle caused a noticeable tremble in her petite frame. Although Pan Han could not discern the level 1 zombie, he was undeterred in his lethal intent. However, his poor shooting skills made it challenging to secure a single kill with each shot. Prepare the machine guns. Commence fire once the horde is within 100 meters, commanded Qin Laoda. Jie and Lao Lu each manned a heavy machine gun, flanked by 2 slaves responsible for ammunition supply. Wei Heshang and 3 other slaves remained by Qin Laoda's side. You 4. Accompany me outside to eliminate the zombies. Fall back while advancing and delay their progress. Ensure they do not approach the main gate. Qin Laoda adjusted his gear, taking along 2 additional 9mm magazines. The remaining 4 each carried a 9mm submachine gun, with 15 30-round magazines at the ready, while Wei Heshang had armed himself with a shotgun. With preparations complete, the base's gates creaked open, and the 5-man squad sprinted out for approximately 100 meters, forming a line to shoot at the zombies. The 2 machine gun positions above the gate also unleashed a torrent of fire. In an instant, the undead were toppled in droves. Chapter 27. A vast chasm when it comes to combating zombies. Qin Laoda was a seasoned expert, orchestrating the defense with remarkable precision and strategic placement. The current scenario had Qin Laoda's 5-man team confronting the horde head-on, while Lao San's team operated a vehicle to distract them. Jie led the heavy machine gunners in a sweeping barrage, and Cheng Xiao and Pan Han provided sniper fire from their vantage point. 4 points of fire unleashed a relentless assault, causing the zombies to fall in waves. Those struck by the heavy machine gun were often obliterated, their bodies shattered into pieces, with some grotesque innards clinging to other moving corpses, creating a truly horrifying spectacle. Qin Zhong's 5-man team was equipped solely with 9mm submachine guns. This weapon proved exceptionally effective against lower-tier zombies, boasting minimal recoil and a high ammunition capacity, making it a veritable headshot machine. Among all the slaves, Wei Heshang exhibited an unusual exuberance, shouting "Kill! Kill! Kill!" as he shot with uncanny accuracy. Pan Han took note of this display. Soon, Pan Han had exhausted 6 10-round magazines. Observing through the scope, he realized he had only hit the heads of half of the zombies, while the rest were struck in their bodies. Fortunately, the sniper rifle's power was considerable. Those hit in the torso and limbs found their mobility severely impaired, dragging themselves forward in a futile attempt to advance. Cheng Xiao maintained her efficiency, taking down 1 zombie after another, while Pan Han seized the opportunity to admire the prowess of the female sharpshooter. Noting how flattering her fitted pants appeared in a mere 3 minutes, over 1,000 zombies were eradicated. Yet, more than 3,000 still remained. Damn it, Qin Laoda growled. His squad had nearly depleted their ammunition. Wei Heshang had already switched to his shotgun. The horde now lay a mere 80 meters from the base. Retreat, Qin Laoda commanded. Upon hearing the order, the 4 slaves swiftly replaced their last magazines and made a hasty exit. Jie's heavy machine gun position had already begun the process of changing barrels. After a few minutes of rapid fire, the barrel had turned red with heat. Lao San and the others had run out of ammunition and were hastily retreating in their vehicle. Pan Han, having fought until now, was in considerable pain in his shoulder and could hardly manage to fire his weapon any longer. He glanced at the approaching horde of zombies, feeling a rising sense of urgency. What to do? Pan Han quietly inquired of Cheng Xiao beside him. Go grab the rocket launcher, Cheng Xiao replied, and the 2 made their way swiftly to the weapons cache near Jie. The individual rocket launchers they had purchased earlier were now proving their worth. Each took 4, and Cheng Xiao quickly instructed Pan Han on how to operate them. At that moment, Laoda and Lao San had retreated back inside the main gate. Hastily securing Jie and the others had replaced their gun barrels and the heavy machine gun resumed its relentless fire. The rear is secure. Fire. Cheng Xiao readied the rocket launcher, glanced back, and shouted, firing the first round. Pan Han mimicked him, launching the second. The 2 rockets soared, striking the mass of zombies with a resounding boom. The detonation blossomed within the horde, a powerful shockwave toppling hundreds of zombies, while thousands of shrapnel fragments severed dozens of their heads. It was Pan Han's first experience with a rocket launcher, and he shouted in exhilaration at the distant explosion. However, there was no time for a second cheer, as Cheng Xiao pulled him along to commence another volley. At this point, the horde was a mere 50 meters from the base. The distinctive low growls of the zombies echoed in Pan Han's ears, enveloping him in an inescapable sense of dread. This is the apocalypse, Pan Han reflected. Meanwhile, Laoda and Lao San had ascended the high wall, reloading fresh magazines, and began their coordinated fire. dust clouds billowed and flames erupted before the horde. The concentrated firepower formed a veritable curtain of bullets. Boom, boom, boom. Another 6 rockets rained down upon the mass of corpses. Pan Han and Cheng Xiao had already expended 8 rockets, along with the collective fire. Approximately 1,000 zombies remained, now only 30 meters away. Some submachine guns began to jam, but no one cared. They merely discarded them and grabbed new ones to continue firing. Rat-tat-tat. Pan Han then switched to an automatic rifle, joining Lao Qin and the others in a frenzied slaughter. Cheng Xiao, in turn, seized a grenade launcher, loaded with 6 35mm grenades, and unleashed a barrage upon the zombies. Boom, boom, boom. In just 3 seconds, the 6 grenades were expended. Cheng Xiao then yanked 2 hand grenades from his tactical vest and hurled them into the fray. They were now only 20 meters away. Approximately 800 zombies remained, forming a front line over 100 meters wide, with 10 ranks deep, making their final charge. Unfortunately, the base's ammunition was running dangerously low. The landmines they had purchased earlier had not been deployed due to time constraints. Pan Han anxiously looked at Lao Qin. With a steely gaze and a slight smile, Qin Zhong commanded, "Come." He then gestured with his right hand. Lao San understood instantly and activated a nearby switch. Suddenly, the ground before the zombie horde split open, revealing a gaping chasm over 100 meters long. The zombies, unable to evade in time, tumbled in. "What a massive pit!" Pan Han exclaimed in delight. He had not anticipated that Lao Qin and the others had prepared such a trap. The chasm stretched over 100 meters in length, 4 meters wide, and over 2 meters deep, its bottom lined with spikes crafted from wood and metal. Most of the zombies that fell were impaled upon these deadly protrusions. The zombies that were not pierced could not ascend either. Boss Qin, truly impressive. Pan Han gave a thumbs up to Qin Zhong. A subtle smile graced Boss Qin's lips as he exchanged a knowing glance with Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao nodded and turned to retrieve a sturdy bow, igniting a fire arrow. She shot it into the trench. With a whoosh, the entire trench was instantly engulfed in flames. The zombies began to wail, struggling to climb upwards amidst the inferno. Unfortunately, the trench was too deep. Only a handful managed to ascend by stepping on the bodies of their fallen comrades. Those who crawled up were ablaze, flailing their arms as they inched towards the gate. However, after just a few steps, they collapsed, becoming mere piles of smoldering ash. This scene left Pan Han profoundly shaken, as if he had glimpsed a vision of hell, rendering him utterly unsettled. The fiery assault had effectively eradicated the majority of the zombies, with a few that had not fallen into the trench also being shot down by Boss Qin and his team. From the moment the corpses tumbled into the trench to the complete clearance of the area, no more than 5 minutes had elapsed. Everything concluded swiftly. The air was thick with the scent of roasted flesh, which made Pan Han increasingly nauseous. He barely managed to suppress the urge to vomit. The onlookers, gazing at the dwindling flames in the trench, remained silent. The stillness atop the high walls felt eerily unsettling. "Boss Qin, look!" Cheng Xiao suddenly pointed into the distance, addressing Qin Zhong. Qin Zhong lifted his binoculars, following the direction of Cheng Xiao's finger. 2 zombies, leaning on each other, limped away in the opposite direction. These must be the first-level mutated zombies. Upon realizing the precariousness of their situation, the 2 old fools hurriedly fled. Qin Zhong remarked to Pan Han. Pan Han also took the binoculars to observe. He noted that these 2 first-level zombies had darkened muscles and tattered clothing, yet their gait was indistinguishable from that of a human. This was his first encounter with mutated zombies, reminiscent of the Whisperers from The Walking Dead. "What should we do about those 2 old fools? Should we pursue them?" Pan Han inquired of Boss Qin. No need to chase. It could be a trap. Let us descend and clean up the battlefield. Chapter 28. Capturing the mutated zombie. Are we just going to let them escape like this? We should bring them back for research. Pan Han disagreed with Qin Zhong's perspective. My lord, first-level zombies can be quite challenging to capture. Their strength is formidable. It is far easier to kill them. Qin Zhong replied, "If it doesn't work, we'll break their legs." "Very well. Lao San, Lao Lu, you 2 drive." Qin Zhong conceded. "My lord, take me with you. I have captured first-level zombies before," Wei Heshang interjected. "All right, the 3 of you go. Capture them alive." Understood. Upon receiving their orders, the 3 hurried to the off-road vehicle, taking some rope with them. The 2 zombies were now over 500 meters from the base, continually glancing back to observe the situation. This distance was no obstacle for the off-road vehicle. which would reach them in an instant. Lao Lu sat in the passenger seat, his first encounter with a first-level zombie prompting him to lean out slightly for a closer look. The two zombies even locked eyes with him. Lao Lu exclaimed in surprise, instantly becoming displeased. "I'll show you." He drew his gun, preparing to shoot him. "My lord, let me handle this. I have a plan," Wei Hashang said. Lao Lu turned to see Wei Hashang holding a lasso, reminiscent of a cowboy's tool for roping cattle. "Heh, you're quite interesting," Lao Lu remarked. Wei Hashang also leaned out, his right hand swinging the lasso. Two zombies, noticing Wei the monk's peculiar movements, realized that the situation was dire. They muttered nervously among themselves while quickening their pace. Yet, no matter how fast they ran, they could not outpace the off-road vehicle. Lao San drove alongside the two zombies, maintaining a distance of approximately 10 meters. Wei the monk skillfully twirled a lasso, seizing an opportunity to throw it with precision. He ensnared one of them. The captured zombie fell to the ground. Bound securely, the other relentless assailant suddenly accelerated, displaying surprising speed. Well, a sprinter in the 100 meters. Lao Lu chuckled, casually firing a shot at the zombie's rear. The bullet shattered the zombie's pelvis. Howling in agony, the creature could no longer run, instead crawling slowly on the ground. Lao San parked the vehicle beside it, and both Lao Lu and Wei the monk disembarked. Lao Lu rushed towards the zombie, delivering a kick to its face. "Run? You think you can run? How audacious," he muttered fervently. Wei the monk, bind him up. "Certainly." Wei the monk swiftly produced a rope, expertly tying up the zombie. "Well done, lad. Your skills are impressive." Lao Lu praised Wei the monk's agility. "Hee, thank you for the compliment, my lord. Back at the temple, I trained as a martial monk and honed many skills. I'll treat you to some chicken legs when we return." The three ensured the zombie was securely bound before driving back. Pan Han, observing from atop a high wall, recognized Wei the monk's capabilities and felt the young man was worthy of promotion. The off-road vehicle rolled directly into the backyard, where everyone awaited their return. "Why, Lord Pan, the mission is accomplished," Lao Lu reported to Pan Han. "Bring them down. I wish to examine them." "Yes." Lao Lu and Wei the monk each led a zombie. Standing side by side, Pan Han approached the mutated zombies, squinting as he scrutinized them. The two zombies seemed to sense Pan Han's authority, glaring at him with rage. Upon closer inspection, their skin appeared ashen and gray. Their muscles significantly more developed than those of ordinary humans. Their mouths were clean, devoid of the usual black slime, and their eyes were entirely black, lacking any whites. "Hey, can you understand human speech?" Pan Han inquired. The zombies showed no reaction, merely baring their fangs and growling at him. "Why, Lord Pan, these are first-level mutated zombies. They likely cannot comprehend human language," Qin Zhong remarked nearby. "Bring me a can of food," Pan Han commanded. Cheng Xiao promptly turned and retrieved one, handing it over. Pan Han opened the can and waved it in front of the two zombies. Instinctively, they opened their mouths to reach for the luncheon meat. However, after a couple of attempts, they hesitated, fixing their furious gazes upon Pan Han. They do exhibit some self-control. Ordinary zombies wouldn't behave this way, would they? Pan Han queried. Indeed, typical zombies would instinctively rush to consume meat upon scenting it. "Do you know how they mutated, Qin Lauda?" "Unclear. I have only heard that zombie mutations occurred prior to the development of evolutionary serums. At that time, people were relentlessly pursued by mutated zombies, which led to the eventual creation of the serums by the 12 houses. Could it be that an increase in their numbers naturally leads to mutations?" Pan Han pondered aloud. "Summon Air Jia to come and take a look," he instructed. Upon hearing this, Air Jia approached for observation. After a brief moment, she shook her head at Pan Han and Qin Lauda, having only studied medicine for 2 years. Delving into a detailed investigation was likely beyond her capabilities. Qin Zhong remarked, "Very well. For the next task, you shall seek out a genuine doctor, one of the research-oriented variety." Pan Han replied, "Understood, Lord Pan. First, escort them below and secure them in a room." "Received." Lao Lu and Wei Hashang led the zombies away. Once the zombies had distanced themselves, Pan Han furrowed his brow and inquired of the group, "Have any of you sensed that this recent attack is rather peculiar?" A voice responded, "Lord Pan, I was just about to bring this matter to your attention." "Oh, please elaborate." "Our base has not encountered such a significant horde in several years. I suspect this attack has been orchestrated by someone." Qin Lauda articulated his suspicion, glancing at the others. Such a large horde could not have been nearby. If they had moved from a distance, our daily patrols would likely have detected their presence. This time, they seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Continue. I suspect they were transported nearby and subsequently released to launch an assault. Who possesses the capability to quietly and swiftly transport such a multitude of zombies? In our Z-City, only the Z-Tower could manage such a feat. What might their motivation be? Perhaps they seek to manipulate the black market supply chain. They might have received intelligence and are testing our defenses. Of course, they may also have ulterior motives, simply amassing a horde of zombies to practice against us. Could they be attempting to control us while also seizing our resources? Ultimately, everyone reaches this juncture. Who wouldn't covet valuable supplies? Tomorrow, you shall lead a team to procure another cache of weapons and ammunition. It seems we are running low. Pan Han pondered for a moment, deciding to prioritize addressing the immediate security concerns. That sounds like a plan. I shall go tomorrow. Let us hasten to dinner. Everyone should eat well and then rest. I will make the preparations. Upon hearing this, Urgi voluntarily took charge of the cooking. Lord Pan, we will need to allocate personnel to clean the battlefield tomorrow. The stench from so many corpses will be unbearable, Cheng Xiao stated. Very well, make the arrangements. Bring Wei Hashang to the second floor. I need to speak with him privately, Pan Han instructed. No, we must have someone at the door. Cheng Xiao disagreed, concerned for Pan Han's safety. After all, Wei Hashang was a recent arrival, and his background was unclear. Then you shall stand guard at the door. As you command. Chapter 29. Wei Hashang, team leader. After giving his orders, Pan Han made his way back to the second floor alone, waiting for Cheng Xiao to summon Wei Hashang. Upon entering the room, he retrieved 3 cans of chilled cola. He consumed one and set the other 2 aside for Cheng Xiao and himself. In less than 5 minutes, the 2 arrived. Cheng Xiao provided a brief overview before taking up position at the door. Please, take a seat. Pan Han gestured to a chair, addressing Wei Hashang. I cannot sit. With you present, I can only stand, Wei Hashang responded, shaking his head repeatedly. I command you to sit. Obey the order. Yes, Wei Hashang replied loudly and took a seat, sipping the cola. Thank you, Lord Pan. Wei Hashang cautiously opened the cola and took a small sip. Is it to your liking? It is indeed refreshing. Today, I observed your performance. It was commendable. This peculiar cola serves as a reward for you. Pardon my intrusion, esteemed sir. I am but a humble servant, and it is only natural to exert oneself to the utmost. A fine lad indeed. Well said. Here, indulge in a smoke. With that, Pan Han extended a cigarette to Wei the monk. Truly, Pan sir, your generosity knows no bounds, even extending to tobacco. This is but a trifle. Here, take this entire box. As he spoke, Pan Han handed over both the cigarettes and a lighter to him. Wei the monk accepted the cigarette, unable to resist taking a whiff, then hastily lit one for Pan Han before lighting one for himself. Pan Han remained silent, allowing Wei the monk to savor the pleasure of the smoke. Wei the monk inhaled deeply a couple of times, slowly exhaling smoke rings, his eyes becoming somewhat glazed, clearly entranced. Ha! How long has it been since you last indulged in tobacco? To be honest, esteemed sir, it must be around 5 years. Come, regale me with the tale of your origins. Cheng Xiao stood at the entrance, sipping a cola, alertly listening to the commotion within, his handgun primed and ready to be drawn at a moment's notice. What would you like me to recount, sir? Well, you mentioned that everyone calls you Wei the monk. Why is that? As you wish, sir. I have been an orphan since childhood, raised in a temple. At the age of 10, I joined the martial monk troop, training diligently until I turned 20. Afterward, I traveled with my master to perform and participate in competitions. And then, 2 years later, the apocalypse descended upon us. At this point, Wei the monk's cigarette had extinguished, and he ground it out beneath his foot. Pan Han gestured for him to light another, and Wei the monk's eyes gleamed with gratitude. A wisp of smoke rose as he slowly continued. When the end times first arrived, the temple fell swiftly. I managed to escape, wandering aimlessly ever since. With no family and all my brothers in arms perished, I was utterly alone. I had previously joined a base, but it was overrun by mutated beasts, rendering me a true refugee. To survive, I often took on mercenary tasks. By the way, it was during my time as a mercenary that I once captured a first-level mutated zombie. Yet in this world, without power, one ultimately succumbs to slavery. I could not defy fate, and here I am, for the second time, serving as someone else's slave. So, it is true that you are a Shaolin monk? Indeed, that is the very reason why I am called Wei the monk. Thus, Do you know an individual by the name of Xie Baoqing? I do not. Why do you ask, Pan sir? It is nothing. I merely advise you to keep your distance from Xie Baoqing. Wei the monk felt somewhat bewildered, unsure of Pan Han's intentions. How long have you known the other 31 individuals? Pan Han pressed on. Not long. Recently, I was injured in a battle with a mutated beast and lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself in a slave camp. I must have been picked up by slave traders. I only became acquainted with these individuals in the slave camp, which amounts to about 10 days. I observe that your skills and bravery are commendable. I intend to promote you to team leader, assisting Big Brother Qin in managing the slaves. Do you have any objections? Pan Han clarified his intentions. Pan sir, this. Let us not dawdle. Here, we value meritocracy, where rewards and punishments are clear-cut. Those with ability shall rise. Esteemed sir, we have only just arrived, and you are still unfamiliar with everyone. Would it not be prudent to observe a while longer? Wei the monk hesitated, attempting to defer. Ordinary slaves receive a daily ration of 800 grams of food, while the squad leader is allotted 1,000 grams. Lord Xie Pan appreciates the squad leader. I am on it. Upon hearing that the squad leader could enjoy an additional 200 grams of food, Wei the monk quickly agreed, without a hint of reluctance. That's the spirit. Our base will eventually expand, and individuals like you, young and promising, will be closely evaluated, remarked Pan Han. That is undoubtedly true. With the resources in Lord Pan's hands, sweeping through our dragon nation would pose no challenge. Who says monks don't flatter? This is quite a skillful endeavor. You, my friend, spare me the banter. Let me make it clear that your appointment as squad leader comes with expectations. Whatever you say, my lord, I am willing to face any trials. This group consists entirely of robust laborers, hence the foremost task is to oversee everyone's work. Our base's walls are not secure and require urgent reinforcement. Once the walls are erected, we shall commence training everyone in firearms and combat. Understood, my lord. Leave these matters to me. You must have noticed that the recent assault was no trivial matter, correct? Yes, my lord. It is evident that it was orchestrated by someone. Wei the monk frowned as he spoke. Indeed, which is why our time is limited. Pan Han rose and patted Wei the monk on the shoulder. Quickly standing up, Wei the monk looked at Pan Han and said, Understood, my lord. Very well, let us proceed. It is time for a meal. For the next couple of days, you must first fill your bellies before you can muster the energy to work. After saying this, Pan Han opened the door, beckoning Cheng Xiao to head downstairs. You take Wei the monk to the slaves, and announce to everyone that Wei the monk will be the squad leader from now on. All will temporarily fall under his management. Once done, return for dinner, instructed Pan Han to Cheng Xiao. Certainly, my lord. Cheng Xiao complied and led Wei the monk away. Upon seeing Pan Han and the others descending, Qin Zhong hurriedly approached them. Pan Han briefed Qin Zhong on the recent appointment. After the skirmish, Qin Zhong held Wei the monk in high regard. He naturally had no objections to him becoming the squad leader. The two discussed the earlier battle for a while until Second Sister called everyone to dinner. The combat today had been intense, and all had expended considerable energy. Thus, the dinner was quite sumptuous, featuring stewed meat, rice, vegetables, and even a few cans of fruit. Pan Han and the 7 members of the Dawn Squad engaged in lively conversation as they dined. Suddenly, Pan Han recalled something. He instructed everyone to continue eating while he dashed upstairs. Once inside, he retrieved 2 bottles of white liquor and a bottle of whiskey from his space. Look, what do we have here? Upon seeing the bottles of liquor Pan Han brought forth, everyone erupted in excitement. In this post-apocalyptic world, when food is scarce, how could one spare resources for brewing alcohol? These 3 bottles could be deemed the pinnacle of valuable resources. Goodness gracious, my lord even has whiskey? Old Lu gleefully cradled the whiskey and broke into a dance. Tonight, let us revel to our heart's content. With a wave of his hand, Pan Han proclaimed. Everyone applauded enthusiastically and hurried to find their cups. Chapter 30. If this is the topic, I am far from sleepy. Cheers! Pan Han raised his glass, inviting everyone to toast to today's victory. The 7 promptly lifted their cups and downed their drinks. Goodness! I finally get to savor whiskey again, Lao Lu, with tears welling in his eyes, said. Ha ha ha! The crowd erupted in laughter, and the atmosphere gradually became more lively. Lao Lu, you should drink a bit more tonight. We have plenty of this stuff, Pan Han remarked. Thank you, my lord, replied Lao Lu as he poured himself another glass. Qin Lao Da, how much ammunition do we have left? Pan Han inquired. raising his cup in salute to Qin Zhong. Qin Zhong downed his drink in one gulp, wiped his mouth and responded, "We have less than 2,000 rounds of bullets remaining, and around 40 grenades. The anti-infantry mines we purchased earlier are still available. We should buy more tomorrow. It would be best to acquire a few automatic weapon stations and install one at each corner of our base. My lord, those are quite expensive. It may take 200 boxes of canned goods for each unit," Pan Han replied. "No matter, just buy them. With so many supplies at our disposal, lacking corresponding firepower for protection would render us nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter." "You speak wisely, my lord. Tomorrow, I will take a team to the Z City Trading Center for a substantial procurement. Examine our supplies and reserve enough for 10 days. The remainder can be exchanged for weapons." "Understood." After consuming a couple of drinks, Pan Han felt a slight burn in his stomach and began to eat. Observing this, the others recognized that Pan Han had a low tolerance for alcohol and ceased their encouragement. Enjoying their drinks among themselves, just after downing less than 3 cups, Urji set down her utensils and walked straight outside. Pan Han, puzzled, saw Qin Zhong mimicking a sentry stance, signaling for Urji to go on watch. "You all take turns keeping watch. We should buy some surveillance equipment tomorrow. The kind that can automatically sound an alarm in case of an incident. I had my eye on a batch before, but alas, the price was too steep and they consumed a lot of power. We would also need to purchase a few generators." "Damn it," Pan Han exclaimed without a second thought. "Exactly, damn it." Just then, Lao Lu approached to toast, and Pan Han clinked glasses with him once more. Following that, Lao San, Lao Si, and Lao Wu each took turns toasting. After the rounds, only Cheng Xiao remained. "Cheng Xiao, do you not drink?" Pan Han, feeling a bit dizzy, casually inquired. "Why, lord? I fear that drinking may impair my nerves and cause my hands to tremble when I shoot," Cheng Xiao replied. A principled sniper, indeed. Excellent. Survival in this apocalypse is no easy feat, and everyone has their own means of making a living. Such resolve is commendable. Then you shall drink cola, while I indulge in wine," Pan Han said with satisfaction. "Thank you for your understanding, my lord." Cheng Xiao raised her cola to toast with Pan Han. After finishing, she quickly served him 2 slices of meat and some vegetables to help him recover. Pan Han was indeed beginning to feel the effects of the alcohol, having surpassed his usual limit. "Everyone, please eat. I will go lie down for a while. Drink to your heart's content," he said, feeling nauseous and needing to rest. "Cheng Xiao, assist my lord upstairs," Qin Zhong instructed. Cheng Xiao stood up, supporting Pan Han's arm as they ascended the stairs, her soft, supple form pressed closely against him, and Pan Han found himself slightly entranced by the sensation, reaching out to touch her. Cheng Xiao instinctively recoiled but then relinquished her struggle, allowing Pan Han to explore. After 8 years of apocalypse, she had seen it all. Pan Han's antics were mere child's play to her. The two made their way to the room on the 2nd floor, where Cheng Xiao helped Pan Han into a reclining chair before turning to fetch him some water. Pan Han ignited a cigarette, seeking to awaken his senses. Abstaining from smoking would have been preferable. Yet the moment he inhaled, his stomach began to churn. Hastily, Pan Han rose and rushed to the window, preparing to retch. Cheng Xiao, witnessing this, hurried over to pat his back. After several dry heaves, Pan Han expelled nothing but the lingering scent of alcohol. Yet he felt somewhat revitalized. He grasped a cup of water to rinse his mouth and then took a towel to vigorously wipe his face. Given Pan Han's capacity for alcohol, it would be wise for him to indulge less in the future. Cheng Xiao remarked upon seeing his disheveled state. "You are correct. Moderation is essential to avoid hindrances," Pan Han conceded. He then seized a glass of cola, gulping it down twice before regaining his composure. Although the dizziness persisted, compelling him to recline once more, Cheng Xiao seated himself beside him. "Master Pan, may I massage your temples? It might bring you some relief," Cheng Xiao suggested. "Your hands are accustomed to wielding firearms. Can they truly soothe?" Pan Han inquired. "Before the apocalypse, I practiced foot therapy for several months," Cheng Xiao replied calmly. "If that is the case, I am no longer drowsy. Allow me to witness your skills." Pan Han chuckled. "Very well, boss," came Cheng Xiao's gentle voice, imitating a foot masseuse from the pre-apocalyptic era. Soon, a pair of calloused hands began to roam over Pan Han's head. "Boss, does this feel pleasant?" "Indeed, your technique remains intact. It is a pity about your hands." "Yes, years of enduring the harshness of the world have rendered them quite rough. I shall bring you some hand cream and facial cleanser next time." "Thank you, boss. However, Such items hold little value in the apocalypse. It would be wiser to exchange them for more food. Pan Han chuckled at this, lightly patting Cheng Xiao's backside as he said, "While they may be of little use in the apocalypse, they are certainly beneficial at our base." Cheng Xiao feigned the demeanor of a young student, nodding silently. Thus, after approximately 3 minutes of this exchange, Pan Han had already succumbed to slumber. The exertion from today's battle had drained him entirely. Observing that Pan Han had fallen asleep, Cheng Xiao draped a garment over him before turning to descend the stairs. On the first floor, everyone was still imbibing, and upon seeing Cheng Xiao, Lao Lu jested. "Master Pan is quite the sprinter." Cheng Xiao remained silent, delivering a light smack to Lao Lu's head, causing him to grimace in pain. "Master Pan isn't particularly adept at drinking. He nearly vomited earlier and is now fast asleep." Cheng Xiao informed the others. "Indeed, it appears to be Master Pan's first encounter in battle. His excessive nervousness has left him utterly exhausted, which is understandable," Qin Zhong remarked. "Absolutely. When I faced my first zombie, I was so anxious that I could barely grip my knife," Lao Lu added. "Lao Wu, you will accompany me tomorrow to procure arms. Jimei, take the slaves to clean the battlefield." Qin Zhong began to assign tasks. "Lao San, Lao Si, you two will venture outside to gather intel and see if you can uncover anything about this latest attack. Additionally, check for any unusual occurrences in the vicinity. Lao Lu, you will alternate shifts with Airjet tomorrow." After Qin Zhong's extensive instructions, everyone nodded in agreement. As for the slaves, let Wei Hishan nurture them. Our team must expand. If he proves capable, we shall have him lead 100 men, Qin Zhong specifically instructed Cheng Xiao. "Understood, boss," Cheng Xiao replied. "Please eat a bit more in 10 minutes. Go and bring back Urji. Let her have some as well. Neither of you drinks, so tonight you will take turns keeping watch. Arrange the shift change accordingly," Qin Zhong remarked. "Understood, boss," came the reply. Chapter 31. Splitting up for action, spending like water in the blink of an eye. The next day arrived, the sun rising with a dreary glow. The entire Dawn Squad had commenced their operations. Today's tasks were numerous, necessitating a multi-pronged approach. Since Wei Heshang was promoted to squad leader, he had transformed in demeanor. Rising early, he led the slaves in morning exercises and meals. The previous night, they had enjoyed the most satisfactory meal in years, fueling their motivation. Qin Zhong divided the slaves into 3 teams. Wei Heshang took a team of 10 outside to eliminate zombies, concentrating them in several locations before incinerating and ultimately burying them. Cheng Xiao, accompanied by 6 slaves, established 4 observation towers at the corners of the base and marked the walls, laying the foundation. Urji led the remaining slaves to chop down trees and dismantle wooden planks from abandoned houses to gather essential building materials, while also tasked with repairing the previously dug trenches. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th team members drove off in an all-terrain vehicle to gather intelligence. Qin Laoda, alongside the 6th member, headed to the trading market in City X to procure another batch of weapons. Pan Han returned to the real world to purchase bricks, cement, mixers, barbed wire, and other materials for wall construction. "Everyone, I will go procure supplies. The base is in your hands. We shall not cook today. Everyone will have canned or self-heating meals. Be sure to complete your tasks swiftly," Pan Han instructed the group as he gathered them in the backyard before departing. "Yes, Lord Pan," they chorused in unison. Cheng Xiao, remember to set up a minefield near the watchtower. "Use all 100 landmines," he added. "Understood, boss," Cheng Xiao responded, saluting with 2 fingers at her brow. "So grand and impressive," Pan Han observed Cheng Xiao with satisfaction. "I await good news from all of you." "You wait for my good news as well," Pan Han concluded before ascending to the 2nd floor. Once he had left, Qin Zhong laughed heartily, surveying the surroundings and feeling a sense of familiarity returning. Taking a deep breath, he called out, "All hands, disperse." With a crisp salute, everyone stood at attention, chest out and heads held high towards Qin Laoda, before setting off on their respective tasks. Upon returning to his room, Pan Han glanced out the window, and seeing everyone had departed, he activated his traversal. The space quivered momentarily. Pan Han found himself back in his shared apartment. Aware that time was short and tasks were pressing, he prepared to shower swiftly before heading out. Opening the door, he noticed Yin Xiaoli's room was ajar, but she was nowhere to be seen. Since their relationship had progressed, Yin Xiaoli no longer avoided Pan Han. Previously, she would close the door tightly when leaving, but now it remained unlatched. At that moment, Pan Han's phone chimed with a flurry of WeChat notifications. In this apocalyptic world, phones had no signal, and upon his return, a backlog of messages surged in. He glanced through them, finding nothing of significant importance. After all, in this new reality, he was merely a base leader. To those in the real world, he appeared as an ordinary individual with a bit of wealth. Noticing a message from Yin Xiaoli, he read, "Pan, why haven't you returned? I have a performance training class today, and we'll be back for dinner together tonight. Sounds good, tonight, it's my treat. Let us go for a seafood buffet. You choose the place." After sending the message, Pan hurriedly proceeded to take a shower. He encountered a significant issue. In this apocalyptic world, bathing was far from convenient, let alone the availability of soap and shampoo. Consequently, the inhabitants were rather odorous. Each time he engaged in intimate contact with Cheng Xiao, he felt a sense of inexplicable revulsion. Previously, he had been unable to identify the source of his discomfort, but now he believed he had discovered the reason. Coincidentally, having promised her the night before to procure hand cream and facial cleanser, he decided to gather everything in one go today. With a mischievous grin, he dubbed this endeavor the fragrant base plan. As he lathered the shower gel, thoughts swirled in his mind. Technician number 7, this time, brother will bring you something delightful, and then I'll take care of you. Meanwhile, at the base, activities were bustling with fervor. Wei He and his team faced the most arduous task, needing to clear thousands of zombie corpses. Fortunately, they had 2 small excavators on hand, prepared to dig 4 deep pits to incinerate the bodies. However, the slaves were more than willing to work, as survival was at stake, and each individual exerted effort as if they were twoed. On Cheng Zhao's side, the locations for 4 watchtowers had already been selected, and the groundwork had commenced. Second sister led the others to gather wooden stakes and boards, utilizing every available resource. The third brother and his team drove an off-road vehicle to scout the nearby woods for any hidden dangers. They also ventured into the black market and mercenary hall to gather intelligence. Back to Pan, he had finished his shower and quickly drove to the construction market. According to previous plans, the perimeter wall of the base was estimated to be around 1 kilometer in length. To make it sturdier and taller, approximately 1 million bricks and a substantial amount of cement would be required. Fortunately, he had saved over 10 million, so funds were sufficient. This construction materials market was vast, with no direct sales of bricks and cement. After inquiring around, Pan obtained a supplier's phone number. Following a discussion with the supplier, he received a prompt agreement with the promise of delivering goods directly to the designated warehouse. Consequently, Pan spent over 1.8 million to purchase 1 million bricks, 10 tons of cement, 2 small mixing trucks, and over 200 tools. He also spent several $100,000 on a batch of barbed wire and fencing. He insisted on same-day delivery, and the supplier, seeing a 2 million order, reluctantly agreed. Without pausing, Pan then went to a Walmart supermarket, heading straight for the personal care aisle. He purchased a variety of items: soap, transparent soap, shampoo, shower gel, hand cream, facial cleanser, body lotion, razors, and a plethora of other goods, filling 3 large shopping carts. This cost him an additional 5,000. A sudden thought struck him. The base's current electricity supply relied solely on diesel generators, which was not sustainable. He then bought 100 solar photovoltaic panels, which set him back over $1 million. However, these panels would not arrive until the day after tomorrow, as today's shipment could not reach the apocalyptic world. 18 noon. He quickly grabbed a bite to eat before rushing to the suburban warehouse to await the delivery of bricks and cement. He remained busy until after 3 p.m., when he had managed to accomplish most of his tasks. He hurriedly traversed to the dawn base. Upon descending to the 2nd floor, he made a beeline for the backyard. The volume of supplies he brought was so substantial that it was no longer feasible to extract them directly from the 2nd floor. He instructed Cheng Xiao to return, clear the backyard, and have everyone step outside, striving to minimize the number of onlookers. Utilizing his consciousness, he assessed the items in his spatial inventory and promptly moved all the supplies out. The backyard was instantly filled to the brim, with 1 million bricks piled high like a small mountain. Amidst a dazzling array of essential supplies, Pan strode into the courtyard and said to Cheng Xiao, "Have the others start working. Personal toiletries should be moved to the 1st floor hall. The slaves shall not distribute them." With that, he ascended the stairs without a backward glance. Cheng Xiao, seemingly accustomed to his enigmatic demeanor, did not inquire further but called her second sister to assist in transporting the toiletries. Even these 2 beautiful women, having slain countless zombies, could only scream upon encountering facial cleansers and shampoos, utterly unable to contain themselves. Chapter 32. An unexpected turn of events take note of the two sisters, Demei and Xiaomei, who stood dumbfounded before piles of shower gel and shampoo. In the apocalypse, such items were akin to gold from the pre-apocalyptic world. Moreover, as shower gel and shampoo were neither consumable nor drinkable and purely served to enhance quality of life, no one was producing them. Cheng Xiao and her second sister exchanged incredulous glances, scarcely believing the scene before them. The two opened a bottle of shampoo and leaned in to inhale its fragrance. A wave of jasmine scent enveloped them, causing both to dance with joy. Seventh sister, calm down for a moment. You were in charge of guarding the entrance. How on earth did Lord Pan manage to bring in so many supplies? The second sister queried as she regained her composure. I don't know. He didn't let me watch. It seems as if they appeared out of thin air. Cheng Xiao expressed her suspicions, a thought that had lingered in her mind for quite some time. Goodness, has our Lord Pan evolved some extraordinary ability? This is simply astonishing, the second sister exclaimed. Perhaps we should find a moment to ask him, Cheng Xiao suggested. That sounds reasonable. As they spoke, they swiftly transported the toiletries to the first-floor hall. Casting a glance at the bricks and cement, Cheng Xiao used the intercom to summon the slaves to commence the moving process. These materials for the walls are sufficient as well. Our Lord Pan is truly a treasure, the second sister remarked with admiration. He is indeed the lucky charm of our team. Cheng Xiao gazed toward the second floor. The slaves soon arrived in formation, marveling at Pan Han's capabilities upon seeing the house in the backyard. My heavens! Did our Lord Pan procure all of this? One of the slaves exclaimed. Where on earth did he find so many supplies? This is incredible. Following Lord Pan, one could feast 3 meals a day for 9 days. If I were a woman, I would surely marry him. If he didn't mind marrying a man, I would propose right now. The rice we had last night was simply divine. It has been ages since I smelled such a fragrance. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and Pan Han's reputation soared. All right, enough chatter. Everyone, focus on the task at hand. Let us start building walls from either side of the main entrance. We must work swiftly. The entire team will be putting in overtime tonight. Cheng Xiao interrupted the discussions. The slaves complied without dissent, following Cheng Xiao's orders and working with renewed vigor. That moment, Qin Laoda and Lao San returned as well. Qin Zhong drove the truck into the backyard, and upon stepping out, he was left utterly bewildered. Lao San, upon seeing the heaps of bricks, dropped to his knees in awe. Lao Lu, clutching a brick, showered it with kisses. Witnessing this, the second sister called them into the first-floor hall to showcase the toiletries. Without a doubt, another wave of exuberance ensued. Everyone understood that the toiletries signified Pan Han's boundless supply reserves. You all have returned. At that moment, Pan Han slowly descended from the second floor. As everyone gazed at Pan Han with increasing respect and admiration. It was as if the legendary robotic cat had been reincarnated. My lord. The weapons have been procured, Qin Zhong reported. Please, let Lord Pan inspect them. Let us go. The crowd followed Qin Zhong to the side of the truck, where Lao Lu climbed into the cargo hold and unfurled the canvas. Lord Pan, this time we have purchased an ample supply of equipment, utilizing over 10 tons of materials. As per your instructions, the base has retained only 10 days' worth of provisions, Qin Zhong explained. Very well, safety is paramount. 12.7 mm heavy machine gun ammunition, 20,000 rounds, Qin Zhong began his presentation. Lao Lu showcased a belt of ammunition, the golden-hued bullets gleaming brightly. Pan Han nodded in satisfaction. 5.56 mm rifle cartridges, 100,000 rounds, with 400 magazines. Lao Lu held up a box of magazines for all to see. 35 mm grenades, 200 pieces, and 10 grenade launchers. 100 individual rocket launchers. 12 gauge shotgun shells, 2,000 rounds. Lao Lu lifted another crate of ammunition for display. Pan Han nodded, signaling Qin Zhong to proceed. 9 mm pistol rounds, 100,000 rounds. 7.62 mm full-power rifle cartridges, 1,000 rounds, primarily for the sniper rifle. 10 individual night vision devices. 412.7 mm caliber automatic weapon stations, capable of both direct fire and air defense, each equipped with 3,000 rounds of ammunition. This equipment is quite expensive, Qin Zhong remarked. 3 military-grade all-weather surveillance systems, equipped with automatic alarm functions, and 2 military observation drones. Now we need not venture out for patrols. We can simply monitor from our screens at home. 4 diesel generators and 200 kilograms of fuel. 2 robotic dogs, capable of patrolling, transporting supplies, and even shooting. These are truly remarkable devices. Reporting to Lord Pan, The briefing is complete? Excellent. Now we can arm ourselves properly. Regarding power generation equipment, I have acquired a batch of solar panels, which I will have delivered to you in a few days. Fuel is too precious. Let us reserve it for the vehicles. Pan Han stated, "Oh, Lord Pan, you are truly remarkable. I was just worrying about how to sustain these power-hungry devices." Qin Zhong replied excitedly, "I also brought some shampoo and shower gel for the Dawn Squad. When you have the chance, do cleanse yourselves thoroughly. We must gradually restore our pre-apocalyptic lifestyle, starting with cleanliness," Pan Han suggested. "Thank you, Lord Pan." "Lord Pan, Big Brother Qin, I truly wish to take a shower right now. My scalp has been particularly itchy these past few days," Lao Lu remarked from the truck. Laughter erupted among the group, and Pan Han had no objections to the suggestion. He mused about establishing a massage room, where Chang Xiao could provide full-body relaxation. He envisioned a wooden basin filled with flower petals and shower gel. What a delightful experience that would be. "Lao Lu, go inform Wei Hishang to take over the watch. We shall go for a shower," Big Brother Qin instructed. "Understood." Lao Lu jumped down from the truck and dashed off to find Wei Hishang. "Brother, let us enjoy a hot shower today. Let us heat some water so everyone can wash thoroughly," second sister proposed. Second sister speaks wisely. Let us proceed as such. Thus, everyone dispersed to carry out their tasks. Some gathered firewood, others boiled water, while a few distributed bathing supplies, and others cleaned the long-neglected bathing area. Although termed a bathing room, it was merely a slightly larger space featuring makeshift showers and 2 wooden barrels, with a chaotic tangle of water pipes strewn about. This was to be expected. In a world ravaged by calamity, who still had the inclination to tidy such matters? As Pan Han stepped inside and observed, he pondered how arduous their previous conditions must have been. With the weather already turning cooler, bathing in such an environment could hardly be comfortable. Perhaps it would be prudent to install a few heating lamps. After all, solar panels were due to arrive in a few days, and the electricity should suffice. Ideally, a heating system would be splendid, and a sauna would be even better. After returning from battle, indulging in a sauna would be an exhilarating treat. While Pan Han was wholeheartedly contemplating the welfare of the people, an unexpected incident was on the verge of unfolding. "Lord Pan, would you care to join us for a bath?" Old 3 inquired. "I think I shall pass. I bathed this morning," he replied. "Very well, then we shall go ahead." "Wait, you all? Indeed. There are 7 of us bathing together." "Ah? You all bathe together, regardless of gender? Isn't that the norm?" "The norm? So you have always bathed together?" Pan Han was somewhat taken aback, the scene evoking a memory of a particular moment from Starship Troopers. Right?" Old 3 seemed perplexed, unsure how to elaborate. It's fine. It's fine. You all proceed with your bathing. I've already washed this morning." Pan Han hastily retreated. He watched as everyone cheerfully entered the bathing area, carrying their buckets and discussing who would assist whom in scrubbing their backs, and he couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. "You all enjoy your bath. I must take my leave, as I have matters to attend to. I shall return in a few days." With a wave, he departed to AT that moment. Pan Han's mind was filled with images of their communal bathing, even conjuring some rather risky scenarios. He cast a lingering glance at Cheng Xiao, unable to suppress a sigh as he shook his head and walked away. Initially, he had contemplated seizing an opportunity for a deeper connection with her after she emerged from her fragrant bath. However, it seemed he remained oblivious to the realities of this post-apocalyptic world. Yet, upon reflection, since everyone appeared so open, perhaps establishing his own harem wouldn't pose much of an obstacle. There would be no convoluted palace intrigues, quite appealing indeed. Never mind, I shall return home. I have dinner plans with Yin Xiaoli tonight. After dining, he needed to prepare a fresh stock of provisions, as the recent consumption had been substantial, and he needed to replenish supplies promptly. Pan Han returned to his small room on the 2nd floor, and with a thought, he traversed back to his own world. Upon arriving at the shared apartment, he checked his phone and noted that it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Just then, a message from Yin Xiaoli pinged through WeChat. "Why couldn't I reach you by phone? No signal?" Pan Han found himself at a loss for an explanation, as communication in this apocalyptic realm was non-existent. He fabricated a casual excuse and inquired about their dinner plans. Yin Xiaoli suggested a seafood buffet costing over 400 per person, conveniently located near the shared apartment. Pan Han couldn't help but recall that this was the same extravagant buffet he had taken Chen Yun to previously. Back then, he had spent 2 full weeks distributing flyers to afford that meal. Now, he could effortlessly cover the bill. Life truly had its dramatic ups and downs. During their meal, Yin Xiaoli informed Pan Han that she would be traveling out of town for filming next week. This time, she would be working with a newly emerging director on a small production, and she had secured a role as a supporting actress, specifically the fourth female lead. Pan Han had no concept of what being the fourth female lead entailed. It's akin to the role played by Bingbing in My Fair Princess, Yin Xiaoli remarked. Wow, that's wonderful. If you perform well, you could become famous. Pan Han exclaimed that it's not that simple. Acting involves numerous influencing factors: script, actors, director, cinematographer, and so on. How long will the shoot last? About half a month. That's quite a while. If I miss you, can I come visit the set? Pan Han inquired. Visit the set? Sure. I'll keep you updated on the filming progress and let you know which day the intimate scenes are being shot. Yin Xiaoli teased, aiming to provoke Pan Han. Sounds good. I've never seen how intimate scenes are filmed, I assure you. This is a romantic drama with a brief intimate segment. Oh, go ahead. It's work after all. Oh please, I'm informing you. Not seeking your approval, Yin Xiaoli replied, cracking open a leg of king crab and stuffing it into her mouth. Pan Han nodded and resumed eating shrimp. You're not feeling jealous, are you? Yin Xiaoli asked with a playful wink. Huh? Pan Han was taken aback by the question. He found no reason to feel jealous, as his mind was solely focused on the development at the base. Don't worry, before I leave, I'll extract every ounce of energy from you. Damn it. We'll see when we get back, Pan Han retorted, simultaneously devouring 2 oysters. The two continued their meal and conversation, and before long, it was nearly 9 o'clock. I can't eat anymore, Pan Han said, surveying the mountain of food scraps before him. I can't either. This is my last proper meal before appearing on the big screen, Yin Xiaoli remarked, patting her stomach. They both rose and made their way to the parking area, preparing to drive home. Unbeknownst to them, in a corner of the parking lot sat a Nissan sedan, inside which a man wearing a baseball cap was intently watching Pan Han and Yin Xiaoli. Once the BMW M5 started, the Nissan followed suit, tailing them closely. Pan Han was blissfully driving, enjoying the music, his right hand absent-mindedly resting on Yin Xiaoli's thigh. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and both Pan Han and Yin Xiaoli lurched forward, nearly hitting their heads. Yin Xiaoli screamed in fright, and Pan Han felt a jolt of panic. Fearing they had been rear-ended, cars on the road swerved to avoid them. Checking the rearview mirror and confirming there were no vehicles behind, Pan Han exited the car. He rushed to the trunk, discovering a significant dent, and saw a Nissan with its front bumper lying on the ground behind him. Damn it, I just bought this car, Pan Han exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. The man from the Nissan hurriedly opened his door and approached, apologizing. Oh, my apologies, brother. I was a bit distracted just now. Are you out of your mind? You can't rear-end someone while driving so slowly, Pan Han retorted. No, it was not intentional. I just received a call from my mother-in-law, urging me to return home quickly because something happened, the man explained. After hearing this, Pan Han refrained from further escalating the situation and decided to call the police. At that moment, Yin Xiaoli approached and discovered a considerable dent in the rear bumper, causing her to involuntarily draw in a sharp breath. Shortly thereafter, the traffic police arrived, and the situation became clear. The rear vehicle was entirely at fault for the collision. Pan Han had no intention of negotiating and decided to proceed directly with the other party's insurance. However, the car would take 10 days to a fortnight for repairs. It was truly unfortunate. All she wanted was to enjoy a meal out, only to be rear-ended. The two of them had no choice but to take a taxi back home. After they left, the man pulled out his phone. Hello? Dodo Jia. The matter has been taken care of. Excellent. That scoundrel. Let us toy with him for now. In time, we shall ensure he meets his demise in that very vehicle. The person on the other end was indeed Wang Dodo. Dodo Jia. Let us take our time. Oh, by the way, a woman just got out of his car. Their relationship seems rather unusual, the man remarked. Investigate her background, Wang Dodo instructed. They are likely co-tenants. I will arrange for a thorough investigation tomorrow, the man replied. Good. We shall deal with her as well, Wang Dodo said ominously. Upon returning to their shared apartment, Pan Han and Yin Xiaoli found their spirits dampened, each taking a shower before preparing for bed. She'll be away for shooting for 10 days to a fortnight, and my car will be in the shop for the same duration. I might as well head to the base for some construction work. Returning daily to shower and check messages, Pan Han pondered, contemplating his next steps. Chapter 34. Acquisition of Evolution Potion. Before long, the following day arrived. After seeing Yin Xiaoli off, Pan Han promptly traversed to the base. At that time, The entire team had already finished breakfast and was fervently engaged in construction. They understood that every moment wasted increased their peril. Upon noticing Pan Han's arrival, everyone hurried to greet him. Lord Pan has arrived. Qin Zhong was the first to approach. Today, Qin Zhong appeared significantly tidier. He had shaved, his hair was no longer greasy, and he wore a fresh outfit. He looked much more presentable, embodying the qualities of a commander. I see everyone has already begun working. Indeed, Lord Pan. Today, apart from myself and Lao Lu, everyone is participating in the construction. What is Qin Lao up to? I am making a trip to City X. During our last visit, I noticed some basic evolution potions and intend to procure more. Some of the slaves need to enhance their physical strength. That sounds good. Be sure to get me a share. Pan Han perked up at the mention of evolution potions. What kind does Lord Pan require? You decide. The stronger, the better. The basic potion can enhance a person's strength, reaction speed, endurance, and basic resistance to toxins. How does that sound? Qin Lao inquired. To what extent can they be strengthened? The 7 members of the Dawn Squad have all been enhanced. Compared to slaves who have not consumed the potion, one of them could take on 30. If they were to sprint, they could cover 100 meters in under 6 seconds. Lifting weights, they could easily handle 300 kilograms. Incredible? Yes, and that's merely the basic potion. The advanced versions are even more formidable. However, they are all controlled by the 12 houses. As we discussed earlier, one must become a slave to the 12 houses to have a chance at obtaining them. Is there nothing available on the black market? I haven't heard of any before, but I will investigate during my trip. However, I fear there may be risks. It is possible that any black market offerings are also manipulated by the 12 houses, designed to entrap the unwary. That makes sense. Please inquire first. There's no rush. Just let me use the basic potion. Very well, Lord Pan. Once we finish with the potions, we also plan to purchase an additional 30 slaves. Our current progress is somewhat sluggish. I wish to bolster our manpower. Instead of 30, let us acquire around 70, to total 100. Lord Pan, that would mean the food we initially had for 10 days would only last us a maximum of 5. No matter, I have brought several tons of supplies this time, which I will place in the backyard shortly. Pan Han still had a considerable amount of supplies left in storage, so it is perfect to retrieve them all this time. Understood. I shall depart immediately. If you require anything, seek out second sister or Chang Xiao. Very well, make haste and return swiftly. Do take care. Pan Han bade farewell to Qin Zhong and hurried to the backyard. Seeing that the area was clear, he began to unload the supplies from storage. Chang Xiao, please respond upon receipt. Pan Han casually picked up the intercom to call for assistance with the supplies. Received, Lord Pan. Bring a few people to the backyard to help with the supplies. Understood. A few minutes later, Chang Xiao arrived with second sister and 6 slaves in tow. The moment Pan Han laid eyes on Chang Xiao, his eyes widened in astonishment. A pristine 9-point beauty, what sensation does it evoke? It is akin to the involuntary tears that escape one's lips. Truly exquisite, utterly captivating. Even the likes of Reba pale in comparison. He could hardly restrain himself from whisking Chang Xiao away to the second floor. Wow, Lord Pan has brought more supplies. Second sister interrupted his daydreaming. Indeed, we are in a period of great construction, and I must ensure the supplies are well managed. Everyone, let us commence our work. The group immediately sprang into action. The slaves, upon seeing the supplies, beamed with joy, reflecting on their fortunate circumstances. Long live Lord Pan. Someone could not help but shout. Long live Lord Pan. Long live Lord Pan. Everyone joined in the chorus, their sentiments genuine. Pan Han represented their hope, the hope of the base. Feeling a bit bashful, Pan Han scratched his head and glanced at Chang Xiao. Chang Xiao smiled warmly at him and joined in the waving and cheering. Pan Han gestured for silence. Long live the Dawn Base. He too was inspired and adopted a new slogan. Long live the Dawn Base. Long live the Dawn Base. After chanting over 10 times, Pan Han sensed that the group's spirits had been sufficiently lifted and signaled for them to return to work, leaving only Chang Xiao behind. Second sister, eyeing the two, chuckled as she walked away. Earlier, I was speaking with Big Brother Qin. You all have consumed the basic potion and your physiques exceed that of ordinary individuals? Pan Han inquired. Yes, indeed. All metrics far surpass those of normal people. I have asked Big Brother Qin to procure some for me as well. I too wish to undergo evolution. I wonder if this potion can cure ailments? Cure ailments? That is certainly possible. If it couldn't, how could one evolve? The mechanism of the potion is to first rectify all deficiencies within the body before initiating evolution. Goodness, how remarkable. Yes, therefore, you need not worry about your terminal illness. Very well, we shall await the return of Big Brother Qin. Rest assured, Lord Pan, Big Brother Qin will handle things without issue. Now, allow me to feel your silky hair, my lord. Upon hearing that the potion posed no issues, Pan Han decided to tease Cheng Xiao. Yes, my lord. Cheng Xiao obediently lowered her head and performed a deep bow, allowing Pan Han to caress her hair. Pan Han was amused by Cheng Xiao's antics, laughing heartily, unable to restrain himself. How is this batch? Is it not exceptionally effective? Indeed, Lord Pan, after washing, my hair feels both soft and smooth, with a fragrance that lingers delightfully. Pan Han thought to himself that this batch was the cheapest variety, with the shampoo priced at merely 9.9 per bottle. However, it was perfectly suitable for use in a post-apocalyptic world. Lord Pan, would you like to feel my skin? It is incredibly smooth, Cheng Xiao suggested. Then I suppose I must touch all over, Pan Han replied, and without further ado, he took Cheng Xiao upstairs. Before long, evening had arrived. The events that transpired previously were rather intimate, and the author had spared the readers from witnessing them. A sudden cacophony of honking jolted Pan Han awake. He had been asleep for at least 3 hours. He felt utterly exhausted. His partner had indeed been relentless, and he could hardly keep up. Lacking the necessary skills in no time, he had experienced 5 rounds, nearly rendered feeble. Seeing his state, Cheng Xiao could no longer bear to continue and gently coaxed Pan Han back to sleep. What happened? Pan Han murmured, dazed. You are awake? The boss Qin and the others have returned. That was their honking just before they entered, Cheng Xiao informed him as she stepped into the room. How long have I slept? He inquired. A little over 3 hours. I am so tired. My back hurts, Pan Han lamented. The boss and the others must have brought back the potion. Would you like to go take a look? Cheng Xiao suggested with a smile. All right, let us go see, he replied, hastily dressing. Once I finish the potion, I shall return to deal with you, little enchantress. As he spoke, he struggled to his feet, swaying slightly. Observing his condition, Cheng Xiao quickly supported him as they descended the stairs. By this time, Boss Qin and the others were already in the hall, a small blue box resting on the table. Noticing Pan Han's unsteady descent, Qin Zhong immediately understood what had transpired and signaled him with an approving gesture. It seemed the evolution potions had arrived. Chapter 35. Pan Han begins his evolution. Pan Han strode directly to the table, gazing at the blue box, which Boss Qin opened for him. Inside lay over 50 small glass vials, some filled with yellow liquid, others with green, and some with blue. Why are there 3 different colors? Pan Han asked, puzzled. Allow me to explain, Lord Pan. The yellow potion serves as a guiding elixir, designed to cleanse the body of all ailments and toxins, preparing one for formal evolution. The green potion enhances physical constitution, while the blue potion is meant to bolster toxicity resistance. It protects us from contaminated water, unclean food, and even bites from zombies, Qin Zhong patiently elucidated. All of these belong to the basic evolution potions. Correct? Pan Han inquired. Indeed, they can all be purchased on the open market. Recently, no mid-tier or high-tier potions have surfaced in the black market. Understood. How should I consume them? Pan Han asked. Simply one of each. Begin with the yellow, followed by the green and blue. After consuming the yellow, you must quickly take the other 2. Are there any side effects? Pan Han questioned. After taking the yellow potion, you will experience excessive sweating, nausea, and vomiting. In severe cases, one may faint. This is an essential part of the detoxification process and cellular restructuring. Qin Zhong replied, is it that serious? Indeed, Lord Pan, replied Lao Lu. After I took it, I expelled a large pool of black liquid and fainted for half an hour before regaining consciousness. I fainted for over an hour as well, Cheng Xiao chimed in. It largely depends on one's constitution. If one is in good health, recovery is swift, second sister commented. Pan Han pondered to himself. At merely 23 years of age, he had no significant ailments aside from the brief duration. Oh, when shall I begin drinking? Pan Han inquired. Qin Lao glanced at Cheng Xiao. Having observed Pan Han's gait earlier, he discerned that Pan Han must have indulged last night. Leaving him somewhat weakened, a brief rest of 1 hour should suffice, Cheng Xiao suggested. Her cheeks flushed as she shrugged. Understanding Qin Lao's implication, Pan Han resolved within himself to successfully evolve, planning to later give Cheng Xiao a good scolding. What do you think, Lord Pan? Cheng Xiao will attend to you then, Qin Zhong proposed. Very well, let it be 1 hour hence. Now, let us go see the slaves you procured. Following orders, Qin Zhong led Pan Han, Lao Lu, and Cheng Xiao towards the slave quarters in the distance. After a few minutes, Pan Han spotted a crowd gathered in a small square, with Wei Hishang taking notes. Monk, have you finished taking attendance? Qin Lao inquired. Yes, Lord Qin, only 2 remain, Wei Hishang replied. Lord Pan, we have acquired 70 slaves this time, 60 of whom are strong men, while the remaining 10 are women. Please have a look. Qin Lao introduced. Oh, why purchase women this time? Pan Han asked, perplexed. Lord, we have now surpassed 100 individuals and must begin organizing. These women will primarily be responsible for cooking, mending clothes, cleaning, tending to the injured, and attending to certain needs of the men, Qin Zhong explained. They will care for the wounded? Pan Han queried. Indeed, some among them were nurses previously, came the response. What is the price for women? Pan Han asked, recalling that male slaves required merely 10 tins of luncheon meat. Women are considerably more expensive, 3 times the price of male slaves, Qin Lao informed him. Why is that? When the apocalypse struck, everyone looked after themselves and women, being physically weaker, perished the most, as food dwindled. Many women were consumed as rations. Hence, they are now quite rare, Cheng Xiao stated quietly. Yes, Lord Pan. The base with a higher number of women signifies greater strength and influence. I also selected a few with pleasing appearances, who can serve you later, Qin Lao added. Typically, bases do not have surplus resources to sustain women, Lao Lu supplemented. Lao Lu, confess honestly, among these, do you have any personal interests? Hee, none at all, Lao Lu replied, his cheeks reddening as everyone caught on to his mischievous thoughts. Laughter erupted throughout the group at that moment. Wei Hishang completed the registration and hurried over to report to Pan Han and Qin Lao Da. Pan Han observed Wei Hishang's meticulous records, noting names, ages, heights, weights, specialties, and various other dimensions, all clearly documented. My lord, I plan to arrange a separate building for the 10 female slaves. And no problem, you may select another leader, specifically tasked with overseeing the female servants. Understood, I will inspect everyone's collars again, Wei Hishang remarked. Upon hearing the mention of collars, Pan Han felt a twinge of resistance within. He did not wish to rely on such implements to exert control over others. He preferred to guide them through faith, discipline, and hope, fostering the construction of a new life. Unfortunately, at present, he had no alternative methods and could only resort to this forceful approach. He silently vowed to restore their personal freedom in the future. Noticing Pan Han lost in thought, Qin Zhong, fearing he might soften, promptly instructed Cheng Xiao to accompany Wei Hishang. Cheng Xiao, understanding the implication, took Wei Hishang and the surveillance equipment downstairs. Master Pan, the collars brought from the slave market require resetting the passwords and linking to the new surveillance system. This is a necessary procedure. Please, do not be overly anxious, Qin Zhong reminded Pan Han in a different tone. Pan Han remained non-committal, nodding in tacit agreement. As the scene grew busier, Pan Han found himself with little to do and retreated to the 2nd floor. In approximately half an hour, he was to consume the evolution potion. It was essential to rest quietly for a while. He reclined on a chair, lit a cigarette, and began to close his eyes in anticipation. Half an hour later, a knock at the door interrupted Pan Han's repose. Good day, boss, Cheng Xiao whispered from the doorway. Come in, Pan Han replied. Oh? Why are you dressed like this? Pan Han exclaimed, somewhat taken aback by Cheng Xiao's appearance. At that moment, Cheng Xiao sported a playful ponytail, revealing her elongated neck, adorned in a low-cut black and white t-shirt, paired with a short skirt that barely covered her thighs, her fair legs clad in flip-flops. She was also carrying a small white-wheeled suitcase. You'll find out shortly, Cheng Xiao winked at Pan Han, flashing a mysterious smile, so enigmatic. Pan Han mumbled, Boss, please take a warm bath first. I'll prepare the water for you. Cheng Xiao set down the suitcase and dragged a large wooden tub from the entrance. She then turned and went to another room to heat water. Pan Han followed her out, inquiring, Why do I need to take a warm bath? To open your pores thoroughly, making it easier to sweat later. You should return and undress. I will wash you, Cheng Xiao gently urged, pushing him back. Pan Han reconsidered, finding her reasoning sound, and thus returned to his room to wait. After a few more minutes, the water was heated. Cheng Xiao filled the tub about 6/10 with water, tested it with her hand, and beckoned Pan Han to enter. At that point, Pan Han had already disrobed completely, stood up, shook himself off, and stepped into the tub. AN evolution was about to commence. Chapter 36. A pool of black water. Once Pan Han submerged in the tub, the warm water enveloped him, sending waves of comfort coursing through his mind. As a northerner, he had seldom indulged in baths, having previously only taken showers. "Allow me to assist you with your cleansing," Cheng Xiao said tenderly to Oh. "This feels rather embarrassing." Pan Han replied politely, "It's perfectly fine. A thorough cleansing will facilitate the detoxification process later," Cheng Xiao assured him, retrieving an object resembling a steel wool pad, ready to scrub his back. That hurts." Pan Han could not help but cry out. Cheng Xiao, having forgotten he had yet to evolve and still possessed delicate skin, quickly discarded the steel wool and opted to wash him with her hands instead. After approximately 20 minutes, she managed to remove a layer of grime. Cheng Xiao replaced the water once more, meticulously cleansing Pan Han inside and out. Enveloping himself in a bath towel, Pan Han sought refuge in a corner. Cheng Xiao prepared a makeshift bed for him, alongside which she placed a large bucket of soil. "All right, my Lord Pan, you may commence," she announced, handing him a vial of yellow potion. Pan Han accepted the potion, gazing intently at the bottle, silently steeling himself for one final resolution before downing it in one gulp. To his surprise, it was slightly sweet, cool, and rather palatable. He conveyed his sensations to Cheng Xiao, who affirmed, "Indeed, that is the flavor. It is undoubtedly authentic." Seated in a reclining chair, Pan Han awaited the onset of detoxification within his body. Sure enough, within 3 minutes, he felt a surge of heat enveloping him, his stomach roiling, and his intestines beginning to cramp painfully. Beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, cascaded down his forehead, prompting him to recline further in the chair, gripping the armrests tightly. Cheng Xiao recognized that the effects of the potion had commenced. She prepared a warm towel and placed it upon his forehead. Pan Han, unable to contain his discomfort, clutched Cheng Xiao's arm and began to moan. At that moment, Erji entered, sent by Chief Qin to assess the situation and offer assistance if needed. Erji touched Pan Han's forehead, gauging his temperature. "Everything appears to be within normal limits," she remarked to Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao responded. Pan Han, caught in a cycle of chills and fever, curled up, emitting soft whimpers. As time passed, the effects intensified. Pan Han's body temperature soared to 40 C, and his convulsions grew more pronounced. His grip on Cheng Xiao's arm weakened, falling limp by his side. Both women swiftly exchanged the warm towel for a fresh one, diligently wiping his body. The temperature continued to rise, reaching 41 C. Pan Han's heartbeat raced uncontrollably, muscles spasmed, and his limbs twitched as he cried out in agony. The two women could no longer attend to his body, hastily procuring a belt to secure his limbs and wrapping a towel around a wooden stick to place in his mouth. Thus restrained, Pan Han struggled more violently, the reclining chair creaking ominously, on the verge of collapse. At that moment, black sweat began to ooze from his forehead, foul and pungent. The stench was a grotesque amalgamation, more repulsive than durian, stinky tofu, and putrid meat combined. Cheng Xiao and Erji tirelessly exchanged towels to wipe away the black sweat. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, Pan Han fell silent, succumbing to unconsciousness. They exchanged a glance, unfastened the restraining belt, removed the wooden stick from his mouth, and carefully lifted him onto the makeshift bed. Not long after being placed down, black liquid began to seep from the corners of Pan Han's mouth, still reeking unbearably. Though both Cheng Xiao and Erji had witnessed such scenes multiple times, they could not help but cover their noses and mouths with towels. The black liquid flowed incessantly, as if every drop of moisture within Pan Han's body had transformed into this vile substance. Cheng Xiao laid a layer of fine soil on the ground, using a towel to absorb the black liquid before wringing it out onto the soil, hastily shoveling it into the bucket. After several shovelfuls, Pan Han's pores began to exude more black liquid. "My goodness, how wretched must our Lord Pan's health be to expel such a volume," Erji exclaimed, covering her mouth and nose. Little did she know that years of consuming substandard oil and pesticide residues had inflicted considerable damage upon Pan Han's body. Cheng Xiao remained silent, continuously using the fine soil to cover the black liquid. At that moment, Qin Zhong also pushed the door open, and upon observing the scene before him, he furrowed his brow. "The situation of the gentleman is rather dire." He tilted his head and inquired of the second sister. "It's not too bad. I have witnessed far more exaggerated scenarios," she replied. "Well, that's acceptable." If one wishes to survive in this apocalyptic world, Lord Pan will inevitably have to overcome this challenge, Qin Zhong remarked. Indeed. However, Big Brother, should Lord Pan encounter any unforeseen mishap, what shall become of our newly flourishing base? The second sister expressed her concerns. Second sister. Without waiting for Qin Laoda to respond, Cheng Xiao reprimanded by Mei, instructing her to refrain from speaking further. Understanding Cheng Xiao's apprehensions, the second sister promptly fell silent. The three of them silently observed Pan Han as he faced his tribulations, feeling utterly helpless, and could only pray for him in their hearts. Although Pan Han was currently in a coma, he seemed to be immersed in a dream. He dreamt of his parents, as well as his childhood, a time when he was carefree. Despite not being affluent, his parents showered him with love. He also dreamt of the small dog he had raised, which waited for him every day after school. He dreamt of his ex-girlfriend, Chen Yun, for whom he had saved 5 months' worth of living expenses to buy a mobile phone, and she had gently kissed him. It was as if he were watching a film, reliving the essence of his life. A medley of emotions surged within him: joy, sorrow, regret, and gratitude, each feeling overwhelming his heart. Suddenly, a voice from the heavens echoed in his mind. What the hell? Amazing! It struck him like a bolt of electricity, causing him to convulse violently again. The voice rang out. What the hell? Amazing! He twitched once more. The three beside him observed this with furrowed brows. This is bad. Lord Pan is in trouble. The second sister quickly knelt down to listen to Pan Han's heartbeat. Cheng Xiao discarded her shovel and leaned beside him, gazing at him with deep concern, whispering, "You must pull through." The echoes of what the hell seemed to fill Pan Han's mind, and he desperately shook his head, trying to escape the cacophony. Alas, it was futile. His heartbeat soared to 190. The second sister shouted. Cheng Xiao grew increasingly anxious, shaking Pan Han's arm. Wake up quickly. Qin Zhong's brows knitted tightly, yet he remained motionless, knowing it would be of no use. Suddenly, Pan Han's limbs stiffened, assuming a rigid position with his body arched upward. Even his little brothers stood at attention. Cheng Xiao, alarmed, hurriedly recoiled, while Qin Zhong promptly supported her. Brother, is he beyond saving? Cheng Xiao asked Qin Zhong, tears brimming in her eyes. Qin Zhong glanced at the second sister, who was pressing down on Pan Han's arm but could not seem to apply any force. In that moment of despair, Pan Han's little brother unexpectedly erupted, spewing forth a thick stream of black liquid. Coincidentally, it splattered across Cheng Xiao's face. Unable to withstand the odor, she immediately retched, "Wow, wow, wow." Cheng Xiao retched uncontrollably. Qin Zhong and the second sister were taken aback by the scene and hurriedly sought towels to wipe Cheng Xiao's face. Just as they finished, the rigid objects on Pan Han's body suddenly relaxed. The second sister, disregarding Cheng Xiao, leaned down to listen to his heartbeat. It was decreasing. For 3 consecutive minutes, the second sister exclaimed that the heartbeat was declining. After those 3 minutes, Pan Han's complexion surprisingly began to regain its color, and his breathing steadied. What in the world is happening? Even Qin Laoda, who had seen much in his time, could not help but ask. It seems that all is well. Lord Pan has pulled through, remarked second sister earnestly. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiao was overjoyed and quickly fetched a towel to wipe away the residual dark liquid from his body. Thus, another 10 minutes passed. Pan Han emitted a few muffled sounds, his eyes beginning to flutter. Qin Zhong and the others exchanged glances, their faces radiating joy. Prepare the mouthwash, Qin Laoda instructed Cheng Xiao. Understood. 5 minutes later, Pan Han slowly opened his eyes, shaking his head as he struggled to lift his hand, indicating that he could move and his consciousness had returned. It's done. Lord Pan has passed the first hurdle. Second sister exclaimed with delight. Chapter 37. Evolution complete. Seeing Pan Han regain consciousness, Cheng Xiao hurriedly rushed to his side, inquiring about his condition and how he felt. Pan Han rolled his eyes, his vision gradually sharpening, and he endeavored to prop himself up with both hands. Observing his attempt to rise, Cheng Xiao quickly assisted him. Sitting up, Pan Han appeared somewhat revitalized as he rotated his neck and moved his arms, his awareness largely restored. How long was I unconscious? Pan Han inquired. Just over half an hour. Your recovery speed is quite remarkable, Cheng Xiao replied. You all came, Pan Han weakly greeted Qin Laoda and second sister. We were all worried about you, so we stayed close. Qin Laoda responded, I should be fine, right? Pan Han continued. The fact that you woke up indicates you're all right, second sister assured him. What exactly happened while I was unconscious? Pan Han asked. The three exchanged glances, recalling Pan Han's earlier episode, unsure whether to divulge the details. However, second sister, quick to respond, said, well, you expelled quite a bit of black liquid. It seems you detoxified significantly. There were also convulsions in your limbs, which startled us all upon hearing this. Pan Han tilted his head and sniffed the air, quickly covering his mouth and nose, unable to bear the odor. He glanced down to see remnants of dark liquid beneath him and struggled to stand. Not bad. My bodily functions have mostly returned, he remarked. Quickly prepare a hot bath for Lord Pan to cleanse him, then ready him for the next phase of evolution, Qin Zhong instructed. Cheng Xiao immediately set to work. Qin Zhong assisted Pan Han in wrapping himself in a bath towel before settling into a reclining chair. My lord, please rest for now. After your bath, you can drink the green potion, followed by the blue one, Qin Zhong advised. All right, I still feel a bit weak, Pan Han responded. That's normal. Everyone feels this way. The effects of the yellow potion last only 12 hours, so you must drink the next batch promptly, or it will go to waste. 10 minutes later, Cheng Xiao completed the preparations, and Pan Han's condition appeared to improve, his complexion returning to normal. Will there still be such a strong reaction to the green and blue potions? Pan Han suddenly asked. The green potion enhances your constitution and will be excruciatingly painful. The blue potion increases your resistance to toxins and will be intensely itchy, second sister explained. Goodness, I say that going to be even more unbearable. Pan Han's newly awakened mind began to buzz once again. However, the more pain you endure, the stronger you become after evolution. The more itchiness you experience, the more immune to toxins you will be. Second sister enticed Pan Han. That sounds quite fair, Pan Han replied with a wry smile. Indeed, in the apocalypse, strength is of utmost importance. To attain strength, one must first endure hardship. This is the path trodden by many. As long as one perseveres, a new horizon awaits. Thus spoke Master Qin. Bring it on. If I cannot withstand this trial, then I am unworthy of this base, Pan Han declared, determination etched upon his face. With that, he tore away the bath towel, standing bare, ready to embrace the forthcoming challenges. Sir, the 2 bottles of potions behind you will not produce black water. You may don some clothing, reminded second sister. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Pan Han exclaimed, hastily searching for garments. Cheng Xiao stifled a laugh and handed him the sleepwear she had prepared earlier. Once dressed, Pan Han took a sip of water, inhaled deeply, and signaled that he was ready. Master Qin presented a green potion, which Pan Han consumed in one gulp. The concoction was bitter with a hint of astringency, leaving a distinct burning sensation in his throat. A frown creased Pan Han's brow as he relayed this to Cheng Xiao, who confirmed that it was indeed authentic. Lying back on the recliner, Pan Han braced himself for the impending onslaught of pain. Those who have endured kidney stones can surely empathize with the torment that arises from within. Pan Han felt the first pangs of discomfort in his lower back, and within 20 seconds, the agony intensified. This was a sensation that could not be stifled. Another 10 seconds passed, and the pain surged once more. At this point, Pan Han could no longer contain himself. He flailed his arms wildly, beads of sweat cascading down his body. The other 3 hastily retrieved a belt to secure him, while Cheng Xiao firmly grasped Pan Han's right hand, providing him something to hold on to, a conduit for his anguish. Pan Han clutched her hand as if it were a lifeline, transforming his pain into a source of strength. Cheng Xiao, having undergone evolution, possessed exceptional physical capabilities and could withstand the current force. However, at this moment, describing the experience as mere pain seemed inadequate. Pan Han felt as though his manhood was being struck by a hammer, each blow timed to the beat of a second. He could think of nothing else and resorted to cursing vigorously, unleashing a torrent of invectives to alleviate his suffering. His cries echoed throughout the dwelling, reaching even Wei Hashong, who was laboring outside. Having undergone his own enhancement, he understood precisely what Pan Han was enduring and cast a worried glance towards the second floor, silently praying for him. The other slaves, too, upon hearing the cacophony of curses, began to offer their prayers for their master. It was as if time had come to a standstill within the base, with only the refrain of expletives reverberating through the air. Finally, after 7 grueling minutes, the pain began to wane. Pan Han's grip loosened, allowing Cheng Xiao to withdraw her arm and assist him in wiping away the sweat. By the 10th minute, all traces of pain had dissipated. Pan Han exhaled a long sigh, vowing never to endure such torment again. Cheng Xiao, while wiping his brow, remarked, "Sir, you have successfully passed this trial, so how did I fare? What level do you think my performance merits?" Pan Han inquired, glancing at her. "You appear to suffer more than I did." "You should have evolved even further," second sister responded. "About the same as me," Qin Zhong added. Pan Han took a long gulp of water, then rose to his feet, clenching his fists as an overwhelming surge of primal energy erupted from within. He had never before experienced the essence of true strength. This time, he felt an inexhaustible vigor coursing through him. "Sir, shall we conduct an experiment?" Master Qin proposed. "What kind of experiment?" Pan Han turned to ask. "To assess the extent of your evolution," Master Qin replied. "Very well. How shall we proceed?" Pan Han inquired. "Just stand still and do not move," Qin Zhong instructed. As he finished speaking, Erji and Cheng Xiao instinctively seized hold of Pan Han's arms. "What are you planning to do?" Pan Han asked nervously. "Sir, the most vulnerable part of a man reveals the true extent of his evolution," Qin Laodao remarked, deep in thought. "Most vulnerable?" Just as Pan Han pondered this, Qin Zhong delivered a swift kick aimed directly at his most sensitive area. Bam! A precise hit. "Ow!" Pan Han cried out, desperately struggling to cover himself. However, Erji and Cheng Xiao did not allow him to succeed. Strangely, the pain dissipated in less than 3 seconds. "What is going on? Is this truly miraculous?" Pan Han stared wide-eyed at Qin Laodao. A slight smile curled at the corners of Qin Zhong's mouth, exuding a certain masculine charm as he chuckled at Pan Han, saying, "Indeed, Sir Pan, your evolution has reached the pinnacle of the initial stage. You have already peaked." "What does that mean?" "If I had received that kick before my evolution, I might have perished. Now, not only am I unharmed, but I can recover swiftly, which indicates a remarkable evolution." "Did you really have to kick there? I haven't even fully utilized it yet," Pan Han said, somewhat displeased. "This is a traditional rite of evolution for Team Dawn. Hee. Please forgive us. All right, let us not waste time. Let us begin with the final bottle." Pan Han, too, was eager to complete his upgrades. Resolutely, he drank the last vial. After the previous 2 experiences, this blue vial posed no hindrance. Although it was intensely itchy, he endured it with ease. Thus, Pan Han completed his evolution entirely. "Team Dawn congratulates you on your evolution, sir," Qin Zhong, alongside Erji and Cheng Xiao, saluted Pan Han. Everyone present understood the immense significance of an evolved master to the base. Chapter 38. Boundless energy. Having surpassed the 3 trials, Pan Han officially became a beginner-level evolver. He glanced at Qin Zhong and the others, signaling his desire to take a stroll downstairs. The trio accompanied him out of the villa and into the courtyard. Pan Han first noticed an enhancement in his perceptual abilities. He could hear movements from over 100 meters away, and every sound within approximately 50 meters was crystal clear. This sensation was intriguing, leaving him momentarily uncertain on how to manage such an influx of information. His vision also sharpened. Although dusk was settling, he could still discern objects at considerable distances. Pan Han was filled with exhilaration, curiously scanning his surroundings, akin to a nearsighted person who has just undergone surgery, suddenly discarding their glasses and experiencing a newfound clarity. "Sir, you should also test your strength. You may be pleasantly surprised," Cheng Xiao suggested. Heeding her advice, Pan Han approached a large boulder, which weighed no less than 300 pounds. He first attempted to push it, and the stone immediately lifted at one corner. "This is quite easy," Pan Han thought. He then attempted to lift it with both arms. Indeed, he successfully hoisted it up. "Ha ha ha!" Pan Han laughed joyfully. After catching his breath, he performed a clean and jerk motion, raising the boulder above his head. He held it steadily for 5 seconds before hurling it forward. It soared 5 meters away. "I have become Wu Song." Pan Han turned to the others, grinning. "Who is Wu Song?" they asked, bewildered, having never heard of this figure. "He is a legendary warrior from my homeland, possessing immense strength capable of slaying tigers with his bare hands," Pan Han explained. The crowd nodded in understanding, applauding in admiration. Pan Han felt an inexhaustible surge of energy coursing through his body, rendering him incapable of halting his momentum. Approaching the grand entrance, which stood an impressive 6 meters high, he surveyed it thoughtfully before preparing for a sprint. With a sudden burst of speed, he propelled himself forward. After a few strides, he accelerated, and as he neared the door, he exerted force with his back foot, launching himself skyward and grasping the top edge of the door. He was tantalizingly close to vaulting over it. Roaring triumphantly, he clung to the door and bellowed into the vast wilderness, "My lord, we intentionally raised this door to prevent fledgling evolutionists from leaping over it. You have performed admirably," Qin Zhong called out to him. Upon hearing this, Pan Han released his grip and landed effortlessly on the ground, his body free of fatigue. "Open the door. I wish to run a few laps, and my lord, safety is paramount. It would be best not to venture outside." "Not a problem," he replied. "Cheng Xiao, take your position at the sniper's perch and keep an eye on the situation." Acknowledging his command, Cheng Xiao retreated indoors to retrieve a sniper rifle, sprinting to her vantage point. With everything in readiness, the door swung open, and Pan Han dashed out with vigor. He intended to test his speed with a 100-meter sprint, so he unleashed his full potential from the outset. A rush of wind surged past his ears, and the scenery blurred behind him. Yet he felt no breathlessness in a mere 5 seconds. He had traversed 100 meters, continuing his relentless pace to that moment. The familiar image of animated legs in motion materialized. His legs moved so quickly they became indistinct, resembling a hazy flesh-toned blur, with a plume of dust trailing behind him. 200 meters completed in 10 seconds, 315, 420. He maintained his velocity even after the 400 meters. Suddenly, the intercom crackled to life, followed by Qin Laoda's voice. "My lord, shall we conduct a comprehensive experiment?" "What do you mean?" "Cheng Xiao, fire a shot 20 meters to the right of my lord." "Understood." "Not this again. Aim carefully. Don't miss," Pan Han reminded her. And no sooner had he spoken than a sharp crack pierced the air, and he instinctively sensed a projectile speeding towards him from the right. A bullet struck the ground 20 meters away, sending up a cloud of dust. Indeed, he was fully aware of everything around him. "Fire closer," Pan Han commanded, then turned to dash back towards the base. Cheng Xiao adjusted her aim and fired again. Goodness, that one was only 10 meters away, Pan Han thought, accurately predicting the bullet's landing based on its sound. This evolution was astonishing. How many abilities had humanity been suppressed from utilizing before? He mused, feeling as though he had transformed into a war machine. Another shot rang out, this one hurtling directly towards his face. "What the hell? Is it a lethal round?" Pan Han perceived the trajectory and swiftly executed a right turn, rolling to evade the bullet. "Fear not, my lord. That was a rubber bullet, posing no danger. It was merely a test of your comprehensive perception and athletic ability," Qin Zhong clarified, revealing that they had likely engaged in such activities frequently before. With no grounds for anger, Pan Han swiftly returned to the base. This round trip covered approximately 800 meters, and upon completion, he felt invigorated, having only broken a light sweat, while his heart rate remained remarkably stable. The potency of the evolution potion was evidently formidable. Upon their return, the second sister handed him a towel to wipe off his sweat, while Qin Zhong opened a bottle of cola for him. "How are things? How do you compare to the rest?" Pan Han was particularly concerned about the evolution results. "Much better than us. It's certain that you are in peak condition now," Qin Zhong replied. He was somewhat puzzled as to why Pan Han's evolution had been so successful. In truth, it was quite simple. Despite any shortcomings in Pan Han's physique, he was still better off than those who had resorted to eating cockroach cakes in the apocalypse. There was no reason for anyone to be worse off after evolution. Cheng Xiao descended from the gatehouse, holding a sniper rifle, and approached Pan Han to congratulate him on reaching the pinnacle of evolution. "This is the third time you've aimed a gun at me," Pan Han said with a mischievous glint in his eye. "Well, if it comes to that, I could always let you take a shot later," Cheng Xiao casually responded, tossing her hair. "This seventh sister of ours is quite bold, speaking so openly." The second sister laughed heartily. The others in the base joined in the laughter. "Gentlemen, there is still one final test to conduct," Qin Zhong interjected. "Oh, tonight, let us drink heartily and see if your tolerance has improved." "All right, let us test our limits with wine this evening and see if I am truly immune to all poisons." With that, everyone began preparing for dinner. The slaves were also to receive a bonus meal, and upon hearing this, they cheered, "Long live Lord Pan." By the way, Qin Laoda, what is the current progress on the earlier tasks? The bodies outside have been mostly cleared away. The automatic weapon stations at the corners have been set up. We just need the surrounding wall, which will take about 10 days to 2 weeks. Good. Arrange for the slaves who haven't consumed the evolution potion to plan for tomorrow. And remember to keep one of each of the 3 colors for me. Understood, Lord Pan. After Qin Zhong acknowledged this, he went to find Wei Hashang to assign tasks. The second sister took the third and fourth brothers to prepare the meal, while the sixth and fifth brothers took their posts on guard duty. They agreed to gather for dinner in an hour. Chang Xiao, take me to the sniper position. I want to try firing a few rounds. Pan Han recalled the last time he shot at zombies. After firing dozens of rounds, his shoulder had ached terribly. Please, my lord. Chang Xiao led Pan Han directly to the sniper position, loaded a fresh magazine, adjusted the scope, and shared some sniper techniques. After a few minutes of practice, Pan Han began in earnest. Bang, bang, bang. This time, he emptied 8 magazines in one go, a total of 80 rounds, changing his shooting stance several times in between. Remarkably, he felt neither pain nor fatigue, and his accuracy was significantly higher than before. Lord Pan, your progress is astonishing. You are now a qualified sniper, Chang Xiao praised, unable to contain her admiration upon witnessing Pan Han's performance. Qualified? There is still another target that requires sniping, Pan Han said, eyeing Chang Xiao while shouldering the sniper rifle. Chang Xiao, fully aware of his intent, gave him a playful nudge with her hip and said, let's wait until after we drink. There's no rush. Chapter 39. Slaying a level 1 evolved zombie after a brief conversation. The second sister called everyone to dinner. Tonight's feast was sumptuous, with an abundance of meat, along with wine, cigarettes, and various beverages. Qin Laoda led the Dawn squad in toasting in turns. This time, Pan Han welcomed it all, indulging in hearty drinks and generous portions of meat. Chang Xiao, watching everyone enjoy themselves, felt pleased, though she abstained from alcohol, opting only to fill her stomach before returning to her post. Currently, the front gate sentry of the base is under the responsibility of the Dawn squad, while the remaining 4 weapon stations and the lower sentries are assigned by Wei Hashang to rotate personnel. Coupled with the trench at the entrance, the minefield, and the extensive barbed wire, the level of security has significantly increased. Pan Han's evolutionary effects are remarkably evident. After consuming approximately 2 gin of liquor, he remains unscathed, even growing more exhilarated. He dances with abandon, brotherly bonding with everyone, further deepening their camaraderie in a moment of revelry. They suddenly recall the 2 first-level evolved zombies that remain unaddressed. With a decisive wave of his hand, Pan Han declares he will handle it, brandishing a dagger as he strides out. Quickly, Qin Laoda follows suit, accompanied by Lao Lu and Lao Wu Dongwai Lord. Perhaps we should postpone until tomorrow. Let us enjoy our drinks tonight, Qin Laoda implores Pan Han. Release them. I wish to practice my skills, Pan Han insists. Emboldened by the effects of the alcohol in my current state, am I not capable of dispatching 2 zombies? Of course I can, but should any unforeseen complications arise, it would be troublesome. You are the backbone of the base. Enough with the chatter. Let me have them. He commands 0.1 swift stroke for each. It won't delay our drinking. Seeing they cannot dissuade Pan Han, Qin Laoda discreetly signals to Lao Lu and Lao Wu. These 2 seasoned comrades, understanding their leader's intent, feign unbinding the zombies while secretly slicing their Achilles tendons, thereby slowing their movements. Since being confined, the zombies had not feasted and remained in a dormant state. The commotion awakens them abruptly, though their dismay. As they rouse, they find their tendons severed and erupt into a furious howl, lunging toward Pan Han with gaping maws. Had this been pre-evolution, their attack speed would not have been negligible. However, to the now augmented Pan Han, their movements appear as if in slow motion. One of the taller zombies, evidently recalling Pan Han and sensing his murderous intent, momentarily hesitates, trailing behind the shorter, more aggressive counterpart, who charges headlong at him. With a thunderous shout, Pan Han leaps forward, his dagger soaring down to cleave half of the shorter zombie's skull. Brains and gore scatter as the creature lets out a final wail. Collapsing lifelessly, witnessing the turn of events, the taller zombie realizes the peril and attempts to flee. Pan Han, with a chilling smirk, does not grant him the luxury of escape. He delivers a powerful kick, sending the creature sprawling 7 to 8 meters away. The once menacing zombie now finds itself rolling in the dirt, desperate to flee. Pan Han raises his dagger, taking aim with precision, and effortlessly hurls it, striking true into the back of the taller zombie's head. The creature convulses briefly before falling lifelessly to the ground. What could have been a lengthy narrative transpired in a mere 5 seconds. Pan Han stands proudly, his heart devoid of tumult. In that moment, he embodies the essence of a reaper in this apocalyptic realm, his strikes decisive and swift. The onlookers, witnessing this display of prowess, are left utterly astounded. How can Lord Pan possess such formidable combat skills? It is terrifying, exaggerated, absurd. With a gesture of completion, Pan Han retrieves his dagger from the fallen zombie skull, shaking off the blood before sheathing it. He, too, finds it peculiar how his movements flowed so seamlessly, akin to the choreography of an action film. An epiphany dawns upon him. Could it be that sheer strength yields extraordinary outcomes? Never mind, it's all good since the martial arts skills have been unlocked. Come on, let us head back for a drink. We can deal with the aftermath tomorrow and leave them be for now. Pan Han beckoned everyone to return. Big Brother Qin signaled for Lao Lu and Lao Wu to go ahead while he discreetly used his walkie-talkie to inform Wei the monk to handle the subsequent matters. Upon his return, Pan Han was even more exhilarated, pulling everyone along for another round of drinks. The crowd, witnessing Pan Han's newfound vigor in both drinking and fighting, felt as though he had transformed into a different person. With thoughts of the base's steady progress, they too were in high spirits and resolved to drink until they were utterly inebriated. The revelry continued until midnight, dispersing only at the stroke of 12. Pan Han consumed an entire 5 gin of baijiu and a dozen bottles of beer. Despite this, he merely felt slightly dizzy and did not have the urge to vomit. After everyone had left, Lao Wu took over the watch from Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao set down her rifle and assisted Pan Han upstairs. It was only at this moment that Pan Han truly let loose. As they ascended, his hands began to wander. One hand slipped into Cheng Xiao's collar, kneading repeatedly, while the other rested on her posterior. Cheng Xiao paid no heed, guiding him into the room and settling him onto a recliner. She then went to fetch water and warm a towel. Pan Han had no intention of moving, lighting a cigarette while awaiting Cheng Xiao's service. "Let us stay here tonight. Don't leave," he said, caressing her hair and blowing smoke rings in jest. "You're the boss, so naturally, I'll heed your command. Hee. Later you should take a bath. Shall we join?" Cheng Xiao tilted her head, looking at Pan Han. "A wooden tub bath. Is that possible?" "Sure." Thus, Cheng Xiao went to prepare the wooden tub, hot water, and bathing supplies. Pan Han instinctively rummaged through his pockets, searching for a small umbrella, but after some time realized it was nowhere to be found. However, he soon thought to himself, in this post-apocalyptic world, women no longer even had their monthly cycles, so why would they need a trivial little umbrella? Let us just dive right in. He fervently searched his mind for the right positions, secretly deciding that tonight he must employ all 36 techniques. Get curious how sometimes a single day feels like an entire night. Downstairs, the others marveled at the wonders of nature. As dawn broke the next day, the sun rose early, and the sky was unusually clear. Pan Han awoke early to wash up, while Cheng Xiao lay languidly, devoid of any energy, staring at the ceiling, still not fully recovered from the previous night's excitement. After completing his morning routine, Pan Han looked at Cheng Xiao with a mischievous grin and asked, "Seventh sister, have you surrendered?" "I have surrendered. My master, it has been so long since I felt this joyful." Cheng Xiao pinched her nose, mimicking the tone of a worldly woman. Pan Han chose not to delve deeper, aware of the mixture of truth and jest in her words. He poured a cup of warm water and placed it by her bedside, then kissed her forehead. "Just lie there. I'll bring breakfast up shortly." "Thank you, master." After bidding her farewell, Pan Han turned and went downstairs. The others had already begun to prepare breakfast. Upon seeing Pan Han descend, everyone regarded him with unusual expressions. Lao Lu cheerfully ran over, unable to resist patting Pan Han on the shoulder and squeezing his hand. "Lao Lu, mind your manners," Qin Zhong admonished. Hearing this, Lao Lu returned with a grin. "What is the matter?" Pan Han inquired, puzzled. "Last night, you were truly valiant," Lao Wu remarked. "Only you dare to say such things." Qin Zhong delivered a jolt to Lao Wu's head with an electric shock. Lao Wu, wincing in pain, covered his head and crouched down. "Sir, do not pay any mind to these two little rascals. They are utterly disrespectful." Although Qin Zhong feigned seriousness, he could not suppress a chuckle. "Surely, you are not mocking me for not letting Cheng Xiao down last night? Did you not all bathe together?" Pan Han still could not comprehend the source of everyone's laughter. "You are the first to have truly captivated Cheng Xiao," remarked Erji, stepping forward and whispering conspiratorially. "Huh? Were none of you successful before?" Pan Han expressed his disbelief. "You should give it a try when you have the chance." Erji threw him a flirtatious glance. "Ha ha ha." The group could no longer contain themselves, leaning on one another in fits of laughter. Chapter 40. The reunion after breakfast. Everyone, aside from Cheng Xiao who was still resting, busied themselves. The Dawn base had reached a preliminary state of stability, with all operations proceeding according to plan. Today, 21 slaves were required to consume the basic evolution potion to complete their low-tier evolution. However, Qin Laoda had instituted a harsh rule. Should any evolution fail, the individual must leave the base. Wei Hashang expressed some concerns and privately approached Pan Han, inquiring whether a slight leniency could be afforded. Pan Han, stroking his chin in contemplation, eventually acquiesced to Qin Laoda's regulations. He patted Wei Hashang on the shoulder, saying, "Monk, do you believe that before long, our base will be embroiled in a great conflict? Those unable to evolve will find themselves without even a chance to escape." Recalling the recent onslaught of zombies, Wei Hashang concurred with Pan Han's assessment and returned to announce the regulations to the slaves with a heavy heart. Pan Han watched Wei Hashang's retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. To save more individuals, a sacrifice of some was inevitable. To flaunt oneself at an opportune moment is to invite disaster. Excluding the 21 individuals requiring evolution, there were approximately 80 others who needed to dedicate themselves entirely to the construction of the walls. Pan Han granted them a mere 72 hours, forbidding any negotiations. Failure to complete the task would result in collective starvation until the work was finished. Qin Zhong continued to lead Lao San and Lao Si in search of gold, while Lao Wu ventured out alone for reconnaissance. Erji and Lao Lu were tasked with standing guard and supervising the work of the slaves. Once Pan Han had organized the assignments, he considered it time to return. He bid farewell to everyone and exited through the main gate, seeking a secluded spot to traverse back. As the space rippled, Pan Han found himself once more in the shared apartment. After several days away, the place had become somewhat untidy, but he was disinclined to tidy it himself, so he called a cleaning lady to assist. Upon returning, he discovered that his phone had signal, and WeChat notifications buzzed incessantly. After waiting for the clamor to subside, Pan Han picked up his phone to check each message. "Pan Han, I have arrived at the filming location. The director is discussing the shoot with me." This message was from Yin Xiaoli. "The male lead is so handsome. The female lead is too thin. I need to lose weight too. Why aren't you replying to my messages?" Pan Han concocted a few excuses to brush her off. "Pan Han, there is a class reunion tonight. You must come." This message was from his college roommate and closest friend, Gao Ping Dado. A reunion? He calculated that it had been nearly 4 months since graduation. Of the 37 members of their class, only 9 remained in Kyoto, including Qin Yun. Who was organizing it? Pan Han responded to Gao Ping. After a few minutes, WeChat buzzed back. "Goodness, where have you been these past few days? Why did it take so long to reply? Who else could it be? It's obviously the class monitor." The class monitor, Pan Han, is a local named Lin Jian, who hails from a well-off family. During their school days, the two maintained a decent rapport. Although not the closest of friends, they often shared meals and drinks together. "All right, send me the specific time and place. 6 p.m. tonight, and I'll send you the location. This barbecue place is excellent. Let us enjoy a good feast." "Sounds good. See you tonight." Pan Han glanced at the time. It was only 10 in the morning, still quite early. As per his usual routine, he decided to take a shower first. Upon entering the bathroom, he stripped off his clothes and tossed them into the washing machine. Now completely naked, Pan Han stood before the mirror, observing his transformation. His face seemed to have slimmed down a bit, taking on sharper angles. His physique had become much more proportionate, with more pronounced arm muscles and the emergence of an 8-pack. Overall, he looked far more spirited and handsome. This potion was indeed remarkable. It not only facilitated physical evolution but also enhanced one's personal charisma. After admiring himself for a while, he felt quite satisfied and then plunged into the shower area. After approximately 15 minutes, his phone rang. Upon answering, he realized it was the cleaning lady at the door. He quickly grabbed a set of pajamas and opened the door for her. After exchanging pleasantries, the lady began her work. Pan Han then returned to his room, changed into a tracksuit, and prepared to head out. During these past few days in this apocalyptic world, he had subsisted on canned goods and rudimentary meals. Although it was not yet lunchtime, he decided to indulge in a hearty feast first. He had nearly dined at all the nearby restaurants, but one establishment remained unchecked on his list. This particular restaurant was renowned for its overlord meal, which boasted enormous portions. The meal included a pound of fried pork chop, a half-pound slice of meat, 2 tea eggs, half a pound of rice, a serving of vegetables, and a plate of pickles. all for the price of 78. The restaurant had a policy. If one finished within 15 minutes, the meal would be complimentary. Pan Han had long wished to challenge this, and today presented a splendid opportunity. Now just past 10, the restaurant was quite empty. Pan Han entered and chose a table by the window. When the waitress approached to take his order, he confidently requested the overlord meal. The waitress inwardly scoffed, thinking, another one not afraid of death. At least 100 challengers had failed before him. The owner profited both from the publicity and the meal sold. Sir, if you finish within 15 minutes, it's free. Otherwise, it's 78 for the meal. Let us do this. Very well, please hold on. In less than 5 minutes, the meal arrived, occupying nearly half the table. Pan Han marveled at the sheer volume. Even an ordinary person would surely feel unwell after finishing it. The waitress produced a timer and placed it on the table. Sir, may we begin? She inquired. Let us start. All right, enjoy your meal. The waitress pressed the timer and the countdown commenced. Pan Han felt no trepidation during gatherings at the base. He could consume 5 pounds of liquor and had no idea how much meat he had devoured. Is this all you have to offer, calling it an overlord meal? Who are you trying to impress? Today, he would show them what it meant to be an evolved being. He took a sip of water and then dove into his meal with gusto. The taste of the pork chop was delightful. Devoured in just 2 bites. The braised meat was decent as well, albeit a tad too salty, also finished in a mere 2 bites. The tea eggs had a hint of bitterness, consumed 2 at once. The vegetables and pickles mingled with the rice, allowing for 5 bites to finish the meal in a mere 3 minutes and 21 seconds. The set meal was completed. Waiter, another serving, please, Pan Han called out to the counter. The waiter, hastily pulling up his trousers, rushed out from the kitchen, having just put down the timer to use the restroom. Astonished, outrageous. It was utterly absurd. Had he truly finished so quickly? Is he even human? The waiter gazed at the empty plates in disbelief. He hurried back to check the surveillance footage, wondering if Pan Han had discreetly discarded the food. Indeed, the man had finished his meal. Moreover, he requested another serving. The waiter was bewildered, uncertain of how to proceed. What are you waiting for? Can't you keep up? Bring the food quickly, Pan Han, having sensed the waiter's hesitation, urged loudly. All right, coming right up, the waiter, unable to refuse Pan Han, swiftly prepared the next set meal, simultaneously instructing the cashier to contact the owner post-haste. The cashier quickly dialed the manager. Hello, boss. We have a situation here. Upon receiving the call, the owner hurriedly dashed over from the neighboring mahjong parlor. Before even entering, he spotted Pan Han seated by the window, devouring his meal with gusto. This was already the second complimentary meal he had consumed. Pan Han finished it in yet another 3 minutes and 21 seconds, then beckoned the waiter for another serving. The owner gasped in astonishment and rushed in to witness the spectacle. He observed the entirety of Pan Han's dining performance, no longer concerned about the expense, but rather intrigued by this extraordinary individual. Seeing the owner enter, the waiter inquired about the next steps. The owner simply uttered one word, serve. Thus, the waiter presented the third complimentary meal. Pan Han felt he had only eaten to about 50% fullness and was ready for more. So he wasted no time and dug in. Once again, in 3 minutes and 21 seconds, the third meal was consumed. At this point, the few remaining patrons, the cashier, and the kitchen staff emerged to witness the phenomenon of the glutton. Is he even human? 3 meals in such a short time? Does he possess a bottomless pit for a stomach? They murmured amongst themselves, recording videos and taking photographs. Pan Han was well aware of the attention he was garnering. Yet he remained unfazed, solely focused on satisfying his hunger. Another serving, please, bring it forth. The fourth complimentary meal arrived. Pan Han rubbed his belly, feeling a slight fullness, then opened wide, revealing his molars, and began to feast once more. True to form, in 3 minutes and 21 seconds, the fourth meal was devoured. Satisfied, Pan Han let out a hearty burp, patting his belly, proclaiming, I am full. The owner stood in stunned silence, perhaps convinced he had encountered an extraterrestrial. Pan Han turned to the waiter and said, No need for the bill, right? No, the owner quickly replied. Very well, then thank you, boss, Pan Han stated as he prepared to leave. Wait, brave man, could we take a picture together? The owner desired to capture a photo to display in the restaurant as a form of advertisement. After a moment's consideration, Pan Han agreed, reasoning that since the meal was complimentary, it was only fitting to commemorate the occasion with the owner. The owner beamed with joy and hurried to stand beside Pan Han, proudly holding 2 servings of the complimentary meal. The waiter retrieved a phone to capture their shared moment. Everything was settled as Pan Han bid farewell to the boss and departed from the restaurant, leaving behind a throng of onlookers engaged in animated discussions. Numerous individuals captured the moment on video, promptly uploading it to various video platforms. A thrilling appetite king on Guangyuan Road devoured the king's feast in just 3 minutes and 21 seconds. The appetite king, the appetite king. He truly is an appetite king. Consumed 4 portions in one go. The boss, caught between laughter and tears, could only pose for a commemorative photograph. This fellow had consumed at least 8 jin of food. How terrifying. Is he even human? Videos from various angles, each with different titles, began to proliferate across major social media platforms. Unbeknownst to Pan Han, who strolled leisurely under the sun, indulging in a casual bite. It was still only 11 o'clock, far too early for dinner, and the cleaning lady had likely not yet departed. Finding the day rather dull, he sought refuge in a CAF, ordered a latte, and settled into a comfortable spot to engage in some gaming. Hours slipped by, and he found himself engrossed for over 4 hours, with his phone battery nearly depleted. His reflexes and stamina were astonishing at that moment. Previously, after 3 rounds of play, his arms would ache. With the battery dwindling to a mere 10, he hastily made his way home. Upon arriving, he discovered the apartment had been tidied to perfection by the cleaning lady, who had even employed an air freshener, filling the room with a delightful jasmine fragrance. Pan Han silently noted the cleaning lady's number, resolving to hire her weekly for maintenance. After plugging in his phone and setting an alarm for 5 p.m., he succumbed to slumber. However, less than 20 minutes into his nap, he was jolted awake by a phone call. Who could this be? He grumbled, irritated at being disturbed in the afternoon. Hello? Lao Gao, he muttered, recognizing the caller as his classmate Gao Ping. What the hell, Pansy? Something big has happened. What is going on? You sound anxious. Did a dog chase you? What are you doing? Why do you sound so groggy? I was just asleep, and you woke me up. What is the matter? You've gone viral, Gao Ping exclaimed excitedly. What viral? I was sleeping. What are you talking about? Quick, open Jubo, or Lao Hong Shu and check it out. It's definitely you. I can't mistake you. What nonsense is this? Clarify why I'm trending. You, the appetite king. You ate 4 portions of the king's feast, and now the entire internet is buzzing. Pan Han finally began to comprehend. Could it be about his earlier meal? All right, let me check. Hang up. You should get up. There's a class reunion tonight. Don't oversleep. Fine, fine. I'm getting up. After ending the call, Pan Han opened his social media app Indeed. The trending video section proudly displayed him at the top. Dashing young man devours 4 portions of the king's feast. He clicked in, only to find 7 or 8 videos showcasing him dining at the restaurant moments ago. The comments section was inundated with likes, shares, and over 1 million messages. Such a fit physique. Who knew he could eat so much? The boss must be dumbfounded now, encountering a tough competitor. Did he vomit after eating? Perhaps the restaurant is maliciously hyping this up. One must be cautious of the various characters out there. After scrolling for a few minutes, Pan Han found it all rather uninteresting. Compared to the challenges he faced in the apocalypse while building a base and battling zombies, this was nothing of consequence, though not mention treating you to several meals on the house. In this apocalyptic world, I wouldn't even inquire about the price of a Gatling gun. Forget it, let's not dwell on such trivial matters. Isn't it merely a matter of trending on social media? It would be far more exhilarating to engage in ranked matches. After all, I can hardly find sleep now, and Pan Han has once again opened Honor of Kings, embarking on a quest to achieve the rank of Dual King. Thus, he played incessantly until 5:30 in the afternoon. Glancing out the window and stretching, Pan Han summoned a ride, heading straight to the gathering venue. Just as he got into the car, he was added to a WeChat group by Gao Ping. The group comprised all the attendees for tonight's gathering, totaling 9 individuals, including Qin Yun. Once in the group, everyone quickly began to send messages. The big eater has arrived. Pan Han, you're amazing. You weren't like this before, were you? Can we still have skewers tonight? But just to be clear, no skewers is fine, but we must drink. Additionally, someone shared a live video of Pan Han in the group. He felt somewhat speechless. He had little inclination to engage with the chatter and instead found himself lost in thought, staring at Chen Yun's avatar. Since their breakup, they had not communicated on WeChat. He wondered how she and that wretchedly Long were faring. Surely she wouldn't bring him along tonight? At that moment, Chen Yun sent him a private message. How have you changed so much? Faced with the incredulous inquiry from his first love, he typed a few words, only to delete them, then typed again and deleted once more. He truly did not know how to respond. Damn it. Why should I care? Pan Han vigorously shook his head, striving to regain his composure. I am hungry, he replied succinctly, choosing not to engage further. Pan Han, are you coming with Chen Yun? Just as he finished speaking, a classmate inquired in the group. He was likely unaware of their breakup. Why bring that up now? Chapter 42. My girlfriend is a sniper. What on earth should I say? This is so awkward. Pan Han felt that his breakup was a personal matter and there was no need for anyone else to be involved. We have broken up. Chen Yun sent a message clarifying the situation to everyone. Huh? When did this happen? What was the reason? The classmates, upon hearing the news, began to inquire eagerly. As they chattered away, Chen Yun fell silent. After all, they would inevitably have to explain themselves when they met later. Seeing that Chen Yun had spoken, Pan Han felt relieved and refrained from further commenting in the group. However, the insatiable curiosity of others persisted. What's your situation? Gao Ping privately messaged him. We broke up a few days ago. Our personalities clashed. Pan Han spared Chen Yun some dignity, omitting the fact that she had found someone else. Come on, how long did you pursue her back in university before you finally got together? How could you possibly break up now just because of personality differences? Gao Ping pressed further. It truly is a matter of incompatible personalities. Only upon entering society did I realize that love is far from simple. Did she dump you? Not precisely. We simply parted ways. As they continued to converse, time flew by, and when Pan Han finally raised his gaze, they had already arrived at the barbecue restaurant. Checking the time, it was precisely 6:30. Adjusting his clothing and hair, he made his way inside, heading directly to the private room. Upon entering, he discovered that 7 people were already seated, save for him and Chen Yun. Everyone else had arrived. As soon as they saw Pan Han enter, they all stood to greet him. Fellow classmates, it's been far too long. I've missed you all terribly. Pan Han considered himself to be quite a sociable person. Having endured the horrors of a post-apocalyptic world, he found himself cherishing the bonds of friendship during times of peace even more. Seizing the opportunity before Chen Yun's arrival, class leader Lin Jian discreetly inquired about Pan Han's breakup. Pan Han maintained his stance, insisting it was simply a matter of incompatible personalities, resolutely refusing to elaborate. Sensing his reluctance to discuss the matter, a female classmate intervened, diverting the conversation to Pan Han's extravagant eating habits. You used to have a normal appetite at school. Why have you consumed so much today? Are you feeling all right? She asked with concern. That I'm perfectly fine. I'll eat the same tonight, he replied. Are you suffering from some illness? I've heard of a condition where one cannot digest anything, no matter how much they eat, she continued, her worry evident. Not at all. I've recently been working out, which has naturally increased my appetite. Working out? I can't tell. Do you have abs? Indeed, a full 8-pack. Just then, Chen Yun entered the room. She immediately spotted Pan Han, and they exchanged an awkward greeting. Gao Ping quickly invited her to sit next to Pan Han, who felt a surge of discomfort at the sight of his ex. How have you been lately? Chen Yun initiated, directing her attention to Pan Han. Quite well, my appetite has certainly grown, he chuckled awkwardly, realizing he still struggled to face her without unease. What about you? Everything is well with him? Pan Han asked, unsure of what else to say. Very well indeed. I specifically informed him about our reunion tonight, and he encouraged me to enjoy myself while he comes to pick me up later, she replied, catching everyone off guard with her remark, which seemed to challenge Pan Han. All right, enough of that. Let us focus on enjoying our gathering as old classmates and indulge in some drinks, Lin Jian interjected, sensing the tension in the air. Pan Han, you weren't much of a drinker in college. How have you fared now? Gao Ping chimed in, redirecting the conversation to drinking. Pan Han thought to himself, well, there certainly are some brave souls here. Let me show you what it means to be a god of wine. If you all can walk out of here tonight, I, Pan Han, will wash my hair upside down. The old classmates erupted in cheers, eager to see Pan Han's prowess. Fool! Chen Yun muttered quietly to herself, presuming Pan Han's discomfort stemmed from her presence, thinking he intended to drown his awkwardness in alcohol. Let us start with some white liquor, followed by beer. Ladies, feel free, Lin Jian laid down the rules. With 7 men and 2 women present, there were no objections. Thus, he arranged for 7 bottles of white liquor, a case of beer, and a bottle of soft drink for the ladies. At that moment, The first round of skewers arrived, and the class leader encouraged everyone to eat a little to line their stomachs. He thoughtfully served a few skewers to the two ladies and poured them each a glass of beer. Cheers! Let us raise a glass to our old classmates and wish for our continued success. Lin Jian proposed. The two female classmates responded enthusiastically, downing their drinks. The conversation then flowed freely as everyone discussed their respective careers. Among this group of former classmates in the capital, some worked in companies. Some had secured public service positions, and others had established their own studios. In contrast, it seemed that Pan Han was the least successful among them. After finishing her drink, Chen Yun shifted the topic away from Pan Han and raised her beer in a toast to the class leader. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the class monitor for the care shown during our school days. Now that you have returned to assist at your father's company, I am certain that you will achieve great success. When that time comes, do remember us, your old classmates. With that, Chen Yun raised her glass first. Oh dear, I am unworthy of such honor. I am grateful for the esteemed beauty's regard. We are merely the purest of classmates. With little more to say, should fortune smile upon us in the future, I will certainly think of everyone. I too raised my glass. The others, filled with joy, followed suit and began to toast one another. Pan Han, however, remained mostly silent, merely consuming one cup after another, embracing all that came his way. In the blink of an eye, we had downed 7 or 8 rounds. Some of the male classmates were beginning to slur their words. At this moment, Gao Ping, with a flushed face, approached Pan Han and Chen Yun from behind, one arm around Pan Han and the other around Chen Yun. Allow me to propose a toast to you both. Regardless of what has transpired between you, as old classmates, I must extend my best wishes. Chen Yun and Pan Han, feeling somewhat embarrassed at the thought of rejecting him, lifted their glasses and drank. That's the spirit. To have once possessed something is, indeed, a form of experience, Gao Ping remarked. Indeed, indeed, Pan Han replied, somewhat evasively. Just a few days ago, that female roommate of yours, have you two become an item? Chen Yun set down her glass, a hint of acidity in her tone as she addressed Pan Han. She noticed that Pan Han seemed somewhat different today, exuding an undeniable charm. It could hardly be described as mere charm. It was a compelling attractiveness that bore a hint of intimidation. When she gazed into his eyes, they seemed fathomless. Little did she know that Pan Han had amassed considerable killing intent from vanquishing numerous zombies in the apocalypse. No, we are merely good friends, Pan Han replied coldly. Is one so generous to merely good friends? Chen Yun was naturally referring to that night when he had bought her clothes and a bag. I have always been sincere with people. Did you not notice? Pan Han shot her a piercing glance, a chill piercing through Chen Yun's mind, causing her to shiver involuntarily. You have changed significantly of late. You are a different person altogether, Chen Yun remarked as she instinctively took a step back. Yes, you are correct. I have lost some things, yet gained many more, Pan Han cryptically replied. Have you found a new girlfriend? I have. So soon? What does she do? She is a sniper, specializing in eliminating those who do not heed my commands, Pan Han shrugged, stating the truth. Chapter 43. Are you good at mathematics? Upon hearing this, everyone assumed he was teasing Chen Yun and erupted in laughter. Chen Yun, equally bewildered, responded, a sniper? What on earth? Have you had too much to drink? What I say is true. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. However, I have certainly not overindulged in drink, Pan Han said with exasperation, for he spoke no falsehood. You? Chen Yun was at a loss for words, her frustration rendering her speechless. Enough, enough, Pan Han. Come sit by me and have a drink. You are quite the wild one tonight. To say in our presence that you have not overindulged. Who are you trying to fool? Lin Jian quickly beckoned him over. Before Pan Han could respond, Gao Ping had already pushed him toward the class monitor, pouring him a large glass of baijiu. Stop spouting nonsense and drink up. Very well, Pan Han agreed, first toasting with a few male classmates. Each took a hearty sip, and by the end of this round, 3 had already succumbed to the effects, retreating to one side. After another round, 1 more fell. Now only Pan Han, Gao Ping, and Lin Jian remained. The latter 2 had been notorious for their drinking prowess during university, renowned throughout the entire department. Today, these 2 individuals seemed somewhat perplexed by Pan Han's sudden ability to drink. Lin Jian glanced at the table, which still held 3 bottles of white liquor, and stood up to distribute them, giving each person a bottle. Class monitor, are you really going all out? Gao Ping remarked. Tonight, we must ascertain Pan Han's true limits. This fellow must have concealed his prowess during university. None of us noticed. Class monitor, I shall accompany you in your revelry tonight, Pan Han replied, maintaining his composure as he silently poured himself another glass. On the opposite side of the table, Chen Yun observed Pan Han's behavior and couldn't help but mutter, what a weirdo. Given Pan Han's current hearing capabilities, it was impossible for him not to hear her. Yet, he merely smiled and chose to ignore her. As Pan Han continued to drink with increasing enthusiasm, the class monitor covered the mouth of his cup and whispered, brother, it's all right. Women are replaceable. There's no need to demean yourself. The class monitor sensed that Pan Han harbored some unresolved issues. Class monitor, you are overthinking it. I simply possess a high tolerance for alcohol. It has nothing to do with her. Pan Han said sincerely, locking eyes with Lin Jian. Very well, since we are indulging, I shall join you in your merriment tonight. Lao Gao, let us have another round. Lin Jian raised his glass, and Gao Ping quickly followed suit. The three of them clinked their glasses together, downing a hefty 2 liang in one go. Pan Han appeared unaffected, while the other two rushed to eat some food to ease the effects. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom, Gao Ping said, feeling overwhelmed as his stomach churned, and hurried off to find relief. Lin Jian, noticing Pan Han's resilience, accompanied Gao Ping outside. As Pan Han observed that those who could drink had left, he decided to step out for a smoke. He descended to the lower level, lit a cigarette, and began to exhale clouds of smoke. Just as he took a couple of puffs, he suddenly sensed something amiss, as though someone was watching him. Frowning slightly, he did not react immediately but instead stretched and twisted his upper body, feigning a casual exercise. He then discreetly glanced towards the dim corner on his left. 3 individuals were engaged in hushed whispers. One of them looked eerily familiar. Wait a minute. I say that the man from the rear-end collision the other day? What is he doing here? An instinctual sense of unease washed over Pan Han, suggesting that the situation was far from ordinary. He raised his gaze to the windows of the second-floor private room, estimating that it would take a while for the crowd to disperse, giving him time to address the issue at hand. Thus, Pan Han retrieved his phone, pretended to make a call, and feigned annoyance at the noise around him as he slowly made his way towards a nearby alley. In truth, he remained focused on the 3 individuals in the corner. After walking about 20 meters, he sensed that the trio was following him. Soon, he entered the alley, heading directly towards a public restroom. Upon seeing him enter, the 3 exchanged mocking glances. That's him, isn't it? One hefty man remarked. Indeed, we can catch him while he's in the restroom, the man from the collision replied. This little brat dares to cross paths with Sister Dodo? Just wait and see how I deal with him. Another muscular, sinister-looking man added, be gentle. We don't want to cause any fatalities. Don't worry, brother. We're well acquainted with this kind of thing. It's not our first time. The entire conversation of the 3 was crystal clear to Pan Han. A sneak attack. They have no idea what level I currently operate at. Standing at the urinal, Pan Han stretched his body. Preparing to meet the 3 ill-fated souls, he took note of the fact that there were precisely 3 urinals available. Perfect, I shall assign each of you your own. The man who had caused the rear-end collision, accompanied by 2 lackeys, swiftly approached the entrance of the public restroom. The trio exchanged glances before entering in single file. At that moment, Pan Han, with a cigarette pinched between his fingers and the other hand engaged in typing, feigned a response to a WeChat message. Once inside, the man who had caused the collision checked the squat toilet for any occupants, while his 2 companions stood beside Pan Han, one on each side. Relieving themselves, the hefty man let out a triumphant whistle, while the sinister-looking one fixed his gaze on Pan Han. After confirming the absence of anyone in the stall, the rear-end collision perpetrator patted his companions on the shoulders, signaling that they could proceed, and took his position at the entrance to keep watch. The hefty man, adjusting his trousers, turned to Pan Han and taunted, You little brat, you've made Sister Dodo angry. As he spoke, he swung a fist towards Pan Han's cheek. Anticipating the move, Pan Han stepped forward, using his shoulder to block the hefty man's arm, and followed up with a swift knife hand strike to the man's throat. The hefty man didn't even emit a sound before collapsing backward. Immediately after, Pan Han executed a spinning kick that struck the sinister-looking man in the abdomen, sending him crashing against the wall. Rendered unconscious without a whimper, at this moment, a fitting background score would play. A hand blade for defense, a beautiful spinning kick. Ha! Pan Han delivered 2 consecutive blows with only 30% of his strength, yet his speed was at its zenith. The rear-end collision perpetrator, vaguely aware of the commotion inside, dismissed it, placing considerable trust in his two subordinates. Dealing with a mere nobody was hardly a challenge. Pan Han relaxed his offensive stance and lifted the heads of the two unconscious men, placing them into the urinal. He then stealthily approached the rear-end collision man from behind and tapped him on the back. So soon? The rear-end collision man was taken aback by how swiftly this had escalated. Just as he turned to look, Pan Han seized him by the throat and pulled him into the restroom. Hey, let go! The rear-end collision man found himself choked from behind, his limbs rendered ineffective. Who is Sister Do-Do? Pan Han whispered into his ear. Damn it, these two fools actually failed to handle you. The rear-end collision man immediately panicked. Pan Han tightened his grip, increasing the pressure on the chokehold. Hey, stop, I can't breathe. The rear-end collision man desperately struck at Pan Han's arm. I'll ask again. Who is Sister Do-Do? Go to hell. The rear-end collision man opened his mouth wide, preparing to bite Pan Han. Oh, still defiant, are we? I like that. Pan Han hadn't expected his adversary to attempt to bite him, and he instantly tensed his muscles. The rear-end collision man's bite met resistance akin to gnawing on an iron rod, nearly causing him to lose a tooth. Damn it! What kind of monster are you? The rear-end collision man could hardly believe his predicament. I'm giving you a chance, yet you're utterly useless. With that, Pan Han yanked the rear-end collision man into the squat toilet, forcefully pressing him down into the bowl while simultaneously pressing the flush button. The rear-end collision man began to struggle more intensely, but Pan Han's hands, like a pair of iron pincers, held him firmly in place. After about 10 seconds of relentless flushing, the rear-end collision man could take it no longer and shouted during a brief pause in the water. I surrender. Pan Han pulled him up and inquired again. Who is Sister Do-Do? It's the day you bought your car. Sister Do-Do also wanted to buy an M5, and you two had a disagreement. Indeed, it was her. Big brother, I see there's been a misunderstanding. Let me go and I'll talk to her. You were the one who rear-ended me, weren't you? Big brother, I was coerced. Whether it was Sister Do-Do or your mother who pressured you is of no concern to me. Just tell your Sister Do-Do to keep a low profile in the future. Such trivial matters don't warrant such a commotion. Pan Han was aware that Do-Do Jia held some influence in her family, and he did not wish to invite unnecessary trouble. Good brother, the tailgating man hastily agreed. Not bad, a teachable lad. By the way, are you good at mathematics? What mathematics? Count how many urinals are in front of us. 3. What about now? Upon noticing two henchmen, each occupying a urinal, the tailgating man instinctively shuddered as he began to grasp what Pan Han intended to do to him. Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. I asked how many are left. Oh, one. Just one, brother. I truly realize my mistake. I was blind to. Before the tailgating man could finish his sentence, Pan Han knocked him unconscious and stuffed him into the last urinal. Your counting is acceptable, but your brain is lacking, Pan Han remarked, clapping his hands while gazing at the tailgating man's silhouette. Chapter 44. Li Long stunned on the spot after dealing with the three men. Pan Han walked back with satisfaction. Do-Do Jia remained a persistent nuisance that needed to be resolved at the opportune moment. As he strolled, he contemplated his next steps. However, he was not in a hurry for today. Her family held some power, and he was currently insufficiently strong, necessitating a gradual plan. Upon reaching the ground floor, he spotted Gao Ping and several male classmates smoking. When they noticed Pan Han approaching, they offered him a cigarette. What have you been up to, you rascal? Were you off looking for a place to clear your throat? Gao Ping patted Pan Han on the shoulder. No, I just went to the alley to use the restroom. Does working out also increase your alcohol tolerance? Another classmate inquired. Indeed, a well-functioning body enhances one's abilities in everything, Pan Han replied, exhaling a cloud of smoke. As they chatted and smoked, just as they were about to extinguish their cigarettes and head upstairs, a Porsche Cayenne sped towards the entrance of the barbecue restaurant. What a nuisance, driving with high beams in such a place. What is wrong with them? One classmate complained, shielding his eyes from the blinding lights. High beam idiot. Damn it. Probably some nouveau riche with no manners. Let's go upstairs. We shouldn't linger here and get blinded. Another remarked. Who is Pan Han? Such brightness does not daunt him. Yet he instantly recognized that the driver of the Cayenne was none other than the insufferable Li Long. After parking the car, Li Long exited without acknowledging the group and headed straight into the barbecue restaurant, there to pick up Chen Yun. Pan Han thought to himself, glancing at the time. It was already past 9 in the evening. Damn, still coming here for a meal. I wonder which private room they're in. Before we leave, let us spread a bit of oil at their entrance and take care of that scoundrel, Gao Ping said fiercely. His contempt for wealthy but uncouth individuals evident, especially after having consumed a bit too much alcohol that night. Come on, Lao Gao, enough of that, Pan Han urged, pulling him towards the private room. The group, still grumbling, returned to the room, and upon opening the door, they were greeted by the sight of a bald man seated inside, his arm draped around Chen Yun. The class monitor, noticing the group had returned, stood up and said, Come, let me introduce you. This is Chen Yun's boyfriend, Long Ge. He is here to take her home. Isn't that the driver of the Qian from earlier? Yes, the one with the high beams. What on earth? How could Chen Yun end up with such a person? Several murmurs arose at the doorway. Ah, isn't that Pan Han? Exclaimed Li Long, immediately recognizing Pan Han and loudly questioning Chen Yun. I had no idea he would be here before I arrived. Chen Yun quietly explained to him, it's perfectly fine. I am not petty, in fact, we ought to be grateful to him for taking such good care of you. Li Long remarked, reaching out to caress Chen Yun's chin. Embarrassed in front of so many classmates, Chen Yun could only lower her head. Is that your Qian parked downstairs? Pan Han asked, feigning ignorance. Indeed, I came to pick up my dear Yun Yun. You haven't been feeding her alcohol, have you? Li Long's irritating demeanor was on full display. Upon hearing that Chen Yun's boyfriend was the high-beam dog, several male classmates exchanged scornful glances. What are you doing standing at the door? Come in and sit down, the class monitor urged, noticing that everyone was hesitant. Everyone took their seats. Pan Han settled across from Li Long. Yun Yun, I have only seen your ex-boyfriend through your phone. I never anticipated him to be so dashing in person, he jested. He wasn't like this before. I don't know what has changed in the past few days, Chen Yun defended. Indeed, not only has his appearance changed dramatically, but his character has as well. He used to be stingy with you, yet he turns around and buys an 180,000 yuan handbag for his female roommate. Quite the impressive feat, Li Long concluded, his gaze fixed on Pan Han with a provocative intensity. Clearly, he still held a grudge from their previous encounter at the mall. I haven't sought you out, yet you've come here to provoke me. Pan Han thought to himself, It seems I must deal with this insufferable dog tonight. Instead of responding directly to Li Long's taunts, he turned to Gao Ping, who instantly grasped the underlying tension. Look, there's still over a bottle of wine left. We can't let it go to waste. Let's pick up the pace, he declared, promptly pouring wine for everyone. Don't pour any for Chen Yun's boyfriend. He drove here? Pan Han announced loudly. Upon hearing this, Li Long immediately protested. Come on, brothers, it's a rare gathering. How can we not drink? But if we both drink, who will drive later? Chen Yun inquired. No worries, our home is just 3 kilometers away. A mere push on the gas pedal will suffice. Besides, we have someone at home. If anyone checks, one phone call will sort it out. Li Long boasted about his family background and connections. The others grew increasingly disdainful. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Ping filled Li Long's cup to the brim. Thanks, brother. Your pouring skills are truly impressive. How refined. Li Long pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Gao Ping. Smoking isn't allowed indoors, especially with ladies present, the class monitor interjected, sensing Li Long's pretentiousness. Drinking without smoking is rather dull. At home, it's always Yun Yun who lights my cigarettes. Right, Yun Yun? Chen Yun's expression began to sour, yet she dared not contradict Li Long. Another female classmate chimed in, smoking indoors incurs a fine. We don't need that. Upon hearing the mention of a fine, Li Long grew even more animated, pulling out 500 yuan from his wallet and tossing it onto the table. Let them fine me. I'll start with 500 yuan, he said gleefully. The female classmate shook her head in disbelief, retreating to the farthest corner of the room. The atmosphere reached an appropriate level. Pan Han spoke up, Come on, Long Ge, thank you for joining our class reunion. Let us raise our glasses in honor of Long Ge. This statement was met with appreciation from Li Long, who, brimming with pride, lifted his glass and took a hearty sip, while the others merely took a small taste. However, Pan Han downed his drink in one go. The other classmates refrained from following suit, but their eyes were fixated on Li Long's glass. Upon noticing this, Li Long realized it was a blatant challenge and joined in the drinking. What a remarkable capacity for alcohol, Pan Han exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. In this world, the only thing I fear is a drinking contest. So, Pan Han, are you up for a challenge? Li Long, You've had enough. Everyone has already drunk quite a bit. What more do you need? Chen Yun interjected, unable to hold back any longer. This is a man's affair. What business do you have meddling here? Li Long's eyes widened in anger as he reprimanded Chen Yun. You. Stung by his words, Chen Yun immediately fell silent. Witnessing this scene, everyone finally comprehended why Chen Yun and Pan Han had parted ways. She was clearly seeking a wealthy partner. Long Gu, I've already consumed over a gene, but since you've spoken up, I have no choice but to accompany you on this perilous journey. Pan Han, wary of Li Long backing out, hastily pulled him into the fray. Waiter, bring us 2 more bottles. At this, Li Long's excitement surged. Being a streetwise drinker himself, he relished the idea of competing with Chen Yun's ex-boyfriend. Invigorated by the challenge point 2 bottles? Long Gu, are you looking down on me? At the very least, let us make it 4. Pan Han rapped his fingers on the table, fixating his gaze on Li Long. What do you mean, Pan Han? Don't be unreasonable. Slap. Li Long delivered a sharp slap to Chen Yun. What business do you have in a man's affair? Just wait until I get home to deal with you. Had this slap come from Pan Han, the classmates would have rushed in. Yet, since it was Li Long, no one dared intervene. It was quite the spectacle. Fine then. 4 bottles it is. Whoever leaves a single drop must bark like a dog. Pan Han thought to himself, relishing the escalating entertainment. Before long, the waiter brought forth 4 bottles of strong liquor. The crowd ceased drinking, their eyes now fixed on the showdown between the two. How would they proceed? Li Long picked up a bottle and took a whiff. I am a man of sincerity. How about we chug straight from the bottle? Pfft. Hearing this, Li Long nearly spewed his drink. Yet, unwilling to concede, he retorted, if that's the case, let us do it. I'm not afraid of you. Pan Han, without further ado, seized a bottle and began chugging. 0.8 seconds later, it was gone, without a drop remaining. Astonishing. Absurd. This time, not only was Li Long stunned, but the other classmates were equally bewildered. They gaped in shock, turning their gaze from Pan Han to Li Long. What is this? Li Long began to panic, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Having navigated drinking venues for over a decade, he had never witnessed such speed or style. Come on, Long Gu, it's your turn. Li Long shook his hands, swallowed hard, steeled himself, and raised the bottle to his lips. However, his pace was agonizingly slow, stopping twice in between. After a full minute, he barely finished, feeling utterly defeated. Without allowing him a moment to recuperate, Pan Han seized the opportunity, chugging the second bottle in another 8 seconds, maintaining an unflinching demeanor. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yun was left in utter disbelief. Was this truly the Pan Han she once knew? 2 words floated through her mind. Soul-snatching. This fellow must have been possessed by someone else. He is certainly not the same pathetic Pan Han from before. Li Long was taken aback. He never anticipated that Chen Yun's ex-boyfriend could drink so much. However, with the atmosphere having reached this point, he felt compelled to partake lest he lose face. Drink, and he would surely end up sprawled out. Come on, Brother Long. Noticing his hesitation, Pan Han directly called him out. Take it easy, brother. Don't be so reckless. It's not good for your health. One must admit, the streetwise types certainly possess a remarkable ability to adapt to their surroundings. No shame in taking it slow. Pan Han recited a string of incantations, then approached Li Long, snatching the bottle from his grasp. He downed it in a single breath, still maintaining his composure. Heart steady after 8 seconds. This moment, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. 1,000 wild horses raced through their minds. Astonishing. So satisfying. Chapter 45. Shi Minqing will arrive shortly. Seeing Pan Han down 3 bottles in a row, Li Long completely unraveled. He had never witnessed such drinking prowess. It was utterly inhuman, ridiculously outrageous. Li Long furrowed his brow, stammering, brother, there's really no need for this. Chen Yun, who had hardly touched a drop, recognized Pan Han's incantation and her expression swiftly soured. Sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control, she hurriedly pulled Li Long up, declaring, I apologize, everyone, but my boyfriend has had too much to drink. We need to get him home. With that, she shot Pan Han a fierce glare. The classmates, witnessing Li Long's predicament, internally rejoiced, yet outwardly urged, let us head back now. It's getting late. The class monitor stepped in to ease the tension. Once Li Long, that sort of person, found himself publicly embarrassed after boasting. He immediately turned into a spineless coward. Observing Chen Yun seeking an exit, he feigned nausea and hastily dragged her away. After they departed, the room erupted in laughter. So, this is the kind of person Chen Yun had found. What a pity. This brother Long has truly become nothing more than a man of wealth. Back in university, Li Long's reputation was already questionable, but who would have thought he was this pathetic? Pan Han, you are simply magnificent. Such a person deserves a good slap in the face. After the laughter subsided, everyone chimed in with their opinions about Li Long. Pan Han remained silent. For someone like Li Long was not worth his concern. Yet, should he dare to approach and act pretentious, he would surely be met with a beating every time. The classmates chatted for a while longer, and as it grew late, they each made their way home. Pan Han took a taxi back to his shared apartment, nearing midnight, and was just preparing to take a shower and retire for the night when Yin Xiaoli called him on a video chat. Pan Han, are you still awake? Not yet. Just returned from a class gathering. You must have drunk quite a bit. Not too bad, around 4 or 5 gin. That is hardly convincing. Why not say you drank a barrel instead? Pan Han felt quite vexed. Why was it that when he spoke the truth, no one believed him? Was your shoot smooth? Quite smooth. The crew is really nice. Why haven't you removed your makeup yet? Did you just finish? Yes, we were rushing to meet a deadline, and I have to get up early tomorrow for a sunrise shoot. Sounds great. Keep it up, superstar. Do you want to come over and hang out? Didn't you say you wanted to visit the set? Sure. Have you filmed any intimate scenes yet? I'd love to observe. Not a chance. Intimate scenes require a cleared set. Besides, it's already been wrapped up. Haha, got it. Regardless of the fact that I have no plans for tomorrow, please provide me with a specific address, and I shall take a leisurely stroll. All right, I shall hang up for now. I will send you my location shortly. After finishing a video call with Pan Han, he decided to take a shower. Upon returning, he noticed that the location had already been sent. It was not far from Kyoto, approximately 700 kilometers away. However, with the M5 in the repair shop, he had to travel by high-speed train. Pan Han opened his mobile app and booked a ticket for the high-speed train for noon the next day. Expecting to arrive around 3 p.m., as he was about to go to sleep. He remembered that he needed to check the surveillance monitor, so he quickly turned on the screen and flipped through it, discovering that no one had been watching him recently. Only then did he feel at ease and drift off to sleep. The next day, around 8 a.m., Pan Han was awakened by the sunlight. After getting out of bed, he decided to change his previous routine and went downstairs to run instead. After his evolution, if he did not exercise, he felt quite uncomfortable. After completing a large loop, he had breakfast downstairs before returning to pack his luggage. He found a set of black sportswear and paired it with a pair of white sneakers. As he looked in the mirror, he suddenly noticed that the length of his pants seemed shorter, now resembling cropped trousers. Had he grown taller? Judging by his current height, he was at least 180 cm, a full 5 centimeters taller. Goodness, could I be evolving from short and poor to tall, handsome, and wealthy? Pan Han could not help but puff out his chest and admire himself before heading out to catch the high-speed train. Good day, sir. Your seat is in business class. Number 01 this way, please. The high-speed train attendant, after checking Pan Han's ticket, led him to his seat with a professional smile. Business class was surprisingly spacious. Pan Han had only seen it in short videos before and could not resist purchasing a ticket this time. After all, the money was easily acquired, so he might as well enjoy comfort. The train sped toward its destination. After exiting the train station, he took a taxi straight to the filming location. I am 15 kilometers away. Pan Han sent a WeChat message to Yin Xiaoli. Okay, I have one last scene to shoot. It should be about time. You can explore the film base for now. Consider it your first stop. Yin Xiaoli replied. In the meantime, Pan Han booked a suite in the nearest 5-star hotel to the filming site. The cost of living in a smaller city was quite low. Even the best suite was only $12.99. Tonight, he would have the bedroom, bathroom, living room, and makeup room all to himself. He chuckled at the thought of the evening's escapades, a gentle smile spreading across his face. The filming site was located within a film city that spanned over 5,000 acres. Bustling with numerous productions simultaneously, it was a busy time for various film crews. Pan Han wandered the streets of the film city, intrigued by the array of eccentric costumes and characters passing by. If only I could establish a film base in the apocalypse and remake all the captivating films from my side. Casting myself as the leading man, he mused with a grin. After approximately half an hour of wandering, Yin Xiaoli sent him a video, inquiring about his whereabouts. Pan Han showed her the surrounding buildings. I am at the Wu Dalong's pancake shop. Once I finish here, I will come to find you. It's not far, so don't move. Otherwise, I'll have to search for you again. All right, I won't budge. Xi will be arriving soon. I must witness this reality show. I have never seen anything like it. Just wait. I will be there shortly. No sooner had he finished speaking than a spirited, yet somewhat lascivious-looking man in ancient attire arrived at the entrance of the pancake shop. As Wu Dalong beheld the arrival of Xi. He bellowed with a croaky voice, "Esteemed patrons, the performance is about to commence." The surrounding visitors promptly gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. Pan Han also found himself intrigued by the unfolding scene. Just as he witnessed Xi forcefully eject Wu Dalong from the establishment, he felt a tap on his back. Yin Xiaoli had already positioned herself behind him. Turning around, Pan Han joyfully enveloped her in a hearty embrace. "Oh dear, do keep an eye on my back." Yin Xiaoli chided, though her heart brimmed with delight. This marked the first occasion someone had come to visit her during her shift. "My goodness, how have you grown taller?" she exclaimed, astounded at the change in Pan Han since they last met. "I have no idea," he replied nonchalantly. "They say that at 23, one might experience a growth spurt. Perhaps that's what they meant." Yin Xiaoli stepped back a meter, scrutinizing him. "Indeed, you've grown taller and even more handsome. It seems your physique has improved as well. How extraordinary. What has transpired these past few days? I've been secretly working out for quite some time now." "You simply weren't aware," Pan Han deflected. "Surprised, are you?" "Unexpected, perhaps," he said, opening his arms for another embrace. This time, Yin Xiaoli did not refuse and stepped willingly into his arms. "Tonight, I must see if you've grown in other areas as well," she whispered playfully while nestled in his embrace. Chapter 46. A dire situation on set. Upon hearing Yin Xiaoli's words, Pan Han felt an unwelcome stir of excitement. A bit embarrassed, he hastily attempted to conceal himself with his clothing. Yin Xiaoli, sensing something pressing against her, glanced down and could not help but chuckle. Fortunately, the surrounding audience was captivated by Xi, oblivious to their predicament. Pan Han quickly composed himself and led Yin Xiaoli away. "I'm feeling a bit tired. Let's find somewhere to grab a bite," she suggested. "Certainly, but we should save some room, as we'll need to consume some protein later," he replied. Familiar with the film city, Yin Xiaoli took the lead as they purchased some street food before settling at a quaint CAF by the roadside. Pan Han ordered 2 iced Americanos, while Yin Xiaoli devoured grilled sausages and stinky tofu with gusto. "Do you restrict your diet as soon as filming begins? How is it that you can devour stinky tofu so voraciously?" Pan Han inquired, unable to contain his curiosity at her ravenous appetite. "Of course, it's the self-discipline expected of an actress. I only eat 1 meal a day, avoiding carbohydrates entirely. I'm starving." Pan Han reflected on the unspoken struggles of actors behind the scenes. It was no easy path. "By the way, what genre are you filming this time?" he casually asked. "This time, the theme is absolutely thrilling." Yin Xiaoli immediately ceased her eating, wiping her mouth as she spoke. "Though? Do enlighten me," Pan Han encouraged, lighting a cigarette and offering her one as well. "This project is backed by a tech company. We're filming a post-apocalyptic narrative," Pan Han sputtered, nearly spitting out his iced Americano. "Isn't that impressive? Come, allow me to interview you. What precisely makes this project so remarkable? Stop joking around and be serious." Yin Xiaoli playfully kicked him. All right, let's discuss work in earnest." Pan Han held a deep admiration for her work ethic. She viewed her profession as paramount. Recently, short video platforms have become inundated with 1-minute episodic series. A producer has invested millions to have us create a post-apocalyptic series, shooting 10 episodes a day. Yin Xiaoli began to elaborate. "Indeed, I am aware that the initial episodes are complimentary, but subsequent viewing necessitates a subscription." "Precisely, that is the case. This time, it unfolds within a post-apocalyptic narrative, centering on the protagonist who traverses into a desolate world, establishes a stronghold, and combats the undead." Upon hearing this, Pan Han mused, "Isn't that a reflection of myself?" To what stage has the filming progressed? Currently, the lead has already seized control of a city and is poised for a final confrontation with the secondary antagonist. It sounds quite exhilarating. Indeed, it is. What role do you portray? I play the female medic at the protagonist's base, tasked with providing medical care and performing surgeries. You may find it hard to believe, but I look rather splendid in a white coat. Pan Han thought to himself, "Isn't that the second in command of the Dawn Squad?" "I find that hard to believe. You must show me tonight," he insisted. "Humph, believe it or not, I have no intention of dressing up for you." Yin Xiaoli laughed as she playfully kicked him. The two conversed and dined, and before long it was 6 in the evening. "Let us go. I've already booked a suite at the hotel." Pan Han, sensing the time was right, called out to Yin Xiaoli, "Off we go, but we must retire early tonight. Tomorrow's scene involves a fierce battle, with injuries, and I have quite a bit of dialogue. Rest assured, with a few of my stunts, you'll be knocked out cold. Get lost? Oh no. I'm going to be late." Yin Xiaoli awoke abruptly, her hair in disarray, and upon glancing at the clock, she shouted. Pan Han, still in a state of drowsiness, opened his eyes to see that it was merely 6 in the morning. The previous night, they had been up until past midnight. Yin Xiaoli protested verbally, yet her body betrayed her. Pan Han was simply too imposing. Yin Xiaoli felt as if she could devour him whole. Without waiting for Pan Han to respond, Yin Xiaoli hastily leapt from the bed, slightly unsteady, to freshen up and apply her makeup. Half an hour later, the two of them hailed a taxi. With a face full of regret, Yin Xiaoli lamented, "It's all your fault. Now I'm going to be late." As she spoke, she hurriedly touched up her makeup. Pan Han let out a wry smile and handed the driver 50 yuan, urging him to accelerate. The driver accepted the money, thanked him, and immediately transformed into an experienced driver, flooring the accelerator. "Once we arrive at the filming site, do not speak. Just observe. I'll inform the assistant director, and should there be a sudden shortage of extras, you'll step in." Yin Xiaoli instructed Pan Han. "No problem. I assure you I won't be a nuisance. Fear not, my dear. I have experience as an extra and am familiar with the set etiquette. I won't let you be late." Upon hearing that the two were headed for filming, the driver assured Yin Xiaoli, "Good job, uncle." Pan Han praised. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the set, where Pan Han observed from a distance that dozens of people had already gathered. Yin Xiaoli, however, left him to seek out the makeup artist in the trailer. Pan Han found a large tree, lighting a cigarette as he watched everyone busily at work. The location had been transformed by the props team into a post-apocalyptic street, with various old objects placed throughout. Fires were lit nearby, and there were individuals dedicated to creating smoke effects. At that moment, the director arrived, a man in his 20s, towering over 6 feet tall yet weighing no more than 140 pounds. Could he possibly be a rotund monk? Pan Han thought, as images of a character from Jin Yong's literary world came to mind. The assistant director and script supervisor gathered around the director, commencing discussions about the filming agenda for the day. As the clock struck 7:30, everyone had gathered, and the photographer began to adjust the equipment, ready for action. The director summoned the principal actors of the scene to discuss the play before preparing to shoot. "Attention, everyone. Please be quiet. The Last Great Hero, Episode 17, Scene 3, Shot 1, Take 1, Action." With the director's command, the performance commenced. Pan Han keenly observed Yin Xiaoli, who stood anxiously behind the male lead, intently watching the interaction between him and the antagonist. Although the camera angle could not capture her face at that moment, she maintained a vivid expression. Indeed, her dedication to acting was commendable. Pan Han silently praised. Cut. Next shot. Prepare the stunt doubles. After approximately 10 takes of dialogue, they were ready to film the action sequence. 2 Stunt doubles donned the costumes of the male lead and the male antagonist, striking their poses as they awaited the director's cue. Action. Upon hearing the director's command, the two doubles immediately engaged in a choreographed exchange of moves. In this scene, the protagonist was to be kicked away by the antagonist, necessitating the use of wires. After they executed about 10 exchanges, the antagonist launched a kick that struck the protagonist in the chest. The stunt double leaned back dramatically as the crew swiftly activated the rigging, lifting him 3 meters off the ground. In midair, he was required to perform an elegant maneuver while delivering his lines. "My goodness. How does he manage that swift kick?" Pan Han listened from a distance, nearly bursting into laughter at the absurdity of the screenplay. Just then, a collective gasp arose from the set. Pan Han focused his gaze to discover that the wire had snapped, causing the stunt double to plummet to the ground, clutching his foot in agony. The director and assistant director hurried over to assess the stunt double's injuries. "Oh no. It seems to be a fracture. We need to get him to the hospital immediately," the director stated, looking at the injured double. Someone nearby quickly sprang into action to fetch a vehicle, while 2 others assisted in carrying the injured man away. Fortunately, the injury was not severe, and such incidents were not uncommon in the world of stunt work. "Assistant director, do we have any other doubles available?" the director inquired, his tone tinged with urgency. We've spent over 10 days selecting this double, who closely matches the lead in height and skill. Finding someone immediately will be quite challenging. The assistant director replied, "Isn't that your job? You spend all your time chasing girls instead of saving contacts for extra doubles. I don't care. Just find someone," the director snapped, clearly agitated. Yes, I will go find someone right away," the assistant director said, feeling overwhelmed but obliged to comply. At that moment, Yin Xiaoli quietly approached the assistant director. "Assistant director, I mentioned earlier that a friend of mine is visiting the set today. He is of similar height to the lead. Should we consider him?" "Oh, how skilled is he?" "Rest assured, he is a fitness enthusiast with an excellent physique. Performing these stunts will be a breeze for him. Quickly bring him over to assess." "All right." After finishing her conversation, Yin Xiaoli dialed Pan Han's number. "Come quickly, we need help on set." Chapter 47. A display of talent. Upon receiving Yin Xiaoli's urgent call for assistance, Pan Han rushed to the set with great haste. "Xiaoli, I have arrived." The assistant director. "This is my friend, Pan Han. Take a look." The assistant director scrutinized Pan Han, finding no fault in his height or appearance. Moreover, he was relatively familiar with Yin Xiaoli, and her recommendation lent him credibility. "This fellow had an admirable presence, but as you can see, we require a stunt double. Have you ever done this before?" "No, but my skills are decent," Pan Han replied with confidence. "All right, let us see you demonstrate a few moves." Aware of the urgency of the situation, Pan Han hastily stripped off his shirt and handed it to Yin Xiaoli. She accepted the garment and whispered encouragement, "Go for it." Pan Han nodded, quickly recalling the military boxing he had learned during his university days. Back then, to earn credits, he and several classmates had opted for this course. Never anticipating its relevance today, he clenched his fists, spread his legs apart, and assumed a stable stance. His muscle memory seemed to awaken instantaneously, and he executed the military boxing routine with fluidity and vigor. His punches were powerful, resonating in the ears of onlookers. His kicks were swift as lightning, sending dust swirling into the air. His eyes gleamed with an intensity that could chill to the bone. His breath echoed like thunder, repelling all manner of unruly spirits. Pan Han entered a state of transcendence, gradually appreciating the evolving power of his movements through this seemingly ordinary form of martial arts. A profound sense of comfort enveloped his mind, urging him to hasten his pace. The director was drawn in, clapping enthusiastically as he watched Pan Han. The assistant director was left astounded, never having anticipated such grace from this individual, who appeared to be a reincarnation of Jet Li. Yin Xiaoli, meanwhile, stood with her lips slightly parted, as if paralyzed, wholly captivated by Pan Han's performance. The others could only lament the inadequacy of their training, shouting in admiration. Once finished, he withdrew his fists, his breath steady and unperturbed. The atmosphere was suffocating, astonishing, ridiculously incredible. How could he possess such skill? "Are you certain he is merely a visitor?" "Wonderful, absolutely splendid." The director, regaining his composure, exclaimed loudly, "Brother, you are the one." Upon witnessing this scene, the assistant director had no further words to say. "Well done. We shall henceforth seek talent to this standard. Brother, hurry and change your clothes. I will brief you on your role shortly." After hearing this, Pan Han glanced at Yin Xiaoli. She quickly approached and patted him on the chest, declaring, "You were simply amazing. Hurry along now." Pan Han smiled, indicating it was no trouble at all, and followed the costume designer. "Xiaoli, this time it's all thanks to you. I appreciate it. Once the filming is done, I'll treat you all to skewers tonight." The assistant director, being a man of the scene, devised a way to reciprocate this favor. "Of course, it's all for the sake of the production." Yin Xiaoli bashfully scratched her head. Makeup, changing costumes, rehearsing the scene. Half an hour had passed in a blink. Everyone prepared to take their positions once more. Ready to shoot action, Pan Han and the other stunt double began their choreography, deliberately slowing his punches to synchronize with his partner. After a dozen exchanges, the partner kicked towards Pan Han. Following the script, he absorbed the blow, only to be yanked away violently by the wire. This time, he soared even higher, nearly 5 meters aloft. Bang! As fate would have it, the wire snapped yet again. Pan Han suddenly lost his tether, his head plummeting towards the ground. "Ah!" Yin Xiaoli, sensing something amiss, exclaimed in alarm. "What the hell?" The director's eyes widened in fury, fixated on Pan Han. "Brother, you are performing a backflip." The assistant director, terrified, lost his composure and hurriedly directed Pan Han to execute a protective landing. "Damn it!" Pan Han muttered under his breath, then summoned strength from his core and indeed executed a backflip, arms outstretched for balance, and with a precise aim at the ground, thud. He landed safely, his posture remarkably graceful. "Oh my goodness! Excellent! Absolutely fantastic!" The director, witnessing Pan Han's miraculous recovery, couldn't help but shout. The others exhaled in relief, while Yin Shaoli rushed to Pan Han's side to check for injuries. "I'm fine. Don't worry," Pan Han reassured Yin Shaoli. "You scared me to death. At such a height, if you had fallen and gotten hurt, how would I explain it to your family?" "Brother, you were truly incredible," the assistant director chimed in, approaching to inspect Pan Han with a look of disbelief. Seeing Pan Han unscathed, the director hurried to the monitor to review the footage. "So stunning. Even better than the choreography designed by the martial arts director. This shot is a keeper." With Pan Han's assistance, the action scenes progressed ahead of schedule. The director, elated, instructed the assistant director to reward Pan Han with an additional 500 yuan. Following the action sequences, it was time for the dramatic scenes, and now it was Yin Shaoli's turn to shine. She had several scenes involving the treatment of injured teammates. Pan Han shed his costume and retreated to the sidelines to observe the filming. The set was imbued with a certain magic, as everyone united in the pursuit of creating dreams. This resonated deeply with his own fantastical life. He had grown fond of acting, and an itch began to stir within him, prompting thoughts of investing in a few projects for fun. It seemed prudent to find an opportunity to liquidate some gold bars. "Manager Wang, you better be prepared with the funds," he mused. With that thought, he promptly sent a WeChat message to Wang Chengfa, indicating his intention to offload a large batch in the coming days, urging him to make preparations. "Mr. Pan, could you provide a ballpark figure? Let us prepare 100 million. "What? That much? I can't handle that at this branch. Whether you can or not is your concern. No, Mr. Pan, listen to me. Anything over 100 million will necessitate intervention from the main office. The procedures will be stricter and qualifications will be scrutinized more rigorously, potentially leading to various reporting requirements." "What do you mean by that?" "I mean to introduce you to a new avenue, no? I know a big shot with considerable influence. He can facilitate the sale of your gold bars without going through our standard procedures. Once the goods are verified, payment is made directly." "All right, then connect me. I want to be present. Just ensure you receive a generous reward, Mr. Pan. This approach will incur higher costs since it falls into a gray area." "No problem. Great. Following Mr. Pan is a delight. As for past matters, I was blind to the truth. Please don't hold it against me." "Not at all. As long as you handle things properly, you will not miss out on the benefits." After conveying his instructions, Pan Han smirked coldly. He had already orchestrated Wang Cheng's downfall. About an hour later, once Yin Shaoli completed her scenes, she approached Pan Han to say goodbye and prepare to leave. "All right, you should first remove your makeup. Later, I will take you to the city to purchase some clothing. Today, you have been of immense help, and it is rare that I let you spend money. I will cover all expenses in the city later." Soon, Yin Shaoli changed into a casual outfit, bid farewell to everyone, and arm in arm with Pan Han, headed straight for the city. Chapter 48. Wang Dodo's lingering spirit. Damn it. A bunch of useless fools. In the luxurious residence of Kyoto, Wang Dodo was listening to the rear-end guy report on the ambush, unable to suppress her anger any longer. The rear-end guy depicted Pan Han as an immensely powerful, cold-blooded assassin with top-notch combat skills. "Sister Dodo, it's not that the brothers failed in their task. You have yet to witness how ruthless he can be. We initially intended to discuss the rules with the brat, but who knew that this bastard would come at us with lethal force right away?" "Exactly, this punk must have been a mercenary abroad, striking straight for the vital points," the hefty man chimed in. "Recently, he seems to have made it to trending topics, that big eater. This son of a gun can eat so much, he must have trained for it," the burly and ruthless man added. That night, after the three of them regained consciousness at the urinal, they had coordinated their lines to cover for one another today. "Stop your incessant chatter. When you all usually come to me for money, you do not speak this way. You boast as if you were the reincarnation of the king of hell, claiming even Guan Yu would have to bow to you. And what do we have now?" Wang Dodo grew increasingly infuriated, hurling the cup in her hand at the three of them. "Sister Dodo, not only is this brat skilled, but he is also exceptionally arrogant. He pushed my face into the urinal, all the while insisting that I shouldn't wash my face and should instead lick it for you," the burly and ruthless man exclaimed. "What the hell? Did he really say that? Absolutely, I wouldn't dare lie. Sister Dodo, he isn't just humiliating us. He is humiliating you. This son of a dog, Panhan, drives me insane. Wang Dodo trembled with rage, deceived by these fools. Hello? Uncle Chung, have you found any results on that woman I asked you to investigate? Wang Dodo randomly dialed a number inquiring. Miss, the woman is named Yin Xiaoli, and she is Panhan's roommate. The specific details have already been sent to your WeChat. This Uncle Chung is the steward of Wang Dodo's family, handling various matters. All right, I'll take a look and inform you how to proceed later. Wang Dodo hung up the phone and opened WeChat to read about Yin Xiaoli. A few minutes later, she shifted her gaze from the phone to the window, saying viciously, So, little bitch, you are acting, are you? Then let us play with you a bit more. Everyone noticed Wang Dodo was scheming again. Their spirits lifted slightly, thinking this time they might successfully deflect blame. Sister Dodo, if there is nothing else, shall we head out? The rear-end guy cautiously asked. Where are you going? I am in a very foul mood. Upon hearing this, the others immediately trembled as if shaken by a sieve, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Come here, help me vent my anger, Wang Dodo commanded in a queenly tone. The three, not daring to disobey, obediently walked to a nearby cabinet and each retrieved a small wooden box. Wang Dodo approached, opened each box, and from one of them, she took out a leather whip and a steel wool ball. As she gazed at the two items in her hand, a wickedly playful smile crept across her lips. In the bustling film town, Panhan and Yin Xiaoli were indulging in a shopping spree. The recent filming experience had provided them with a wealth of shared topics, drawing Yin Xiaoli closer to Panhan, who found her arm entwined with his for the majority of their outing. They sent me a total of 1,000 kwai just now. It feels rather effortless to earn this money, Panhan remarked. The wage for a substitute is inherently higher, and since you were urgently called in today, you received an additional 500. Your earnings surpass even mine, Yin Xiaoli replied. You mean to tell me you earn less than 1,000 a day? You're currently the fourth female lead. In such low-budget productions, I barely make over 300 a day. Even the leading lady only earns 1,000. That's not easy. Here, take this 1,000 as well. No need. You earned this with your hard work. But honestly, I must say your acting was quite impressive. And with your skills, you might consider entering the film industry. I entered several times last night. Have you forgotten? Stop joking around. Let us discuss serious matters. All right, once I start making money, I'll invest in a film, and we can be the lead couple. You're rambling again. Forget about work. Let us find a place to eat noodles. Feeling slightly bored by Panhan's teasing, Yin Xiaoli took his hand and led him to find food. They passed a ramen shop where a long queue had formed outside. It turned out they were offering a buy-one-get-one-free promotion for their grand opening. Yin Xiaoli found this appealing and promptly decided to eat there, to which Panhan readily agreed. They made their way to the end of the line. Hey, is that the big eater? A young girl in front of them immediately recognized Panhan as he joined the queue. Upon hearing this, Panhan realized he had been recognized. Lacking experience in handling such situations, he could only nod vaguely in response. What big eater? Yin Xiaoli asked, bewildered. Is it really you? Oh my goodness, the big eater is here for a free meal. The girl exclaimed, mistakenly believing Panhan was there for a promotional visit. As the surrounding crowd turned to look, more people began to recognize him, hastily pulling out their phones to capture the moment. They can't possibly be talking about you, right? Yin Xiaoli whispered. Yes, it's me. A few days ago, I appeared in a video after devouring several meals, and it went viral, Panhan explained. Wow, that's incredible. I barely checked my phone while filming. And you managed to trend? Are you still planning to eat here? Panhan, feeling uneasy at the prospect of being scrutinized while eating, decided he would rather leave. Locking eyes with Yin Xiaoli, they wasted no time turning on their heels and departing, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Big eater, can we take a photo together? The girl called out, chasing after them. Panhan glanced back, grabbed Yin Xiaoli's hand, and began to run. He had no desire to take pictures with strangers. The last time he trended for a meal had left him with a distaste for such attention. They dashed out of the mall and across 2 streets, ensuring the girl had not followed them before finally stopping. Yin Xiaoli, breathless yet amused, couldn't help but tease him. With your current demeanor, you think you can be the leading man. If you get recognized in the future, you'll have to find a hole to hide in. Panhan did not respond but instead concentrated on his surroundings. Sensing that all was well, allowing himself to relax, he pulled out a cigarette, intending to take a moment to calm his racing thoughts. Just as he struck the match, a gust of wind extinguished the flame. Observing this, Yin Xiaoli opened her coat to shield him from the wind. Pan Han glanced at her and smiled, relighting his cigarette before placing it between her lips. Let me take a good look at you. With the cigarette held delicately in her mouth, Yin Xiaoli cupped Pan Han's face with both hands. Am I looking good? It seems you have indeed become more attractive lately. Quite dashing, in fact. What has happened to you recently? Oh, nothing much. Just secretly working out. I don't believe you. Don't lie in front of me. You're still a bit too naive. There's a curse in my family. After turning 23, one gradually transforms into a werewolf. The process has already begun. Pan Han still could not bring himself to reveal the truth. If you're unwilling to share, so be it. What matters is that you are doing better. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone broke the moment. It was Yin Xiaoli's phone, and upon checking, she saw it was the assistant director calling. Hello, assistant director. What can I do for you? Xiaoli, I have some news. The director hasn't quite figured out how to tell you yet, Dotto. Since we have a good rapport, I'll tell you, but you must promise not to mention that it was I who informed you. No problem, assistant director. You can count on me. I've heard that the producer has called. You are to be replaced. What? Chapter 49. The power of capital. Xiaoli, have you upset someone recently? The producer seems quite angry. You might be let go by tomorrow. The assistant director sounded anxious. Having known Yin Xiaoli for several years and recognizing her talent as an actress, I haven tea. What on earth is going on? Assistant director, where are you? I need to find you. Upon hearing that she might be replaced, Yin Xiaoli felt a surge of panic. Don't come just yet. That's all the information I have for now. All right, thank you, assistant director. As the call ended, Yin Xiaoli stood in the wind, her face a mask of confusion. What is going on? Pan Han sensed something was amiss. I'm going to be replaced. They'll notify me tomorrow. The assistant director just gave me a heads up. Yin Xiaoli's voice trembled with anxiety as she discarded her first cigarette and lit another. Everything was going well. Why would they replace you? I don't know. They said it was a notification from the producer. Have you ever encountered something like this before? No, but such occurrences are not uncommon in this industry. Have you offended someone? I don't think so. It's possible the producer wants to promote some newcomer or a relative and decided to make a last-minute change. Yin Xiaoli took a deep drag, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. But you've already signed a contract. How can they treat it so lightly? You don't understand. For small roles like ours and this kind of low-budget production, no one really cares. Worst case, they just lose a bit of money. What are you planning to do now? This is my first time encountering such a situation. I have no idea what to do. I'll wait for the director to notify me and then ask him for further details. Yin Xiaoli replied helplessly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Pan Han, unsure of how to resolve the issue, simply embraced Yin Xiaoli, gently patting her back. She fought back her tears but held onto Pan Han tightly. In that moment, neither spoke. They remained locked in an embrace for several minutes. Suddenly, Yin Xiaoli pushed Pan Han aside, wiped away her tears, and forced a faint smile. I'm fine now. Once we receive the notification tomorrow, we shall return home. Do not worry. In the future, we can partner to establish a film company. I will provide the funding, and you will manage the operations. You shall be the leading lady in every production. Thank you, Pan Han. But truly, I am all right now, so rest assured I am serious. Pan Han genuinely aspired to start a company. The treasures brought back from the apocalypse should not merely be converted into cash. They need a venue to circulate and create additional value. This industry is not easy to navigate. It is a realm where the strong prey on the weak. Investing this amount of money could very well lead to failure. Then let us continue to gamble. Pan Han's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he grasped Yin Xiaoli's shoulders and spoke earnestly. Yin Xiaoli gazed intently at Pan Han, momentarily at a loss for words. Within her, it felt as though a fervent fire had ignited, blazing brightly. Let us go, and forget about this troublesome matter for now. As long as it can be resolved with money, it is not a problem. Let us visit the arcade and indulge ourselves completely. Pan Han sought a venue for Yin Xiaoli to unwind and forget her troubles. First, they would play games, and later indulge in a massage. To truly relax, one must do so thoroughly. Yin Xiaoli lifted her chin and straightened her posture, exuding an air of determination. That is the spirit. Let us proceed. Not far away, there was a large shopping mall, housing a chain arcade. Since it was not the weekend, the crowd was sparse, with only about 10 patrons present. Pan Han approached the counter, withdrew 1,000 yuan, and exchanged it for 1,500 tokens. Each of them cradled a basket of game tokens as they strode confidently towards the coin pusher machine. Pan Han had long pondered the identity of those who, at the arcade, casually purchased thousands of tokens. Now he understood, they were undoubtedly tethered to the system. When it comes to satisfying human pleasure, films and television series simply cannot compare to games, especially those imbued with a gambling aspect, offering immediate gratification that is utterly addictive. Yin Xiaoli was no exception. She quickly became engrossed before the coin pusher machine, intensely focused on the tokens inside, continuously collecting and inserting coins, reveling in the experience. Each time a substantial number of tokens cascaded down, she would thump the arcade machine and cheer, venting her frustrations and discontent. Pan Han felt joyous seeing Yin Xiaoli happy, and they played from noon until just past 6 in the evening, until every last token was spent. Damn it! After the final token was inserted, Yin Xiaoli cursed and smacked the machine. Was it satisfying? Absolutely. I've longed to experience this, but the circumstances never allowed it. Then it's settled. My kick was not in vain. As Pan Han spoke, he began to massage her shoulders. Tonight, it will all be returned to you. The two exited the arcade, indulged in a hearty meal, and then enjoyed a massage before returning to the hotel. I will go take a shower first. You should also wash up shortly. Yin Xiaoli began to undress in front of Pan Han. Let us shower together. Perhaps another time. I prefer to soak in a bath and enjoy some solitude. Understood. You go ahead. Pan Han recognized the need to give her some space to regain her composure. While she showered, Pan Han, feeling somewhat bored, prepared to play a couple of ranked matches. Just as he queued up, an unfamiliar call came in. Damn it. Who is it? Pan Han cursed as she answered the phone. Hello? Who's this? It's me, your female roommate, came the voice of a young woman. Yes, that's me. And you are? Your roommate? How have you been? Who are you? Pan Han suddenly sat up. You dog, have you forgotten so quickly? The young woman said fiercely. Dodo Jia? Pan Han quickly realized. How dare you call me Dodo Jia? Fine, then I'll call you Dodo Bai. Didn't your lackeys inform you? Damn it, stop pretending with me. How can a girl have such a filthy mouth? Did your family all die out? No one taught you manners. What the hell does that have to do with you? You stupid idiot. Let me tell you, that shameless roommate of yours has already been marked for expulsion by me. Just wait to be kicked out tomorrow. Ah, Wang Dodo said with great satisfaction. You've got some power, haven't you? Dealing with you is merely a matter of lifting a finger. One phone call, and your investors will have to obediently switch people. Not even the director's pleas will help. If he dares to complain, he can leave too. This is the third time you've targeted me. What exactly do you want? Pan Han was puzzled. Was it really worth making such a fuss over not letting her have that car? Oh, scared now? Aren't you quite the tough one? Not scared, I just want to know what you intend to do. You come back tomorrow, kneel and lick my toes, then let me give you a good beating. And only then will I consider sparing you. You're so twisted. Does your family know? Still putting up a front? Huh? Fine, let's keep playing. We'll see how many rounds you can endure. You let Yin Xiaoli go, and I'll play with you, kid. My incompetent subordinates tell me you have some skills. Didn't you make the trending news a couple of days ago? You seem quite presentable. I'm rather interested in you. Here's the deal. Come find me in Kyoto, let me have my fun, and I'll let Yin Xiaoli go. Wang Dodo said with a sly smile. Deal. I'll return tomorrow. Now call the producer and cancel the replacement decision. Oh, quite straightforward. That a man who dares to act is becoming more interesting to me. Cut the nonsense and make the producer cancel the replacement decision. Kid, let me show you the power of capital. It's just a phone call, and let me remind you, don't even think about running it. If you do, next time it will be worse. You know I can find you anytime. With that, Wang Dodo hung up the phone. Damn it! Pan Han fiercely threw her phone onto the bed. Chapter 50. Farewell to Wang Dodo in a lavish villa in Kyoto. The spacious living room was empty except for a young woman. None other than Wang Dodo, who had just hung up the phone. This kid is becoming more and more interesting, she mused to herself as she looked at the phone. She opened WeChat and sent a message to Uncle Chung. Pause the replacement. Wait for further instructions. Understood. Mississippi, I will inform the production team right away. Uncle Chung replied promptly. After putting down the phone, Wang Dodo raised a glass of red wine and drank it in one go. With a dreamy gaze, she reclined on the sofa, her hands wandering across her body, emitting soft moans. After a brief pause, a wailing sound reverberated through the living room. Are you done yet? Pan Han knocked on the bathroom door. Not yet, I'm still soaking. All right, take your time. My ranked match isn't over yet, Mim. You go ahead and play, I'll join you later. Pan Han turned and lay down on the bed, pondering the earlier conversation. He couldn't let Yin Shaoli know about this matter. He would assess the situation tomorrow, and if everything was fine, he would head back to confront this dodo. After much contemplation, Pan Han promptly made a decision. 15 minutes later, Pan Han led his teammates to push the enemy's crystal. Yin Shaoli emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Upon seeing her, Pan Han felt rejuvenated. She looked radiant, her towel hugging her curves exquisitely. "Wow, you look stunning," Pan Han couldn't help but exclaim. "Really?" Yin Shaoli replied, twirling around. "Yes, absolutely beautiful. It's a pity there aren't many who can appreciate it." Yin Shaoli's words were laden with double meaning. The beauty of life lies in the fact that every day is a fresh start. "Your words are so sweet. Come, sister, let's play something thrilling." "Huh? What do you have in mind?" "I also play Honor of Kings, and I'm a support player at that. Let's duo queue." "Wow, that's quite exhilarating." The two spent a delightful night playing Honor of Kings, pushing several rounds of crystals. Pan Han found himself devoid of any carnal thoughts, purely relishing the joy of duo queuing. Encountering a good support was far more enjoyable than mere physical intimacy. Exhausted from gaming, the two embraced and fell asleep, existing as a pair of pure souls, detached from base desires. The next morning at 7:30, Yin Shaoli was awakened by the vibration of her phone. "Hello, Assistant Director, so early." Yin Shaoli mumbled sleepily. "Shaoli, I've got great news for you. You don't have to leave," the Assistant Director exclaimed excitedly. "Really?" Yin Shaoli leaped up, incredulous. "Of course. The investors have changed their minds. Hurry and get ready for filming, and act as if nothing happened. Keep it under wraps." "All right, thank you, Assistant Director." "Thank you." Pan Han, overhearing the news, sighed quietly, thinking he had to return home. "Pan Han, wake up. I can go back to filming. They aren't replacing me. I need to hurry. You can sleep a bit longer." Pan Han pretended to be roused by her, mumbling sleepily. "Okay, go on." Yin Shaoli quickly got out of bed, washed her face and got dressed. Once ready, she returned to the bedside, kissed Pan Han goodbye, and said, "Shaoli, I have to return to Kyoto today. I have some matters to attend to at home. You focus on filming here." "Huh? You're leaving just like that? So sudden." "Oh dear, I don't have time." "Do as you please, but let me know when you get back. You should hurry." After seeing Yin Shaoli off, Pan Han lay back on the bed and booked a train ticket back to Kyoto. Then, he dialed Wang Dodo's number. "You up so early? Is Yin Shaoli's matter settled?" Wang Dodo replied lazily. "Yes, you kept your word. Less chit-chat. When are you coming back?" "The ticket is booked. I'll arrive by noon." "Where can I find you?" "At the Dynasty Hotel, room 1808. Do not attempt any tricks, nor engage in futile resistance. You truly are a fool. What business do you have at the hotel? You are not in a position to negotiate terms with me. Simply go wherever I instruct you." Wang Dodo held the phone in one hand while the other wandered toward her more intimate areas. "Very well then, I shall see you at 1808. After hanging up, Pan Han was enveloped by a sudden chill, a foreboding sense of dread coursing through him. He got up to stretch, then descended to run a couple of laps, returning to take a cold shower. After this series of actions, his emotions began to settle slightly. Checking the time, he found it was nearly right, so he checked out and made his way to the station, eager to return to Kyoto. Throughout the journey, Yin Shaoli relentlessly messaged him, her excitement palpable. The prospect of returning to the set to film brought her immense joy. Pan Han shared in her happiness, sending her encouragement and likes. 2 hours later, Pan Han arrived in Kyoto, first returning home to drop off his backpack and other belongings before taking a taxi to the Dynasty Hotel. "I will arrive in half an hour." He messaged Wang Dodo, "I will wait for you." This luxurious hotel is quite renowned in Kyoto. Upon alighting, Pan Han gazed at the grand structure of the hotel, shaking his head in resignation. And no matter how splendid a place may be, there are always unsavory individuals. He approached the front desk and inquired how to reach room 1808. "You must be Mr. Pan," the receptionist said. "Indeed, that is I. Miss Wang instructed that upon your arrival, you should be allowed to go straight up. Here is your room KEYSO." Her name was Wang Dodo. Pan Han mused, but then reconsidered. The name seemed quite innocent, yet how could a person be so twisted? "Very well, thank you," Pan Han replied, taking the key and heading directly for 1808. Along the way, he repeatedly checked his gear and condition. Within his belongings, he concealed a handgun, a dagger, throwing knives, a folding stool, and a frying pan, among other weapons. He also carried 2 bottles of alcohol and several lighters, prepared to douse anyone who posed a threat. Additionally, He had a bundle of rope and descending iron hooks. If all else failed, he could escape by rope. If they numbered merely a dozen, he could manage. But should their ranks exceed 20, he would need to be ready to flee. Absolutely no consumption of anything was to occur. Upon entering, he would need to immediately assess the layout of the room. This should be the floor plan. He made a mental note of the fire escape routes and emergency exits. Once he had confirmed everything, he stood at the door of 1808, took a deep breath, and pressed the doorbell. "Come in. Open the door yourself," Wang Daodu's voice echoed from a speaker. "Damn, what kind of creep finds a speaker like that?" Pan Han muttered as he swiped the card to enter. Room 1808 was a presidential suite, sprawling over 180 square meters, with a spacious living room greeting him as he stepped inside. Pan Han quickly surveyed his surroundings, memorizing the layout and checking for any dangers. At that moment, Wang Daodu sat on the living room sofa, engaged in a stretching exercise. Her yoga pants accentuated her curvaceous form, and a tank top clung to her sweat-drenched body, revealing a hint of her bosom. Oddly, she was alone. Pan Han pondered. "Wait for me to finish my exercises. You may sit first," Wang Daodu commanded without even glancing at him. Pan Han, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss, sensing that the rhythm of the situation was decidedly amiss. Shouldn't there have been a vigorous reprimand the moment he stepped inside? It felt as though he were merely visiting a friend rather than facing a confrontation. "You must be Wang Dodo," he ventured, steeling himself to speak. However, Wang Dodo paid him no heed, engrossed in her stretching exercises. There was undoubtedly something amiss. Rather than taking a seat, Pan Han chose to roam about, surveying the bedroom, bathroom, bar, and cloakroom. If the situation were to escalate, he would have to make a hasty retreat through the cloakroom. He could not afford to underestimate the circumstances. "Stop searching," Wang Dodo interjected. "The cameras are everywhere. It's impossible to find them all with that." She rose, towel in hand, wiping the sweat from her brow. "If you want me to do something, just say it plainly. Didn't I tell you yesterday? Kneel and act like a dog." Wang Dodo discarded the towel and, grasping a water bottle, sauntered towards Pan Han. "Damn it, this person is definitely not normal." Pan Han, upon hearing her words, instinctively retreated 2 steps. His muscles tensed and ready for anything. "What is the matter? Haven't you ever done this before?" Wang Dodo approached him, playfully tapping his chest muscles before taking a hearty swig of water. "To be frank, your tricks are ineffective against me. The reason I am here is that I wish to avoid escalating matters or involving others." Well, impressive chest muscles," she remarked, setting down the water bottle and scrutinizing Pan Han. "Are you hoping I might share your bed?" Pan Han desperately wished to refrain from uttering such a question, yet the absurdity of the situation compelled his mind to wander in that direction. "Ha ha ha, sleep with me? Do you think you're worthy? Someone like you, if I wanted to, could have a line stretching from here to Paris." Wang Dodo burst into laughter at his response. "If you don't speak soon, I might just leave." Frustrated, Pan Han felt exasperated, wishing she would simply let him strike her. "The moment you step out, I'll call someone else." Pan Han, somewhat irked, glared at Wang Dodo. "Take off your shirt." Seeing his impatience, Wang Dodo adopted a serious tone. This request left Pan Han momentarily unsure of how to refuse. He needed to discern Wang Dodo's true intentions before proceeding. "Fine, if you want to play, I'll indulge you." Following her command, Pan Han removed his shirt, revealing his t-shirt beneath. Wang Dodo remained silent, gesturing for him to remove the t-shirt as well. Once it was off, his sculpted torso was displayed before her. "Unexpectedly, your physique is quite commendable. It's not evident when clothed. And then what? You can't simply want to admire my body, can you?" "Just wait," she replied, striding towards the bedroom. 2 minutes later, she returned, cradling a box in her hands, which she presented to Pan Han. "Take this." Pan Han accepted it with both hands, feeling its substantial weight. With a serious expression, Wang Dodo opened the box and began rummaging through its contents. Pan Han's heart sank as he realized it was filled with peculiar instruments. "Good heavens, this woman is a sadist," he thought to himself, alarmed. Noticing Pan Han's hands tremble, Wang Dodo promptly kicked him lightly. "Hold the box steady." Without waiting for his response, she selected an item from the box, weighing it in her hand, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth, signaling for Pan Han to set the box down. At this moment, Wang Dodo held a mask in her hand, one that was particularly tight-fitting, almost suffocating. The sight of it instantly reminded Pan Han of his first visit to the hospital and that peculiar nurse. "Let us put this on first," he said, and with a swift motion, he slapped her across the face. In an instant, her cheek began to swell. "You sick pervert." After delivering the blow, he hurled a harsh curse at her. "Ah!" Wang Dodo cried out in pain, unable to suppress her voice. Her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Pan Han. "How dare you hit me?" With that, he struck her again, this time on the opposite cheek. Now, each side of her face bore a crimson imprint. Wang Dodo's face swelled further. "Ah!" She screamed once more, discarding the mask and covering her face with her hands as she stumbled back 2 steps. Pan Han, refusing to wait for her reaction, retaliated with another blow, simultaneously silencing her. Wang Dodo jumped up in pain, uttering indistinct sounds. "You actually intend to suffocate me?" Pan Han, unsatisfied, added 2 more slaps. "Woo-woo," Wang Dodo gasped, struggling to breathe, and turned to flee towards the bedroom. "Damn it, let me show you how I'll deal with you today." Pan Han, seeing her escape, pursued her. The 2 of them engaged in a frantic chase, with Pan Han, bare-chested, reveling in the excitement of the pursuit. As they ran, it wasn't long before Wang Dodo found herself out of breath. Reaching the edge of the bed, she leaped onto it, curling up under the covers, leaving only her head exposed. Pan Han, increasingly enraged, prepared to rip the blankets away. Unexpectedly, Wang Dodo's eyes darted around, and as she gasped for air, she exclaimed, "You're so manly." Upon hearing her words, Pan Han froze, his mind blank, and his movements halted. "Are you still going to hit me?" Wang Dodo questioned. Noticing his pause, he feigned another strike, yet to his surprise, she did not flinch. Instead, she closed her eyes. This left Pan Han bewildered. "Damn it, if you're going to provoke me, I'll give you what you deserve." Seeing Pan Han's lack of response, Wang Dodo sprang up, ready to retaliate against him. "Wait, don't move." Pan Han was not about to let her succeed. He pressed her head down while retreating. Wang Dodo clung to his arm desperately, even biting him. Little did she know, Pan Han was unfazed by bites, and the moment her teeth sank in, he felt a sharp pang. "Wow, that's tough," she exclaimed in genuine admiration. "Damn it, I'll show you tough." Pan Han delivered 3 swift slaps, leaving behind 3 angry, swollen marks. Ha 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 ha. Those 3 strikes were indeed forceful, and Wang Dodo immediately lost her strength, lying on the bed in a daze laughing. Concerned that he might have been too rough and caused her serious harm, Pan Han stopped and stepped back, distancing himself. Such a woman must be avoided at all costs. She is far too terrifying. Pan Han, raised with values that discouraged violence against women, found himself astonished by his own actions. If there are issues, they are entirely of her own making. Reflect on that. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from Wang Dodo, reverberating throughout the presidential suite. "What on earth do you want?" she queried. Noticing her own injuries, "You're hurt quite badly. Let me take you for treatment." Pan Han, observing the 3 blood marks on her back, felt a twinge of guilt, eager to conclude this exhausting exchange. Unexpectedly, "Your scolding is quite formidable." Wang Dodo gazed at Pan Han with a beaming smile, her eyes brimming with admiration. Chapter 52. "You are ill and need treatment." "Wang Dodo, are you unwell?" Pan Han, exasperated, inquired while seated on the sofa. "Indeed. How did you know I was sick?" "I have an addiction in that regard," Wang Dodo replied with a playful blink. "If you are ill, then seek treatment. Why unleash your madness upon me? There is but one remedy for this ailment, and that is poverty. Thus, for someone of my financial standing, this affliction is incurable. At present, I only wish to strike you or be struck by you." Wang Dodo propped her chin on her hand, mimicking the demeanor of a mischievous deity, and said cheekily. Pan Han, momentarily speechless, slowly uttered a few words. "Perhaps I should just compensate you for the car. After all, the M5 is in repairs. Might as well relinquish it to this crazy woman. If I continue to engage with her, I too shall descend into madness." Although he had an appreciation for beautiful women, it must be rooted in genuine emotion. He could never accept this. He silently vowed that in the apocalyptic base, anyone who indulged in such antics would meet their demise, and that iron group, he would annihilate them sooner or later. "Oh, now you recall the car situation? Weren't you rather formidable back then? Let me tell you, it is too late. Wang Daodu suddenly reverted to her usual self, taunting Pan Han with a mocking tone. It seems that speaking reasonably has proven ineffective, hasn't it? Are you truly unaware of my capabilities? My 3 inept subordinates may not accomplish much, yet they are quite seasoned in sabotage and ambush. If you could turn the tables on them, it indeed indicates you possess some skill. Pan Han inwardly scoffed at the thought of sharing his own prowess. Alas, such skills were utterly useless to him, and no matter how powerful one may be, before me, you are merely an ant. What if I could cure your ailment? Pan Han suddenly recalled the evolution potion in his possession. Taking the yellow vial would eradicate all maladies within him. Ha ha ha, just you, a pathetic loser. Do you truly believe you can bankrupt my family? Wang Daodu assumed Pan Han sought to ruin their clan. Upon being called a pathetic loser, Pan Han's temper flared, and he instinctively slapped her again. That hurt. Could you apply a bit more force? Wang Daodu instantly reverted to her eccentric demeanor, gazing at Pan Han with a dazed expression, and began to crawl down from the bed directly towards his thigh. Pan Han promptly extended his leg to block her. Calm yourself. I was not suggesting your family would go bankrupt. I genuinely have a method to treat your condition. Suddenly, Wang Daodu halted, staring at Pan Han in disbelief. Are you serious? Stand up. I am not accustomed to conversing in this manner. Pan Han growled menacingly. Oh, why so fierce? Wang Daodu playfully rebuked him, slowly rising to her feet. Did I ask you to come over here? Pan Han gestured to the sofa cushion. Oh, understood. Wang Daodu, like a chastised schoolgirl, obediently sat beside Pan Han. How long have you been suffering from this affliction? Please elaborate so I may determine if I can prescribe an appropriate remedy. Seizing the opportunity while she was compliant, Pan Han swiftly transitioned into a serious conversation. About 7 or 8 years now. Ah? How old are you this year? I am 24 years old. So you were afflicted with this illness at the age of 16? Indeed. My father works in the pharmaceutical industry. After discovering it, he treated me for a long time, but to no avail. Did he ever explain the cause of this ailment? I fear you might not comprehend. The etiology is quite intricate. Please elaborate. Pan Han suddenly felt that the matter was not so simple. This illness is partly hereditary. My father is quite the libertine, wealthy and handsome. He attracts women from all corners. Another contributing factor is the immense mental pressure leading to hormonal imbalances. With your father's vast enterprise, it's not surprising he attracts some wild women. Upon hearing this, Pan Han sighed softly. All men are like that. Wang Dodo suddenly shouted in agitation, her eyes brimming with tears. Why the sudden outburst? Please continue. Why do you wish to listen? On what grounds should I trust you? Wang Dodo retorted. In that moment, she appeared as a 16-year-old girl, pure and adorable, her swollen cheeks reflecting her sincere gaze and eager hope. After his evolution, Pan Han's observational and analytical skills had significantly enhanced. He vaguely discerned that this girl harbored an insurmountable inner anguish. Pan Han did not respond immediately but held her gaze for a few seconds. He became increasingly certain that Wang Dodo was on the brink of collapse due to this affliction. Because I know you suffer. Upon hearing these words, Wang Dodo's heart, shrouded in darkness, seemed to glimpse a ray of divine light. Deep within, a pure little girl slowly and reverently knelt beneath the holy illumination. With a sudden outburst, Wang Dodo's emotions overwhelmed her, and she wept profusely. In that moment, Pan Han realized he had spoken the truth. Seeing her tear-stained face, he instinctively reached out to wipe her tears away. Wang Dodo then threw herself into his embrace, crying out loud as years of suppressed emotions cascaded forth like a raging flood. Initially hesitant, Pan Han gradually began to stroke her hair, offering her solace. They cried together for 7 or 8 minutes before her sobs began to subside. Do you feel better after letting it out? Yes, much better. Wang Dodo used her arm to wipe away her tears. Observing her puffy eyes, Pan Han fetched a towel to carefully clean her up. Thank you. You are most welcome. After both had calmed their emotions, Pan Han encouraged her to share her struggles with mental pressure. Wang Dodo rubbed her hands together, bit her lip, and slowly began to recount her story. That year, I was 16.1 afternoon. Our school dismissed students early for an inspection. Upon returning home, I went upstairs to my bedroom. Passing by my mother's room, I noticed the door slightly ajar, with strange sounds emanating from within. Typically, at this hour, my family would be at work. Why would my mother be home? I pushed the door open to take a look. What I saw next, at this point, Wang Dodo rubbed her hands together nervously, swallowing hard. What I saw were my parents and Uncle Wang from next door together. As she recounted this, her eyes grew moist once more. Upon hearing this, Pan Han's mind raced with a torrent of expletives. What kind of disgraceful behavior is this from my parents? Uncle Wang possesses quite a few connections. At that time, my family had yet to establish such a substantial enterprise, and Uncle Wang leveraged his relationships to secure numerous projects and ventures for us. When I witnessed that scene, I was so frightened that I turned and fled, retreating to my room and crawling beneath the bed, stifling my tears as I wept silently. Since that moment, I have been profoundly affected. I transformed entirely. Moreover, my parents, feeling a sense of guilt towards me, indulged all my desires, leading to my increasingly erratic and violent temperament. Wang Daodu now spoke with a somewhat calmer tone. Eventually, my father, realizing he could not cure my ailment, resigned himself to it. Instead, he began to introduce me to various young men to alleviate my suffering. Yet, every night, I would often awaken from nightmares, that image forever etched in my mind. Upon hearing this, Pan Han grasped the situation completely. This affliction was, in truth, more psychological than physical. Nonetheless, he could empathize. Anyone faced with such trauma would struggle to overcome it. You are a year older than I, so I shall call you Doubted.as for your past experiences. There is little I can do, only express my regret. However, your current malady is now my responsibility, Pan Han declared with unwavering conviction, his gaze intense. Chapter 53. Lao Wu has been kidnapped. Upon hearing this, Wang Daodu nodded earnestly, her eyes softening as she gazed at Pan Han. How do you intend to treat it? I possess a hereditary secret remedy, a concoction that, once consumed, will cure your ailment. It is not some sort of poison, is it? I shall not touch such things. Rest assured, it is a trusted ancestral formula. Look at me now. I am robust and healthy. Pan Han flexed his arm, showcasing his bicep. Indeed, when I first met you, you appeared rather frail. Let you in on a secret. It can even enhance one's beauty, Pan Han said, feigning mystery. I thought you seemed notably more handsome. Wang Daodu's spirits lifted at the mention of beauty, and she closely examined Pan Han's face. He felt somewhat uncomfortable and pushed her away after only a few glances. For the next few days, you shall return home and remain quiet. Refrain from drinking and avoid flirtations with men. I will return to prepare the remedy and deliver it to you. You stingy fellow? You won't even let me look. Very well, I shall heed your words. With that, Wang Daodu picked up her phone and opened the WeChat QR code. Let us add each other as friends. After they exchanged contact information, Pan Han chatted with her for a while longer, ensuring that no issues would arise with Yin Xiaoli before taking his leave. Once in the car, he reflected on the earlier events, feeling as though they were a dream. Wang Daodu, at her core, was not a bad person. She was merely overly indulged, displaying the temper of a pampered young lady. I shall return to the base for a few days and then come back to treat her. Given that her family is involved in the pharmaceutical industry, perhaps I could leverage the evolutionary remedy for some future endeavors, Pan Han contemplated inwardly. Before long, he arrived back at the shared apartment. After the earlier commotion, he hurriedly took a shower before transitioning to the apocalyptic base. In the second-floor room, a ripple of spatial energy heralded Pan Han's arrival. He retrieved a chilled cola, opened the door, and headed straight for the first-floor hall. Even on the stairs, he could hear the chatter of discussions emanating from the hall. Upon seeing him, everyone quickly rose to their feet. Master, you have arrived. Qin Zhong greeted him, his brow furrowed with concern. What has transpired? Pan Han also sensed that something was amiss. Something has happened to Lao Wu. What is the situation? Qin Lao sighed and instructed Pan Han to take a seat on the sofa. This morning, Lao Wu and Lao Lu went out on patrol and encountered the Iron Group gang. Without even a word of greeting, they opened fire. Lao Wu and Lao Lu retaliated while retreating. However, Lao Wu was shot in the shoulder and insisted on staying behind to provide cover, allowing Lao Lu to return first and report. Qin Zhong recounted. When you went downstairs, Lao Lu had just returned, and we hadn't even inquired about the specifics yet. Lao Lu, please introduce the situation to everyone, Cheng Xiao interjected from the side. All right, Qi Mei. Lao Lu glanced at the still-drying bloodstains on his clothes and steadied his emotions. This morning, we drove out for patrol, and just 10 kilometers from the base, we spotted a sign standing on the ground. It read, Surrender food and slaves, Iron Group ganged. That moment, Lao Wu sensed something was wrong and urged me to turn back. Before we could drive out even 10 meters, bullets started flying from all directions. As Lao Lu recounted this, Jia and Cheng Zhao's expressions tensed up. They knew the Iron Group Gang's marksmanship was exceptionally precise. At that time, Lao Wu was already hit, and a tire was shot out. Lao Wu and I immediately exited the vehicle to return fire. There were at least 15 of them. We simply couldn't hold them off. Seeing that he was injured and knowing he couldn't run fast, Lao Wu instructed me to retreat first. How could you possibly escape with so many of them? Qin Zhong detected a discrepancy. They must have deliberately left you a way out. Surround 3. Leave 1. Lao Lu gestured vaguely to illustrate the battlefield situation at that time. These scoundrels had clearly premeditated this. Pan Han also recognized the situation. I feel the same. As I was fleeing, it seemed they didn't pursue me. I looked back while running and saw Lao Wu expending all his ammunition, preparing to fight with a knife. But the Iron Group Gang merely disarmed him and bound him. They didn't kill him. Qin Lauda, what do you think? Pan Han patted Lao Lu, urging him to rest, then turned to Qin Zhong. Setting an ambush, leaving a sign, taking hostages, it is clearly a demand for ransom. Qin Zhong replied without a moment's hesitation. That's so. Does this mean Lao Wu should be safe for now? Cheng Xiao asked, feeling a bit relieved. It's hard to say. It depends on how high their demands are. If we cannot meet their requirements, Lao Wu is doomed. Lao Lu, did they specify how much supplies they wanted? None. It seems they want everything. Jia, go fetch the map. Bai Mei hurried to the room to retrieve the map. In half a minute, the map was spread out on the table. Qin Zhong held a pencil in his mouth, tracing the map with his hand, then drew a circle. This is the Iron Group Gang's base, 300 kilometers away from us. Damn it, these bastards really have no sense of distance. Lao San and Lao Si exclaimed in unison. What is the plan? Pan Han, encountering such a situation for the first time, was at a loss and could only ask Qin Zhong. Ransom, strong-arm tactics, or exchange hostages for captives. Just as Qin Zhong was about to elaborate further, Wei Hishang suddenly rushed in. Lords, there are people at the door claiming to have news about Lao Wu. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately stood up and followed the monk outside. Upon arriving at the gatehouse, a robust man stood proudly at the entrance, surveying the crowd with an air of self-satisfaction. Who goes there? Qin Zhong inquired loudly. Tieshuan Gang, He Yong. The burly man replied without hesitation, even gesturing towards Qin Lauda with a slight nod. How disgusting! Cheng Xiao shuddered at He Yong's expression, unable to suppress her contempt. What have you done to Lao Wu? Is that man Lao Wu? Rest assured, Qin Lauda, your man will not be harmed, at least for now. Damn it, brother. Stop wasting time with him. Let's bind him first. Lao Lu recalled how Lao Wu had once shielded him, his eyes reddening with rage, yearning to tear He Yong apart. Don't be impulsive. Qin Lauda restrained Lao Lu, urging him to remain calm. Qin Lauda, speaking like that is quite painful for my neck. Perhaps we should discuss this inside. He Yong interjected, rubbing the back of his neck. Open the door. Upon hearing this, Wei Hishang moved to activate the gate mechanism. He Yong then playfully blew a kiss to Qin Lauda before sauntering inside. Pan Han had finally witnessed the demeanor of the Tieshuan Gang. Although he had previously heard Cheng Zhao's descriptions, nothing compared to the reality. Come, let us descend from the platform and confront him at the entrance, Qin Lauda declared as he led the group towards the gate. It's been a while, Qin Lauda. I've missed you terribly, He Yong exclaimed with a grin upon seeing Qin Zhong approach. Dio, I know you. Qin Zhong, taken aback by the familiarity, felt somewhat bewildered. Of course, you do not know me, but you are the treasure that everyone at our base yearns to possess. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us discuss the specific terms. Will you not invite me inside? Qin Zhong glanced at Pan Han, who signaled that it was permissible. Nodding, Qin Zhong then cast a glance at Lao Lu. Lao Lu immediately charged forward, delivering a punch to He Yong and seizing him by the collar, exclaiming, If anything happens to Brother Wu, I will flay you alive. Very well, I shall remember this punch. I will inform them to take good care of your brother. With that, He Yong spread his arms wide. Lao Lu shot him a fierce glare before beginning to search him. Use a little more force, He Yong said with a look of enjoyment, eyes squinting. Chapter 54. Discussing conditions after the search. Lao Lu confirmed that He Yong was unarmed. He Yong chuckled and boldly strode further inside, observing the Dawn base as he went. Well, it seems quite lively here. The walls are all constructed. Enough chatter. Move it along, Lao Lu shoved He Yong roughly. Such rudeness, I rather like it. He Yong replied sarcastically. Pan Han, having just dealt with Wang Do, found this abnormal individual particularly irksome. A surge of unbridled fury rose within him. Yet he knew he must contain it for the time being. Chang Xiao stood nearby, her muscles tense, ready to counter any sudden moves from He Yong. Following the group into the living room, He Yong made himself comfortable, casually reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed. This is quite pleasant. Qin Lauda, your base possesses quite a few treasures. None of the others took a seat, their gazes icy as they scrutinized He Yong. Let us discuss the terms. Qin Zhong began in 3 days. Deliver 300 crates of canned meat and 100 slaves to our base. Upon receipt of the goods, Lao Wu will return safely. Otherwise, the deal is off. He Yong laid out his terms. Upon hearing the news of the transaction, the crowd quickly realized that the matter had indeed leaked. This day was bound to come. Everyone had an inkling of it. Such audacity. But let us not pretend that we cannot deliver. We have been watching you for quite some time. He Yong rolled his eyes and remarked, is there still room for negotiation? Upon hearing this, He Yong understood that the price being demanded would essentially drain the resources of the Dawn base. A smug grin spread across his face. There can be negotiations. You, Boss Qin, can accompany me and remain with our iron group. That is acceptable. Slap. Chang Xiao could no longer contain herself and delivered a resounding slap to him. To her, Qin Zhong was akin to an older brother. Anyone who threatened him would face her wrath. Little girl, you had better pray that my inclinations have not shifted. Otherwise your demise will be most gruesome. Very gruesome. He Yong touched his face and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, speaking with venomous intent. All right, that seems quite reasonable. I can accompany you. The crowd gasped in astonishment at Qin Zhong's words. Elder brother, you? Chang Xiao could hardly believe her ears. Boss Qin, so forthright. Upon hearing this, He Yong immediately rose to his feet. At that moment, Pan Han slowly took his seat and declared loudly, that is unreasonable. He Yong, momentarily taken aback, stared blankly at Pan Han. Who the hell are you? What gives you the right to speak here? I am the one in charge. He Yong could hardly believe that this unremarkable, pallid individual before him was the new leader of the Dawn base. Sir, I will retrieve Lao Wu. It won't be a problem, Qin Zhong said quickly, fearing that Pan Han might rashly agree. Really? Is it true that he has the final say? He Yong, still incredulous upon hearing Qin Zhong refer to Pan Han as Sir. Indeed, the Dawn base now belongs to me. If you wish to negotiate, come to me, Pan Han responded, maintaining eye contact while slowly retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracting one, and lighting it. He Yong, upon seeing the cigarettes, exclaimed, Wow, you actually have cigarettes. Such a rarity. What should I call you, sir? He Yong inquired of Qin Zhong. He is our employer, Sir Pan. Sir Pan? It seems you possess quite the influence, able to command the Dawn squad. I'm merely here to earn a living. I cannot compare to you. Sir Pan clearly exuded an air of prominence, even possessing cigarettes. Would you like to smoke? While the thought was tempting, He Yong insisted, let us first discuss the terms. You just said it was unreasonable. Are you looking to negotiate? I am not seeking to negotiate. I am looking to raise the stakes. Upon hearing this, He Yong burst into laughter. Qin Zhong, Cheng Xiao, and the others were taken aback. Could it be that Sir Pan had lost his mind? Sir Pan, what is your stance? I will offer you 1,000 boxes of canned goods, along with 100 cigarettes. However, I intend to keep the slave. Pan Han exhaled a smoke ring as he stated his terms. Sir Pan, this offer is quite difficult to refuse. Ha ha ha, He Yong concluded, finding it quite reasonable. I will meet your conditions. However, I am curious whether you can meet mine. Pan Han looked at He Yong and casually posed a question. This left everyone, including Qin Zhong, Cheng Xiao, and He Yong, utterly baffled. Could Pan Han actually propose counterconditions? What an intriguing turn of events. Oh, I am most interested to hear what conditions you have. Sir Pan.it seems that merely returning Lao Wu will not suffice for you. He Yong was instantly intrigued. You all step back. I wish to speak with him alone. Pan Han addressed the members of the Dawn squad. Why, Lord, this is unacceptable. Cheng Xiao was the first to voice her opposition, with Lao Lu and second sister quickly following suit in their council. Qin Zhong, however, remained silent, gazing intently at Pan Han. Step back. Go outside. Pan Han commanded without granting anyone a chance to respond. The squad members, sensing Pan Han's resolute tone, were at a loss for what to do. Observing this, Qin Zhong did not object but instead led everyone out, closing the door behind them. What conditions, Lord Pan? So mysterious? Pan Han pulled out a cigarette, offering it to He Yong and even lighting it for him. In our region, discussions are always accompanied by a smoke. We talk while we puff. After lighting his own cigarette, Pan Han made no move to leave, casually sitting beside He Yong. Thank you, Lord Pan. He Yong took a deep drag, allowing the smoke to linger in his lungs. Brother, what does Lord Pan wish to discuss? Cheng Xiao quietly inquired of Qin Zhong from outside. I do not know, but I sense he has a plan. Pan Han, meanwhile, waited patiently for Chen He Yong to finish his cigarette. Comforting, Lord Pan, you are quite straightforward. Now, let us hear your conditions. In truth, I also have a fondness for men, Pan Han whispered, leaning closer to He Yong's ear. I would not have guessed, my lord. It seems we are kindred spirits, He Yong exclaimed, his surprise palpable. Indeed, I have held it in for far too long. It is exhilarating to meet a comrade here, Pan Han said, grasping He Yong's hands tightly. Ha ha ha, Lord Pan, you must have been quite pent up. This Don squad is nothing but a bunch of unsophisticated folks, stiff and unrefined. Indeed, as Pan Han observed He Yong lowering his guard, he offered him another cigarette. Oh, not worry, Lord Pan, I shall take you to familiarize yourself with the route. Once things settle down, you are welcome to visit us, I assure you. You will enjoy yourself. He Yong, noticing Pan Han's lamentations and his gesture of offering a cigarette, felt a significant easing of his mood. Well said, my conditions are rather simple. I shall provide you with additional supplies, and in return, I would like you to send one person back with me. Our bases are quite distant. It would be more convenient to have someone by my side, my lord, with so many people here. What do you intend to do? Surely you can afford to be more indulgent, lest you become too constrained, He Yong remarked, playfully patting Pan Han's thigh. You do not understand. I do not appreciate force. The other party must genuinely enjoy this arrangement for it to be truly pleasurable. Understood. Lord Pan, you are indeed discerning. This matter can be arranged. I shall send someone over to you. However, it will require an additional 100 boxes of canned goods. 100 boxes is no issue. Yet, I wish to visit personally to select someone to my liking and, while I am at it, pay a visit to your leader. My lord, you have quite the discerning taste. Pray, how do you find me? He Yong said, inching closer to Pan Han. Ha ha ha, you are not my type, Tisik. How pretentious. Very well, I shall provide you with a total of 1,200 boxes. Choose a day for your base members to gather. Whichever one I fancy, I shall take with me. Does that sound agreeable? Upon finishing his sentence, Pan Han placed an entire box of cigarettes into He Yong's hands. That sounds excellent. In 3 days, all our base members will be present. At that time, Lord Pan may choose as he pleases. That is splendid. Let us settle on that. You are truly bothersome, my lord. The word settle elicits quite a reaction from me. Chapter 55. Pan Han's plan. However, you must keep this confidential for the time being and not disclose it to Qin Laoda and the others, Pan Han murmured. Rest assured, esteemed Pan. Very well, I shall step out to persuade them. After all, you two factions have been at odds for some time, and it will require some eloquence. Qin Laoda may insist on confining you for the moment. I hope you can endure a few days of hardship. As Pan Han spoke, he retrieved a piece of chocolate from his pocket. Upon seeing the chocolate, He Yong's eyes widened in delight. Oh, esteemed Pan, you are far too gracious. As long as the transaction goes through, what grievances could I possibly have? Pan Han thought to himself that this might be the last piece of chocolate in your life. So savor it. He instructed He Yong to take a seat before turning to leave. At the entrance, everyone eagerly surrounded Pan Han as he finally emerged. My lord, how did the negotiations go? Qin Zhong inquired. Remarkably well, Pan Han deliberately exclaimed, then turned around to smile and nod at He Yong. Upon seeing this, He Yong immediately gestured for silence. Do not make a sound. Follow me, Cheng Xiao. Please close the door. Pan Han suddenly lowered his voice and spoke to the group. Upon hearing this, everyone understood and followed Pan Han outside. I have agreed to provide them with 1,200 crates of canned goods and 100 cartons of cigarettes. Not a single slave shall be handed over, and Lao Wu will return safely, my lord. That is far too much. With such provisions, the tycoon gang could recruit members and purchase weapons. Once they grow stronger, they will be even more formidable. Cheng Xiao expressed her concern. Chimay, why are you so anxious? Esteemed Pan has yet to finish his thoughts. Indeed, Qin Zhong is quite astute. Just look, it is no wonder Qin Laoda is fit to be the leader. You are merely puffing up your chest. Pan Han teased Ching Xiao and then spoke earnestly. Point 1. 200 crates of canned goods would require a substantial vehicle for transport. They cannot possibly inspect each one. At that point, we can mix in some explosives disguised as canned goods. When they unload the truck, we shall orchestrate a grand explosion. Ah? The group gasped in astonishment. They had assumed the two were merely haggling, not realizing Pan Han had an entirely different scheme in mind. My lord, there are several issues with this plan, Qin Zhong cautioned. Oh? What concerns do you have? The tycoon gang consists of over 100 members. Even if we manage to eliminate a portion of them, the remainder will hunt us down like rabid dogs seeking vengeance. I have devised a plan. 3 days hence, let them all gather together. At that time, we shall deliver a truck full of canned goods and half a truck of explosives. Do you have the confidence to send them to their demise? The group collectively gasped. Is there truly a way to gather them all in one place? How could that be possible? My lord, with half a truck of explosives, the lethal radius should be around 70 meters. As long as they congregate within that distance of the truck, it should suffice. Therefore, is there enough explosive material? Pan Han inquired. Fear not, my lord. We have a variety of explosives and detonators here. Crafting several hundred small bombs is entirely feasible. Then that is satisfactory, my lord. There is still a concern. You mentioned having a method to gather them together, but who will remain to detonate the explosives? If no one is left to monitor the situation for a timed detonation, the outcome might not be optimal. Qin Zhong queried once more. 3 days hence, we shall escort He Yong and the supplies to the tycoon gang base. At that juncture, you are to take Lao Wu away. Halt 3 kilometers from the base, and remain there until the explosion occurs, after which you shall return to retrieve me. Pan Han addressed the members of the team. Ah? My lord, are you saying you will stay behind? Qin Zhong exclaimed, immediately frightened and shaking his head. Lord Pan, I shall remain in your stead. Cheng Xiao also objected. Lao Gu was involved in this matter with me. I will stay. Lao Lu promptly volunteered as well. The other members likewise expressed their desire to stay behind. Observing the selfless commitment of his team, Pan Han couldn't help but silently commend their unity. Your presence here may result in your demise from the explosion, whereas I shall be fine. Pan Han reassured them, revealing his true reasoning. No, you are the cornerstone of the base. We cannot bear any risk to your safety. This matter has been decided. No further discussion is necessary. Let us move on to the next topic, Pan Han asserted with authority. Hearing his resolute stance, the others acquiesced. Dawn Squad, stand at attention. Pan Han noted the lingering dissent in their hearts, thus issued a loud command. As if their very DNA had been activated, they immediately stood at attention upon hearing the order. The command is as follows. Qin Zhong, Erjia, Cheng Xiao, you are responsible for this external operation. Seek out Wei Hishong and bring an additional 4 high-powered slaves. 3 days hence, 1 truck and 2 off-road vehicles. Understood. Command acknowledged. Lao San, Lao Si. You are tasked with the production of canned bombs. They must be completed within 48 hours. Organize the required number of slaves as you see fit. Affirmative. Command acknowledged. Lao Lu shall remain at the base, awaiting our triumphant return. Upon hearing that he would not partake in the operation, Lao Lu hesitated and did not immediately respond. What's the matter? Do you have objections? Pan Han inquired, recognizing Lao Lu's discontent. My lord, I wish to partake in the external operation. Lao Lu mumbled, I understand your feelings. Lao Wu left with you and did not return, leaving you with a sense of guilt. However, such a mindset may lead to impaired actions, jeopardizing the entire operation. This time, we must strive to eradicate the tycoon gang in one fell swoop without any lingering risks. Do you understand? Pan Han spoke earnestly. Lao Lu, fully aware of Pan Han's intentions, conceded with a resigned sigh. Everyone clear on their tasks? Pan Han's gaze was resolute as he scanned the group. Clear? Very well, let us disperse and attend to our duties. Qin Lauda, you shall accompany me to the hall and ensure He Yong is securely detained, provided with ample food and drink, yet he must remain oblivious to our plans. Understood. The Dawn Squad promptly disbanded, each member attending to their respective tasks. Once the others had departed, Qin Zhong quietly queried Pan Han, My lord, what method did you employ to unite them in such obedience? Pan Han smiled gently and whispered something in Qin Zhong's ear. Upon hearing it, Qin Zhong beamed with an ant-like smile. The two returned to the hall, where He Yong was smoking, nearly finishing off a half-pack. Oh, look who's back. Lord Pan has returned. He Yong quickly rose to greet them. Yes, I have elucidated the rationale to them. Qin Lauda concurs. You smoke rather quickly. Here, have another pack. Pan Han retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it to him. Lord Pan is exceedingly generous. Thank you, my Lord Ahiyong. Take the cigarettes and quickly tuck them into your pocket. Since we have reached an agreement, you shall remain here obediently for the next few days until we are prepared to set off. Is that acceptable? Qin Zhong inquired. No problem. I understand the rules. There is a villa in the corner of the base where you can stay. Provisions will be provided for you, but you must not leave. Otherwise, you shall be put on a leash. Lord Pan, please take a moment to keep an eye on Qin Lauda. He still has that foul temper. Although He Yong felt somewhat dissatisfied, he did not refuse. Qin Zhong summoned Lao Lu, giving him a few instructions before Lao Lu escorted He Yong to the villa. Before they departed, Pan Han specifically reminded Lao Lu to ensure that He Yong is well fed and well cared for. Without any neglect. Chapter 56. Preparations before battle. After He Yong was confined in the villa, the others began their tense and orderly preparations. Lao San and Lao Si pried open the cans, emptied all the meat, and then placed plastic explosives inside, inserting fuses before sealing the lids back on and securing them with tape, wrapping them in craft paper. Once they completed one, they handed it to Qin Lauda for inspection, and upon confirmation of accuracy, they began gathering the slaves for large-scale production. They aimed to manufacture approximately 500 bombs, with time constraints and heavy tasks at hand, and they also needed to properly store the extracted meat. When Wei Hashang arrived with the slaves and saw the cans strewn about, his eyes widened in disbelief. Third brother, are you suggesting that we turn all these cans into bombs? He asked, somewhat incredulously. Yes, each person must make a dozen or so. Hurry up, my goodness, just how much supply does Lord Pan have? This is quite extravagant. What is the matter? Are you tempted? Lao San perceived Wei Hashang's thoughts. A little. Wei Hashang swallowed hard. Lord Pan has commanded that all extracted meat be freely consumed, as long as the work is completed on time. Upon hearing this, the slaves immediately became agitated, their eyes sparkling with greed, their stomachs rumbling. Work first, then eat meat. Let's get started. Lao San was solely focused on his fifth brother, paying no heed to the rest of the situation. Lao Si, let us take a few people to sort the explosives while the others assemble quickly. All right, brother. In the backyard, Pan Han and Cheng Xiao were inspecting the vehicles. Cheng Xiao appeared somewhat despondent. After all, this was a large-scale operation, and Pan Han would have to infiltrate the enemy camp to execute the demolition. As she checked the vehicles, it was evident her mind was elsewhere, a detail not missed by Pan Han. What's wrong? Worried about me? Pan Han kicked the tire playfully. Yes, if possible, it would be fine to provide them with a bit more supplies. Cheng Xiao replied. Today we take 5 cities, tomorrow 10, and then we can rest peacefully for a night. However, we must remain vigilant, for the Qin soldiers may approach. What does that mean? Cheng Xiao asked, her expression one of surprise as Pan Han quoted an unfamiliar classical text. Do you think we can satiate the Iron Group? Oh, I understand the reasoning. I'm merely concerned for your safety. You're not worried about me. You've fallen for me, Pan Han said with a teasing grin. Nonsense. Cheng Xiao's face flushed instantly. After all this time in the apocalypse, you've probably forgotten what it feels like to love someone. I merely wish for the base to flourish increasingly. Before your arrival, we were teetering on the brink of life and death. Now, we have finally glimpsed a flicker of hope that we are reluctant to lose. In comparison to the other 599.4 billion souls, what do we truly have left to lose? Pan Han suddenly spoke with gravity. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiao was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such words from Pan Han. Instantly, memories of her parents, reduced to mere bones by the zombies, flooded her mind, alongside thoughts of her comrades who had perished in the battle against the Iron Group. The hellish scenes of the past 8 years surged back, prompting her to shut her eyes tightly, steady her breath, and ultimately utter a single, resolute word. Kill. That felt just right. Pan Han approved with ANOD. That moment, second sister had prepared the medical emergency kit. Uncertain of fifth brother's injuries, she had stocked additional supplies, placing them in the passenger seat of the off-road vehicle. Fifth brother, you must hold on. We, the adults, will bring tons of canned goods to rescue you. If you falter, you would be letting down this band of meat. Sixth brother remarked while loading the machine gun with ammunition. This sixth brother. How infuriatingly audacious. Even in such dire circumstances, he can still jest. Cheng Xiao huffed in annoyance, casting a sidelong glance at sixth brother. I think it's quite commendable. This embodies the spirit of revolutionary optimism. We ought to promote this outlook on life within our base. Pan Han observed appreciatively at sixth brother. After tidying up, the vehicles were ready. The group gathered in the backyard, forming a circle. Friends, the decisive battle looms in 3 days. This will be my first time fighting alongside all of you. I have faith in you. Pan Han did not engage in a pre-battle rally, but simply expressed his innermost thoughts calmly. Sir, I still propose that the detonation task be entrusted to me. Qin Zhong stated solemnly, no need for that. I will face this challenge sooner or later. Pan Han declared with unwavering determination. We will retrieve fifth brother. Second sister will lead him back, while the rest of us will hold our ground. Once the explosion occurs, we will rush to find you immediately if I fall. You must see the mission through. Annihilate all members of the Iron Group, leaving no future threats. Pan Han asserted resolutely. Should we all perish? Second sister will take fifth brother and sixth brother to continue developing the base. Upon hearing Pan Han's formidable resolve, Qin Zhong turned to Bai Mei and spoke. Tui, you lot. No more of such ill-omened words. Second sister immediately became flustered. If you all die, I will consume every last can in the base, stuffing myself to death, and then seek you out. Humph. Sixth brother's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he expressed his heartfelt sincerity in the most playful manner. Sixth brother, no sulking. Qin Zhong admonished him, yet could not help but pat his shoulder. Ha 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 ha. The group erupted into laughter, the tense atmosphere easing considerably. Sixth brother, you are a true gem. Do not worry. We shall return. Pan Han also gave him a reassuring pat. I don't care. On that day, I will prepare a grand feast. If you do not return, I shall devour it all alone. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiao could not contain herself and rushed to embrace sixth brother. Sixth brother, I am counting on you for that meal. Damn it, why does the word count feel so awkward to me now? Pan Han could not help but squirm uncomfortably. Time flew by, and the departure date had arrived. In recent days, He Yong has been exceedingly accommodating, indulging in food and drink with carefree abandon, reveling in the fact that there are attendants at his beck and call. Pan Han and Cheng Xiao initially intended to exercise restraint, but ultimately succumbed to temptation. Cheng Xiao remarked, uncertain if this would be the final occasion, expressing her desire to avoid any lingering regrets. It's the break of dawn in this apocalyptic world. As the sky began to lighten, all gathered at the entrance. Following a brief inspection, He Yong was placed in the passenger seat of the off-road vehicle, and the convoy set forth. Lao Lu stood atop the watchtower, tears brimming in his eyes as he gazed at the departing figures. A burly man of over 200 pounds reduced to a blubbering fool. The two bases lay 300 kilometers apart, and traveling at full speed would take merely 2 hours. Why didn't you mention that this clunky vehicle could move so swiftly during my last driving lesson? Pan Han asked, gripping the handrail tightly in the passenger seat of the truck, anxiety evident in his voice. Aren't our vehicles supposed to reach this speed? He continued incredulously. Do I even need to say that? Since Cheng Xiao employed a riding technique that sent Pan Han soaring the previous night, her tone had taken on a rather haughty air. Darling, this is a truck. You think it can hit 200 kilometers per hour? If you find that slow, hop into the off-road vehicle. It can reach 400. It was only then that Pan Han comprehended the impressive performance of vehicles in this post-apocalyptic era. Do we have enough fuel? He inquired, recalling that they had just filled up with a full 10 liters. That should be ample for a round trip. Good grief. This truck, including the cans, must weigh at least 5 tons, and at such high speeds. How can it possibly use less than 10 liters over a return journey of over 600 kilometers? Pan Han sensed something amiss and quickly retrieved his notepad to calculate. With such weight and speed, in my world, a consumption of at least 30 liters per 100 kilometers would be expected. For a round trip of 600 kilometers, that would amount to 180 liters. Yet here, they barely use 10 liters. This implies that in this world, a liter of gasoline is equivalent to at least 20 liters in mine. As Pan Han continued to calculate, his hands began to tremble with excitement. By heavens! I am about to strike it rich. Chapter 57. The leader of the Iron Group, after completing his calculations, Pan Han could no longer contain his exuberance and shouted aloud. Cheng Xiao, having long since ceased to view him as a fool, felt a familiar sensation return. Indeed, it's the same foolishness I encountered during our first meeting. Pandaren, what new fortune have you stumbled upon? Cheng Xiao casually released the steering wheel and activated the autopilot. Is the gasoline here really that efficient? Pan Han glanced at his notes, then back at Cheng Xiao. Have you lost your mind again? What do you mean by efficient? What is the displacement of this truck? 8.0 liters. What is the fuel consumption when empty? Perhaps 1.5 liters per 100 kilometers. Isn't that efficient? I don't know. That's just how it is after refining crude oil. Pan Han chose not to press further but resolved to remember this detail for future investigation once they returned from their expedition with the Iron Group. Calling Qin Lauda, Pan Han retrieved his walkie-talkie. Received, my lord. Please proceed. Take good care of my brother Yong. Received, my lord. Thank you for your concern. Pandaren, He Yong, excited by Pan Han's distant communication, eagerly responded through the walkie-talkie. Meanwhile, Jia, seated in the back, discreetly rolled her eyes, still unaware of the full situation, and found He Yong's apparent vitality in the face of death rather distasteful. 2 hours later, they would arrive at their destination. Conversing along the way. As they approached the Iron Gang's stronghold, a mere 10 kilometers away, Cheng Xiao took control of the autonomous driving. The convoy gradually reduced its speed. At that moment, a formidable modified pickup truck loomed ahead. Its front bumper bristled with iron spikes, and atop its roof rested a machine gun. Most striking, however, was the flag fluttering in the wind, emblazoned with a prominent character for iron. The convoy halted before the pickup, and all personnel disembarked. He Yong, leading the way, strode confidently towards the figure emerging from the vehicle. Ruoying, you've come to fetch me, He Yong exclaimed upon recognizing the newcomer, his face lighting up with delight. Brother Yong, cried the man named Ruoying, waving his arms in greeting. Upon their meeting, they first shared a hearty embrace, followed by an affectionate kiss lasting half a minute. After savoring the moment, He Yong finally opened his eyes, somewhat bashfully glancing at Pan Han, beckoning him to join them. Pan Han, suppressing the goosebumps, approached with a smile. Ruoying, allow me to introduce you. This is the current leader of the Dawn Base. Pan Han, esteemed sir. He has come bearing significant gifts. He Yong's introduction was notably gracious, his tone and gaze imbued with warmth. Ruoying, well acquainted with He Yong, understood the implication of the introduction and recognized the necessity of extending proper hospitality to Pan Han. He slightly bowed his head, smiling as he greeted, esteemed Sir Pan. It is truly a laborious journey you have undertaken. With that, he took Pan Han's hand, performing a gesture of hand-kissing. Pan Han, unsure of how to reciprocate, hastily retrieved a small bag from his pocket. Greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you. I come unprepared, but here are 2 boxes of cigarettes. I hope you will accept them, Otto. Esteemed Sir Pan, how could I possibly accept a gift upon our first meeting? Ruoying responded, taken aback. Ruoying, please accept it. Our dear Sir Pan is one of us. He Yong promptly clarified. Very well, then I shall graciously comply. Ruoying accepted the bag and turned to pass it to the brothers behind him. Just 10 kilometers ahead, we will reach the base. Our leader sent me to welcome you. Ha ha ha. Our leader truly has an uncanny foresight. He knew that the Dawn Base would surely come to rescue us in 3 days. He Yong remarked, Brother Yong, let us refrain from discussing rescue for now. We are here to forge friendships, Pan Han interjected. Indeed. Sir Pan speaks wisely. Today we are here to make friends, He Yong affirmed. Please, lead the way. He Yong, thoroughly pleased, happily climbed into Ruoying's vehicle. Thus, the Iron Gang's pickup truck set forth, escorting the Dawn convoy towards the base. Upon returning to the truck, Pan Han swiftly rubbed his hands against his clothing several times. Cheng Xiao, stifling a laugh, covered her mouth. Damn, had I known, I would have preferred that Qin Lao to come instead. Damn it. Ha ha ha. Cheng Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shortly thereafter, the convoy entered the gates of the Iron Gang's stronghold. This base, comparable in size to the current Dawn Base, exhibited significantly stronger defenses. Pan Han observed not only heavy machine gun emplacements but also automatic grenade launchers, flamethrowers, and even 20mm cannon positions. He couldn't help but feel a chill of apprehension. Had they attempted a forceful entry, many brothers would have perished. Upon entering, they found themselves in a spacious square, beyond which stood a 3-story building. The convoy came to a halt in an orderly fashion in the square. From the 3-story building emerged several robust men. The leader, towering at around 2 meters, possessed a strong physique yet bore an unexpectedly refined visage, his beard impeccably groomed as if styled with hair gel. What an intriguing taste, one might wonder, has shaped him. He Yong disembarked and, upon sighting the strikingly handsome giant, hurried over. Boss. I'm back. The imposing figure acknowledged He Yong with a slight nod, yet his gaze was fixed intently on Pan Han. At that moment, Pan Han felt a chilling glare piercing through the car window, directed at him. Goodness, this leader of the Iron Brigade is indeed formidable, Pan Han remarked to Cheng Xiao. Yes, that's him. His name is Xiang Xiu. Cheng Xiao replied, stifling a laugh. Ah, that's quite scientific, Pan Han mused, pondering the implications. This marks the fourth generation of Xiang Xiu. Many have perished in the struggle for this position. He Yong, Ruoying, Xiang Xiu. It certainly appears to be growing increasingly gentle. This group is rather intriguing. Let us go. Time to disembark. At that moment, Qin Zhong, Jie, and Wei Hishang had already gathered by the truck, prompting Pan Han to hastily exit the vehicle in the distance. He Yong was briefing Xiang Xiu. With each detail relayed, Xiang Xiu's expression brightened, and his gaze towards Pan Han softened further. Brother Qin, lead the way. I shall walk in the middle, Pan Han suggested, feeling somewhat uneasy. Qin Zhong, sensing his discomfort, chuckled softly and took the lead at the front. The others quickly formed a circle around Pan Han, and he deliberately positioned himself behind Qin Zhong to evade Xiang Xiu's penetrating stare. As they approached the building, Xiang Xiu had already descended the steps to greet them. Brother Qin, it's been ages. Xiang Xiu and Qin Zhong were old acquaintances, having shared a history, though now they belonged to opposing factions. Enough of your antics, Xiang Xiu. You've barely settled down and already you're stirring things up again. Where's my fifth? Qin Zhong wasted no time and got straight to the point. Why so fierce? Shouldn't you introduce your superior first? Xiang Xiu teased, playfully tapping Qin Zhong with an elegant gesture. Though Qin Zhong felt inclined to retort, he recognized the validity of Xiang Xiu's words and stepped aside to present Pan Han. This is the current master of the Dawn Base, Lord Pan. Qin Zhong introduced, bracing himself. Lord Pan, greetings. I am Xiang Xiu, the leader of the Iron Brigade. Thank you for your efforts in traveling such a distance. Xiang Xiu extended his hand. Pan Han promptly approached and shook hands with him. After a few pleasantries, Pan Han presented a box of gifts. Xiang Xiu accepted the offering with gratitude and invited everyone inside. Qin Zhong signaled to Wei Hishang to keep an eye on the truck before leading the group into the three-story building. Chapter 58. The detonation. Upon entering the small building, it was evident that it was far more luxurious than the Dawn Base. The sofas were made of genuine leather and impeccably maintained. A large carpet adorned the living room floor. Lord Pan, please have a seat. Xiang Xiu graciously arranged a single armchair for Pan Han. Thank you, boss, Pan Han replied. Xiang Xiu, let us dispense with the pleasantries. We have brought all the supplies. Quickly return Lao Wu to us. Qin Zhong remains concerned for Lao Wu's safety, feeling uneasy until he sees him. Lord Pan, you must exercise better control over your men. There is a complete lack of discipline. Xiang Xiu murmured, then turned to give a knowing glance to the attendant beside her. The individual promptly ascended to the second floor. Qin Zhong attempted to follow, but was halted by Pan Han. Chief, as a newcomer, I'm not well versed in the rules. However, I genuinely come with sincerity today. I trust that Yonggu has already informed you, Pan Han said, producing a cigarette and offering one to Xiang Xiu, who accepted it with pleasure. Indeed, he has. We cannot refuse Lord Pan's terms. Nevertheless, my greater concern lies in how to cultivate a friendship with you. Lord Pan, let them take Lao Wu away first. I wish to remain and discuss matters privately with the chief. Upon hearing this, Xiang Xiu smiled slyly and glanced back at He Yong. It was evident that He Yong had clearly conveyed Pan Han's intentions and interests. Very well, Lord Pan, you are most agreeable. I shall certainly befriend you. When Lao Wu descends, I will ensure they take him away. Just then, Lao Wu was brought down from the second floor, his shoulder bandaged, and though he appeared pale, his overall condition seemed satisfactory. Upon seeing Lao Wu, the second sister rushed forward to examine his injuries, while Pan Han and Qin Zhong watched intently. After a brief assessment, the second sister signaled an okay gesture, alleviating the collective anxiety. Do not be alarmed. Your Lao Wu has also undergone evolution, and his physical constitution is sound. This minor external injury will heal in a fortnight with proper care, Xiang Xiu declared nonchalantly. Although his words were grounded in truth, Qin Zhong shot him a furious glare. Lao Wu, you have suffered. Let the second sister take you home first, Pan Han said, rising to assist Lao Wu. My lord, I apologize for causing you concern. That I am fine. They did not harm me, Lao Wu replied, somewhat contrite. We are family. There is no need for formalities. Second sister, Please escort Lao Wu home to recuperate. Yes, my lord. Come, fifth brother. I shall take you home, the second sister stated solemnly, glancing at the others before leading Lao Wu away. Wait, Lord Pan, this seems to contravene the rules. We have yet to inspect the goods. Xiang Xiu interjected suddenly. What, do you think we would deceive you? Besides, Lord Pan and the rest of us are present. What is there to fear? Qin Zhong retorted defiantly. Go. See them off. Xiang Xiu conceded that Qin Zhong had a point. Yes, Chief. Lord Pan, as you can see, they have been sent off. Shall we now inspect the goods? Xiang Xiu addressed Pan Han earnestly. No objections. Please, Chief. Thus, they all proceeded to the square, where Wei the monk drove the truck to the entrance and unveiled the tarp covering the rear. A mountain of supplies was revealed before Xiang Xiu's eyes. The two attendants nearby, their eyes gleaming with excitement, wasted no time in jumping onto the truck to inspect the cargo. The supplies were stacked in 2 layers, with genuine canned goods on top and cans of explosives hidden beneath. The 2 attendants drew their daggers, each taking a can, tearing open the packaging and prying off the metal lid. Chief, this is authentic, one exclaimed, holding up a piece of meat for Xiang Xiu to see. Is it delicious? Xiang Xiu asked with a knowing look. The attendant understood the implication and hastily took a bite. Delicious, indeed. Absolutely top-notch goods. Upon hearing this, Xiang Xiu nodded in satisfaction. Turning to Pan Han, he remarked, Lord Pan, your decisiveness is truly refreshing. It is a pleasure to collaborate with you. Not at all, it is still the leader who upholds the rules. Pan Han replied. Let Qin Zhong and the others depart first, and then we shall discuss the subsequent matters. It has been quite some time since I last saw Big Brother Qin. Perhaps we should invite him to stay as well? Xiang Xiu could not help but glance at Qin Zhong. Next time, perhaps. You understand, Pan Han, fearing Xiang Xiu might disrupt matters, quickly quashed the idea. Very well, then, Big Brother Qin, we shall meet again in the future. Xiang Xiu said with a hint of embarrassment. Qin Zhong and Cheng Xiao nodded at Pan Han, reluctant to part ways but compelled to leave nonetheless. Wei Hishang offered a bow to Pan Han before also leading his group away. Now, the square was left with a truck full of canned goods and members of the Iron Clan. What a pity for that truck, Pan Han mused. With their departure, Lord Pan could now speak freely. Xiang Xiu patted Pan Han on the shoulder. Phew, they have finally left. I was nearly suffocated. Ha ha. Pan Han played along enthusiastically. The other members of the Iron Clan, upon hearing this, burst into laughter as well. Leader, today I wish to select someone to take back with me. I wonder if everyone is present. If so, please gather in the square so I can take a look. Xiang Xiu said proudly. It's no wonder we have a connection with Lord Pan. Our team has been dispersed for over a month, and today, it just so happens that everyone has returned. Excellent. Let us have everyone come forth. I will distribute the canned goods and cigarettes, and then we can have a chat, Pan Han said, feeling a surge of excitement as everything unfolded according to plan. All right, I was actually planning to give a speech shortly. Let us first accommodate Lord Pan, Xiang Xiu declared, instructing his guards to assemble the team. Soon, over 100 robust men, dressed in various attires, gathered in the center of the square. Despite their somewhat extreme interests, they acted swiftly and orderly, standing tall with their chests puffed out, perfectly aligned in formation. Today, we have a special guest. He is the new master of the Dawn Base, Lord Pan Han. He has come to meet everyone and will be distributing gifts to each person. Should any fortunate individual catch Lord Pan's eye, they will need to accompany him for a few days. Is there any objection? None. We follow whatever Xiang Xiu commands. The 100-strong men shouted in unison. So, Lord Pan, how do you find my leadership of the team? Xiang Xiu asked with great pride. Absolutely commendable. The leader truly possesses foresight and embodies the principle of action and knowledge as one. My admiration for the leader flows like the boundless Yangtze River, ceaseless and unending, akin to the Yellow River in flood, unstoppable and overwhelming. Pan Han, without a hint of embarrassment, showered him with compliments. I did not expect Lord Pan to possess such discerning insight. It is indeed a case of meeting too late. Xiang Xiu had never encountered such elevated flattery and found it immensely gratifying. Do not rush, leader. Allow me to greet everyone first, and then we shall converse in detail. With that, Pan Han descended the steps, standing at the back of the truck, ready to distribute the canned goods and cigarettes. The robust men of the Iron Clan lined up orderly to collect their supplies. With each distribution, Pan Han sincerely shook hands with each recipient, offering a brief compliment. After more than half an hour, everyone had received their supplies and reformed their ranks. However, each individual wore a broad smile. It had been a long time since they had seen such an abundance of provisions. Lord Pan, did you find anyone to your liking? I think Ai-Chin would be quite suitable. His skills were exceptionally refined. When Xiangxiu noticed that everyone had received their supplies, her spirit soared, and she took the initiative to make a recommendation. Boss, please wait for me for just 1 minute. I need to use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Pan Han was contemplating how to make a swift exit. Ha ha ha, Lord Pan, it appears you are quite responsive, He-Yong said. Allow me to escort the Lord to the restroom. Yes, boss. Lord Pan, please follow me. Pan Han followed He-Yong directly to the restroom. Brother Yong, what you all have done is truly commendable. I arrived late. Thank you, Brother Yong. Pan Han did not forget to pay a compliment and slipped He-Yong a pack of cigarettes. Ha ha ha, my lord is being too polite. We are all family now. Indeed, indeed. We are family. I shall go in first. Please wait a moment. Pan Han entered the restroom, found a stall, quickly ducked inside, and secured the door. He took a moment to calm his emotions, organized the entire procedure, and retrieved the remote detonator. I must transcend. I must transcend. I must transcend. Pan Han silently chanted within. Suddenly, the surrounding space began to ripple as he pressed the detonation button. At the very moment Pan Han vanished, a violent explosion erupted from the truck outside. Chapter 59. The Iron Group Gang no more. After the transition, Pan Han found himself back in the shared apartment. He gazed at the detonator in his hand, his heart still trembling from the gravity of taking such drastic measures against so many. It required a certain mental fortitude. Yet, having already taken action, there was no turning back. He placed the detonator back into the space and hurried to the bathroom, deciding to take a relaxing bath before returning. 0.3 kilometers away, Qin Zhong and Cheng Xiao, each equipped with a pair of binoculars, anxiously monitored the Iron Group Gang's base. Suddenly, a mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, countless dismembered limbs soaring upwards amidst a shower of debris, soil, and remnants of trucks. The deafening sound of the explosion soon reached their ears, enveloping the Iron Group Gang in a thick cloud of dust. Cheng Xiao, astonished by the sheer power of the explosion, grew concerned that Pan Han might not escape. Brother, should we charge in? She was eager to rush in and save him. Monk, drive. Qin Zhong called as he turned back to Wei Hashang in the driver's seat. The off-road vehicle roared to life, its rear wheels spinning furiously, kicking up a cloud of dust as it sped towards the Iron Group Gang's base. Qin Zhong and Cheng Xiao double-checked their weapons. The rifle magazines were fully loaded. The handguns were chambered, and they had prepared a steel helmet and bulletproof vest for Pan Han. Monk, once we reach the base, do not exit the vehicle. Keep your weapon at the ready and ensure the engine is running. Cheng Xiao and I will go in, and you must be ready to extract us at a moment's notice. Understood. Wei Hashang slammed on the GST that moment. Various objects that had been propelled into the air began to plummet, crashing onto the off-road vehicle with a cacophony of noise. A robust severed arm struck the windshield, causing it to shatter instantly. Don't mind it. Just keep driving. Qin Zhong urged Wei Hashang. Wei Hashang activated the windshield wipers, clearing away the blood, entrails, and dust. When they were 30 meters from the base, Wei Hashang slammed on the brakes, and before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop, Qin Zhong and Cheng Xiao burst out. The two figures surged forward at full speed. By this time, the Iron Group Gang's main gate was nowhere to be seen, and a significant portion of the surrounding wall had crumbled under the shockwave. They raced straight towards the central square. Upon arriving, they were met with a gruesome sight. Complete corpses were nearly non-existent, and the ground was strewn with mangled entrails and severed heads. The 3-story building lay in ruins, partially collapsed and littered with shards of glass. Qin Zhong exchanged a meaningful glance with Cheng Xiao, and the two began their search in earnest. It was only after their departure that Pan Han made his move, leaving them unaware of his precise whereabouts. Their initial focus was on the heap of bodies in the square. Those who were in close proximity to the truck had been obliterated, while those somewhat farther away left behind only dismembered limbs. A select few, despite being maimed, still clung to life, emitting cries of agony and curses. Qin Zhong's search was primarily directed towards Xiangxiu, as he surmised that Pan Han was most likely in her company. Thus, locating Xiangxiu would significantly increase the chances of finding Pan Han. Indeed, he soon stumbled upon a pair of severed legs, upright in the dirt. The shoes indicated they belonged to Xiangxiu. However, the adjacent dismembered limbs were robust, suggesting they were not Pan Han's. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiao continued her search for survivors, simultaneously dealing with the remaining members of the Iron Group. The tension between the two was palpable, and silence enveloped them. Each time they examined a body and ruled it out as Pan Han, they felt a fleeting sense of relief. After approximately 10 minutes of searching, they reconvened, both admitting to having found nothing. The absence of Pan Han could be deemed good news, implying that he was still alive. Qin Zhong remarked gravely, "I roughly counted earlier. There should be around 100 individuals. The Iron Group members must have all arrived," Cheng Xiao reported. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air, emanating from within the partially collapsed building. Qin Zhong and Cheng Xiao sprang to their feet, rushing toward the source of the sound. "Damn you, Pan Han! You treacherous fiend!" came another curse. The anguished voice belonged to He Yong, who was trapped beneath a heavy beam, his body grotesquely fractured. He had been rendered unconscious by the blast, only to awaken now, overwhelmed by pain and horror as he realized the devastation around him. His comrades, Ruo Ying and Xiang Xiu, were all gone. Covered in a grimy mixture of dust and blood, he knew instinctively that Pan Han was behind this calamity. Both grief and agony assaulted his mind as he glanced down at his dismembered form. Just as he contemplated shifting his position, Qin Zhong and Cheng Xiao arrived. Upon seeing he was still alive, they quickly crouched beside him. "He Yong, where is Pan Han?" Qin Xiao urged, pulling at him. The mention of Pan Han's name caused He Yong to spew forth a mouthful of black blood. "Seventh sister, do not move him. Pulling him out may cause him to die instantly," Qin Zhong interjected, recognizing the urgency of the situation. He retrieved a piece of gauze from his pocket, attempting to wipe away some of the blood and debris from He Yong's body. He Yong, where is Pan Han? Damn you all!" He Yong spat venomously. "Forget him, search," Qin Zhong ordered, releasing He Yong. At this juncture, visibility within the building was severely compromised, and the restroom where Pan Han had taken refuge had been deformed by the shockwave, forcing them to search the relatively intact areas first. After scouring the premises for over 10 minutes, they uncovered neither a living soul nor a corpse. Strange, not a single clue. It's impossible that everything was obliterated, Qin Zhong remarked to Cheng Xiao. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly shook her head, equally unconvinced that Pan Han had been annihilated. Monk, Qin Zhong called into the walkie-talkie. Received, Qin Lauda. In our search, we did not find Lord Pan inside. You should scout around the base for any clues. Understood, brother. What should we do? Cheng Xiao felt somewhat at a loss. Keep searching. The two of them continued their search for over 10 minutes, yet still found nothing. A sense of foreboding enveloped Cheng Xiao's heart. Increasingly anxious, she began to lift large prefabricated panels, hoping to see if Pan Han had been trapped beneath them. "I will haunt you even in death," He Yongda suddenly shouted, then collapsed, spitting blood. Cheng Xiao's fury ignited upon hearing this, and she rushed over to kick him fiercely several times. "I told you to haunt. Go to hell," Cheng Xiao shouted as she kicked. And after a few strikes, she began to sob. "Brother, could it be that Lord Pan is truly gone?" Tears streamed down Cheng Xiao's face as she looked at Qin Zhong. His expression was grave. He had a vague sense that hope was lost. Just then, a familiar voice came from the restroom. "What the hell? Who locked the door?" It was indeed Pan Han, having returned through time once more. "Lord Pan!" Qin Zhong and Cheng Xiao exclaimed in unison, their gazes fixed on the restroom, and they dashed over. Pan Han had been back for half a minute and, hearing Cheng Xiao's cries, he tidied his freshly washed hair and called out, "I'm here. Quickly, help me open the door." Pan Han knocked several times to help them locate him. Behind this door, Qin Zhong pointed at the iron door of the restroom. Cheng Xiao retrieved a crowbar from her back and handed it to Qin Zhong. Qin Lauda took it, found a suitable position, and with a sudden force, pried open a small gap in the door. The two of them exerted all their strength to push the door open, and upon looking inside, they found Pan Han standing before them, unharmed. Cheng Xiao immediately discarded everything and rushed over to embrace Pan Han tightly. Qin Zhong remained in place, knowing that Pan Han was safe. "Didn't I tell you that I would be fine?" Pan Han couldn't help but give Cheng Xiao a light poke on the nose and wipe her tears. "I was worried about you." Cheng Xiao could no longer care for her dignity and admitted directly. "Great, let us make sure to check your health tonight," Pan Han said with a smile. "Why, Lord, Seventh Sister, this place is not safe for long. We must hurry." "Right, my lord, let us leave quickly." Cheng Xiao urged as she pulled Pan Han outside. Monk, hurry back to the car. We found Lord Pan. Prepare to retreat, Qin Zhong called over the walkie-talkie. The three of them swiftly exited the small building and passed through the square. Upon witnessing the immense devastation caused by the explosion, Pan Han felt a deep shock within. It was only when they boarded the vehicle that Qin Zhong and Chang Zhao's hearts finally relaxed. Gazing at the ruins, Pan Han slowly remarked, "From now on, the Iron Group will no longer exist." Chapter 60. Dawn Base 2.0. The group sat in the vehicle, which roared to life as it sped toward Dawn Base. Along the way, Chang Xiao clung to Pan Han, saying nothing and refusing to let go, as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. Wei Monk pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the off-road vehicle hurtled forward at an astounding speed of 400 kilometers per hour. Occasionally, they encountered a few stray zombies or mutated beasts on the road, but they maneuvered around them without engaging, striving to return to the base as swiftly as possible. Pan Han, while holding on to Cheng Xiao, clutched the armrest with his other hand. He was still unaccustomed to such speed and felt exceedingly tense. "Why, dear? Why does your hair carry the fragrance of shampoo? I distinctly recall that you did not wash your hair this morning." Cheng Xiao had nestled in his arms for half an hour before gradually calming down. The woman's sensitive sense of smell detected a hint of fragrance, and upon confirming, she realized it emanated from Pan Han's hair. "As for this matter, let us refrain from discussing it for the time being. We can address it later. Continue to rest your head." Pan Han feigned ignorance. "Lord Pan, this time I, Qin Zhong, am utterly in awe of you. Truly, you possess both bravery and wisdom." "I feel the same," Wei Hashang echoed. "Not at all. I merely had the fortune of luck, as I happened to escape unscathed." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhong revealed a knowing smile. Choosing not to delve deeper, Cheng Xiao, inquire about Lao Wu's situation. "Yes, my lord." Cheng Xiao picked up the walkie-talkie. Calling second sister. Received, seventh sister. "Where are you now?" "We are still over 100 kilometers away. Lao Wu has a wound. We are driving carefully to avoid bumps." "Second sister, please drive slowly. We should catch up with you soon, and return to the base together." "Understood." Meanwhile, the ever-vigilant Lao Lu had been stationed at the gate since morning without a moment's respite. At that moment, he received news of their successful operation. In 30 minutes, everyone would arrive at the base. He jubilantly raised his arms in celebration and turned to his subordinate, urging, "Hurry and prepare a feast. It's time to celebrate our victory." In the distance, a plume of dust appeared on the horizon, and through his binoculars, Lao Lu clearly spotted Pan Han and their vehicle. "Haha, Lord Pan is remarkable." Lao Lu could not suppress his excitement, seizing his machine gun and firing a volley into the sky. "Lao Lu, we are almost there. Have you missed us?" Pan Han communicated with Lao Lu via the walkie-talkie. "My lord, you have finally returned. How is fifth brother?" "Fifth brother is as steady as a rock." Second sister's voice rang out over the channel. "Lao Lu, do not worry. I am perfectly fine, just need a few days of rest." Sixth brother, is the victory banquet prepared? Our operation was a resounding success. The Iron Group has been annihilated. Yes. As long as everyone returns, there will be plenty to celebrate. I can finally breathe easy. A robust man danced with joy atop the city wall. At last, the convoy reached the base. The members of the Dawn Squad formed a circle, their foreheads touching for a long moment before they finally pulled away. This was their unique ritual. Wei Hashang and the other subordinates exhaled in relief. Pan Han, meanwhile, lit a cigarette and sat on the hood of the off-road vehicle, watching everyone with a cheerful demeanor. He relished this moment, where unity prevailed in overcoming challenges. Regrettably, Xiang Shou was not present. He was not inherently malevolent, merely striving for survival, Pan Han mused. However, since they were to act, they must do so decisively. Otherwise, as they grew stronger, life at the Dawn base would become increasingly difficult. A powerful neighbor remains a perpetual threat. After a few pleasantries, second sister assisted Lao Wu in returning to rest, while the others turned their gazes toward Pan Han. "Stand at attention," Qin Zhong commanded. This time, even Wei Hashang and several other subordinates stood upright, their eyes gleaming as they focused on Pan Han. "Dawn Base has completed the mission of annihilating the Iron Group. Please provide your instructions, Lord Pan. Qin, here you go again with your formalities." "What a pompous display. I have no directives. Let us eat first. We shall discuss matters after the meal." Pan Han appeared to be influenced by the optimistic spirit of the Revolution of the 6th. refraining from issuing immediate orders and instead hastily requesting everyone to commence their meal. "Long live Master Pan!" the crowd fervently cheered. Lao Lu even hoisted Master Pan onto his shoulders, ensuring he was comfortably seated, and carried him all the way to the villa's grand hall. Qin and Cheng Xiao, now adorned with both dirt and blood, made their way to freshen up first. After exchanging a few words with Wei the monk, Pan Han instructed him to take the other slaves to eat. Lao Lu leaned closer to Pan Han and inquired about the state of the Iron Group's gang leader post-explosion. "You rascal, are you still worried that he hasn't met his end?" Pan Han retorted, delivering a playful jab. "Ouch, Master Pan, you are unaware, but that cursed gang leader has long harbored intentions against our Qin Lauda. He has exerted threats and temptations numerous times. If he could be thoroughly eliminated this time, it would be splendid." Lao Lu chuckled mischievously. "I reckon he is left with but half a foot on the ground. The rest has vanished," Pan Han remarked while gesturing towards the floor. "Oh my, such power is truly formidable. Then, Master Pan, how did you manage to escape?" "I borrowed a moment of respite, hiding in the restroom. It was only after the chaos subsided that Qin Lauda and the others found me. Master Pan, you are quite the clever one." Just then, the dishes were served, and no one held back. Having been out for so long, driving and searching, they were all ravenously hungry. Although Old Five bore an injury on his shoulder, he exerted all his strength with the other arm, spinning plates with vigor. Cheng Xiao and second sister, displaying their fierce spirit, devoured their meals with remarkable zeal, both hands grabbing with determination. When it comes to dining, the more, the merrier. Pan Han, unable to restrain himself, indulged in a generous portion of self-heating hot pot until he was satisfied. After feasting and tidying the table, Qin Zhong suggested, "Master, shall we convene a brief summary meeting?" This was a customary practice for Qin Zhong. After every operation, a swift debrief was essential. Certainly, Pan Han readily agreed. "Very well, I shall begin." This operation was exceedingly successful. Old Five returned with no casualties. The Iron Group has been entirely obliterated, and Master Pan remains unscathed. I can confidently say that in my time leading, I have yet to witness such a splendid operation, all thanks to Master Pan. Let us applaud. The crowd erupted in applause. "Master Pan, please provide your directives." Clearing his throat, Pan Han declared, "Since I am to speak, allow me to share a few thoughts." He pulled out a cigarette, lighting one for everyone before placing one between his own lips, preparing to address the group. "It is wonderful that we have suffered no losses. However, we have incurred significant material losses. Many explosives have been expended, and we are down a truck. These matters require our prompt attention. Nevertheless, these are minor issues. What I value more is that our team has gained valuable experience, and the threat posed by the Iron Group has been eradicated. Moving forward, we can no longer remain hidden. Greater forces will undoubtedly set their sights upon us. Thus, the Dawn base must be upgraded to version 2.0, and it must be done swiftly." At this juncture, Pan Han scanned the room with a serious expression. 2.0. The crowd murmured in confusion upon hearing this. "Indeed, we must expand to 500 members in a short span." Pan Han struck the table decisively, establishing a clear objective. Chapter 61. The Mountain Stronghold. "My goodness, 500 members?" Lao Lu exclaimed, astonished by the figure. "Heavens!" Cheng Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Zhong remained silent, silently observing Pan Han, awaiting his subsequent analysis. "Indeed, it is precisely 500 individuals. Cheng Xiao, during the last occasion when the slaves ingested the evolution potion, how many failed to evolve?" Pan Han recollected the previously established rule that those who failed to evolve were to be expelled. However, he now harbored new intentions. 11 individuals. They were originally to be exiled, but the incident with Brother Wu delayed that plan. Cheng Xiao promptly responded, "Let them stay. Given the recent developments, in order to expand our influence, we must implement changes. My lord, what is your intention?" "Currently, we have around 100 people. Starting tomorrow, we need to recruit an additional 400 slaves. However, there will be a new regulation. Those who have already evolved will be directly accommodated within the inner city of the base. Those who have not evolved or have failed in their evolution will be required to construct their dwellings outside the base," Pan Han stated with a serious demeanor. "My lord, what purpose will it serve to have them establish their residences outside?" Lao Wu inquired. "It appears they would consume a significant amount of our provisions. Yet, they will serve as an excellent buffer zone. Should the enemy invade, the outer slaves will be the first line of defense. Therefore, we must not only provide them with sustenance, but also teach them to wield weapons and construct fortifications. Pan Han extinguished his first cigarette and lit another. My lord, this will deplete our resources significantly. Qin Zhong contemplated internally and realized that whether it be food, weapons, or building materials, the figures were astronomical. Thus, we must seek out gold once more. Pan Han highlighted the point directly. By the way, Lord Pan, 150 kilometers north of the Iron Group's base, there is a large bank with a vault. Lao San suddenly recalled and reported immediately. Indeed. This vault was previously outside our search radius. Firstly, it was too distant, and secondly, the Iron Group had blocked the way. Now we should be able to scout it. Qin Lauda also agreed to search the bank vault. Then let us divide our tasks. Time is of the essence. Pan Han urged everyone to continue their efforts. Very well, tomorrow I will take Lao San and Lao Si to inspect the vault. Cheng Xiao and Lao Lu will go to procure slaves. Jie and Lao Wu will guard the home. Lord Pan, how do you wish to proceed? Qin Zhong inquired. I will be away for a few days to gather some supplies. Our inventory is dwindling. Pan Han contemplated that he needed to return to his own world to exchange the remaining gold bars with Wang Cheng for money. Good, then it is settled. Everyone should rest well today. We will act in unison tomorrow. The meeting is adjourned. The group took note of their respective tasks and returned to their quarters to rest. Lao Lu, noticing the fatigue of others, voluntarily went outside to stand guard. Pan Han returned to his small room on the second floor to rest, but shortly after lying down, he heard a knock at the door. Who is it? My lord, it is I. Upon hearing this, Pan Han was surprised to find it was Wei Hishong, and he beckoned him to enter. What is it, monk? Is there something you need? Pan Han rose and offered Wei Hishong a cigarette. My lord, I just heard that you were looking to recruit. The monk took a puff of the cigarette. Indeed, we are in urgent need of personnel, preparing to expand our ranks to 500 individuals. My lord, may I call some people back? Oh, what do you mean? Pan Han perked up at this. Previously, I lived in a bandit stronghold for a while. They were once villagers from the same community. When the apocalypse struck, they retreated into the mountains. What manner of individuals are they? Are they trustworthy? Pan Han maintained a certain level of caution. In the apocalypse, they could be considered a group of conscientious people. Previously, I was taken in by them. How many of them are there? Who leads them? When I was there were approximately 700 individuals. The leaders are a married couple. The man is named Reich and the woman is called Maji. Why do those names sound so familiar? Upon hearing their names, Pan Han couldn't help but scratch his head. Sir, after they took refuge in the deep mountains, they established checkpoints everywhere and rarely ventured out. Moreover, they have not undergone any evolution. However, their combat capabilities are quite formidable, and they are self-sufficient. If we could recruit them and station them on the periphery of the base, it would be quite suitable. Wei Hishong briefly analyzed the pros and cons. How far is their base from here? Very close, just over 100 kilometers to the west. Is that not Shiliang Mountain? Yes, indeed. It is Shiliang Mountain. This mountain is not insignificant, yet it is rather desolate. How have they managed to survive for so long? Pan Han pondered, considering that sustaining over 700 people entails considerable resources. Relying solely on a mountain seems implausible. What you may not know, sir, is that within this mountain, there exists a peculiar plant that, after mutation, bears exceptionally large fruit. Not only can it sustain 700 people, but it could easily support another 700. As Wei Hishong spoke, he gestured with his hands to indicate the size of the fruit. It sounded akin to breadfruit. Pan Han extinguished his first cigarette and lit another for the monk, and the two continued their conversation. I don't know its exact name, but the taste is quite pleasant. It's simple to prepare. Just pick it, roast it over a fire, and then it can be eaten right out of its shell. So when do you plan to go? After hearing this, Pan Han felt it was worth a try. After all, if they could succeed, it would save a considerable amount of resources for purchasing slaves. The situation is urgent, as you have mentioned, so I plan to go tomorrow. Very well. Is there anything you need me to do? I wouldn't dare to impose. I merely hope to bring some supplies along, as approaching them empty-handed would neither convey sincerity nor demonstrate our strength, Wei Hishong stated while rubbing his hands together. Well, Wei Hishong, if you haven't accomplished your task, don't start scheming against me. For some reason, whenever Pan Han spoke with him, he was reminded of Li Yunlong, and his tone unconsciously shifted. Heh. I sincerely wish for our base to develop swiftly. After all, in this world, It is increasingly rare to find someone as good-hearted as you, Sir Pan. Wei Hishang hastily flattered. Enough of this flattery. How many do you desire? Not much, just a few dozen boxes of canned goods will suffice. They surely haven't had meat in a long time. This batch of canned goods should impress them upon our meeting. Very well. Tomorrow, go to Changsha to collect 50 boxes of canned goods, and I will arrange for a vehicle for you. Can you manage alone? Pan Han waved his hand. I'll go alone for the first time. After all, I'm familiar with them. If someone else goes, it might backfire. The monk thought for a moment, but insisted on going alone. Done, monk. If you successfully accomplish this task, I shall grant you a raise, allowing you to receive an extra can of food each day. Thank you, sir. The monk will certainly not fail in his mission. Upon hearing the news, Wei Hishang abruptly rose and offered a military salute. Oh, by the way, does this base have a name? Pan Han suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to ask. Shantang Zhai, Chapter 62. Is it really you? After bidding farewell to Wei Hishang, he was soon greeted by Cheng Xiao. This young lady had become especially clingy towards Pan Han, frequently seeking refuge in his quarters, and Pan Han reciprocated her visits as much as he could. However, this time, Cheng Xiao wore a serious expression, hesitating in her words. Noticing her demeanor, Pan Han sensed that she had something on her mind. Do you have something you wish to ask me? He offered her a seat and gestured for her to sit down. But I don't know how to begin. Hey, just ask directly. I will share what I can. Well, here goes. Cheng Xiao gazed at Pan Han with eyes sparkling with curiosity. Sensing the importance of her inquiry, Pan Han straightened his clothes and adjusted his posture. Go ahead and ask. When I went to the restroom to save you, I was initially overwhelmed with tears. But just before I left, I glanced around and noticed that the water pipes were twisted and distorted, and the ceramic sink had been shattered to pieces. Yet you emerged unscathed. Logically, as novice evolutionaries, we shouldn't possess such resilient physiques. How did you manage to remain completely unharmed? Furthermore, you have always appeared and disappeared unexpectedly. This is highly unusual. How do you accomplish that? Cheng Xiao poured out her questions, fixing her gaze intently on Pan Han. Pan Han weighed the decision of whether to reveal the truth. Although he currently shared a deep trust with the Dawn team, one must always retain some secrets, lest they become a weakness for oneself or the team. Ultimately, he decided to provide a partially truthful account, refraining from mentioning anything about his world. Since you have asked so directly, I shall be a bit candid. Pan Han slowly articulated his response. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiao quickly sat up straight, hardly daring to breathe. In truth, after I regained consciousness, I discovered that I possessed the ability to teleport. At the moment of the explosion, I simply teleported away. Pan Han stated calmly. What? No wonder. In fact, she had previously suspected that Pan Han could teleport, and now, having heard it from him, she was convinced. Where have you teleported to? I don't know. Each time I end up in an enormous warehouse. However, I have never managed to explore the boundaries of that warehouse. All I can say is that it is vast. Pan Han decided to make his story more believable. Is there truly such a large warehouse in our world? I cannot say if it belongs to our world. After I teleport there, I have never managed to leave. Pan Han shrugged, indicating his uncertainty. What is inside that warehouse? Is it filled with food? Pretty much, though I haven't seen many weapons that so. Does this mean our base will have an inexhaustible supply of resources in the future? Upon realizing this, Cheng Xiao immediately felt a surge of delight. Not necessarily. It seems that the warehouse has artificial intelligence. I have to exchange items like gold and jewelry from before the apocalypse to obtain resources. It provided me with a list of items that can be exchanged. Pan Han felt a twinge of anxiety. Once a lie is told, one must weave 100 more to cover it up. Goodness! Listening to it sounds like a warehouse built by extraterrestrials, so advanced. Cheng Xiao found it somewhat unbelievable. Thus, there is a reason why I always ask you to search for gold. Make sure to look thoroughly tomorrow. Rest assured, even if there is no warehouse, whatever you desire, we will do our utmost to find it. Cheng Xiao patted Pan Han on the shoulder. Well, for the sake of the base, let us all strive together. Pan Han, feeling exhausted from the fabrication, was already sweating. Very well, my lord. You should take a rest. I shall take my leave now. As Cheng Xiao stood up to depart, Pan Han urged, Don't leave. For the sake of the base, stay and rest with me a little longer. The two of them rested until it was time for dinner. Pan Han had a light meal before bidding farewell to everyone, as he needed to traverse back to his own world to handle some matters. He had to quickly find Wang Cheng to see if the method he mentioned was feasible. If so, he would proceed to dispose of the gold. Then, he would seek out Wang Dodo to provide her with the potion for her ailment. By the time he completed these two tasks, Yin Xiaoli should be back as well. At that point, he intended to consider establishing a film and media company to carve out a career for himself. Upon returning to his room, night had fallen. After taking a shower, Pan Han went to bed. Despite having undergone evolution, the events of the day had been overwhelming, leaving him utterly fatigued. He slept soundly until 10 o'clock the following morning. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. Scenes of the annihilation of the Iron Group unfolded in his mind like a film reel. Particularly haunting were the memories of running through the square, where the ground was littered with severed limbs and dismembered bodies, an image reminiscent of hell. Who would be the next Iron Group? Was it Z-Tower? Or perhaps the Dawn Base itself? Or could it be that such occurrences unfolded daily in the post-apocalyptic world? Pan Han pondered extensively, ultimately unable to suppress a sigh. After multiple traversals, his temperament had undergone subtle changes. He now viewed his own world with a sense of detachment, as if observing himself and those around him from a divine perspective. It felt akin to a game, where he was responsible for planning and execution, and every person he encountered was merely an NPC arranged by the system. Contemplating this, his mood brightened significantly, as if he had gained insight into the essence of all things. An uncontainable joy welled up within him, radiating outward. In his excitement, he leaped off the bed, then back onto it, repeatedly hopping around. It was reminiscent of the joy Sun Wukong felt upon hearing the teachings of Genuine Daxian. If that is the case, then let me revel in this earthly game. Wang Chung, here I come. Pan Han jubilantly took out his phone to send a WeChat message to Wang Chung, confirming the time and place. As soon as Wang Chung received the message, he promptly replied, "No problem." Of course, it was a no-brainer. If this transaction went through, Pan Han would reward him with 2 million. Pan Han headed downstairs, first renting an SUV before transporting approximately 300 kilograms of gold, following the coordinates provided by Wang Chung, and heading straight to a winery on the outskirts. This winery itself was a grand estate, with at least 300 meters from the entrance to the villa. Pan Han gazed at the estate, marveling at the wealth of the affluent. With such an expansive area, it was not merely feasible to drive there. Even a helicopter could land without issue. Wang Chung was already at the villa's entrance, eagerly awaiting Pan Han's arrival, and rushed over as soon as the vehicle came to a stop. He opened the door for Pan Han with a beaming smile, saying, "Mr. Pan, you've arrived." Wang Cheng's demeanor was not merely one of opening a door for Pan Han. It was as if he were welcoming a deity of wealth. "Is the other party here?" Pan Han nodded subtly at him, concealing his emotions. This estate belonged to someone else, yet the mastermind behind it was unlikely to make an appearance. Today's representative was the one we referred to as Uncle Chung, who was responsible for the event's intricate arrangements. Wang Chung quickly clarified. "Uncle Chung?" Pan Han furrowed his brow. "Yes, he assists the owner with various matters. However, today's transaction amount is the lowest he will attend for. If it's under 100 million, Uncle Chung need not show up." "Wang Chung, is the connection you've made secure? Should anything go awry, I assure you, you will vanish without a trace, and none shall find you." Pan Han glanced at the several corpses lying in the space. He had left them there since their last endeavor in the apocalypse. "Oh dear, my esteemed President Pan, I am a man who fears poverty, not death. As long as you allow me to profit, I shall be your loyal dog. Rest assured." Wang Chung replied with utmost sincerity. "You're quite the talent," Pan Han mused, considering how Wang Chung would likely stir up a storm if transported to the apocalypse. He seemed well suited for such a life. After you, President Pan," Wang Chung said, noticing Pan Han's demeanor softening, and he cheerfully led him into the villa and the living room of the villa. A man in his 50s sat impeccably dressed in a suit on the sofa, awaiting Pan Han's arrival. Upon seeing Pan Han, his eyes narrowed. "So the esteemed President Pan that Wang Chung spoke of is none other than you, Pan Han." Chapter 63. 100 million received. This Uncle Chung was none other than the family steward of Wang Dodo. Just days prior, he had assisted her in investigating Pan Han. Having seen his photographs and information, he recognized him instantly. "Why does this little rascal appear everywhere?" Uncle Chung muttered inwardly. Having served by Wang Dodo's father for over 30 years, he had witnessed considerable trials and tribulations. Yet today, upon encountering Pan Han, he found this individual rather unsettling. Pan Han, oblivious to Uncle Ching's identity, walked straight over to him and extended his hand in greeting. "Humph, Little rascal, let me teach you a lesson. Uncle Chung feigned a genial smile as he stood to shake hands with Pan Han, discreetly applying pressure. Greetings, President Pan. Hello, I am yet to learn how to address you. Would you kindly share? Pan Han inquired with a smile. Uncle Chung was taken aback. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, particularly with his iron claws capable of crushing ordinary iron pots, he was astonished that Pan Han displayed no reaction and remained so composed. President Pan, as per the rules of the trade, we must refrain from inquiring into this matter. Wang Chung interjected hastily, as he had not previously informed Pan Han of Uncle Cheng's details. Oh, is that so? Pan Han tilted his head, glancing at Uncle Chung while simultaneously exerting more force. Uncle Cheng instantly felt a powerful force coursing through their handshake. What formidable internal energy, he thought. Rather than speak, he regarded Pan Han with an approving gaze. Adding his own strength to the handshake 70%, 80%, 90%, Uncle Chang began to perspire. Ordinary individuals could scarcely endure even 30% of his strength, while typical martial artists might withstand up to 50%. Pan Han was the first to compel him to exert 70%. Yet, why did the other party show no reaction? Still smiling, Wang Chung stood by, somewhat bewildered, as the two seemed frozen as if under a spell, neither willing to budge. Pan Han continued to smile patiently, awaiting Uncle Cheng's response. This minor exertion posed no challenge to him. 100%. Uncle Chung summoned his last reserves of strength, subtly adjusting his stance into a horse-riding position. What's the matter? Did you not eat well last night, and now you're suffering from constipation? Upon witnessing this, Pan Han realized that his opponent had exerted every ounce of effort. Uncle Chung dared not utter a word. Speaking would only dissipate his true energy. Isn't it about time? It must be my turn now, Pan Han mused, as he unleashed a further portion of his strength. The pinnacle of a novice evolutionary, how terrifyingly formidable. Such prowess is not something an ordinary mortal could rival. A sound of twisting palms echoed, causing Uncle Chung to feel an excruciating pain. Fortunately, he managed to mask his expression. Otherwise, he might have cried out on the spot. Damn it, this little rascal possesses such tremendous strength. Could he also be a master? Not yet satisfied, Pan Han noted that his opponent could still endure, and thus increased his force once more. Hiss! Ouch! Uncle Chung clenched his teeth, emitting soft grunts. 6/10 of my strength. Just call me Uncle Chung, he conceded, hastily informing Pan Han. Oh, so it is Uncle Chung. My apologies. Upon hearing his counterpart speak, Pan Han relaxed his grip. Uncle Chung quickly withdrew his hand, as half of his arm felt numb from the pressure. Wow, what a splendid meeting ceremony for the two gentlemen. Wang Chung interjected, eager to smooth things over. Observing that his opponent had been put in a difficult position, Pan Han chose not to press Uncle Chung further and sat down for himself. Uncle Chung shook his arm to regain some feeling before also taking a seat. Young Wang, this Mr. Pan is quite the talent. If you associate with Mr. Pan, prosperity will surely follow. Once Uncle Cheng's complexion improved, he began to regard Pan Han with newfound respect, recognizing that this young man was not so straightforward. Oh, Uncle Chung, you are also my benefactor. Wang Chung quickly flattered him. Pan Han thought to himself, why does this old dog want to put me in my place right from the start? We are not even acquainted, and I am here to bring him money. The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss, deciding that caution was prudent. Uncle Cheng, please excuse me. Let us proceed directly. I have brought the goods. They are in the car. All right. Shall I arrange for someone to inspect the merchandise? Sure, Wang Chung. I will have Xiao Li accompany you to verify the goods. Wang Chung readily agreed and made a beeline for the SUV outside. Haha, Mr. Pan is quite the straightforward individual. I wonder how much cargo he has brought today? 300 kilograms. Indeed, it seems it will amount to over 100 million. Wang Chung was not deceiving him after all. What percentage do you take? 25%. When will the funds arrive? Upon completion of the inspection, the same day. Will anyone come to check on me? If someone were to check, why would we still take 25 points? It's only 100 million. I can assure you there will be no scrutiny. Very transparent. Upon hearing this, Pan Han realized this arrangement was quite advantageous, swift and secure. Mr. Pan, where did you amass your fortune? Uncle Chung shifted the topic, probing into Pan Han's background. He knew Pan Han was merely a recent graduate without prospects, and this shipment surely had questionable origins. Haha, Uncle Chung, aren't you crossing a line? Pan Han couldn't even be bothered to concoct a lie. What do you mean? Witnessing the remarkable capabilities of the youth. I, an old soul, cannot help but wish to bask in their glory, can I? Ching Shu, forgive my inability to respond. However, should this transaction proceed smoothly, it shall undoubtedly lead to a sustained relationship in the future. Pan Han replied with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. What a fine lad, intriguing indeed. I, Cheng Shu, take a liking to you. Thank you for your kind words, Cheng Shu. The two exchanged compliments for a while. Wang Cheng returned, nodding at the two, and addressed Cheng Shu, saying, the goods are in order. The quantity and quality are accurate. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shu revealed a satisfied smile, his regard for Pan Han growing even more favorable. Excellent, splendid, Pan Zhong. Allow me to report to my superior. Cheng Shu retrieved his phone, rose to his feet, and stepped back a dozen paces before lowering his voice to converse with the other party. Driven by curiosity, Pan Han strained to eavesdrop. However, the voice from the phone was too faint, only vaguely catching the name Wang Zhong. It seems this Cheng Shu's boss bears the surname Wang. The boss's surname is Wang, and this old fellow is called Cheng Shu. Good heavens, could Wang Cheng possibly be their illegitimate child? With this thought, Pan Han cast a glance at Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng, initially focused on Cheng Shu, suddenly felt a chill breeze sweep across his back, an icy dread piercing through his spine, causing him to shudder involuntarily and turn around. Noticing his reaction, Pan Han realized that his gaze had become increasingly formidable. At that moment, Cheng Shu concluded his report and resumed his seat before Pan Han. There are no issues from the boss's end. Thus, Pan Zhong, you may await your payment. We have accepted the goods. Wang Cheng, simply use that card number. Pan Han instructed Wang Cheng. Rest assured, rest assured. Wang Cheng promptly assured, yes, this is my first transaction. How long can I expect it to take? Pan Han inquired, knowing he must wait for the funds to arrive before departing. Ha, Pan Zhong seems rather anxious. Are you testing our capabilities? Cheng Shu perked up at this, for in this circle, who does not know that their company is the fastest and most reliable? Cheng Shu, do not take offense. This is but a modest venture of mine. He. Pan Han chuckled awkwardly. Come now, Pan Zhong, stand up. For what purpose? Stand up. Do you see your vehicle at the entrance? Yes, I do. Walk from here to your car, and if the funds do not arrive, I shall perform a handstand while washing my hair. Cheng Shu patted Pan Han's shoulder. Pan Han thought to himself, this is rather amusing, and thus tidied up before striding directly towards the SUV. From the sofa where he sat to the SUV, it was merely about 30 paces. At a normal pace, it would take around 15 seconds. Pan Han did not hasten his speed and reached the vehicle in just 10 seconds. As he extended his hand to open the car door. Ding. A text message arrived. Pan Han opened it to read. Your bank card has received a deposit of 100 million. Chapter 64. Rebirth in the bathroom. Even though Pan Han had already triumphed in the other world, the sight of 100 million arriving still left him exceedingly exhilarated. This is an entire small goal. I shall never worry about food and drink for the rest of my life. Pan Han suppressed his excitement, maintaining a stoic expression. At that moment, Wang Cheng scampered over like a little dog. So, how is it, Pan Zhong? Has it arrived? Yes, it has. Rest assured, you shall not be shortchanged. I will transfer your share now. Pan Han, aware of this fellow's true intentions, took out his phone and transferred 2 million to Wang Cheng. Upon receiving the text message, Wang Cheng's face instantly illuminated with joy. President Pan, how generous you are. Do not be so naive. As long as you maintain this connection well, your reward shall be bountiful. In Wang Cheng's eyes, Pan Han appeared as ethereal as a celestial being, and he felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him and take a playful bite. Very well, President Pan. Rest assured, I shall take my leave now. Should there be any items to discuss in the future, I will notify you in advance. Please convey my regards to Uncle Cheng. Pan Han opened the car door, ready to depart. Take care, President Pan. Wang Cheng respectfully watched as Pan Han exited the estate before returning to the villa. Young Wang, the client you brought this time is quite intriguing, Uncle Cheng remarked upon Wang Cheng's return. What do you mean, Uncle Cheng? Wang Cheng sensed an underlying message in his words. Nothing much, just interesting. Uncle Cheng mentally compiled the information about Pan Han. A suddenly emerging Beijing drifter, possessing a wealth of precious metals, remarkably strong, and entangled with his own daughter. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such an individual. Seeing Uncle Cheng lost in thought, Wang Cheng stood awkwardly in place, unsure of what to do. After a while, Uncle Cheng came back to reality, noticed Wang Cheng still standing there, and chuckled, You may leave now. Everything is in order. If Pan Han has further dealings, contact me at once. Understood, Uncle Chung. I shall take my leave now and will visit you privately later. Although Wang Chung was aware that Uncle Chung was acting on behalf of the Wang family, he felt it necessary to show the appropriate respect, especially since this could earn him 2 million. No need for formalities. You may go. Uncle Chung began to usher him out. Wang Chung nodded and turned to leave. In the car, Pan Han opened the sunroof, lit a cigarette, and played a J-Cho album, listening and smoking in delight. 100 million. How exhilarating, he exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. I am about to manage funds exceeding 100 million. How shall I spend it? I must plan carefully. He intended to procure supplies shortly, as the base's inventory was running low. Then he would send some money to his parents for a vacation. The remaining funds could be considered for starting a film company, just as Pan Han was contemplating. His phone rang. Upon seeing it was Wang Dodo, he exclaimed, "Oh no, I must tend to her needs. Almost forgot." Pan Han recalled this task was still pending and quickly checked his supplies. Everything was in order. "Hello? Pan Han, why haven't you contacted me? I've been waiting and feeling unwell," Wang Dodo said in a somewhat spoiled tone. "Do not fret. I have been preparing the medicine these past few days. Are you finished yet? Soon. Wait for my news today. I can hardly bear it. It's so uncomfortable. Why don't you come over to help me feel better? That is out of the question. If I break my vow, all will be lost. Just hold on a little longer. I will expedite the process." Upon hearing that the young lady wanted him to relieve her discomfort, Pan Han felt overwhelmed. All right, just hurry. Okay, let us end the call. I need to pick up the pace. Find a secluded spot and send me the address. I will head straight there." After hanging up, Pan Han accelerated his pace, heading directly into the city. Today is a weekday, and it is nearly 2 p.m. The roads are quite busy, and Pan Han has spent approximately an hour and a half returning to his shared apartment. He lies on his bed, takes a sip of water, and allows himself a moment of rest. Subsequently, he transfers 50,000 yuan to his parents, encouraging them to indulge in some leisure activities and not to save the money for themselves, especially since they have recently made a profit from stock trading. Pan Han's parents, being humble farmers, are taken aback by their son's generous transfer, almost rushing to set off firecrackers at the village's eastern entrance. Ding dong. The WeChat notification chimes, and Pan Han picks up his phone to find a location sent by Wang Dodo. This time, it is in a villa district west of the capital. This young lady truly has an abundance of properties. Now she has moved to a suburban villa. All right, don't eat anything for now, and go take a hot bath. I'll be there shortly, Pan Han replies to Wang Dodo. He then rises to fetch a bottle of yellow liquid, pouring half of it into a smaller vial. She usually enjoys the finest, and aside from this ailment, she seems to have no other issues. Half a bottle should suffice. Once prepared, he heads downstairs and drives directly to the villa in the western suburbs. By the time he arrives, it is already 5 p.m. Wang Dodo sits alone in the living room, anxiously awaiting Pan Han's arrival. For the past few days, she has been suppressing her emotions, but the more she holds back, the more unbearable it becomes. She is on the verge of eruption. Damn it, why hasn't Pan Han arrived yet? Wang Dodo picks up her phone, yet hesitates to press him too hard. I'm almost there. Just then, Pan Han sends her a WeChat message. All right, I'm all set. A few minutes later, Pan Han appears in the living room. You finally made it. Wang Dodo immediately flings herself into his arms. Let us skip the formalities and get started. Come on, to the bathroom. Pan Han can sense that her breathing has become unstable. They enter the bathroom, and Pan Han is taken aback by the spaciousness. Over 40 square meters, complete with a large bathtub. Perfect, no need for any additional preparations. Just lie in the bathtub, Pan Han suggests. Is lying in the bathtub part of the treatment? Wang Dodo's mind flashes with scenes from various horror films. No, you need to take off your clothes first, then lie down. Pan Han teases her. Wow, your method is quite peculiar, but it's thrilling. I like it, Wang Dodo exclaims, promptly shedding all her garments. Her flawless form is laid bare before Pan Han, yet regrettably, as a doctor, his focus is entirely on her condition rather than her physique. So, what do you think? Am I attractive? Wang Dodo, noticing Pan Han's lack of reaction, feels a twinge of disappointment and inquires. Dodo, it's time to sever ties with the person you were before. Just lie back, Pan Han instructs her firmly. Oh. Wang Dodo responds reluctantly but complies, settling into the bathtub. Pan Han turns on the hot water, filling the tub just enough to cover her shoulders. Drink this. Just lie there obediently. It might be a bit uncomfortable, and you may even faint, but I will be right here with you. Is it really that simple? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Dodo downs half a bottle of the potion, eager to embrace the pure girl within her heart. 8 long years have passed, and that little girl has waited far too long. It is somewhat cool and slightly sweet. Wang Dodo expressed her feelings to Pan Han. Indeed, this is precisely the flavor. Pan Han gently caressed Wang Dodo's head, reassuring her. Just 3 minutes after she had finished drinking, the reaction struck her suddenly. Her body convulsed violently, her facial expression contorted in agony, and almost immediately, her body arched backward. Pan Han inwardly lamented the severity of the reaction and quickly supported her head to prevent her from choking. Ah! Wang Dodo screamed in pain, her hands gripping Pan Han's arm with all her might. Pan Han did not push her away. Instead, he allowed her to hold on tightly. Suddenly, Wang Dodo fell silent. Losing consciousness, dark water began to seep from her forehead, neck, and armpits, and within a minute, the entire tub was stained black. Goodness. Your ailment is indeed severe. However, losing consciousness might be for the best. Upon awakening, it will be a brand new self. Pan Han held Wang Dodo in his arms for a full 3 hours. During this time, she occasionally breathed rapidly, involuntarily convulsed, and violently expelled dark water. Ultimately, Wang Dodo persevered, her breathing began to stabilize, and her eyelids fluttered as if she were trying to open her eyes. What has happened to me? Wang Dodo slowly opened her eyes, her vision still somewhat blurred, barely managing to utter a few words. You have been reborn. Upon hearing this, Wang Dodo attempted to struggle to sit up and assess the situation, but her body simply would not obey. Seeing that the time was right, Pan Han fetched a bath towel, lifted her out of the tub, and laid her gently on the bed in the bedroom. Chapter 65. How should I repay you? At this moment, Wang Dodo's consciousness was nearly restored, though her body still lacked agility. She gazed at Pan Han as he carried her into the bedroom and placed her on the bed. To her surprise, he was incredibly handsome. Wang Dodo admired the side profile of Pan Han, exuding masculinity and warmth, with a hint of ferocity. This aura deeply moved her. I will fetch you some water. You should lie down for a while. Rest assured, everything will be fine, and you will be able to move shortly. Pan Han reassured her. Wang Dodo managed to emit a faint sound. Pan Han went to the kitchen, retrieved a cup, filled it with warm water, and prepared a plate of fruit. Here, drink some water. Pan Han propped Wang Dodo up and offered her the water. After all that commotion, Wang Dodo was extremely thirsty. She eagerly took the cup and gulped it down in just 2 swallows. Instantly, she felt much more comfortable, and upon seeing the fruit platter, she reached out to grab a piece, savoring it gently. I never expected it to be this delicious. Your body has now returned to its optimal state. Everything you eat will taste delightful. After about half an hour, Wang Dodo's complexion became rosy, and she could move her limbs freely, having nearly fully recovered. Come, put on some clothes. Pan Han handed her a set of silk pajamas. After Wang Dodo dressed, she stepped down and attempted to run a couple of steps, discovering an immense sense of strength. Excitedly, she dashed around the living room, completing 2 laps. How marvelous! I feel an unprecedented ease. Running seems effortless. You can also take a look in the mirror. Pan Han pointed towards the vanity. I can't possibly have become beautiful. Wang Dodo rushed towards the mirror with great anticipation. My heavens, is this my skin? Upon hearing her piercing scream, Pan Han was utterly unfazed. He lit a cigarette and sauntered over. There he found Wang Dodo, akin to an exuberant elementary student, hopping about in front of the mirror, occasionally touching her face and then her backside. Why is my skin so smooth? It has become even fairer, so tender, it feels as if it could yield moisture. What do you think? I'm not deceiving you, am I? This is simply marvelous, truly astonishing. Upon noticing Pan Han's approach, Wang Dodo grasped his hand and twirled with glee. Pan Han indulged her for a few moments before gently extricating his hands and slowly retrieving a whip he had long prepared from the depths of his space. Behold this! Pan Han waved it a few times before her. Do you still feel anything? Wang Dodo observed his movements and the object with an unperturbed heart. Nothing. Ha! Then that indicates you have been cured. Indeed. I was not like this before. I would react upon seeing such things. Only then did Wang Dodo comprehend that Pan Han was assessing the effectiveness of the treatment. Goodness, it truly has been healed. Overjoyed, Wang Dodo embraced Pan Han and planted a firm kiss on his cheek. Fear not, this is merely the camaraderie between friends. Ha ha ha. Without waiting for Pan Han's reaction, she dashed away. The exhilaration within Wang Dodo could not be quelled, and she sprinted out of the villa to scatter flowers in the yard. Pan Han, feeling a sense of happiness for her, leisurely strolled to the door, leaning against it as he watched her revel in the beauty of rebirth. It was a wondrous feeling. Though Pan Han had taken many lives in the apocalypse, the thrill of it paled in comparison to today's experience. Healing the sick and saving lives is a noble sentiment, and once one has savored this essence, it becomes arduous to rekindle any interest in slaughter. It is akin to a child who usually relishes a 50-cent popsicle. Once they have tasted a sundae, they no longer wish to partake in the lesser treat, he pondered. How could one save others in such a world? Pan Han sighed to himself. If the environment remained unchanged, it would be exceedingly difficult for him alone to rescue everyone. Humanity is the sum of all social relations, naturally encompassing the environment for survival. Unless the zero-sum game of life and death is altered, all would be doomed to mutual slaughter. After frolicking for half an hour, Wang Dodo gradually calmed down. She lay upon the lawn, allowing the gentle breeze to caress her. How beautiful this world is! A tear trickled down from the corner of her eye. For 8 years, tormented by shadows and illness, each day felt like hell, her heart shrouded by various shades of gloom. Suddenly, she rose and gazed at Pan Han. How should I repay you? Upon hearing this, Pan Han offered a slight smile. Just refrain from beating me senseless again. You see, it turns out that human relationships can be so simple and joyful. Ha ha ha. Wang Dodo's laughter mingled with her tears, echoing throughout the villa. Are you planning to tell your father? Pan Han approached her. If I tell him, I would surely be dragged off for human experimentation. I share your sentiment. The timing is not right. However, your family is in pharmaceuticals. You may research it gradually. In due course, we could collaborate. Pan Han articulated his intention. This potion is extraordinarily miraculous. If it could be mass-produced, the wealthy would undoubtedly line up to purchase it. However, one may encounter numerous unforeseen risks. Thus it is prudent to deliberate in the long term. In the meantime, you may observe slowly and see if there are any side effects. Haha. Pan Han is not in a hurry to discuss cooperation either. If there are side effects, I shall seek you as a test subject. Wang Dodo lightly struck her chest. Damn. It actually hurts. It seems she has evolved to some extent. Pan Han silently cursed in pain. Earlier, you mentioned repaying me. In fact, I have a matter in mind that I wonder if you would be interested in. Pan Han recalled that he intended to establish a film and television company, and Wang Dodo surely had connections. You see, anything within a few $100 million. I can make my own decisions. Wang Dodo broke into a sweet smile and sincerely replied, How wonderful! Pan Han could not help but exclaim in admiration. Unexpectedly, the restored Wang Dodo's smile was remarkably healing. Thank you, Pan Han. Wang Dodo could sense that this was heartfelt and genuine praise. I wish to set up a film and television company. When you previously threatened to take away Yin Shaoli, I had already contemplated this. You probably have quite a few connections, right? This is quite simple. I know many individuals in the film industry and have stakes in several small production companies. Could you help me find someone experienced to handle this? I will only provide the funds and shall not participate in the procedural aspects. No problem. Wait for my call tomorrow. I will arrange for someone for you. Thank you. Now, whenever I hear the words thank you, my heart is filled with light, an indescribable joy. Wang Dodo earnestly said to Pan Han, Seeing your recovery brings me great happiness as well. I am certain I will keep you as a friend. Upon hearing this, Pan Han unconsciously shifted uncomfortably. Oh no, her illness has been cured. I hope I am not falling ill, cursed the Iron Group. I shall return to the apocalypse and blow you all up again. Pan Han's emotions were like a roller coaster, rising and falling unpredictably. What is the matter with you? Wang Dodo noticed something was off. It's nothing at all. I just feel very excited about starting my own film company. By the way, what direction do you plan to take with your film company? Anything goes, but we must strive for exceptional acting and positive energy. We must instill a sense of pride in our Dragon Nation. Chapter 66. I have good news for you too. Excellent. Your line of thought is fantastic. Wang Dodo could not help but praise Pan Han's idea. You think so too? Pan Han was astonished by her reaction. Indeed. I rarely watch domestic films these days, especially television dramas. They feel so unrealistic. Wang Dodo stated earnestly, in such a vast nation, it is unacceptable that our films have been overshadowed by those from the Korean peninsula. Unacceptable. Wang Dodo's face flushed instantly. She had indeed watched many outstanding Korean films, which made her feel ashamed. What should we do? Let's take action. Yes, let us do it. The two clasped their hands tightly together. Though the goal is distant, they are determined to achieve it. However, I want to promote Yin Shaoli as the leading actress. She is extremely dedicated to her craft. You are the boss. You can promote whomever you wish. I shall invest in your project when the time comes. Then it's settled. Ring, ring, ring. Just as the two were envisioning the future of Dragon Nation's film industry, Wang Dodo's phone rang. She hurriedly ran back to answer the phone. Hello? Dad. Upon realizing it was her father calling, Wang Dodo quickly gestured to Pan Han to be silent. Oh, all right, understood. After exchanging a few brief words, Wang Dodo hung up. My father wants me to return home immediately. He said there is something urgent at home. As she spoke to Pan Han, she hastily put on her clothes. Yes, quite late now. What could be so urgent? Pan Han, sensing something was amiss, inquired with concern. He didn't elaborate, but I must go back. Are you driving yourself, or shall I give you a ride? I'll drive myself. You can stay over for the night, but if you wish to leave, that's your choice. I truly have no time. I must leave at once. Wang Dodo grabbed her car keys and headed out. Seeing the host departing, Pan Han thought it pointless to remain behind, and thus followed her outside. The two drove off in their respective cars, each returning to their own homes. By the time Pan Han arrived at his shared apartment, it was nearly 11 p.m. After taking a shower, he collapsed onto his bed, feeling a sweet, indescribable delight within him. Today marked the second happiest day of his life in over 20 years. What was the happiest day, you ask? Naturally, it was the day Chen Yun agreed to be his girlfriend. At that moment, Yin Shaoli sent him a WeChat message. Pan Han, are you asleep? Not yet. What is up, superstar? I wrapped up early here and will be returning to Kyoto tomorrow. Great. Unfortunately, my car is still in the shop, so I rented a vehicle to pick you up. Any car will do. However, I have some good news to share with you. Oh? You're not pregnant, are you? Pan Han teased with a mischievous grin. Get lost? Why can't you be serious for once? Our director still remembers your performance and wants to collaborate with you on the next project. Yin Shaoli shot back. Is that all? What? The director personally wants you to act, and that is not significant. What more do you want? I've been in this industry for years without receiving such treatment. Actually, I have some good news to tell you too, Pan Han replied mysteriously. Oh? Another surprise? Yes. I plan to establish a film company, and you will be the leading actress in all the productions I invest in. Yin Shaoli stared at her phone, rubbing her eyes to ensure she wasn't mistaken. What kind of enigma was Pan Han? How could he undergo such a drastic transformation? Where did he acquire the funds to start a film company? Was his ex-girlfriend Chen Yun blind? Countless thoughts flashed through Yin Shaoli's mind, leaving her utterly bewildered and unable to think clearly. Meanwhile, Pan Han, miles away, could sense her anxiousness through the screen, so he lit a cigarette and replied with satisfaction. What is wrong? Can't believe it, can you? Stunned, are we? Pan Han, you know my attitude towards acting, so please don't use this matter to deceive me. I would be quite upset. Yin Shaoli typed this message with trembling fingers, her heart racing with anxiety, fearing that Pan Han might be pulling her leg. I am more serious about this than you are. Upon reading this, tears welled up in Yin Shaoli's eyes. Years of pent-up grievances, suppression, and defiance erupted at that moment, and she cried like a fool into her phone. Stop crying. Hurry and get some sleep. We'll discuss everything in detail tomorrow. Pan Han could easily surmise that Yin Shaoli had already shed tears. At a loss for words, he announced that he would arrive at the South Station at noon the next day, urging her to meet him there. All right, got it. I'm heading to the queue now, she replied, reminding him to get some rest. With that, Pan Han closed WeChat and launched into a spirited game of Honor of Kings. Meanwhile, far away in the film city, Yin Shaoli lay in bed, hurriedly taking screenshots to preserve their chat history. After saving it, she reviewed it multiple times, alternating between laughter and tears. Feeling unsatisfied and unable to vent her emotions, she resorted to rolling around on her bed. The next day, at 5 o'clock, Yin Shaoli, who had not slept a wink, groggily got up to catch her train. In contrast, Pan Han commenced his morning run. Two young individuals striving in the bustling metropolis found their fates drawing ever closer. After finishing his run, Pan Han executed 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, and 1,000 squats, only pausing for rest after breaking into a sweat. Refreshing. The shower sprayed warm water over Pan Han, eliciting a contented sound from him. Once he finished bathing, he seized a moment to send a lengthy order list to the supermarket manager, adhering to the usual protocol of delivering to the suburban warehouse. This time, he had specifically purchased an oil-powered generator. He intended to take it to the apocalyptic world to see if the machines from his current reality could function on the oil from that realm. If successful, his next step would be to register an oil company overseas. However, he knew that this endeavor would undoubtedly be more challenging, so he needed to establish the film company first. At that point, he could seek suitable individuals to venture abroad. One must take things one step at a time. Overreaching could lead to detrimental consequences. Glancing at the clock, Pan Han realized it was already past 10. He hurried downstairs, driving his SUV to the train station to pick up Yin Xiaoli. Upon their reunion, Yin Xiaoli seemed much more liberated. Upon seeing Pan Han, she discarded her suitcase and leaped into his arms, her feet leaving the ground as she wrapped herself around his waist, playfully biting him. Be mindful of your image. You never know if fans are watching. If it gets out on the internet, you'll be in trouble, Pan Han remarked, wiping his mouth. As an 18th tier character, who would even be a fan of mine? Yin Xiaoli tossed her hair and looked at Pan Han with a smile, unable to resist kissing him once more. Don't rush. You'll soon be in the first tier. Pan Han gently set her down and turned to retrieve her suitcase. Where's the car? Let me drive, she insisted, revealing her fondness for driving. Pan Han tossed her the keys, obediently taking a seat in the passenger side. He wondered if importing vehicles from the apocalyptic world would prove lucrative. As he settled in, he suddenly recalled the 200 km H trucks and 400 km H off-road vehicles. No, electric vehicles were all the rage now. It seemed that gasoline cars were becoming obsolete. With that thought, Pan Han smacked his thigh. Of course, I should check if there are battery technologies or new materials in the apocalyptic world. Yin Xiaoli, sitting beside him, nearly jumped in fright, adjusting herself in her seat. Chapter 67. Visiting the mountaintop village, the two drove back to their rented apartment, and as soon as Yin Xiaoli entered, she eagerly initiated an in-depth conversation. After their exchange, Pan Han lit a cigarette, entering a state of contemplation. What made you suddenly think about starting a film company? Once she had regained her composure, Yin Xiaoli got straight to the point. I have so much money, I don't know where to spend it. Pan Han released a smoke ring, responding earnestly, You have plenty of money? I'm starting to believe it now. However, I find it hard to believe that there are no opportunities to spend. Yin Xiaoli lit a cigarette, and the two of them resembled goldfish, blowing circles at each other. You are quite the clever one. After being seen through, Pan Han playfully slapped Yin Xiaoli near her thigh. Speak the truth. Is it truly for my sake that you intend to establish a film company? That I find even more incredulous. Yin Xiaoli, unfazed by the playful slap, seized upon the topic, probing for deeper understanding. I recently watched numerous films from the land of the morning calm and felt a certain reminiscent charm akin to the films of yesteryear from Hong Kong. However, I believe our domestic cinema is lacking. I think we must alter this situation, Pan Han declared with a serious expression. Well, it seems that many young stars these days can only recite simple lines. Their acting skills are abysmal, Yin Xiaoli remarked earnestly. Furthermore, the film industry is quite lucrative, isn't it? Plus, one gets to meet beautiful women. Why not invest? As she spoke, Pan Han playfully caressed Yin Xiaoli's chin. Profitable? I seriously doubt that. Have you not noticed the many companies that have been struggling in recent years? Regardless, I am determined to invest. You shall be the leading lady. Pan Han remained steadfast in his opinion. Indifferent to her perspective, I see you are merely pursuing beauty, aren't you? What, are you afraid you won't be able to keep me in check? Once you become the boss, countless young ladies will flock to you. I cannot be responsible for that. I watch the performances, not the people. Oh, look at you, so confident. Regardless, once the film company is established, I will not meddle. I only demand a relentless pursuit of acting skills, a steadfast commitment to positive energy, and an unwavering dedication to the spirit of our nation. You all need only to work diligently in that direction. Pan Han was not merely boasting. He genuinely aspired to convey the spirit of our nation to the world through film. Much like Hollywood, he wished to conquer the globe with values. The two continued their lofty dreams, even discussing the possibility of creating an awards ceremony akin to the Oscars. It was not until dinner time that they finally left the bed. Pan Han treated Yin Xiaoli to a sumptuous meal, then concocted an excuse to attend to business. Yin Xiaoli was aware of his periodic disappearances but chose not to pry further. Thus, they parted ways. Pan Han drove to the parking lot, turned off the engine and lights, and ensuring no one was around, he swiftly transitioned to the Dawn base in the small room on the second floor, with a ripple in the air. Pan Han materialized. It was nightfall in this apocalyptic realm as well. Leader Qin and others were chatting in the hall downstairs. Following previous operations, all the sentry positions were now manned by slaves. As Pan Han descended, the crowd promptly rose to greet him. The esteemed Pan has arrived, they called out in unison. Come here and take a look. Pan Han waved in acknowledgement. The group had grown accustomed to his sudden appearances. After Cheng Xiao had inquired about him, she had briefed everyone on the situation. Has Wei the monk returned? Just an hour ago, he arrived. Qin Zhong replied, Good, summon him here. Let us inquire about the situation at the mountaintop stronghold. A few minutes later, Wei the monk appeared in the hall. Come, monk, share the situation from over there. Pan Han pulled out cigarettes and distributed them among the group. Upon seeing this, everyone realized a meeting was about to commence, so they quickly accepted the cigarettes and settled in. Why, Lord? It is as follows. The mountaintop stronghold remains cautious towards us and insists on further deliberation. The monk Wei inquired, Have the items been collected? Yes, came the reply. What is your perspective on this, Qin Lauda? Pan Han questioned Qin Zhong. It is understandable. They are currently inclined to avoid risks as long as they can sustain themselves, Qin Zhong remarked, taking a drag from his cigarette and sharing his thoughts. What is their present situation? Pan Han continued to probe Wei the monk. Their numbers have dwindled somewhat, estimated to be around 500. I've heard they previously faced an onslaught from mutated beasts, which resulted in significant casualties, he explained. Are they treating you well? Wei the monk was aware of Pan Han's implication and proudly stated, They still harbor a fair amount of trust in me. My previous interactions with them were quite amicable. What do they lack the most at present? Food is relatively adequate. However, they are in dire need of weapons. They are largely self-sufficient, but lack surplus supplies to trade for arms. Shall we send them a batch of weapons? Pan Han suggested tentatively. My lord, that would be inadvisable. We must not inadvertently enhance the threat level of other factions, Qin Zhong firmly opposed. Upon reflection, Pan Han conceded that Qin Zhong was indeed correct. While the mountaintop stronghold has not formally pledged allegiance to us, we cannot arm them. Otherwise, they may become a future threat. Have they indicated when they would make a decision? They mentioned as soon as possible. But it's likely just a formality, Qin Zhong assessed. I share that sentiment, Pan Han acknowledged, contemplating that lingering would likely yield no further developments. I shall personally visit tomorrow. The others expressed surprise at this decision. They are merely slaves. We could simply purchase them. Why must we confront the mountaintop stronghold so obstinately? My lord, why is it necessary to win them over? Cheng Xiao questioned, puzzled that in truth, Pan Han's real intention was to meet with Reich and Maji. But he could not articulate this directly. Instead, he laughed it off, stating his faith in Wei the monk and the desire to provide everyone with an opportunity for development. Upon hearing this, the monk immediately vowed to secure the mountaintop stronghold for the base. Observing the scene, Qin Zhong and the others found it inappropriate to directly counter. Thus they acquiesced to the plan of visiting the next day. My lord, I shall accompany you along with the monk tomorrow. The rest can remain at the base, Qin Zhong proposed. Very well, let us take some canned goods as well. After Pan Han made his decision, everyone retired for the night, preparing to set off early for the mountaintop stronghold. The night passed without incident, and the following day, the three set out with dozens of cans, embarking in an off-road vehicle. After driving for over 100 kilometers, they arrived at the mountain's foot. There, a small watchtower came into view. This was the outpost of the mountaintop stronghold. Today, the duty was led by the priest Gabriel, an old acquaintance of Wei the monk. Upon their meeting, the two exchanged pleasantries. Pan Han, upon hearing Gabriel's name, couldn't help but scrutinize him further. Unlike the characters from The Walking Dead, this Gabriel was a tall, robust young man. Despite his scruffy appearance and tattered clothing, he still exuded an air of nobility and grace. Old Gabriel, this is our Lord Pan. Wei the monk enthusiastically introduced his old comrade. Greetings, Lord Pan. Gabriel bowed respectfully. Hello, priest. Pan Han reciprocated the gesture. Please hold for a moment. I must report to Reich. Of course, priest, take your time. While Gabriel was reporting, Pan Han surveyed the surrounding mountains. The Shiliang mountain rises slender and lofty, its steep cliffs ascending abruptly from the base, as if thrust upward by some unseen force. The entire mountain is cloaked in a large, yellow-hued plant, which, when viewed from a distance, resembles a grand bouquet of wheat ears. Chapter 68. Reich's concerns Lord Pan. Reich requests your presence on the mountain, Gabriel informed Pan Han after receiving the directive. Very well, please lead the way, Pan Han responded. Consequently, Pan Han, Qin Zhong, and Wei the monk followed Gabriel into the mountain. The ascent was treacherously steep, with a winding path that, in many places, was merely a trace left by the footsteps of those who had come before. Everyone, please stay close to me. There are traps set in certain areas, and should one inadvertently fall into them, the consequences could be dire. Gabriel cautioned. Is there truly only one path up the mountain? Qin Zhong inquired, surveying the surroundings. Gabriel hesitated, as this information pertained to the safety of the stronghold atop the mountain. Wei the monk, perceiving his trepidation, tugged at his sleeve and gestured an okay sign. After a moment of contemplation, Gabriel resolved to trust Wei the monk. It was evident to all that this mountain was exceptionally steep, with only one side presenting a somewhat easier ascent, while the other three sides were sheer cliffs. Though Gabriel did not articulate it outright, the implication was clear to everyone. This location is indeed easy to defend yet challenging to assault. With several hundred guards stationed here, an army of less than 10,000 cannot breach this stronghold, Pan Han remarked with a smile. Your lordship, you jest, we have no intentions of expansion. We merely seek to enjoy our modest lives, Gabriel replied, brandishing his blade to clear away a few branches. Do not be alarmed. We are not here to instigate conflict, but rather to discuss collaboration, Pan Han explained, noting Gabriel's heightened vigilance. Under your leadership, the Dawn Squad has developed remarkably, and with the eradication of the Iron Group, we have faith in your strength and sincerity. That day, the monk did not spare any praise for you. Ha, that monk. I must apologize for any embarrassment caused, Gabriel chuckled. After traversing approximately 2 kilometers of mountainous terrain, they gradually beheld the gates of the mountaintop stronghold. Nestled upon the only flat expanse in the mountains, the stronghold appeared as though it had been meticulously shaped by a giant wielding a massive spade, perfectly arranged and orderly. The settlement spanned roughly 10,000 square meters, enclosed by walls and buildings. From a distance, figures could be seen moving about the watchtower above the gate. Gabriel produced a walkie-talkie to communicate with the sentry. Upon hearing him, the sentry promptly relayed the message to Reich and Ma Ji. Please hold for a moment. Reich will personally come out to welcome you, Gabriel conveyed to Pan Han after receiving the notification. Too gracious, Pan Han replied, engaging in polite banter while offering Gabriel a cigarette. Upon seeing the cigarette, Gabriel's eyes widened in astonishment, as it had been many years since he had encountered such a thing. Recognizing his interest, Pan Han, without hesitation, thrust an entire pack into Gabriel's hands. Gabriel attempted to decline, but it was clear that Pan Han would not accept a refusal. After several rounds of insistence, Wei the monk intervened, taking the pack and placing it into Gabriel's pocket. Old Gabriel, just take it. In our base, Lord Pan often treats everyone to cigarettes. Goodness, I knew you, Lord Pan, were affluent, but I did not anticipate you to be this extravagant. Gabriel finally accepted Pan Han's generous gesture. That moment, the gates of the mountaintop stronghold swung open, and a man and a woman emerged. The man stood approximately 1.8 meters tall, possessing a slender physique, a stern countenance, and eyes that exuded resolute determination. He donned a beret and had a revolver slung at his waist. Beside him was a woman of slightly shorter stature, with a larger frame. Adorned in denim attire and bearing a dagger at her side, it was needless to say, this was Reich and Ma Ji. Regrettably, they did not quite resemble the portrayals from the television series, Pan Han mused. Master Pan, it is an honor to finally meet you. Your presence today truly elevates our humble abode, Reich greeted warmly. Pan Han nodded with a smile and approached to shake Reich's hand. After a round of introductions, they proceeded directly to the conference hall atop the mountain. Although termed a hall, it was merely a modest wooden cabin, specifically constructed for meetings. The interior was sparsely furnished, featuring only the most basic sofas and tables crafted from raw timber. Once seated, Reich got straight to the point. Master Pan, Wei the monk has already elucidated your intentions. Firstly, we are immensely grateful for the supplies you have provided. However, Relocating from the mountaintop stronghold to the Dawn base may not be feasible at this time. Oh, Lord Reich, might you elaborate on the reasons? Pan Han inquired, unfazed by his response. We have been here for several years, and our lives have become accustomed to this environment. Furthermore, there are many children under 10 and elderly individuals among us. A large-scale relocation could jeopardize their safety, Reich articulated thoughtfully. Indeed, Lord Reich's reasoning is sound, indicating you are a competent leader, Pan Han acknowledged, appreciating Reich's perspective. After all, he too would find it difficult to uproot his entire family and relocate to the Dawn base without consideration. Nevertheless, since Master Pan has graciously sent Kin goods and made the effort to visit us personally, we are not devoid of social graces. Should the Dawn base require assistance in the future, we would be willing to lend a hand, Reich stated in a remarkably composed manner. It was evident that they had conducted internal discussions and calculations, ensuring they neither offended the Dawn base nor undermined Wei the monk's standing, while also avoiding excessive indebtedness. Pan Han, upon hearing this, refrained from immediate response. Instead, he glanced at the monk, Qin Zhong, and then at Maji. Recognizing Pan Han's intent to probe further, Qin Zhong ventured to ask, Lord Reich, you mentioned you could offer assistance once. How many forces could you deploy? We have limited firearms and ammunition, with a population of around 500. Therefore, we could mobilize approximately 80 individuals, Reich replied. What is your current combat capability? Qin Zhong continued with his inquiries. We have no issues dealing with zombies. With 80 individuals equipped with both ranged and melee weaponry, we could likely contend with about 2,000 zombies. If we encounter a team of evolved humans, we could provide substantial support or cover, Reich responded. Lord Reich, your calculations are indeed astute. Qin Zhong remarked with a cold smile, sensing that the mountaintop stronghold was reluctant to take any risks. Qin Lauda, please mind your words, Maji interjected, visibly displeased, rebuking Qin Zhong. Noticing the rising tension among his companions, Pan Han signaled for calm and casually distributed cigarettes to everyone. The inhabitants of the mountaintop stronghold gasped in surprise upon seeing the cigarettes. Their astonishment evident. It was clear they had succumbed to the allure of Pan Han's tobacco strategy, which brought him a sense of inner satisfaction. Seeing the astonishment on everyone's faces, Pan Han casually produced 2 boxes of cigarettes and slid them across the table towards Reich and Maji. The two exchanged glances, each comprehending the unspoken message. This Pan Han was wealthier than they had anticipated. Monk, please present the supplies you brought to Lord Reich first. Let us forge a friendship before discussing cooperation. Pan Han seized the moment to press forward. The monk promptly handed his backpack to Reich, who opened it to reveal yet another batch of canned goods. Lord Reich, you mentioned earlier that there are elderly and children here. Given your current provisions and weaponry, I fear their safety cannot be assured, Pan Han stated coldly. This moment, Wei the monk appeared anxious, clearly wishing to avoid a breakdown in negotiations. Reich, when I departed, there were 700 individuals here. Now, the number has dwindled to 500. Just last week, you faced an onslaught of mutated beasts. It's possible another wave could strike in a few days. You cannot hold this place. Wei the monk earnestly laid out the pros and cons. Chapter 69. A strawberry conquers the mountain stronghold. Reich, reflecting on Wei the monk's words, fell into deep thought. Recalling the beast-tide attack from a week prior, he felt an involuntary tension. The previous assault had inflicted severe losses, depleting their ranks and diminishing their weaponry and defensive resources. Should a similarly scaled beast-tide occur again, the mountain stronghold would likely fall. In other words, descending posed its own risks, while remaining atop the mountain was not without peril, leaving him in a state of dilemma. Observing Reich's hesitation, Pan Han discerned the situation with clarity. It seemed that a more forceful approach was necessary. Lord Reich, I understand your concerns. We have come here solely due to the wholehearted recommendation of Wei the monk, whom I hold in great trust. I believe you also have considerable faith in him. Pan Han spoke slowly. Reich, unable to grasp Pan Han's intent, could only nod in agreement. That is well. Since we both trust Wei the monk, I am willing to offer a final price based on that trust. At this, Reich and Maji's interest was piqued instantly, while Wei the monk appeared utterly baffled, and Qin Zhong frowned in confusion. Neither understood the true nature of Pan Han's intentions. Monk, please fetch our vehicle. I have a special gift hidden within, Pan Han instructed. Hearing this, Wei the monk hurriedly dashed down the hillside where their vehicle was parked. After approximately half an hour of exertion, he finally managed to bring the vehicle up. My lord, the vehicle has arrived and is parked at the entrance, the monk said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Please wait a moment. Pan Han turned to leave, leaving everyone present bewildered, uncertain of what Pan Han might conjure next. Arriving at the back of the vehicle, Pan Han pretended to search for something, but in reality, he retrieved a box of strawberries he had procured earlier, originally intended for his own enjoyment, for he had grown weary of canned food. Behold, allow you to witness what true opulence looks like. With an air of nonchalance, Pan Han strolled into the conference room and opened the box, arranging the strawberries neatly on the table. The onlookers quickly gathered around. Wow! Are these strawberries? Reich exclaimed in astonishment. My goodness, are these fresh strawberries? Maji was left speechless. What? My lord, you have fresh fruit. Qin Zhong fell to his knees. Goodness gracious, these strawberries are still glistening with dew. Wei the monk was left utterly flabbergasted. This is astonishing. How utterly outrageous. In this apocalyptic world, who has encountered fresh fruit for so many years? If such a thing were to escape, it would undoubtedly incite fierce battles among the various factions. Pan Han, upon witnessing their reaction, felt no surprise whatsoever. At this moment, he was akin to a deity, one for each person. Let us partake in this as a gesture of respect. Pan Han gestured for everyone to savor the strawberries. The crowd exchanged glances, hesitant to be the first to act. Pan Han, however, took the initiative, plucking one and placing it into his mouth. With a delightful squelch, strawberry juice dribbled down his chin, and the fragrant aroma of the fruit wafted through the air. Indeed, real strawberries. Doubt it if you will. After observing Pan Han indulge in one, the others gradually emerged from their state of bewilderment, trembling as each person cautiously picked one. Yet, none dared to consume it immediately. Instead, they cradled it in their palms, savoring its scent. Go on, indulge. There are plenty to go around. With Pan Han's encouragement, they finally began to taste. Reich took a small bite first, the long-lost flavor of fruit and sweetness engulfing him. As if his soul were being cleansed, Meiji experienced a similar reaction, delicately tasting her own morsel. Qin Zhong and Wei Hashang fared slightly better, devouring half of theirs in one go. After all, they had witnessed Pan Han's miracles before. This is truly strawberry. This is indeed strawberry. Reich closed his eyes, his astonishment beyond words, a glistening droplet of saliva escaping the corner of his mouth. It tasted just like the strawberries my father grew. Ma Ji stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a word, as memories of a long-lost afternoon with her father, harvesting strawberries, flooded her mind, a reminiscence of her departed youth. Likewise, tears streamed down her cheeks, uncontrollable. A long silence enveloped the conference room, broken only by Pan Han's leisurely smoking. A box of strawberries could trade for your entire mountaintop stronghold. You may profit immensely, but I shall never incur a loss. Pan Han mused quietly. So, how about it, Lord Reich? Can we now resume our discussion? Noticing that the other had turned to stone, Pan Han took it upon himself to shatter the silence. My lord, you just mentioned having plenty of these delectable fruits. Reich, awakening from his stupor, recalled Pan Han's earlier words and asked, bewildered. Indeed. As long as you pledge your allegiance to me, these delights can be enjoyed weekly. Pan Han reaffirmed, my lord, we are in agreement. Reich and Ma Ji spoke in unison. The situation had become exceedingly clear, requiring no further deliberation. Encountering such a wealthy patron, to resist would be an act of foolish bravado. Survival in the apocalypse is feasible, but pretense is not. Those who flaunt will be met with a harsh reality. Excellent. Welcome to the Dawn Base. Next, let us discuss the particulars. Pleased with the response, Pan Han felt satisfaction swell within him. Very well, Lord Pan. Reich promptly altered his tone and address. Qin Zhong displayed an expression of smugness, secretly reveling in his early decision to ally with Pan Han, realizing it had indeed been the right choice. Observing that this location was defensible yet challenging to assault, it was a rare gem. You shall leave a portion of your number here to guard and reinforce. This shall serve as our second base. My lord, that suggestion is splendid. Wei Hashang, seeing the two parties on the brink of unity, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Lord Pan, we have one final request. Might you be amenable to it? Reich, now more composed, recalled a certain matter. Oh, do tell. Could we possibly refrain from wearing the slave collars? Pan Han did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he began contemplating the feasibility of the situation. Wei Hishang and Qin Zhong each had their own thoughts. Wei Hisheng himself was still adorned with a collar. If Pan Han were to acquiesce to Shanding Zhai, would he too be able to remove his? Qin Zhong, on the other hand, was concerned about the security risks associated with not wearing a collar. I cannot provide an answer at present. I must return and ponder this matter, Pan Han replied. He was not particularly keen on having everyone wear collars, but he had yet to devise a method to abolish them. I have been contemplating how to unite everyone. Relying solely on such a violent means as collars, in my opinion, is not sustainable. Therefore, grant me a moment to formulate a plan. Pan Han's words were directed not only at Reich but also at Wei Hisheng and Qin Zhong. My lord, upon my return, I shall propose a plan for your consideration, Qin Zhong quickly asserted. In response to the command from their leader, the best course of action was to readily comply. Excellent. Our dawn base, while in the midst of expansion, must remember that expansion is not the ultimate goal. Transforming this post-apocalyptic world is my true aspiration. Reich, you will gradually come to understand my intentions, Pan Han reassured Reich. Thank you for your understanding, my lord. Reich offered a respectful gesture. Your base requires fortification and the division of forces. Let us now discuss these details. Qin Zhong, please take the minutes of this meeting. Chapter 70. The division of forces at Shanding Zhai. Understood, Lord Pan. Let us commence our discussions, Qin Zhong indicated, pointing to his head, implying that all key points would be retained in his memory. Splendid. Our Dawn base has just achieved a significant victory. This will undoubtedly attract the attention of other factions. Therefore, we must now bolster the defensive capabilities of our Dawn base. How many personnel can Shanding Zhai spare to descend with us? Pan Han posed the first question. In response, my lord, I can lead 100 individuals down the mountain, Reich replied after a brief moment of contemplation. Excellent. We have ample space to accommodate them, my lord. If Shanding Zhai is to serve as our second base, should we not enhance the communication between the two bases? Wei Hisheng inquired. Indeed, you are quite correct. Both Pan Han and Qin Zhong nodded in agreement. It seems you have quite a few ideas. Monk, please, continue. Wei Hisheng sheepishly scratched his head, organizing his thoughts before speaking. First and foremost, we need to establish a radio station between our two locations to ensure constant communication. Should one side encounter an enemy, the other can swiftly receive the news. The others nodded in agreement. We have the resources for a radio station? Pan Han turned to Qin Zhong. We possess a sufficient surplus. As it stands, it should be adequate, Qin Zhong responded. Very well, Monk, please proceed. Secondly, as Shanding Zhai sends individuals down, we must also dispatch personnel to ascend. Both sides should become familiar with one another. At this juncture, Ma Ji, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Esteemed gentlemen, it is indeed beneficial to send individuals for mutual understanding. However, we have many women here, and I hope that Lord Pan will refrain from sending those with unsavory inclinations. It appeared that Ma Ji was well aware of the realities of the post-apocalyptic world. In such times, a mere handful of roach cakes could easily exchange for a woman. She had witnessed far too many instances of this nature. Rest assured, this matter shall be handled with utmost care. Our esteemed Lord Pan is most intolerant of such matters, and furthermore, our Dawn base is devoid of such individuals. Qin Zhong understood Ma Ji's concerns and confidently assured her. Ma Ji, rest assured, with me around, such incidents shall not occur again. Lord Pan also provided her with a reassuring gesture. As it stands, we still place greater trust in Monk Wei. Gradually, Ma Ji emerged from her earlier shock, as calmness and rationality reclaimed her mind. Very well, let us have the monk bring a few individuals over. Pan Han nodded in agreement. In truth, he was merely doing a favor, as it was an opportune moment for Monk Wei to showcase his enthusiasm and initiative. Even if Ma Ji had not suggested it, he had already intended to summon Monk Wei. Thirdly, the strategy for support between the two bases needed to be formulated in advance. For instance, we could establish danger levels beforehand. Level 3 would denote a normal threat, Level 2 an urgent threat, and Level 1 a severe threat. Different levels would correspond to varying support strategies. Monk Wei, ever articulate, continued to speak. Pan Han looked at him with satisfaction, feeling that this young man was increasingly adept, and casually handed him a cigarette. The monk cheerfully accepted the smoke and continued his discourse. Lastly, there is the patrol system. Our two locations are neither too far nor too near. Since we have merged and sufficient manpower is available, diligent patrolling is essential. Who would have thought, Monk, that you possess both courage and strategy? Upon hearing Monk Wei's points, Qin Zhong could not help but feel that he was a talent worth nurturing. Thank you, Boss Qin. Very well, Boss Chin, please oversee the specific details of these 4 points. Rake, do you have any opinions? Pan Han offered Rake a cigarette as well. Thank you, my lord. I have no objections. Previously, when Monk Wei was with us, he demonstrated his capabilities. What he proposes is certainly feasible. However, Rake hesitated suddenly. Since we are now a team, feel free to speak your mind. Let us not have reservations during our discussions, Pan Han encouraged, patting him on the shoulder at a tea present. We are in dire need of bricks, cement, and similar materials. The previous beast tide severely impacted us. Ordinary timber cannot withstand them. It would be best to have some tools for constructing walls as well. Boss Chin, how many materials do we have left from our wall repairs? We have approximately 300,000 bricks and a considerable amount of cement remaining. The concrete mixer and other equipment are still available. Very well, have everything brought over tomorrow, understood. I will make another trip with Monk Wei tomorrow, my lord. You are truly a timely benefactor. I cannot believe the Dawn Base possesses such an abundance of construction materials. Rake was somewhat incredulous. This is nothing. Once you go there tomorrow, you will understand. The discussions continued for over an hour, and various matters were essentially settled. Pan Han decided to remain overnight at the mountaintop stronghold, allowing Monk Wei to stay with him, while Qin Zhong returned to convey the news and prepare for supplies and accommodations. Rake and Ma Ji welcomed this, promptly dispatching personnel to prepare a separate room for Pan Han. Qin Zhong wasted no time, bidding farewell to everyone before driving down the mountain. Rake, please show me around the mountaintop stronghold. This marked Lord Pan's first command to Rake. Certainly, my lord. Please accompany me for a stroll. Maji, could you please attend to dinner and the adults' quarters? Certainly, Rake. I shall take my leave for now. The mountaintop village spans over 10,000 square meters, boasting more than 40 rooms. It is divided into living quarters, food storage areas, weapon depots, and a separate water reservoir. Esteemed sir, these are our living accommodations, Rake explained. The structures are predominantly 2-story wooden buildings, each floor containing 10 rooms, with each room accommodating approximately 10 individuals. The living conditions are rather arduous, Pan Han remarked, hands clasped behind his back, reminiscent of a leader inspecting a site. Indeed, compared to the villas at Dawn Base, it falls considerably short. Suddenly, Rake recalled a concept known as flattery and promptly employed it. This is our water source. Rake led Pan Han to a nearby brook. The stream, emanating from the mountain gorge, flows with a minimal volume, and the water appears quite turbid. Is this sufficient for your 500 inhabitants? Barely, hence we constructed the water reservoir. Monk, please confer with Maji about calculating the monthly water needs for each person. We shall arrange for regular deliveries. As for domestic water, we will utilize this brook for now. Pan Han recalled that there was a well still in use at Dawn Base, and sharing some with this location should pose no significant issue. Thank you, Lord Pan. At that moment, a group of small children rushed over, surrounding Rake and calling him Zatsa. Pan Han observed that indeed they were all around 10 years old, yet each appeared emaciated and diminutive, clearly suffering from malnutrition. These must be children born mere years before the apocalypse. Pan Han noted fondly. Yes, but only about 30 children were born in the village. Regrettably, only a handful remain now. A sigh escaped Rake as he recalled the children lost. Monk, make a note that we must ensure proper nutrition for the children. Humanity cannot reproduce at present. These are our hope, Pan Han stated earnestly. Both Monk Wei and Rake stood at attention, responding in unison, rest assured. Sir. Pan Han nodded and continued to stroll with Rueku at tea that moment. Maji approached. Sir, your room has been prepared. However, the conditions are rather austere. I hope you will not take offense. Not at all. Let us take a look, Pan Han replied, following Maji to a separate dwelling. Lord Pan, this will be your room for tonight. It was previously a small storage space. Here, we generally have mixed accommodations, and this is the only storage area we could tidy up. Maji rubbed her hands together, appearing somewhat sheepish. No worries, this is quite satisfactory. Pan Han politely acknowledged her efforts, but then beckoned Monk Wei. Tomorrow, I will have Qin Zhong bring some treats. Please assist me in distributing them to the children. Of course, sir, the monk readily agreed. Upon hearing of the treats, the children joyfully clustered around Pan Han. Rake, too, wore a long-lost smile, surprised by Pan Han's affection for the young ones. It seemed he was unlike others. Uncle Rake, who is this esteemed sir? Inquired one little girl. My lord. Allow me to introduce our newly appointed leader, Lord Pan Han. Rueku crouched down, taking the little girl's hand as he spoke. Pan Han was also captivated by the young maiden, who appeared to be around 10 years old, clad in tattered garments, with her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her skin was dark, yet her large eyes sparkled with a vibrant spirit. The little girl gazed at Pan Han and inquired, "My lord, have you been sent by the heavens to rescue us?" Pan Han chuckled in response, "Ah, dear child, I cannot say whether I am here to save you, but I assure you that I will see to it that you are well fed." Upon hearing Pan Han's words, the little girl burst into a joyous laugh, exclaiming, "That is truly wonderful. We have not had a decent meal in ages." Observing the frail figures of the children, Pan Han felt a profound sense of compassion. "You need not worry about hunger any longer. I shall ensure that you have ample food," he promised. The little girl, elated by this assurance, exclaimed, "That is fantastic. Lord Pan is a kind-hearted man." Pan Han smiled and gently patted the girl's head, saying, "Now, dear child, go play with your friends. I have matters to attend to." The little girl nodded enthusiastically and dashed off to join her companions. Pan Han watched the children, so perceptive and understanding, and felt a twinge of sorrow. They were at an age that should be carefree. Yet they had been ravaged by this apocalyptic world, reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. "And why, Lord? Let us proceed to your quarters for some rest," Rui Ku suggested, understanding that improving their circumstances would not happen overnight. Accompanied by Ma Ji and Rui Ku, Pan Han arrived at a modest room. It was indeed a small space, dimly lit, containing only a simple bed with little else. "This is quite satisfactory. It is sufficient?" Pan Han thought. In an effort to alleviate any pressure on Ma Ji, he quickly spoke words of encouragement, which elicited a grateful glance from her. This new lord exhibited no arrogance, demonstrating an understanding nature, promising a harmonious coexistence in the future. "And where do you reside?" Pan Han inquired. "I stay in the large dormitory where many old friends are. Why, lord, you need not worry about me," she replied. "Very well then, go and reconnect with your old friends. I shall rest for a while." The group dispersed as commanded, each attending to their own tasks. Pan Han lay on the bed, pulling the quilt over him. It felt like cotton and was relatively soft. At that moment, a voice crackled through the intercom, "My lord, I am nearing the base. Are you well? Rest assured, all is well. Focus on preparing everything upon your return," Pan Han replied. "Understood." After concluding his conversation with Qin Zhong, Pan Han felt a wave of fatigue wash over him and decided to nap for a short while. In the distance, Rui Ku and Ma Ji gazed thoughtfully at Pan Han's humble abode, their minds swirling with myriad thoughts. Approximately half an hour later, Wei Hishang entered the room. "Why, lord?" he called softly upon noticing Pan Han asleep. Hearing the call, Pan Han instantly awoke, a reflexive response for an evolved being. "It is time for the meal. Today, we have prepared a grand feast in your honor." "Oh, splendid. Let us go and see," Pan Han replied. The mountain stronghold did not boast a separate dining hall. Everyone dined either in their dormitories or at outdoor tables. Today, Ma Ji had thoughtfully arranged a slightly larger table for Pan Han, polished to a shine. As he approached, Pan Han noticed that the meal consisted primarily of the canned goods he had provided. There are also local specialties from Xiliang. As for the canned goods, Pan Han naturally had little interest. Instead, he scrutinized the local fruits, which bore a resemblance to the breadfruit. "This is the staple food of the mountaintop village," Reich explained. "I've heard the monk Wei mention it before. Does it have a name?" "This used to be called Xiliang fruit, but after the apocalypse, it mutated and is now referred to as big fruit," Reich replied. Pan Han couldn't help but think how casually the locals named things, reminiscent of the old Qin family's squad. However, upon further reflection, it was understandable. The level of productivity determines the superstructure. When one struggles for daily sustenance, who has the inclination to create something elegant? How does one eat this? It has a layer of skin that needs to be peeled off, revealing the white flesh inside, which can be consumed directly. It can be eaten both raw and cooked. Today, we've prepared roasted big fruit and cold mixed big fruit for you. All right, let me try it. Just as Pan Han was about to take a bite, he noticed everyone standing. No one had taken a seat or started eating. "Oh dear, why the formality? Come, everyone sit down and let's eat together." Pan Han hurriedly urged everyone to take a seat. Reich beckoned Ma Ji, the monk, and several other key members of the mountaintop village to sit down. He then turned around and waved to the onlookers behind, signaling that they could begin eating. "As for the canned goods, you all enjoy them. I shall focus on this big fruit." Pan Han preemptively addressed the group, fearing they might have reservations. His words resonated with everyone, and thus they began to eat without hesitation. The monk quickly grabbed a piece of meat, swallowing it in 2 bites. Meanwhile, Pan Han picked up a big fruit, peeled off its outer skin, and inhaled the aroma of the flesh within. To his astonishment, there was a faint scent of jasmine. Goodness, this is remarkable. He thought, I in such a desolate place. To find food with such a fragrance was truly surprising. He broke off a piece, placed it in his mouth, and chewed slowly. The flesh was tender and sweet, dissolving instantly, even more delectable than the lipu taro. Excellent, excellent, Pan Han exclaimed repeatedly, and then took another piece to savor. Upon hearing Pan Han's praises for the big fruit, the others also erupted into joyous laughter. Sir, do try the cold mixed one. It has a unique flavor. Ma Ji pushed a plate towards him. All right, all right. Pan Han picked up a piece of the cold mixed big fruit. Crisp, fragrant, delicious. The cold mixed big fruit surprisingly evoked the sensation of eating water radish. Who would have thought that this big fruit could be so versatile? A commendation indeed. Thus, Pan Han no longer maintained formality. Holding a warm roasted big fruit in one hand and a large piece of cold mixed big fruit in the other, a bite of warm, a bite of cool, a bite of soft, a bite of crunchy. This delightful medley of textures greatly satisfied him. While he was relishing the delicacies, a thought crossed his mind. If he could bring the big fruit back to his own world, it might yield considerable profit. Yes, this idea must be noted. Just as Pan Han was enjoying the big fruit, a sudden commotion erupted from the distant mountains, accompanied by a piercing howl, as if a pack of wild beasts were charging forth in frenzy. What is happening? Pan Han sprang to his feet, inquiring of those nearby. The others, sensing the situation, also rose hastily. This is bad. What we feared has come to pass. The beast tide is upon us, Reich exclaimed anxiously. Chapter 72. The Great Battle Against the Mutated Wild Rabbits won. Holy cow! How fortunate! Just in time. Upon hearing that the beast tide has returned, Pan Han could not help but furrow his brow. Assemble immediately, prepare for battle, commanded Rueku. Mag promptly set off to gather the personnel. What exactly are these mutated beasts? How much longer until they arrive? Pan Han, regaining a measure of composure, posed 2 critical questions. They are mutated hares. They attacked the mountaintop stronghold last week. These creatures are incredibly swift. They are estimated to arrive in 5 minutes, Reich replied. Can hares really wield such formidable power? Pan Han questioned. Somewhat incredulous. Monk, hurry and fetch a gun. You are tasked with ensuring Lord Pan's safety. Reich, rather than answering the questions, directed the monk to prepare for combat. Why, Lord? These hares, after mutation, have grown to nearly human height and weigh over 100 pounds. Their teeth are exceptionally sharp, and combined with their astonishing speed and pack mentality, they are quite formidable, Reich succinctly reported on the hare situation. Indeed, what is even more alarming is that they can secrete toxic substances capable of rendering humans unconscious or weak. At that moment, the howling from the mountains grew ever closer, with numerous trees crashing down and the ground beginning to tremble slightly. The situation had become exceedingly urgent. Why, Lord? Monk, follow me to the cellar. Seeing time was of the essence, Reich hastily led the 2 away. Meanwhile, Ma Ji had already led the others to the wooden barricade, readying their weapons and aiming towards the forest. What is the purpose of going to the cellar? Pan Han inquired, puzzled. Lord Pan cannot be harmed. We shall handle the battle outside. Monk, hold your firearm at the cellar entrance. Kill any hares that approach. Reich outlined his plan. No, I will stay and fight alongside everyone. Pan Han declared resolutely. He understood Reich's good intentions, yet he felt compelled to stand with his comrades at this critical moment. Naturally, should danger arise, he could always traverse back to his own world. Death was an impossibility. Excelling in this endeavor would surely win the hearts of many. Why, Lord? This is unacceptable. It is far too dangerous. Reich insisted on his stance. There is no time. Obey the orders. Prepare for battle. Having decided to act bravely, Pan Han committed fully to his resolve. Here, take this gun. Seeing Pan Han's determination, Reich ceased to press the matter, grabbing a combat rifle from nearby, loading it with ammunition, and handing it over. That's more like it. Don't be stingy. Give me a few more magazines, Pan Han said as he donned a tactical vest brimming with ammunition. Thus, Reich led the 2 directly to where Ma Ji was stationed. At that moment, Ma Ji was manning a heavy machine gun, its dark muzzle pointed toward the forest. The ground tremors intensified, and the dust stirred up by the approaching hare swarm had already drifted to the mountaintop stronghold. "This is bad. This time there are even more than last," Reich muttered under his breath. Witnessing this scene, Maji felt a surge of anxiety, licking her lips and readjusting her grip on the gun. The other defenders of the mountaintop stronghold appeared somewhat shaken, beads of cold sweat beginning to form. The three sides of the stronghold, backed by the mountain, had been cleared of trees and underbrush to create a vast buffer zone, ensuring a clear line of fire. Following last week's battle, they had also urgently set numerous large traps. "Everyone, wait until the hares have crossed the traps before opening fire," Reich commanded through the intercom. Pan Han surveyed the surroundings and noticed that the mountaintop stronghold had relatively few points of firepower. There were merely 3 heavy machine gun positions, accompanied by 2 individuals armed with rocket launchers, while more than 50 others clutched rifles. The remaining personnel had been relocated to a dormitory building, where 8 armed guards stood watch below. He cast another glance at the mountains and forests, the air thick with dust, and roughly estimated that this batch of wild rabbits must number in the thousands. At that moment, Wei the monk suddenly shouted, "Look!" The scene before them was somewhat terrifying, as enormous mutated wild rabbits surged forth from the woods like demons from hell, their screeches deafening. Particularly striking were their eyes. Whereas rabbit eyes are typically red, these were filled with a bloody hue, appearing from afar like thousands of human skin lanterns charging directly at them. The force of the onslaught was overwhelming. Pan Han suddenly comprehended why ancient infantry would falter when faced with a cavalry charge. They simply could not withstand it. They could not endure it. "Everyone, remain steady. Do not fire prematurely. Let them traverse the traps first," Reich urged, noticing the tension among the group. Just as he spoke, the first wave of wild rabbits had already charged forth. The ground suddenly caved in, and a dozen rabbits fell into the first trap, a pit over 3 meters deep, lined with sharp stakes. As the rabbits plummeted, they were immediately impaled, emitting pitiful cries. The remaining rabbits paid no heed and continued their forward rush. Soon, more traps were triggered, and a throng of rabbits plunged into the abyss, but swiftly, these large pits were filled with the carcasses of rabbits. This wave resulted in the loss of over 100 rabbits. Yet more than 1,000 remained. "Open fire!" Reich commanded as the moment had arrived. Edgy's heavy machine gun roared to life, unleashing a torrent of bullets like a rain of fire, instantly shredding the rabbits ahead. Pan Han, not to be outdone, grasped his rifle, aimed at the distant rabbits, and fired, causing them to fall one by one under his marksmanship. Although these rabbits were of considerable size, they were not resilient enough to withstand direct shots. Dozens of fiery tongues swiftly devoured the rabbit horde, causing them to collapse in droves. As the onslaught of rabbits was alleviated, the ground became strewn with their bodies. It must be said that the positioning of the heavy machine guns atop the mountain stronghold was exceptionally well executed, forming a crossfire pattern. Accompanied by several riflemen, they were poised to concentrate their fire once the machine guns required reloading. However, within less than a minute, the ground was littered with corpses, forming a protective barrier. The rabbits, now behind the wall of bodies, became difficult targets. Moreover, this wall of cadavers was steadily advancing toward the mountain stronghold. "Last ammunition belt," Maji shouted. "The final magazine," a rifleman cried out. "Who can spare me a magazine? I'm out of ammo. This is bad." The bullets were nearly depleted. The heavy machine guns they employed had a belt of 200 rounds, which could be expended in half a minute. At this moment, Pan Han's rifle still had 10 rounds left. He felt they could not hold out much longer. The 3 walls of the stronghold were on the verge of collapse simultaneously. "Prepare to retreat. Douse with gasoline." Reich had indeed kept a contingency plan. It turned out that on each wall, there were numerous barrels of gasoline. If they could not hold, they would douse the area with gasoline. Ready for a barbecue when the rabbits arrived, Reich grabbed Pan Han with one hand and the monk with the other, turning to flee. Each wall is manned by 4 individuals dousing it in gasoline, while 6 riflemen are tasked with delaying the onslaught. However, this must all be accomplished within 1 minute. Otherwise, the rabbits will surge forward. The first to retreat will immediately sprint to the rooftop of an unoccupied dormitory to regroup and establish a new firing position. The success of this fiery barricade will determine our fate. Should any escape, we may be forced into close combat. As Reich ran, he communicated this to Pan Han. Soon, the fiery barricade was set, and those stationed atop began their withdrawal. All awaited in silence for the rabbits to approach the wall. Chapter 73. The battle against the mutant rabbits too. Upon witnessing the humans' retreat, the rabbits became invigorated, trampling over the bodies of their fallen comrades as they charged towards the wooden wall. At that moment, they emitted peculiar sounds, seemingly filled with an unusual fervor. The wooden barrier atop the mountain stood approximately 6 meters high, adorned with barbed wire. Without a remarkable leap, there was a significant risk of becoming ensnared. Though the wild rabbits possessed exceptional jumping abilities, their weight posed a challenge, preventing all from scaling the wall. The first wave of rabbits halted at the base, rising on their hind legs to peer upwards. Reich, clutching a switch, remained fixated on any movement atop the wall. Should a rabbit ascend, he would promptly ignite the flames. Yet, 5 long minutes passed without any sign of action from the rabbits, who merely congregated at the wall's base, restless and agitated. "What is happening?" Pan Han inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. "I suspect they have caught a whiff of gasoline. Their sense of smell is remarkably acute," Reich replied. Pan Han nodded in agreement, finding the reasoning sound. "So, what should we do now?" Wei, the monk, asked anxiously. "We must hold our ground for as long as possible. If they breach our defenses, you must ensure that Lord Pan takes refuge in the cellar." "There may still be a glimmer of hope," Reich urged, gripping Wei's arm with conviction. "By the way, I completely forgot to ask, do they eat humans?" Pan Han suddenly exclaimed, recalling this crucial question. As far as he remembered, rabbits primarily consumed vegetables, rarely indulging in meat. Are they doing this out of hunger, or is there some other motive? "We have resided here for many years. Previously, we only encountered a handful, and we often hunted them for food. Yet recently, their numbers have surged inexplicably," Reich remarked, equally perplexed. "That is not surprising. Rabbits are known for their prolific breeding. Could it be that after their population explosion, they are struggling to find enough to eat?" Wei pondered, his expression one of bewilderment. Just as they deliberated the root of the wild rabbit crisis, Ma Ji suddenly shouted, "Not good! Quickly, let Reich observe the rabbits." Upon hearing this, Reich instructed Wei to crouch down, climbing onto his shoulders, and then requested Wei to lift him up. Together, they executed the maneuver, granting Reich a higher vantage point to scrutinize the horde of rabbits. "Good heavens, this troop of rabbits has become sentient. They are beginning to dig," Reich bellowed, his voice resonating clearly in the surrounding area. If the rabbits burrowed through the wooden wall, their plan of fire would be rendered futile. Furthermore, should they breach the barrier, a melee would ensue. The mutant rabbits, in height and weight, were comparable to large wolves, possessing an equally formidable capacity for aggression. In essence, they would soon be facing over 400 wild wolves. Even if they managed to repel the assault, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. "We can't afford to wait any longer. Ignite the flames and let us incinerate as many as we can," Reich declared fiercely, before decisively activating the switch. Whoosh! 3 fiery serpents swiftly spread across the wooden wall. The rabbits, instinctively fearful of flames, recoiled at the sight of the burning structure, momentarily ceasing their burrowing activities. However, this was not a sustainable solution. Once the fire was extinguished, they would undoubtedly rush in out of tea that moment. Pan Han expressed his assessment. The wall could likely burn for about 20 minutes. Rueku glanced at his watch. It would be prudent to have someone escort the elderly and children to retreat first, making their way to the dawn base, while he would instruct Qinzhong and the others to provide support along the way. Pan Han offered his suggestion, advocating for only the children to flee, while the elderly should remain. Rueku, with a stern expression, countered decisively. Pan Han paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. He had indeed underestimated the matter. If the elderly were to run, it would be of little use, not only hindering their speed but also diminishing the overall combat capacity of the base. "Maggie, take a few people and quickly drive the children to the dawn base," Rueku commanded. "In no more words, act swiftly. It will be too late if we delay." With tears wiped away, Maggie turned and departed. 5 minutes later, 2 trucks descended from the mountain stronghold, heading down the slope. Pan Han relayed the situation to Qinzhong. The dawn base was thrown into disarray, hastily organizing teams and firepower to rush towards them. "All personnel attention. Prepare your machetes," Rueku announced into the intercom. Having confirmed that the children had already left, it was time to prepare for a close encounter with the wild rabbits. Pan Han took hold of a hefty machete, nearly 40 centimeters in length. Measuring a substantial 78 centimeters, he examined the blade closely. It was clearly forged from steel plates, crafted by the inhabitants of the mountain stronghold. Though not particularly sharp, its thickness lent itself to the ability to stun a wild rabbit with a solid strike. Due to prolonged isolation, the stronghold could only boast about 7 or 8 novice evolvers. Each of these evolvers could easily manage 3 to 5 wild rabbits, yet for an ordinary person, even one rabbit posed a formidable challenge. Pan Han roughly assessed his combat capabilities, feeling that even if he were unable to defeat them, he could likely evade injury with some agile maneuvers. The flames gradually diminished, and the wooden wall was on the verge of collapse. The rabbits, sensing the shift in the fire's intensity, became animated, chattering excitedly. Some of the bolder rabbits attempted to leap over the fiery barrier, but misfortune struck. They were singed by the flames and, upon landing, were met with concentrated attacks, falling lifelessly to the ground. At last, the fire was extinguished, the wooden wall reduced to ashes. The rabbits, as if receiving a signal, surged into the mountain stronghold in unison. Ruei raised his arm and shouted, "Charge!" leading the charge outside. Pan Han, Wei Hishong, Gabriel, and all capable fighters followed suit, rushing into the fray. Ruei, being an evolver with ample combat experience, was adept at dispatching foes with a single strike. He plunged into the throng of rabbits, wielding his blade with precision, and the cries of the rabbits echoed in the air as he felled them left and right. In mere moments, 7 or 8 rabbits lay defeated, their bellies ripped open. Although Pan Han lacked experience, his agility allowed him to maneuver and strike effectively, wielding his machete with commendable ferocity. The rabbits, witnessing his audacity, quickly surrounded him, with over 10 of them converging upon him. Meanwhile, the monk displayed remarkable prowess, wielding dual blades with tremendous force, carving a path through the horde, causing the rabbits to scatter in fear. In a swift turn of events, chaos ensued, rendering any semblance of formation utterly futile. Individuals clustered into small groups, relying on comrades to guard their flanks as they confronted the ferocious wild hares. The hares fell in droves, yet the defenders atop the mountain also succumbed to the onslaught. Those who perished were immediately beset by the ravenous rabbits, which, having tasted human flesh, grew even more savage, seemingly imbued with a bloodthirsty aura that significantly amplified their ferocity. Thus, as the casualties mounted, the numbers of the mountain's defenders dwindled, gradually coalescing into several small teams encircled by a throng of wild hares. "Where's Lord Pan?" the monk suddenly exclaimed, realizing Pan Han was missing. "By heavens! Lord Pan has vanished." Panic seized him, and he began to scan the surroundings frantically. Reich also noted Pan Han's absence, his mind racing with alarm. "Monk, what the hell happened? Were you not supposed to keep an eye on Lord Pan?" Reich seethed with indignation, his temper flaring. "I was caught up in the thrill of the fight and lost sight of him for just a moment." The monk retorted loudly, "We must search for him at once." Chapter 74. The Battle Against the Mutant Hares, Part 3. Reich and the monk felt their legs grow weak, their hearts racing with trepidation. The thought of any mishap befalling Pan Han here was unbearable. If Qin Zhong were to arrive, he might very well join forces with the hare army to annihilate them. "Oh, Lord Pan, where have you gone? Please, do not come to harm. If you do, I shall join you in your fate." At that moment, the monk recalled the Buddha and silently chanted Amitabha in truth. Upon finding himself besieged by a dozen wild hares, Pan Han quickly grasped the gravity of his situation and made a hasty retreat. He fought while retreating, gaining speed with each step, until he ultimately broke into a full sprint. Among the hares, one particularly audacious leader seemed to take offense, a challenge. It seemed to declare, "Brothers, let us show this human what it means to engage in a race between the tortoise and the hare." Thus, Pan Han dashed forward, the hares hot on his heels, as he sprinted with all his might, while the hares pursued him relentlessly. In this manner, he swiftly burst through the gates of the mountain stronghold. Though Pan Han boasted a 100-meter dash of 5 seconds against the mutant hares, he was ultimately outmatched. "Brothers, do not just chase me," Pan Han shouted, brandishing his machete as he seemed the lead hare understood his intent. Letting out a derisive cackle, chirp, 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 it paused momentarily, issuing a few commands to the others, who promptly slowed their pace, leisurely following Pan Han. "Goodness, they intend to toy with me." Pan Han realized something was amiss. Resolutely, he ceased his flight. The hares, taken aback by his sudden stop, hesitated, their momentum lost, rendering the chase rather dull. Panting heavily, Pan Han raised his machete, pointing it at the gathered hares. We were all taught by the same master. You cannot break my moves. How about we have a chat instead? The hares began to encircle him slowly, and Pan Han retreated until he found himself against a large tree. Chirp, 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 the lead hare called out to him. Suddenly, Pan Han seemed to comprehend. You think you can challenge me? Leaning against the tree, he steadied himself, relieved to at least be spared from being attacked from all sides. He contemplated a bold escape, lest he be devoured by these hares, which would be a most disgraceful fate indeed. One particularly audacious hare, unable to restrain itself, lunged forward to bite him, only to have its ear severed by Pan Han's swift blade. Letting out a howl, it scurried away to a safe distance. Upon witnessing the situation, the other rabbits did not rush forward either. Pan Han refrained from making the first move, resulting in a standoff between the two parties. Meanwhile, at the courtyard atop the mountain, Reich and Monk Wei were searching for Pan Han, albeit at a sluggish pace, as wild rabbits continually impeded their progress. After several fruitless rounds and a brief inspection of the cellar, they found no trace of Pan Han, and their expressions grew increasingly grim. Gradually regaining his composure, Pan Han realized that he was seated against a large tree. With a sudden burst of determination, he lunged forward and struck a blow, frightening the surrounding rabbits. He then swiftly ascended the tree. With his current strength, climbing was a trivial task. In no time, he reached a height of over 20 meters. Now it was the rabbits' turn to panic. After all, they were incapable of climbing trees. The lead rabbit, caught off guard by Pan Han's unexpected ascent, squawked in frustration. Ha! You think you can play with me? You are simply not in my league, Pan Han remarked, settling himself securely on a branch and beginning to mock the rabbits below. Infuriated by his taunts, the rabbit's chatter grew even louder. Once he felt assured of his temporary safety, Pan Han surveyed the distant mountain village, where he could vaguely discern two figures wielding knives, seemingly searching for something. Could it be they are looking for me? He muttered to himself. Damn it, at this distance. I doubt they can hear me. If more of them show up, I might as well be a goner. With that thought, he decided to rest, knowing that the wild rabbits could not pursue him up the tree. He reclined comfortably. However, mere moments after lying down, he heard rustling noises beneath him. Turning his head, he was nearly startled enough to fall. The rabbits had begun gnawing at the tree, evidently intent on toppling it to launch an assault on him. Good heavens! These creatures are clever! Pan Han exclaimed in disbelief. What on earth should I do? Running now would be futile. If the tree falls, I might very well perish. Panic began to set in as he shouted down at the rabbits, only to find that they ignored him, continuing their relentless gnawing. In desperation, he broke off a branch and tossed it down, but the rabbits, having been struck, remained undeterred, fixated on their task. Realizing he was in dire straits, Pan Han pondered his next move. The tree was not particularly thick, and he estimated it would take merely 3 more minutes of gnawing before it succumbed. He hastily scanned his surroundings for anything that might aid in his escape, only to find the space filled with food. Suddenly, an idea struck him. These rabbits must be hungry. Why not offer them something to eat? With this thought, he retrieved a can of meat from his supplies, opened it, and tossed the meat down. The rabbits, initially thinking Pan Han was hurling something at them once more, paid little heed and continued to gnaw. However, it wasn't long before the enticing aroma of the meat wafted through the air. The rabbits ceased their gnawing, converging around the meat, sniffing eagerly. The lead rabbit sensed something amiss and called out, prompting the others to clear a path for it. After circling the meat a few times and leaning in for a whiff, it began to drool. Pan Han, observing from above, felt a surge of hope and murmured, eat up, it's a delightful treat. The lead rabbit suddenly rose to its feet, lifting its gaze towards Pan Han. The two locked eyes. One person and one rabbit. It seemed that Pan Han understood the lead rabbit's intentions. Consequently, he produced a can of food, opened it, and began to devour its contents with fervor. He then gestured animatedly to the rabbits, exclaiming, delicious, truly delicious. The lead rabbit tilted its head, seemingly comprehending Pan Han's enthusiasm. It lowered its head to sample a bite of the luncheon meat, with a series of excited squeaks. GG. GGG. The lead rabbit, invigorated by the taste, promptly swallowed the remainder in one gulp. Observing this, the other rabbits grew anxious, surrounding it and squeaking in anticipation. GG, GGG. Pan-Han, witnessing the scene, erupted into laughter, declaring, "Success! They are eating. I no longer need to traverse through time." Unable to withstand the urging of the other rabbits, the lead rabbit called out to Pan-Han with a few insistent cries. Pan-Han retrieved over 100 cans from his space, opened one, and tossed down a piece. Instantly, the rabbits beneath the tree sprang to life, leaping to snatch the meat. Meanwhile, at the distant mountaintop encampment, Reich and his companion were still frantically searching for Pan-Han. Here, the rabbits were fervently vying for Pan-Han's canned goods. How might one describe such a spectacle? It was, quite frankly, utterly reasonable. In a short span, all 100 cans were consumed. Was it delicious? Pan-Han joyfully shouted down to the rabbits. "Did Oh, what a delightful aroma! I understand now." Noticing that Pan-Han had ceased tossing cans, the rabbits resumed gnawing on the trees. "Goodness! It appears there wasn't enough!" Pan-Han exclaimed in astonishment, quickly retrieving a large slab of pork belly and several bundles of cabbage, casting them down in a flurry. Remarkably, this time it proved effective. Upon sighting such a bounty, the lead rabbit astonishingly stood upright, offering a bow with its 2 front paws to Pan-Han. "Ha ha, impressive. Now eat up, allow your grandfather a moment's respite." Pan-Han chose not to disturb them and instead lit a cigarette. In no time, the rabbits devoured every morsel of food as if a tempest had swept through. Strikingly, once satiated, the rabbits fell silent, their once blood-red eyes returning to a more ordinary hue. Overall, they appeared considerably more docile. The wild rabbits ceased gnawing on the trees, instead gathering around the roots to rest. Chapter 75. Raising rabbits in a post-apocalyptic world. Seeing the wild rabbits lying down to rest, the weight that had burdened Pan-Han's heart lifted. It seemed he had successfully navigated this challenge. He had not anticipated that food could not only attract allies but also tame wild rabbits. Each rabbit beneath the tree assumed various poses, some lazily lounging, others grooming their ears, while a few reclined on the ground in repose. After toiling for so long, Pan-Han was in no rush to descend. Instead, he lit another cigarette to take a moment to breathe. Thus, a harmonious scene between man and rabbit unfolded. However, the lead rabbit did not rest. It remained upright, occasionally glancing at its companions and then at Pan-Han. Once Pan-Han finished his cigarette, he noticed the lead rabbit's behavior. He waved his hand toward it, and the rabbit, catching sight of him, responded by shaking its 2 front legs in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a bold thought flashed through Pan-Han's mind. Could he possibly raise a batch of wild rabbits? Slowly, he began to slide down from the tree. As he descended a few meters and looked about, he discovered that the rabbits showed little reaction. Upon reaching the ground, the rabbits gradually stood, aligning themselves neatly in a row behind the lead rabbit. Unsure of how to initiate conversation, Pan-Han simply gazed at them. The lead rabbit shook its front legs, signaling to Pan-Han that he could proceed. However, Pan-Han remained somewhat cautious, choosing not to move immediately, but instead inquiring, "Are you full?" The lead rabbit emitted a sound in response. Observing this, Pan-Han concluded that it must indeed be satiated, and thus slowly advanced, inching closer. The other rabbits stirred uneasily, yet upon noticing that the lead rabbit remained still, they too lined up in an orderly fashion. Pausing at a distance of approximately half a meter, Pan-Han extended his hand gradually, intent on stroking the rabbit's head. The lead rabbit, noticing his gesture, lowered its head slightly, permitting him to pet it. Being well-fed certainly has its advantages. It even allows for head pats. Pan-Han mused aloud. Can you believe I'm petting rabbits in this post-apocalyptic world? Noticing the lead rabbit's cooperation, he felt emboldened to continue, scratching and stroking it freely. The lead rabbit seemed to relish the attention, closing its eyes and emitting soft sounds of contentment. Thus, Pan-Han caressed it for over a minute before withdrawing his hand. The lead rabbit slowly opened its eyes and chirped at Pan-Han once more. "Feeling good? Huh? Hee." Pan-Han squatted down, speaking to the rabbit. "Chirp. May I then pet your companions?" he asked, gesturing towards the rabbits behind. The lead rabbit nodded and stepped aside. Pan-Han approached and petted each of the rabbits in turn. They were all quite gentle and compliant, no different from ordinary rabbits. "So, it turns out you were just hungry. If only you had mentioned it sooner," I have plenty of food to spare, Pan Han declared, standing tall and looking down at the gathered rabbits. Chirp. All right, understood. Please relay a message to your leader. If you wish for food in the future, come to the mountaintop village. I shall arrange for a feeding shelter just for you. Pan Han quietly noted down supplies such as carrots and cabbages in his mind. At that moment, Reich and Wei Hashang seemed to have noticed the situation and hurried over. Upon arriving, they found Pan Han conversing with a group of rabbits, appearing perplexed and unsure whether to keep their guns raised or lower them. Why, Lord? What is happening? Reich whispered, wary of inciting the rabbit's ire. It's nothing. They were merely hungry. I just fed them a batch of food. See, they calm down now. The rabbits, upon seeing Reich approach with a gun, grew somewhat anxious and began to call out. Ah, they're full now, Reich expressed disbelief. Just lower your guns. There's no need for alarm. Pan Han gestured for them to relax. Complying with Pan Han's request, they lowered their weapons. What should we do now? My lord? Wei Hashang inquired. How is the base faring? The fighting continues. We came out separately just to find you. Let us go back and mediate. Pan Han clasped his hands behind his back, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a seasoned official. Ah, really? You can mediate? The two exclaimed, astonished. Lead the way, then, Pan Han instructed the lead rabbit. Chirp. The fighting is still ongoing inside. The lead rabbit nodded and, with its group, followed Pan Han towards the mountaintop village. Reich and Wei Hashang trailed behind, whispering to one another, uncertain whether to step with their left foot or right. Thus, the trio of men, accompanied by a flock of rabbits, ambled towards the battlefield. At that moment, within the village, the chaotic clash between humans and rabbits had reached a fever pitch. Some individuals had dulled their blades, while numerous rabbits had lost their teeth. There were those who had suffered the loss of limbs, and many rabbits had also been left with missing ears and tails. Upon observing the considerable losses on both sides, Pan Han realized the urgency of halting the conflict. He raised his firearm and discharged a shot into the air, subsequently shouting, "Cease fire." The rabbits, taken aback by the commotion, turned their attention towards him. 3 individuals, accompanied by a dozen rabbits, stood together in bewilderment. What is the situation here? Lead rabbit, you should say something as well. Pan Han gently patted the head of the leading rabbit. The foremost rabbit, instantly comprehending, let out a loud call within the 4 seas. We are all brothers. Let harmony prevail across the 5 continents. With that, the inhabitants of the mountaintop stronghold surely heeded Pan Han's command. Gathering together as one, the wild rabbits, though perplexed by the full meaning of Pan Han's words, sensed that a ceasefire was forthcoming, and thus withdrew from the fray to regroup. Pan Han ascended a stone platform and cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to explain. I recently provided a bounty of food to the wild rabbits, which promptly silenced them and extinguished their desire for aggression. This indicates that their initial hostility stemmed primarily from hunger. The assembled crowd from the mountaintop stronghold listened intently, unable to articulate their thoughts, and resorted to hushed discussions. From now on, you must construct a feeding shelter outside, providing them with regular sustenance, and tranquility shall reign between us. Pan Han declared with conviction. Lead rabbit, come forth and convey this message to your kin. He gestured for the leading rabbit to approach. With a series of chirps, the lead rabbit complied and leaped onto the stone platform. Chirp, 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 chirp. The other rabbits began to engage in animated chatter. Observing this, the lead rabbit nodded at Pan Han, indicating that the communication had been successfully completed. Rake, come here. Upon hearing his name, Rake hurriedly scampered over. How much food remains at the mountaintop stronghold? Only a few large fruits are left. Bring them out and offer them all to the rabbits. Very well, my lord. After a moment's hesitation, Rake complied with the command, rallying the others at the mountaintop stronghold to transport the large fruits. The rabbits, upon hearing that there were large fruits to be had, became quite animated, with chirps echoing all around. A few minutes later, Rake and the others emerged with handcarts laden with large fruits, piling them before the rabbits. Now, approximately 200 wild rabbits remained, and this bounty should suffice for their needs. Feast, why are you still standing there? Pan Han bellowed at the rabbits, familiar with the large fruits from previous encounters and urged by Pan Han to indulge. The 200 rabbits eagerly embraced the fruits and began to gnaw at them. It was unclear how long this group of rabbits had been hungry, but the 5-pound fruits were consumed in mere minutes. It appears they were quite famished at that moment. The lead rabbit turned to Pan Han and chirped. Chirp, chirp, chirp. My lord. What does it say? It expresses gratitude towards you. My lord is quite remarkable. You can understand the language of rabbits. I do not comprehend it fully, XJBT. Once the rabbits had finished the fruits, they indeed settled into a calm demeanor, reminiscent of the lead rabbit's earlier behavior. The inhabitants of the mountaintop stronghold were astounded, approaching to examine the rabbits and ascertain the absence of any remaining aggressive tendencies. After several inspections, they confirmed the safety of the situation and came forth to bow respectfully before Pan Han. Lord Pan is formidable. Lord Pan is wise. Lord Pan is extraordinary. Thus, a crisis was masterfully resolved by Pan Han. At the summit of the mountain stronghold, there was unanimous agreement among the people, who expressed their desire to submit to Pan Han. Anyone who dared to oppose would be fed to the rabbits. Chapter 76. The Reconstruction of the Mountain Stronghold. As the commotion from the rabbits subsided, the crowd seized the opportunity to tidy up the battlefield. This rabbit surge had resulted in the deaths of 12 individuals and left 27 severely injured, with the remaining survivors bearing various wounds. The 3 wooden walls had been completely incinerated and required reconstruction. Over 200 rabbits remained, escorted by Pan Han to an open area outside the main gate for settling down. After approximately half an hour of cleanup, Qin Zhong and Cheng Xiao arrived, accompanied by dozens of slaves and a substantial cache of weapons. My lord. We have arrived, Cheng Xiao exclaimed, rushing toward Pan Han, scrutinizing him for any signs of injury. I am unscathed, and the beast tide has been resolved, Pan Han reassured her, playfully pinching her cheek to ease her concerns. What? It ended so quickly? Qin Zhong inquired. Perplexed? Indeed, the beast tide consisted of that group of mutated wild rabbits outside the gate. I fed them a delightful meal just now, and they ceased their attacks. What? It was that simple? Qin Zhong and Cheng Xiao expressed disbelief. Yes, it was that simple. The rabbits attacked the mountain stronghold out of hunger. Qin Zhong had anticipated a fierce battle awaiting him, only to discover that Pan Han had resolved it himself. Remarkable, Captain Qin. Did you manage to bring back Ma Ji and the children? At that moment, Rueku approached, visibly anxious. Rest assured, we encountered them on the way and have arranged for their return to the Dawn base. Qin Zhong replied. Wonderful, thank you, Lord Pan, and thank you. Dawn base, Rueku said, patting his chest and exhaling a sigh of relief. My lord, what shall we do with this group of rabbits? Should we continue to feed them? Isn't that too wasteful of resources? Rueku, relieved that Ma Ji was safe, shifted his focus to the rabbits. Let us deliberate. Thus, the group convened in the conference room. As was customary, Pan Han distributed cigarettes, and after the earlier battle, everyone was eager to enjoy one. However, curiosity lingered among them regarding how Pan Han's pockets seemed inexhaustible, yet no one dared to inquire, as it was against protocol. Each of these rabbits weighed over 100 pounds and consumed 5 pounds of food daily. With over 200 rabbits, that amounted to thousands of pounds each day, a considerable quantity. Rueku was the first to speak. Indeed, that is a significant amount. However, feeding them can ensure the safety of the Dawn base, which seems a fair trade, Pan Han reasoned. Everyone understood this rationale, though acquiring food was challenging. Pan Han, mindful of their concerns, mentally calculated the costs. Daily, over 1,000 pounds of vegetables, such as carrots, were not exorbitantly priced. He could afford it. Yet, in this post-apocalyptic world, vegetables were exceedingly scarce, and using such precious resources to feed rabbits seemed somewhat wasteful. Merely feeding them would undoubtedly lead to a loss. Therefore, we must have the rabbits contribute. Pan Han proposed a bold idea. What? Have the rabbits work? What can rabbits possibly do? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of discussion. Monk, go fetch the leader of the rabbits and inquire. That will provide clarity. Upon hearing this, the monk nearly choked, coughing violently, yet feeling too embarrassed to decline. He hastily departed to find the chief rabbit. Before long, the leader of the rabbits, swaying its hindquarters, followed the monk into the conference room. Upon entering the room, a multitude of unfamiliar faces greeted it, causing a twinge of nervousness as it surveyed the gathering. Lead rabbit, do not be anxious. We summoned you to discuss certain matters, said Pan Han, gently patting its head and offering it a cabbage. Gigi. The rabbit clutched the cabbage and emitted a couple of sounds. Referring to you merely as lead rabbit is rather unappealing. Let us bestow upon you a name. Pan Han mused, stroking his chin. Since you have ties to the Mountain Peak village, we shall call you Mountain Peak Rabbit. Upon understanding, Mountain Peak Rabbit joyfully bounced in response. Mountain Peak Rabbit, we wish to confer with you. We have no objections to feeding you, but in return, you must assist with labor. Such a relationship is essential for longevity. Do you comprehend? After listening, Mountain Peak Rabbit blinked and twitched its large ears. Suddenly, it set down the cabbage and assumed a stance of attention. Gigi. With a serious call, it gazed intently, signaling its agreement. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, astonished at how effortlessly it had been resolved. Is it truly that simple? This defies logic, do you doubt? Call to it and see if it responds. Pan Han replied confidently. Mountain Peak Rabbit. Reich called out first. Having previously encountered each other, Mountain Peak Rabbit recognized him. Gigi. The rabbit responded disinterestedly. You see, it still harbors some reservations towards you, Pan Han chuckled. Observing the wild rabbit's apparent intelligence, the group noted how its mind seemed to have evolved post-mutation. However, a question lingered. What tasks could be assigned to the rabbits? Qin Zhong pondered aloud. Mountain Peak Rabbit, heed my command. Pan Han had already devised a plan. Gigi. It appeared that the rabbit was only inclined to listen to Pan Han. Recently, the Mountain Peak Village had numerous restoration projects underway, such as constructing walls and building watchtowers. When the time comes, you shall assist in transporting various materials. Pan Han intended to utilize the wild rabbits as one would horses or oxen. Gigi. Mountain Peak Rabbit acknowledged the order and even saluted with its front legs. Wow, it can salute? How impressive! Cheng Xiao exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Now, go back and inform the other rabbits. Ensure you rally them effectively. Gigi. Mountain Peak Rabbit nodded eagerly and scampered off. Mission accomplished, Reich. In the coming days, you shall have assistance. Let the rabbits help you pull carts and transport bricks and cement. Lord Pan, you truly are remarkable. Even rabbits heed your commands, Reich admitted, now thoroughly convinced. Additionally, do remember, you can employ the rabbits for various tasks, such as forming a rabbit assault team. Feel free to explore the possibilities. I have entrusted the rabbits to you. Beyond that, I shall not interfere. You must, within the shortest time, train a battalion of rabbits proficient in both offense and defense. Pan Han stated sternly. Understood. Lord Pan. Reich saluted sharply, astonished. Subsequently, everyone diligently set about their respective tasks. With the rabbits' assistance, the transportation of goods became significantly more efficient. Several small carts, harnessed to the rabbits, proved to be quite useful. Observing the bustling scene at the Mountain Peak Village, Pan Han finally felt a weight lift from his heart. My lord, we have brought a radio and some weapons this time. Let us distribute them first. Indeed. From now on, this shall be our second base. Upon encountering an attack, if one finds themselves unable to prevail, they should flee to this location. Indeed, this place is easily defensible and exceedingly suitable for evasion. There are still dozens of slaves remaining. Did they also accompany Wei Hashang? Qin Zhong has another matter that requires consultation. Precisely. The slaves will stay behind, while Ma Ji and the children should head to the Dawn base, as the conditions there are far more favorable for the children's upbringing. Pan Han nodded. Your efforts are greatly appreciated, my lord. We shall take care of the remaining matters. We will expedite the construction of the high walls atop the mountain, thereby enhancing security. Subsequently, we will ensure the proper arrangement of machine gun positions, minefields, traps, and so forth. Yes, my lord. After giving these instructions, Pan Han sent Qin Zhong on his way. Noticing that the sky was darkening, he suddenly recalled that Chang Xiao had also arrived. He then called for Chang Xiao to enter his small chamber. Chapter 77. The meeting of two women following the recent rabbit tide. The mountaintop stronghold has fully submitted to the Dawn base, a result that pleases Pan Han immensely. Now, the two bases exchange personnel, and with the assistance of the rabbit army, repairs are progressing swiftly at the mountaintop stronghold. Reflecting on the fact that he had been away from his own world for several days, he decided it was time to return for a visit. Thus, he gathered several large fruits, filled a barrel with post-apocalyptic gasoline, and packed over 1,000 pounds of gold before crossing back into his own world. As the space rippled, Pan Han found himself in his own room. It was now just past 8 in the morning. Upon opening the door, he discovered that Yin Xiaoli was nowhere to be found. He checked his phone to find a flurry of WeChat messages. It seemed that Yin Xiaoli had grown accustomed to Pan Han's sudden disappearances. This time, she did not inquire further, merely informing him that she would be attending yoga class this morning to maintain her physique. Wang Dodo inquired about when they would discuss the film production company. This message served as a timely reminder. Amidst the chaos of the recent days, Pan Han had nearly forgotten about the venture into the film industry. He decided to find time to discuss it today. Inviting Yin Xiaoli to join, Pan Han replied to the message. A few minutes later, Wang Dodo responded, noon, 12 o'clock, at Wang Chao Hotel, Chunlian Restaurant. I have reserved a private room. With Wang Dodo returning to her reliable self, Pan Han thought to himself that she was indeed quite dependable. He then sent Yin Xiaoli a WeChat message, clarifying the details and urging her to arrive early. After relaying his instructions, he proceeded to take a shower. Alas, it was impossible to enjoy a proper bath in the post-apocalyptic world. It was simply unbearable. Next time, he vowed to procure a complete set of bathing equipment and even establish a sauna. Observing the layers of grime rolling off his body, dark and clumped together, Pan Han swore an oath. After showering, he slathered himself in moisturizing lotion and stood before the mirror, feeling as though his physique had grown even stronger. Satisfied, he admired his chest muscles. Exiting the bathroom, sunlight flooded the room. Lifting his spirits, he turned on the sound system, selected his favorite music, and began playing King of Glory. With time still on his side, he decided to indulge in a few ranked matches before leaving. Lying back on the bed, Pan Han joyfully immersed himself in the game. Please, let Hui, the national server marksman, carry the entire team. An hour later, Pan Han suffered 5 consecutive defeats. What rubbish! How dare they call themselves national server marksmen? Eat that. Being your support is truly embarrassing. Damn it, with 460 ping, why even start a match? What game can you play with that network? Today, I have ascended to the rank of king. Perish, you! Pan Han was mercilessly berated by his teammates, showered with a torrent of insults. Damn it, it feels as though the system has conspired against me. Frustrated, Pan Han hurled his phone away. Why is my performance so poor today? The internet connection seems to be lacking as well. Once I accumulate enough wealth, I shall establish a gaming company, and then I will reign supreme within it. Grumbling, Pan Han dressed hastily, storming out the door towards the Dynasty Hotel. His M5 is still under repair, expected to be returned next week. Consequently, he opted for a rideshare vehicle. Seated in the back, free from the burden of driving, Pan Han began to contemplate his future endeavors. It seems that for a film company to profit, the task may not be as straightforward as it appears. It is merely an industry that thrives on promotion and publicity. Therefore, a focus on tangible enterprises is essential. Regular trips to the supermarket for supplies have become too cumbersome. I must establish a food processing plant capable of supplying food in bulk and at lower costs during the apocalypse, while also offering customized solutions. The large fruits I bring back should be tested for cultivation here. If successful, a farm could be established where I could grow these fruits, along with various others, and perhaps raise pigs, cattle, and sheep. Most crucial, however, is the acquisition of gasoline. If the oil from the apocalypse can be utilized here, I must seek a location to develop the petroleum industry. Unfortunately, this may prove impractical within Long Country, necessitating a venture abroad. Should I venture overseas, it would be more efficient to procure weapons directly from foreign sources and transport them to the apocalypse, eliminating the hassle of local purchases. After all, the gold from the apocalypse flows endlessly. With sufficient startup capital assured, the sheer volume of tasks ahead made Pan Han stretch languidly, gazing out the window. The streets were bustling with vehicles and people, all engaged in their relentless pursuits. In this world, some people merely scrape by, while others can afford to rinse their mouths with shark fin soup. Pan Han's thoughts drifted to his hometown, a small county in the north, where many farmers toil endlessly in the fields, barely managing to save enough after a year of hard work. It seems time has come to revisit my roots. It has been far too long since I saw my parents and relatives. Pan Han calculated that he had not returned home in over 3 years. Sir, we have arrived. At that moment, the driver alerted Pan Han that they had reached the Dynasty Hotel. Thank you, driver. Farewell. Upon exiting, Pan Han scanned the vicinity but failed to spot the sign for Chunlian Restaurant. Resigned, he headed into the hotel to inquire at the front desk, discovering it was located on the 19th floor. Just as he was about to ascend, a familiar voice called out from behind, Pan Han. Without turning around, he knew it was Wang Dodo. I saw you disembark from the taxi. Is your car still under repair? Wang Dodo bounced over to Pan Han. Today, she was dressed more formally, donning a pink dress paired with sheer black stockings, radiating an air of elegance befitting a child of affluence. Pan Han couldn't help but admire her. "Don't you have any idea when my car will be ready?" Pan Han teased. "Oh, still holding a grudge, are we? I can arrange a vehicle for you tomorrow," Wang Dodo retorted with a pout. "Haha, that won't be necessary. I was just about to head upstairs. Why not join me? Didn't you mention that Yin Shaoli would be coming as well? Has she arrived?" "Oh right, let me check first." As Pan Han prepared to message Yin Shaoli, a familiar voice resonated from the entrance. "Pan Han, it is indeed Yin Shaoli." When Pan Han took a closer look, he exclaimed inwardly, "Goodness, these two. One owes me a favor, and the other I assisted in establishing her company, yet here they are arriving early on their own. Ah, such is the fate of a sycophant." Upon further scrutiny, he nearly choked on his own breath. Yin Shaoli was clad in a pair of yoga pants, topped with a pristine white sports jacket, and underneath, a sports bra. She exuded vitality and radiance, and to make matters worse, her curves swayed enticingly. Well, this girl is quite impressive, and no wonder you're willing to go to such lengths for her," Wang Dodo teased. "We share a purely platonic relationship. Do not speak out of turn," Pan Han retorted with a glare. "Pfft, shameless." Wang Dodo stuck her tongue out at him. Upon noticing that Pan Han had spotted her, Yin Shaoli joyfully dashed over, embracing him once more before vanishing into thin air. "You can't just disappear like that," she chided playfully. All right, come down now," Pan Han said, giving her a playful pat on the backside. Oh, Yin Shaoli realized that the situation was somewhat inappropriate, so she gracefully lowered herself from Pan Han's waist. "This must be Miss Yin Shaoli," Wang Dodo interjected, taking note of Pan Han's oversight in introductions. "Indeed. Shaoli, allow me to introduce my friend Wang Dodo, the organizer of today's gathering," Pan Han introduced awkwardly. "Hello, Dodo. I am Yin Shaoli." The two stunning women exchanged greetings. "I've long heard Pan Han speak of your beauty, yet I never anticipated his descriptions to be so lacking," Wang Dodo remarked. "Laughing, Dodo?" Yin Shaoli seemed a bit puzzled. "He failed to capture even a fraction of your true allure." Wang Dodo's wit was indeed sharp. "Haha, Miss Wang, you flatter me," Yin Shaoli replied graciously. "You are equally captivating and possess an air of sophistication," she added, pleased by the compliment. Pan Han stood by, frowning slightly, wondering if these two would indeed become sisters in camaraderie. "Come on, Shaoli, I shall escort you upstairs. Let's disregard him for now," Wang Dodo proclaimed, not waiting for Yin Shaoli's response as she took her hand and headed for the elevator. "Yes, let's go, and let him trail behind," Yin Shaoli agreed, tossing her sports bag to Pan Han. Although he found the situation somewhat perplexing, he couldn't deny the comfort it brought, and thus he happily trailed after the 2.1 flaunted a figure-hugging silhouette, while the other displayed long legs clad in black stockings. A few extra glances were certainly not a loss. Chapter 78. Sister Na. The two beauties chatted and laughed ahead while Pan Han savored the view from behind. In no time, the trio arrived at the Chulian restaurant. This establishment ranks among Kyoto's premier creative dining venues, operating on a membership basis and has garnered numerous accolades including the Black Pearl and Michelin stars. Wang Dodo, being an SVIP here, effortlessly secured a private room with an exceptional view. The restaurant's lobby manager had been waiting at the entrance, personally guiding Wang Dodo and her companions inside. Upon arriving at the door, Pan Han noticed the name, Dawn's Radiance. "What a splendid name for this room. I quite like it. Come, let us enter. We shall enjoy some tea while we wait for Sister Na." Wang Dodo beckoned to Pan Han and Yin Shaoli. The private room was furnished with a dining table and a tea seating area. Situated on the 19th floor, it offered a breathtaking view of Kyoto's bustling cityscape, a perfect blend of the ethereal and the worldly. "Manager Jean, please bring out the tea leaves I have stored. We shall take a moment to relax," Wang Dodo instructed. "Certainly, Miss Wang. Please hold on for a moment. Additionally, do you still need to review today's menu?" Manager Jean is exceedingly courteous. "Please hold on. Sister Shaoli, do you have any dietary restrictions?" "No, not at all. I will defer to my younger sister's preferences." "When did these two become sisters? Why has no one inquired about my dietary preferences?" "I absolutely despise desserts," Pan Han, left to the side, felt somewhat disheartened. "All right, then it appears there is nothing to worry about. Manager Jean, please proceed with the arrangements." "Certainly, Miss Wang. Shortly the tea master will come to brew tea for everyone." "Sister Shaoli, this restaurant changes its menu daily. Whatever is prepared is what the clients will consume. There are no options available." Wang Dodo began to introduce the establishment, This place is truly exquisite. The prices must be rather steep, I presume. Yin Shaoli grasped Wang Daodu's hand and remarked, "It's manageable, approximately 5,980 per person." Ah, so expensive. Let Pan Han foot the bill. His affairs, his expenses. Upon hearing the considerable price, Yin Shaoli worried about accruing too many favors. Could you two discuss something more pertinent? One moment you're declaring sisterhood, the next you're deliberating on making me pay. Pan Han chuckled. He refrained from informing Yin Shaoli about Wang Daodu's situation, observing her naivety as she defended Wang Daodu, which amused him. All right, let us focus on serious matters. The esteemed Na Jie who is visiting today is a veteran in the film industry. She can assist us in navigating various relationships and acquiring necessary permits. All we need to do is provide the funds, and the rest will take care of itself. We just need to await the company's launch, Wang Daodu stated with utmost seriousness. Oh? This Na Jie holds such significant influence? Pan Han expressed his surprise. Wow. Has this Na Jie acted in films? Upon learning that she was a senior in the industry, Yin Shaoli's interest was piqued. No, she operates behind the scenes. Her influence is immense. She does not engage in public appearances. Wang Daodu shook her head, dismissing Yin Shaoli's assumptions. Daodu, how do you know such a formidable person? Yin Shaoli probed further. Na Jie is an old comrade of my father. No wonder. Your family connections are truly extensive, Yin Shaoli remarked with unabashed envy. Therefore, Sister Shaoli, rest assured, I have already made arrangements with Na Jie in advance. Today's visit is merely to foster mutual acquaintance. As for the film company matters, there is no cause for concern. It will undoubtedly be handled. Then my attire is far too casual. It's all Pan Han's fault. I thought today was merely a meeting with an ordinary friend. How terribly disrespectful. Yin Shaoli suddenly realized that she was dressed in sportswear. Haha, Sister Shaoli, you shall soon discover the truth. Wang Daodu refrained from elaborating further, leaving a hint of mystery. Pan Han, however, felt little inclination to interject in their conversation. He simply gazed vacantly out the window. He had never been at such a lofty vantage point to overlook Kyoto. This must be what it feels like to be among the elite. Observing the masses below, ordinary people toil their entire lives, yet a single word from the upper echelons holds greater weight. At tea that moment, the tea master entered and began to brew tea for everyone. After a meticulous 13-step process, a cup of clear tea was placed before Pan Han. Mr. Pan, do give it a taste. This is fine tea. Wang Daodu gestured invitingly. Thank you. Pan Han lifted the teacup, inhaling its fragrance which indeed refreshed his spirit. He then took a sip, instantly enveloped by the rich aroma and invigorating taste, as if a gentle warmth flowed across his palate. The tea exudes a crystal-clear brilliance, emanating a natural fragrance that uplifts the spirits. What an exquisite brew! This is the finest tea Pan Han has ever tasted in his lifetime, truly remarkable. If you enjoy it, I shall bring you a pound to savor at your leisure. Wang Dodo, pleased by Pan Han's appreciation, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Oh, I must reimburse you, she insisted, as Pan Han was not one to take advantage of others. Very well, this tea is priced at 60,000 per tael, which amounts to 600,000 for a pound. Please proceed with the transfer. Pan Han nearly choked in disbelief. Goodness, the affluent truly know how to indulge. This costs 600,000 a pound? He mused silently. Giggling, Wang Dodo couldn't help but laugh at his reaction. The restored Wang Dodo, regardless of her appearance, physique, or personality, had undergone a significant transformation. She now resembled a youthful maiden. Yin Shaoli, observing from the side, was so astonished that she hardly dared to speak. Wow, today's gathering is incredibly upscale. I feel quite nervous and could use a restroom break. What to do? Yin Shaoli feigned sipping her tea, attempting to mask her inner tension. Noticing the silence between the two, Wang Dodo suggested they continue enjoying their tea. Realizing the playful banter had reached its limit, she glanced at her watch. It was 11:59. Sister Na would be arriving soon. Wang Dodo gently tapped their hands, signaling them to pause their drinking. Indeed, barely a moment later, the private room door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman clad in athletic wear. Sporting a cap and a ponytail, her face was finely sculpted, adorned with bright red lipstick, and she wore a pair of exquisite earrings. Sister Na has arrived, Wang Dodo exclaimed as she promptly stood to greet her. My dear, how I've missed you. Come here and let me embrace you, Sister Na exclaimed, rushing towards Dodo with palpable excitement. The two shared a heartfelt hug, lingering for a long moment before parting. Ah, Dodo, you look even more radiant. Sister Na remarked in astonishment as she appraised Wang Dodo. Ha! I must credit this to Mr. Pan. Wang Dodo casually introduced Pan Han and Yin Shaoli. Sister Na, shall we eat while we converse? I will summon the dishes. Absolutely. I just landed this morning and came straight here. Thankfully, I didn't eat beforehand, but I am indeed quite hungry and shall indulge heartily. Sister Na replied, her demeanor refreshingly candid. Pan Han found himself quite taken with her. He had anticipated Sister Na to be rather austere and overly formal, yet she radiated vitality. Once the four were seated, Sister Na scrutinized Pan Han and Yin Shaoli, nodding appreciatively. Mr. Pan and Shaoli, you truly embody a match of talent and beauty. Dodo has praised you both as if you were blossoms. And I see now that she spoke the truth. Haha, how could I ever deceive my sister Na? Wang Dodo replied joyfully. You see, I have known Dodo since she was a child. Technically, she ought to call me aunt. Yet we have formed a bond that transcends age, so she has always referred to me as Sister Na. And here we are years later, Sister Na explained their relationship. Ah, I understand now. Dodo mentioned that you and her father were comrades in arms. We were curious about the sisterly address, Pan Han remarked, enlightenment dawning upon him in our circle. Everyone addresses me as Sister Na. Henceforth, you too may do the same. She added with a smile, I have but two preferences. I dislike being called old and I detest tardiness. Understood, Sister Na, Pan Han, and Yin Shaoli chorused in unison. Chapter 79. Dawn Base Film Company. A few days ago, Dodo informed me that President Pan is contemplating the establishment of a film company. I wonder what prompted this thought in President Pan's mind. Sister Na seems quite intrigued by Pan Han's motivations. Oh, I see. Sister Na, a friend of mine, named Yin Shaoli, is a dedicated actress. Personally, I have a profound appreciation for cinema, which led us to the idea of founding a film company. Understood. This is quite manageable. I will arrange for someone to assist you with this matter. However, it must be noted that this industry is currently challenging, and profits are not easily attainable. Sister Na is well aware of how treacherous the entertainment circle can be. Thank you for the warning, Sister Na. I do not anticipate making a profit. My intention is purely to indulge my passion. I hope to contribute a small effort to the development of our nation's film industry. Indeed, Pan Han does not expect to earn a profit either. Haha, splendid. Truly, the youth are formidable, driven by fervor to make their mark. Come, let us raise a toast to President Pan. The group lifted their glasses, marking the commencement of their first round. Until now, Yin Shaoli's anxiousness began to dissipate as she realized Sister Na's candidness and disregard for trivialities. Come, everyone, let us enjoy the dishes. I have not visited this establishment in quite some time, and the menu has been updated. Wang Dodo beckoned everyone to partake in the meal. Pan Han gazed at the dishes that had just been served, unfamiliar with any of them. Some dishes were shrouded in steam, while others were artistically presented. He randomly selected a piece, tasted it, and exclaimed, Ah, this is exquisite, astonishingly delicious. This restaurant has always been known for its quality, and coupled with Pan Han's recent diet of fast food during the apocalyptic times, he was profoundly impressed by such culinary delight. Damn it, I have squandered over 20 years of my life, and there exists such delectable fare in this world. Overwhelmed by the flavors, he could not resist indulging in a few more bites. Oh, President Pan certainly has a hearty appetite. Watching you enjoy your meal is quite delightful, Sister Na remarked with admiration. Haha, Sister Na, he is the big eater who recently trended on social media, Wang Dodo clarified. Oh, that big eater is President Pan? Yes, that is me. However, I wouldn't classify myself as such. I have merely been exercising lately, resulting in greater energy expenditure. Sister Na, the changes in my physique are all thanks to President Pan. He has imparted to me a regimen that has proven to be remarkably effective. Sister Na, Yin Shaoli expressed her astonishment. Is there really such a regimen? Oh, it is merely a family secret handed down through generations. Not something of great significance. It just so happens that Dodo's body is perfectly suited for it, making it quite effective. Haha, President Pan, do not be alarmed. I won't be asking you for your regimen, Sister Na said with a mysterious smile. Did she misunderstand? Pan Han felt that Sister Na's smile held an ulterior motive. Dodo, quickly raise a glass to President Pan, thanking him for his assistance with your health. Sister Na patted Wang Dodo's hand. Upon hearing this, Yin Shaoli grew increasingly confused. Could it be that Pan Han and Wang Dodo share a deeper connection? Wang Dodo raised his glass. and they all partook in another round. President Pan, may I inquire what you wish to name your film company? Sister Na set down her glass and turned to Pan Han with a question. This caught Pan Han off guard. He had not yet considered a name. Allow me a moment to ponder. Ha ha ha, President Pan is indeed a man of sentiment, and no rush, take your time. Let Xiaoli assist you in brainstorming ideas. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Na. Pan Han and Yin Xiaoli nodded in agreement. Let us first discuss other details. We can ponder over the names later, Mr. Pan. Which genre of film and television are you considering? Well, there's nothing specific at the moment, in any case. It must embody positive energy, emphasize acting skills, and promote the spirit of our Dragon Nation. As for selecting scripts and actors, I will leave that to Xiaoli to manage. Pan Han candidly expressed his thoughts. Oh, then Xiaoli will surely be quite busy in the future. Come, Xiaoli, let us raise a toast to your hands-off boss. Thus, everyone lifted their glasses, marking the third round of drinks. Sister Na, I have only just entered the industry. May I seek your guidance should I encounter any issues in the future? After 3 drinks, Yin Xiaoli finally dared to speak up. Of course. Here, this is my WeChat. Please scan it and add me as a friend. All right. Meanwhile, Pan Han was contemplating what to name the company while enjoying his meal. It certainly cannot bear either his name or Yin Xiaoli's, as those do not quite resonate as a company name. So, what else could it be? How about using the name Dawnbase? Dawnbase Cultural Media Co. Ltd. In the future, if I establish other companies, they can all begin with Dawnbase, Dawnbase Food Company Limited, Dawnbase Energy Company Limited, Dawnbase Gaming Company Limited, and so forth. Eventually, I will construct a vast commercial empire. Sister Na, I have decided. This film and television company shall be named Dawnbase Cultural Media Company Limited. Pan Han wiped his mouth and announced to everyone. Oh, what a unique name. Wang Dodo tilted her head in inquiry. Yes, it carries a certain solemnity. Haha, Sister Na echoed. This wouldn't happen to be the name of your team in the game, would it? Yin Xiaoli asked. No, when I was very young, I wrote a novel and there was a base called that. It just came to mind, and I felt it was quite fitting. You see, I said filmmaking is merely a means to realize dreams. Upon hearing this, Sister Na understood. Who does not have dreams? Whether through novels or films, they exist solely to recreate the dreams of everyone. Excellent, then it is settled. Let us toast to Dawnbase. Sister Na elegantly raised her glass, and everyone joined for another round. Thus, the 4 of them dined and conversed, the atmosphere growing increasingly harmonious. As expected, Yin Xiaoli and Wang Dodo officially became sisters on the spot. Wang Dodo insisted on playing a leading role in the future. Today has been delightful. Come, Mr. Pan, let us share a drink alone. Let the girls chat amongst themselves. Sister Na's cheeks flushed slightly. She had indeed indulged in her fair share of drinks. Here, Sister Na, it is I who should toast to you. I will drink, and you may take your time. Pan Han downed a glass of strong liquor in one go. What a remarkable lad, capable of both eating and drinking, destined for great things. However, Sister Na, as someone who has been through it all and as a former soldier, I would like to offer you a few words of advice. Please enlighten me, Sister Na. Seeing that the drinks had set the mood, Pan Han was ready to absorb her wisdom. Film with integrity. Do not bring shame upon our country, nor speak ill of it. Rest assured, Sister Na, not only will I ensure quality productions, but I also aim to surpass the films of our competitors and dominate the market in the beautiful country. At that point, who needs the so-called Oscar awards? We shall create our own award and exceed theirs. Those delightful days. Wasn't he fond of capturing anime? At that time, let us seize it together. Pan Han patted his chest, making a firm promise. Ha ha ha. How splendid that the youth harbors such lofty ambitions. Sister Na must not bring shame upon you. Within a fortnight, I shall ensure the establishment of the Dawnbase for you. With a grand gesture, Sister Na also guaranteed her support for Pan Han. The two clinked their glasses in joyful camaraderie. Chapter 80. Returning home, this meal extended until 2:30 in the afternoon. The parties agreed to reconvene in 2 weeks to discuss the next steps. In the meantime, Pan Han planned to prepare 5 million for the purpose of establishing connections and covering company expenses. Wang Dodo also contributed 3 million, eager to invest in the venture and join in the fun. Yin Xiaoli was provisionally appointed as the legal representative, entrusted with the full management of operations henceforth. As the office location had yet to be determined, Wang Dodo volunteered to take Yin Xiaoli to inspect a friend's office building. Pan Han reflected on how fortunate he was to have someone so efficient. With the matters concerning the film company seemingly settled, Pan Han felt relieved and decided it was time to return to his hometown. It had been over 3 years since his last visit. Consumed by his own busyness, and if not for this apocalyptic system, he wondered when he would ever return in splendor. Upon learning of his desire to go home, Wang Dodo insisted on lending him a car since he had none. "What, do you think my car is dirty?" Wang Dodo pouted, slightly displeased by Pan Han's refusal. "I merely feel embarrassed." Pan Han scratched his head. "I've troubled you so much lately. How about this? Xiao Li and I will accompany you back. With 2 beautiful women by your side, you'll certainly feel quite distinguished." Wang Dodo teased with a playful grin. "Are you feeling mischievous again?" Pan Han pretended to swat at her. "Sister, save me." Wang Dodo quickly hid behind Yin Shaoli. "Dodo, stop teasing him. Let him return alone. I still need to exert myself in preparing for the company's affairs. I have a nagging feeling that I've been ensnared." Yin Shaoli said, spreading her hands. "Don't speak nonsense. There's no trap here." Pan Han playfully swatted her backside. "Here, take this car." Wang Dodo handed him the keys to a Mercedes. "Very well. I shall graciously accept. I will fill the tank upon my return," Pan Han blurted out, although it felt rather peculiar. "Haha, indeed. You must fill it up. Where's the car parked?" "It's in the hotel's underground garage. Level 3, B District 303. You can find your way there. Just don't drive today. You've been drinking. Call for a chauffeur." "Xiao Li and I are off to do some shopping," Wang Dodo said as she dragged Yin Shaoli away. "Good grief, shopping again? Don't you ever tire?" Pan Han muttered. Yet he transferred 50,000 yuan to Yin Shaoli, insisting she refrain from letting Wang Dodo spend any more. Afterward, Pan Han headed straight for the garage, wandering about until he arrived at B District 303. "Is this a Maybach GLS 600? Or is it a dual-tone color? Goodness me, a vehicle worth over 3 million, and just like that, it's been lent to me." Pan Han produced the key and pressed the unlock button. Beep. The lights illuminated, confirming it was indeed the one. Pan Han, feeling a surge of excitement, took his seat, exploring every detail of the interior. The design and materials were of the highest caliber. Accompanied by a subtle fragrance, "I must acquire a vehicle like this. A man should drive a Grand Ciard." As soon as Pan Han contemplated purchasing a vehicle, he abruptly realized that his funds were rapidly dwindling. In his spatial realm, there lay over 1,000 pounds of gold that had yet to be delivered to Uncle Chung. Thus, he decided to have Wang Chung make arrangements this afternoon. It was fortuitous, as he could also enlist Wang Chung as his chauffeur. "Manager Wang," he messaged, "please come over shortly. We have a significant transaction to attend to. The quantity is quite substantial this time." After a brief interval, Wang Chung replied via WeChat, "President Pan, where are you? I shall head over immediately." Pan Han sent him his location, extracting 2 large boxes from his spatial realm, each brimming with 500 pounds of gold. Thank goodness for the spacious vehicle. Had he opted for a smaller one, it would have been evident from the outside that he was transporting heavy cargo. Pan Han mumbled a few words, glanced at his watch, and estimated that Wang Chung would take another 30 minutes to arrive. Consequently, he decided to take a brief nap in the car until Wang Chung showed up, at which point he would instruct him to drive to the suburban villa. Uncle Chung, upon receiving Wang Cheng's call, furrowed his brow in consternation. "What does this rascal Pan Han want now? Another large order. I must report this to the old master." Organizing his thoughts, Uncle Chung dialed Wang Daodu's father's number. "Hey Chung, speak," came the gentle voice of Wang Daodu's father upon recognizing Uncle Cheng's call. Uncle Chung summarized the current situation to the elder Wang. "What? This scoundrel has treated Daodu." He recalled that day in the suite when Wang Daodu had confessed to having installed hidden cameras. Such devices could hardly escape Uncle Cheng's keen observation. Later, while reviewing the footage and recordings, he was astonished to discover that Pan Han had struck Wang Daodu and audaciously claimed he would treat her. Connecting the dots with Wang Daodu's recent transformation, it became increasingly evident that Pan Han had indeed provided her with treatment. Initially, Uncle Chung had intended to investigate thoroughly before reporting, but with Pan Han seeking him out for gold processing today, involving a transaction worth over 100 million, he sensed something peculiar and hastened to contact the elder Wang. "Hey Chung, proceed with the transaction this afternoon as usual. Do not reveal any discrepancies. I shall first check on Daodu's condition. If she truly has been cured, not only will I assist him with the gold, but I would gladly offer him 10 billion without hesitation," the elder Wang exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. A father naturally bears the weight of such concerns regarding his daughter's affliction. "Understood, sir." At 5 p.m., in the suburban wine cellar, Wang Cheng, Pan Han, and Uncle Chung reconvened. Upon seeing the vehicle Pan Han was driving, Uncle Chung was taken aback. "Isn't this Daodu's car? How did it come to be with him?" It appeared that Daodu and Pan Han had grown quite close recently. The healing of her ailment seemed highly plausible. "Uncle Cheng, we meet again," Wang Cheng greeted as he approached. "Indeed. President Pan, your business has been remarkably prosperous of late. Just a few days have passed, and here you are with another large order?" "Yes, I've been quite fortunate lately, and the goods have been arriving swiftly." "Uncle Chung, shall we begin?" Pan Han was keen to avoid unnecessary chatter. "Very well. What is the exact quantity today?" "About 1,150 pounds, Pan Han replied, having previously retrieved only 500 pounds from his spatial realm for Wang Cheng's inspection. He intended to extract the remaining 600 pounds from the vehicle shortly. "That should equate to approximately 200 million. That's perfectly acceptable. I will send someone to verify the goods." "Excellent. Allow me to prepare the vehicle first." Once Pan Han had arranged everything, Uncle Cheng's personnel arrived to handle the transportation and verification of the goods. After a thorough process, confirming that everything was in order, Cheng Shu expressed his satisfaction, saying, "General Pan, it's still the protocol, a fee of 25. We can provide you with 200 million. "Very well, Cheng Shu," Pan Han replied with a nod. Wang Cheng, standing to the side, was overjoyed. He would be earning a commission and could soon amass wealth. Pan Han, fully aware of his thoughts, gave him a nod in acknowledgement. "I'll give you 2 million now, and once I return from my hometown, I'll provide you with another 2 million, Pan Han stated generously. "Thank you, General Pan, thank you," Wang Cheng exclaimed, elated. With this 4 million, he could finally afford a spacious house. "It's nothing. You have certainly earned it. I've had a drink today and cannot drive. Would you mind taking me back to my residence? I'll be heading back to my hometown tomorrow and will return in a few days." "Rest assured," Wang Cheng replied. Yes, I will follow your lead, General Pan." The two waited for a moment until the notification of the transaction arrived. Upon seeing the 200 million credited, Pan Han promptly transferred 2 million to Wang Cheng. Without further delay, they bid farewell to Cheng Shu and headed straight to Pan Han's shared apartment. Meanwhile, Cheng Shu hurried to report to Old Master Wang at it. Seemed that Do and this young Pan were quite close. Upon hearing the report, Old Master Wang couldn't help but sigh. "Indeed, Master. That Maybach was given to the young lady just 3 months ago. Haha, that girl. All right, you return first, and we shall discuss further." "Yes, Master." Chapter 81. Refueling is quite expensive unbeknownst to Pan Han. The matters concerning Cheng Shu and Old Master Wang. He settled into the back seat of the car, finding a comfortable position and dozing off. Wang Cheng, dutifully at the wheel as the driver, was quite exhilarated to be driving such an exquisite vehicle for the first time. He secretly hoped to secure a few more deals with Pan Han so that he could upgrade to a Mercedes-Benz. Wang Cheng deliberately drove slowly, both to ensure Pan Han could rest comfortably and to prolong his enjoyment of the Maybach. After approximately an hour and a half, they arrived at Pan Han's apartment building. As soon as the car came to a stop, Pan Han awoke automatically. "We've arrived." "Yes, General Pan, just arrived. How was your sleep?" Wang Cheng had intended to call out to Pan Han, but he was pleasantly surprised when Pan Han woke up on his own. "The car is fine. Your driving skills are commendable. That it was quite comfortable." "All right then, it's getting late. I must make my way back. I'll park the car for you. Here are the keys." Wang Cheng handed the car keys to Pan Han. "Thank you, Manager Wang. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't keep you." Pan Han accepted the keys without further pleasantries. No need. I can head back on my own." After seeing Wang Cheng off, Pan Han ascended the stairs alone, opened the door, and indeed found that Yin Shaoli had not yet returned. "Just as well, I'll make a quick trip to the Dawn base." Pan Han contemplated, planning to relax for a few days upon returning home and had no intention of traversing again, so he needed to make arrangements in advance. He sent a lengthy food order worth 3 million to the Walmart manager, which included snacks and milk that the children enjoyed. They agreed on a delivery to the suburban cottage early the following morning. With everything arranged, the spatial fluctuation occurred, and Pan Han traversed to the small room on the second floor of the base. The quaint little cottage has now been adorned with decorations, featuring a solitary bed, a sofa, a coffee table, and several chairs. Pan Han surveyed the surroundings and sensed potential for enhancement, contemplating the addition of some fresh flowers. Upon pushing open the door, he descended to the first floor, where everyone was partaking in dinner. Pan Han instructed the others to disregard him and enjoy their meal, while the rest were accustomed to his presence. Only Maji appeared somewhat shy, insisting that Pan Han take a seat and even offering him a self-heating hot bath. Ha ha, Maji, you need not concern yourself with me. Please enjoy your meal, Pan Han said, eager not to disrupt her dining experience. As he gently urged her to settle back into her chair, my lord, you must have some plans, correct? Qin Zhong hastily chewed and swallowed his food, inquiring after Pan Han. Indeed, I am bound for a distant location and shall likely be absent for the next few days. Thus, I came in advance to ascertain if there were any arrangements to be made. Oh, my lord Pan, where are you headed? Maji immediately queried upon hearing this. Maji, it is our custom not to inquire about my lord's whereabouts unless he chooses to share. The second sister kindly reminded her. Oh, my apologies for being so forward, my lord Pan, Maji said, sticking out her tongue before quickly returning to her seat. Ha ha, Maji, there is no need to be anxious. Your gesture was rather endearing to be by the way. How is the Dawn base faring? Are the children adjusting well? Pan Han, far from being upset, expressed concern for Maji. It is splendid here. The food and drink are delightful. The children even have sweets and cola. They all proclaim you to be their savior, Maji replied sincerely, showing no signs of flattery. Ah, that is wonderful. The well-being of the children is paramount. You must ensure they are well cared for. Pan Han nodded, clearly pleased with Maji's response. Indeed, you can rest assured, my lord, everyone chimed in unison, fully aware of the children's significance. Qin Laoda, please provide an update on the situation at the summit stronghold. Certainly, my lord. With the assistance of our slaves and the hares, we anticipate that the previous damage can be rectified within 2 days. The brick wall is expected to be completed in 3 days, and the other weapon positions have been established. Very well. How much longer can the food supplies sustain the 2 bases? Approximately 7 days. If we ration it, we should be fine for 10 days. Qin Laoda replied almost instinctively, as he checked the food situation daily as the elder brother. Good, in a few days, I will send a batch of supplies. At that time, I will arrange for some milk specifically for the children. Additionally, let the hares consume the large fruits from the summit stronghold. We shall sustain ourselves with the provisions I bring. Pan Han articulated his plan. My lord has milk as well? Maji was once again astonished by Pan Han's resources. Maji, our lord possesses everything one could desire. The best days are yet to come, Cheng Xiao said proudly. There are a few matters I must emphasize. Qin Laoda, please take the minutes of this meeting. Certainly, my lord, he replied. Firstly, continue the pursuit of gold. Secondly, keep procuring weapons. Acquire as many as possible without reservation. Thirdly, utilize the drones previously purchased for patrolling between the 2 bases. Fourthly, send all unevolved slaves from the Dawn base to the perimeter to construct shelters and fortifications. 5. The mountaintop village now has only over 400 inhabitants remaining, and we must continue to acquire more slaves, the more the better. 6. Find me automotive engineers and chemical engineers specializing in the petroleum sector. Pan Han articulated 6 demands in one breath. Everyone listened to his eloquent expression and persuasive tone, filled with admiration for Pan Han's strategic acumen. Sir, are you planning to unify City Z? Old 6, unable to contain his curiosity upon hearing Pan Han's grand ambitions, inquired. Come, everyone, let us smoke. Pan Han did not directly respond to Old 6, but instead distributed cigarettes to everyone. As they accepted them and lit up. Ma Ji and second sister did not hesitate to join in, while only Cheng Xiao remained motionless. Old 6 question likely echoed the thoughts of the others. Pan Han exhaled a smoke ring and surveyed the group. In truth, I have little interest in unifying City Z. If necessary, then unification shall occur, but this unification must entirely serve our development. Old 6, do you comprehend? Not quite, he admitted, and no worries, you will gradually understand. Recently, I wish to undertake several initiatives, which require our base to have sufficient security space to operate. Therefore, we must continuously recruit personnel and amass weaponry. We shall follow Master Pan's directives. Although Old 6 did not fully grasp the implications, he knew that aligning with Pan Han was the right course of action. Then let us proceed as discussed. I too must take my leave now. We shall meet again in a few days. Pan Han, without further ado, stood up and gestured a farewell to everyone. The others quickly rose and returned the gesture. Cheng Xiao, reluctant to see him depart, pouted and cast a wistful glance his way. Pan Han smiled at her, reassuring her to be obedient and to assist big brother Qin diligently. Cheng Xiao, unable to voice her feelings, nodded earnestly in agreement. Upon returning to the small room on the second floor, Pan Han traversed back to his shared apartment. Mere moments after his return, Yin Xiaoli sent him a WeChat message. I won TB home tonight. Dodo is taking me to a gathering with friends from the circle. We'll likely be out until the early hours. She has booked me a room to rest in. Pan Han replied affirmatively, wishing them a pleasant time together and indicating that he would return home the next day. Available to be contacted if needed. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Pan Han went to the suburban warehouse early, overseeing the unloading of goods by the workers. Once everything was organized and the workers sent off, he stored the supplies in his space and prepared to drive home. Setting the navigation from the warehouse to his hometown, it was a full 300 kilometers. Realizing he needed to refuel, he noted that the warning light had activated. After driving for 7 or 8 kilometers, he spotted a gas station and pulled in, heading directly to pump number 98. Such a fine vehicle deserves a full tank. The attendant filled his tank and handed him a receipt for payment. Hello, please settle the bill for pump number 22. Pan Han presented the receipt. Good day, sir. The total is 770 yuan. Oh my goodness, how exorbitant for a tank of gas. Fortunately, I am now a billionaire. Otherwise, I could hardly afford to refuel. Pan Han grumbled as he paid, then drove straight home. Chapter 82. Aunt's illness. Pan Han's hometown is situated in a small county in the northern province of Longhua, over 40 kilometers from the coast, in a region traditionally known as an agricultural powerhouse. Nestled amidst mountains and waters and adjacent to the coastline, the overall quality of life here is fairly satisfactory. However, in recent years, economic development has slowed, leaving it somewhat distanced from several neighboring counties. Pan Han, listening to music and whistling, steered with one hand on the wheel as he sped home along the highway. The Maybach and M5 indeed evoked entirely different sensations. This vehicle offered a smooth and stable ride, boasting ample power when needed, while also providing maximum comfort. Touching the steering wheel, Pan Han mused to himself. He glanced at the empty passenger seat, feeling the absence of a striking beauty. If only he could bring a girlfriend home, his parents would surely be overjoyed. Perhaps next time, if they press me, I might just bring Yin Xiaoli along to save face. In a blink, he had driven over 150 kilometers. Needing to relieve himself, Pan Han exited to a service area to use the restroom. Upon emerging, he discovered a selection of local specialties for sale, prompting him to purchase a bundle and toss it into the spacious trunk of the Maybach. Yet, the scant items made the trunk appear rather empty, so he retrieved some milk, rice, and oil from the back seat. Now it looks much better. Later, he could slip a little money to his parents, and that would suffice. With his hands on his hips and a beaming smile as he surveyed the trunk's contents, he thought, I mustn't let them know it has to be a surprise attack. Heh, a delightful surprise. Thus, Pan Han resumed his journey. At 11 a.m., he exited the highway and headed straight for the county town. Goodness, how bustling it is today. There's even a bit of traffic. Oh my, a new supermarket has opened. Wait, when did they get a KFC? No way, there's even a spa now. Having been away for several years, Pan Han noticed new enterprises sprouting in his hometown, gradually slowing his pace to take it all in. The county town is not large, and soon he arrived at the entrance of his residential complex. He parked the car downstairs, gathered his belongings, and ascended the stairs to knock on the door. After a prolonged wait, no one answered. Where is everyone? Pan Han, eager to surprise his parents, was disheartened to find the house empty. Typically, at this hour, they would be preparing dinner. Setting down his items, he took out his phone and initiated a video call to his mother. Hello, Mom, where are you? As the video connected, his mother appeared on screen. Oh, son? Why are you calling via video? Your father and I are at the hospital. What? Why are you at the hospital? Who is unwell? It's your second aunt. She has been diagnosed with some issues. Not good, we're all here. Where are you? His mother's expression shifted from surprise to one of deep concern. I'm at home. About to visit you. At our county hospital? Upon hearing about his second aunt's predicament, Pan Han felt a surge of urgency to go there immediately. Yes, if you're coming, hurry. His mother spoke, tears welling in her eyes. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Pan Han ended the video call, dropped his belongings, and sped straight to the hospital. With 5 siblings, his second aunt had always been the kindest to him, showering him with treats and toys since childhood. She had always been in good health. How could she suddenly be unwell? Could it be cancer? A foreboding sense crept into Pan Han's mind, fueled by his mother's tone and demeanor. 10 minutes later, Pan Han arrived at the county hospital's parking lot. After greeting the ward staff, he dashed up to room 206 on the second floor. Upon entering, he discovered his parents, his second uncle, and his aunt gathered around, all wearing solemn expressions. His second aunt lay on the bed, appearing somewhat weakened yet forcing a smile, attempting to comfort those around her. "Second aunt?" Pan Han exclaimed, rushing over. Seeing him arrive, everyone quickly made space for him to sit beside her. "Pan is back. Why didn't you give us a heads up?" His second aunt shifted slightly, trying to sit up. Pan Han hurriedly pressed her back down, urging her to rest. "I intended to return quietly to surprise everyone, but when my mother mentioned you were a bit unwell, I came straight here. What exactly is wrong?" "Second aunt? It's nothing serious, just a tumor in my brain. It doesn't hurt or itch," she replied, forcing a smile. "I told her to get discharged quickly." "Oh? When did this happen?" "Son, let your second aunt rest. We can talk outside." Pan Han's father interjected, casting a meaningful glance at the second uncle. The three of them then stepped out of the ward and into the corridor. "Uncle, please tell me," Pan Han urged, sigh. The second uncle exhaled deeply, his eyes instantly glistening with tears. "Uncle, please speak up. What is the situation? Is it a matter of money or something else? I can cover it," Pan Han said anxiously. "A few days ago, while your second aunt was cooking, she suddenly blacked out. After we brought her to the hospital, the doctors said there was nothing wrong but recommended further examination. The results revealed a malignant brain tumor that has begun to press on her nerves." The second uncle recounted simply. "What about treatment?" "The doctor suggested we go to the provincial hospital or directly to Kyoto. The county hospital certainly won't suffice. At most, they can keep her for observation for a few days." "Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. I have a car." Pan Han immediately pulled out his car keys, insisting they take his second aunt to Kyoto without delay. "The doctor mentioned that if we seek further treatment, the costs won't be negligible," the second uncle lamented. "But we must get clarity first. What can our county hospital really diagnose? They might even get it wrong. Earlier, we all urged your second aunt to seek treatment. However, she expressed that we are farmers. Should the diagnosis require treatment, we might not afford it. It would be better to return home and lie down. Living a few more years would be considered a gain." The second uncle revealed her concerns. "That's just misplaced worry. With so many relatives, we can pool together hundreds of thousands," Pan Han's father countered. "What your second aunt means is that money is hard-earned, and we still have 2 children to raise. The funds should be reserved for them." Pan Han understood his second aunt's sentiments. Their family, being farmers, barely earned a few thousand each year. Spending tens of thousands on treatment could potentially ruin the family. And if the treatment were unsuccessful, it would be money wasted. "Don't worry about the money. I have it. I'll take care of the hospital arrangements, so there's no need for concern." Upon hearing this, both Pan Han's father and the second uncle were taken aback in unison. "I currently have the funds, and any illness that can be treated with money is not a concern. Even if money can't solve it, I will find a way. Rest assured, uncle, I shall take full responsibility for Auntie's illness." In an instant, Pan Han regained the composure of a leader of the base, his tone resolute and his gaze intense. "Come, let us return and inform Auntie. We shall head to Kyoto tomorrow." Pan Han grasped the hands of his 2 elders and proceeded towards the hospital room. Chapter 83. Connections are meant to be utilized. Upon hearing this, both Pan Han's father and uncle were momentarily taken aback. This child has only been working for a few months. Where could he possibly acquire such funds? This is not merely a matter of thousands or tens of thousands, but potentially hundreds of thousands. The 2 followed closely behind Pan Han, hastily making their way back to the hospital room. "Auntie, I have a basic understanding of your condition now. You need not worry about anything. I shall handle it all." Pan Han sat at the bedside, holding Auntie's hand. Upon hearing this, Pan Han's mother widened her eyes in disbelief. "Son, what do you mean?" Auntie also found it hard to believe, thinking Pan Han was merely speaking out of concern. "Nephew, you've just graduated and started working. Do not overexert yourself. Just let everyone take me home later." "Mother, Auntie, I speak the truth. I have money now. We will go to Kyoto tomorrow to find a hospital." Pan Han spoke with steady cadence and unwavering conviction. Those present, witnessing his determination, though still skeptical, felt their expressions lighten considerably. Humans are curious creatures. At times, hope is more precious than anything else. Auntie, however, remained unchanged, preoccupied with thoughts of how to conserve funds for the children and how to live out her remaining days at home without burdening anyone. "Auntie, your nephew not only has money but has also established his own company. Just a few days ago, he even gave my parents some money to enjoy a trip. As Pan Han spoke, he displayed the car keys in his hand. Upon seeing the key to a Mercedes, the others began to believe him even more. That moment, a glimmer of hope sparked in Annie's eyes. Auntie, allow me to make a quick call. Pan Han decided to provide everyone with one final reassurance. Hello, Dodo? Yes, he dialed Wang Dodo's number. This favor had to be called in. 4 lives were at stake. Who is it? A drowsy voice came from the other end of the line. It's me, Pan Han. Are you still half asleep? Oh, it's you? Yes, I was out until past 3 last night. What time is it now for you to be calling me? Wang Dodo replied lazily. Wake up, it's urgent. What is the matter? Wang Dodo, sensing Pan Han's anxious tone, immediately perked up. Are there any reliable hospital connections in Kyoto? Isn't that a given? What does my family do? Very well, my auntie is ill, suspected of having a brain tumor. I need your help to arrange a hospital and specialists. Pan Han was succinct and no longer inclined to be polite. When will you arrive? Just tell me the time. Leave the rest to me. Wang Dodo wasted no time. By tomorrow afternoon at the latest. All right, my family has shares in a prestigious private hospital. Let us arrange for your auntie to go there. I will find the specialist for you right away. Understood. This matter is urgent. I appreciate your assistance and will express my gratitude separately later, and no need to worry. The best specialists and the finest private room. Pan Han hung up the phone. Everyone was astonished. Who exactly did this young man know to resolve matters so swiftly? All right, let us discharge ourselves. We shall head to Kyoto tomorrow. Nephew, is this truly settled? Auntie propped herself up to sit. Trust me, Auntie. Come, let us discharge ourselves from the hospital and indulge in a delightful meal before heading to Kyoto tomorrow. Pan Han, unwilling to delay any further, urged everyone to take action. Those due for deposits to retrieve them, and those with belongings to gather theirs. After half an hour of bustling activity, they had nearly completed their tasks and began descending the stairs. Auntie, Mom and Dad, you 3 shall ride in my car. Uncle, you will take the vehicle of your elder brother. As Pan Han spoke, he pressed the car key. Beep. The Maybach emitted a sound, and the daytime running lights flickered to life. In the realm of keyless entry. Actually, you need not press it. Oh my, nephew, is this your car? The elder uncle, with keen eyes, immediately recognized the Maybach. A friend lent it to me. Goodness, a car worth over 3 million can be borrowed by you. What sort of relationship do you share? The elder aunt quickly interjected with curiosity. Just ordinary friends. Come now, let us board the car and return home. Pan Han beckoned everyone to get in, arranging for Annie to sit in the back, and they headed straight for his residence. Upon arrival at Pan Han's home, Auntie retired to lie down. The others convened in the living room for a brief discussion on who would accompany them. Ultimately, it was decided that Pan Han's mother and uncle would join. His father remained home to watch over the 2 children at Auntie's house. The elder uncle and aunt were not idle either, heading to the kitchen to prepare meals for everyone. Just as they settled in, a WeChat message from Wang Dodo arrived. It has been arranged. I await your news tomorrow. Here's the address. Truly efficient. Thank you. After noting the address, Pan Han replied to her message. No sooner had he finished than another WeChat notification arrived from Yin Shaoli. Pan Han, is your family unwell? I heard from Wang Dodo. Yes, Auntie is ill, and her condition is quite serious. I shall come tomorrow to help look after her. That may be unnecessary. It would be too troublesome. You ought to attend to your own matters. There is not much to handle at the company. Dodo has found someone specifically to assist. Very well, if you wish to come, I shall share the address with you. Pan Han thought having more women to care for Annie might be more convenient, plus it would allow his mother to take turns. All right, tomorrow Dodo and I will wait for you at the hospital. Agreed. Let us not linger on this. I must speak with my family for a moment. Yes, do attend to your affairs. Pan Han's mother, observing from the side, waited until he set down his phone before approaching him. Son, what on earth has transpired during your years in Beijing? How did you suddenly acquire such wealth? Mom, well, if I told you, you might not comprehend. Pan Han struggled to find the right words to convey to his family, hoping to evade the subject. Oh, you child. You are spending money on medical treatment, forging connections, and even have friends who can lend you such an expensive card. We must inquire. What if you have ventured into illicit activities? I would be the first to confront you. Pan Han's father, clearly having held back his thoughts for too long, let them all spill forth at once. Seeing the situation unfold, Pan Han realized he could not fabricate a reason. He chuckled, Dad, what I am engaged in earns far more than drug trafficking. What? This time, even Auntie, who had been lying down, could not resist the urge to shuffle into the living room. Nephew, what exactly are you doing? We cannot tread the path of crime. We may be somewhat impoverished, but it is of no consequence. At worst, your second aunt's illness will remain untreated, and you still cannot enter. Second aunt, how did you manage to come out? Upon noticing this, Pan Han hurriedly assisted his second aunt to the sofa. Indeed, Panner, your second aunt is absolutely right. You must not stray down the wrong path, chimed in the second uncle in agreement with his wife. Listen to me, do not be so anxious. Pan Han first sought to calm everyone, and then, with a mind racing, an inspiration struck him. Are you familiar with Bitcoin? I know about the Bitcoin dog, which is quite ferocious, Pan Han's father remarked with mock seriousness. Step aside and allow the child to finish. The mother interjected, delivering a light slap to her husband's thigh, causing it to quiver. Bitcoin is a form of virtual currency that employs blockchain technology. IT has become quite popular abroad. Back when I was in school, I worked part-time and saved some money which I invested in Bitcoin. I have made quite a profit since then. Pan Han fabricated a tale. What is virtual currency? What is blockchain? I cannot quite explain it. It is simply a means to purchase items and conduct transactions. But without the issuance of paper currency, Pan Han scratched his head, finding the fabrication challenging. So, how much have you earned? At that moment, the maternal aunt emerged from the kitchen, eager to gossip, a couple of 100,000 at least. Moreover, I have met some wealthy individuals along the way. Today, it has come in handy, she asserted. Indeed, connections are meant to be utilized. Well done, nephew, the maternal aunt praised. Chapter 84. The food processing plant has potential. Aunt, you are exaggerating. I merely assisted them in the operation of buying and selling Bitcoin. They made a bit of money, and this is merely repaying a favor, Pan Han replied with a smile. Wealthy individuals fear owing favors the most. Pan Han's father concurred with this sentiment. You see, has it not been put to good use? Your second aunt is simply fortunate, the mother remarked, patting Pan Han's head with satisfaction. Hearing Pan Han's earnest delivery of this fabricated story, the second aunt felt somewhat reassured, her complexion brightening considerably. Second aunt, you should return to your rest. Put your mind at ease. The arrangements have been made at the finest private hospital, with the best specialists. Pan Han assisted his second aunt towards the bedroom. Very well, your words bring me comfort, the second aunt smiled, revealing a long-lost expression of joy. Tonight, your second aunt shall stay here. I will share a bed with her, and you shall sleep with your father. The mother organized the sleeping arrangements. Upon hearing this, Pan Han felt a strong reluctance to share a bed with his father, muttering, I would rather sleep on the sofa. My dad has a weak stomach and often passes gas. You little rascal, you are the one who passes gas. His father laughed, scolding him playfully. The atmosphere lightened considerably at this exchange. Come, let us eat, the uncle called as he brought the dishes to the table. Inviting everyone to partake. It has been ages since I have tasted my uncle's cooking. I have missed it dearly, Pan Han exclaimed as he was the first to leap to the dining table. His uncle was a renowned chef, having run his own restaurant for over a decade, and his culinary skills were famed throughout the region, even attracting the attention of passing dogs. Others gradually took their seats. Oh, by the way, uncle, how has business been lately? Pan Han inquired casually after taking a mouthful of food. Oh, dear nephew, do not even mention it. The restaurant business has been quite poor these past few years. We have incurred significant losses in recent months, the maternal aunt lamented, her brow furrowed with worry. Ah? Your uncle's culinary skills are quite impressive, yet he still finds himself at a loss financially. He only knows how to prepare a few simple home-cooked dishes. Nowadays, in the county town, the trend has shifted away from large platters of stir-fried dishes. The popular choices now are self-service hot pot and chain restaurants, featuring fresh innovations like beef hot pots. Your aunt is enlightening Pan Han about the changes in their hometown. Indeed, what your aunt says holds merit. Your uncle is aging and struggles to keep pace with the evolving landscape. I, too, have considered transitioning to a different venture. As your uncle spoke, he vigorously shoveled a couple of mouthfuls of rice into his mouth, as if to bolster his own spirits. It is true. I have observed that in the shopping malls of Kyoto, those restaurants seem to change hands every few months. Noticing your uncle's despondency, Pan Han offered him a large shrimp a couple of months ago. Your uncle discussed plans with someone to potentially partner in establishing a food processing factory. Nephew, having experienced life in a big city, do you have any insights? Your aunt, feeling for her husband, was concerned. Oh? A food processing factory? What prompted this line of thought? Upon hearing this, Pan Han perked up. Your uncle previously had an apprentice who worked in a restaurant for several years. Now, that individual is engaged in live streaming sales, generating millions in revenue each month. Recently, he approached your uncle about partnering to set up a processing factory, with your uncle overseeing production while he managed the live sales. This sounds promising. Live streaming sales are all the rage now. It could work. Pan Han mused that this could be the very processing factory he was seeking. You see, even our nephew believes it is feasible. Your aunt beamed with joy, patting your uncle on the back. You, a mere housewife, what do you understand? Opening a processing factory is no simple task. Location, equipment, staff, health permits, each requires substantial capital and connections. Your uncle seemed to reproach his wife, as if handling such matters were as effortless as dining. Stung by his words, your aunt fell silent, casting furtive glances at Pan Han. How much capital would be required to establish a processing factory? Pan Han inquired. It would take at least 1.5 million, I suppose. Our county's housing prices are reasonable, but the bulk of the expenses lies in equipment and labor. That's not overly expensive. This lad, having spent considerable time in Kyoto, perceives everything as inexpensive. 1.5 million. Your uncle's family would struggle to gather that amount even if they sold everything. Hearing Pan Han's tone, your mother felt a twinge of anger. After all, he is still young and lacks any substantial social experience. Sister, you know me well. It is undoubtedly insufficient. Your uncle chuckled awkwardly, attempting to lighten the mood. What then? We cannot just watch the restaurant deteriorate day by day. Your aunt frowned. Pan Han smiled subtly, already comprehending what his aunt meant. Uncle, do not place yourself in a difficult position. I will provide you with 3 million, enabling you to establish a larger processing factory. When the time comes, I will also place orders with you. Without further ado, Pan Han laid down his grand offer. The clatter of chopsticks echoed as several fell to the floor in astonishment. What does 3 million signify? In the county town, one could purchase 10 houses. Pan Han declared his intent without hesitation. Nephew, I understand your good intentions. We appreciate it, but let us eat. Your uncle did not take it seriously. Aunt, please provide me with your family's bank account number. Pan Han knew that his uncle would find it difficult to accept such a proposition without involving his wife. This. Upon hearing this, your aunt was taken aback. She had never encountered such a request in her lifetime. Oh dear, child, do not jest with your uncle and aunt. Let us eat. Your mother was equally skeptical, son. Although you performed admirably today, exhibiting the qualities of a man, that is quite sufficient. Father picked up the chopsticks, wiped them, and continued to eat. Please provide your card number, Aunt. I am speaking earnestly. Pan Han retrieved his phone, preparing to make a transfer. Aunt casually recited her bank account number, 622XXXXXX. Pan Han memorized it after a single hearing, then took out his phone and transferred 3 million. Ding! The notification of the transaction arrived. Aunt took the phone, glancing at the message. Your account ending in XXXX has received 3,000,000.00 yuan. Upon hearing this, the eldest uncle quickly leaned in to take a look. The couple, engrossed in the phone, rubbed their eyes, first their own, then each other's. You two should find an ATM later to check. Pan Han jested. It really has been credited, Aunt exclaimed, her words tumbling over one another, at a loss for how to express her excitement and gratitude. Huh? Mom doesn't believe it. She hastily seized the phone, and after reading the message, urged Father to look as well. Oh, my son, you have truly struck it rich, Father exclaimed after reading, immediately standing up and grasping Pan Han's hand. Such a trivial amount. No need to act as if you've never seen wealth before. Nephew, you're being far too generous. I fear I won't be able to manage it well. The eldest uncle, being a man, was more concerned about the practicalities. Uncle, you need not worry about failing. When the time comes, I'll instruct you on what to produce. However, you must set up a separate production line for me, distinct from the live streaming sales. Pan Han intended to utilize his uncle's factory to manufacture supplies for the apocalypse. Is it really that simple? Aunt expressed her disbelief. Indeed, it is exceedingly simple. I will provide you with orders, and you shall produce according to those orders. Settlements will occur monthly. Rest assured, you will earn abundantly. Pan Han cheerfully placed a generous portion of meat onto Aunt's plate. Uncle, we are saved. Aunt embraced her husband, tears of joy streaming down her face. Nearby, the second aunt and uncle shared in the jubilation. Sister, do we have any liquor at home? We must celebrate today. I am truly overjoyed. The second uncle, sensing the lively atmosphere, couldn't contain his curiosity. "Uncle, I have already prepared it. I shall fetch it," Pan Han said as he drove along the highway. Buying a case of Wuliangya in just a few short hours, two worries had been effortlessly resolved. What is money for? Let me reiterate, money is meant to be spent. Chapter 85. If one does not undergo a health check, one will not fall ill after the meal. Everyone chose to rest in their own spaces. Pan Han, relishing the rare tranquility, reclined on the sofa, smoking while playing ranked matches. 3 consecutive defeats. What on earth? Returning home has brought me bad luck, he lamented, deciding to cease playing. I already have a system. I cannot let the system of King of Glory toy with me. After venting his frustrations, he set his phone aside. With the family fast asleep, he felt invigorated and decided to take a drive. Surely, they wouldn't check for DUI in broad daylight. Pan Han glanced at the clock. It was only 3 in the afternoon. After his evolution, he rarely felt the effects of alcohol. Today he had consumed less than half a gene, and there was no lingering scent of liquor. Oh well, never mind. I'll just take a leisurely drive and return. He gently opened the door, careful not to disturb anyone. They had all been quite tired these past few days, and a midday rest was a rare luxury. The afternoon sun shone brightly as Pan Han drove with one hand, listening to the music emanating from the top-notch sound system, feeling an indescribable sense of ease. Before long, he arrived at his former high school. The students were still in class, and the sound of their reading echoed from the classrooms. Pan Han's thoughts drifted back several years to his high school days, when he was an exemplary student, excelling both academically and morally. His grades consistently ranked at the top, and he achieved remarkable results in the college entrance examination, earning a place at a prestigious university in Kyoto, that time. His parents were indeed proud, and the neighbors praised him, proclaiming that he was destined for greatness. Reflecting on this, Pan Han couldn't help but smile wryly. Had he not been bound by the system, he would have surely spent a few years in Kyoto, uncertain of when he would save enough money to buy a house, let alone marry. Ah, is that not his former homeroom teacher? As Pan Han gazed at the teaching building, he spotted a familiar figure in the classroom. Adjusting his focus, he recognized the person with astonishment. Ha! This old man, he certainly gave me a hard time back in the day. Mr. He was the mathematics teacher, and mathematics was Pan Han's weakest subject. As the homeroom teacher, he undoubtedly offered extra help to a top student struggling in math. Alas, Mr. He has gained quite a few more gray hairs, yet his passion for teaching remains undiminished. Pan Han took out his phone, zoomed in, and snapped a picture of his former homeroom teacher. Oh, is that Senior Ching Ching? She has returned as a teacher? Snap. Haha. This old dog is still wandering around the campus. Has it been over a decade? Snap. What the heck? These two little kids are actually kissing. Snap. Pan Han's memories surged forth, and his phone clicked away incessantly. After finishing, he reviewed his album, alternating between laughter and tears, lost in nostalgia. After a while, he regained his composure. Once he earns more money, he intends to donate to the school, perhaps refurbishing the buildings and acquiring some new equipment. Pan Han genuinely cherished his alma mater and contemplated how, having succeeded now, he could give back. Farewell, alma mater. Farewell, homeroom teacher. Farewell, senior. Farewell, old dog that I shall return. Pan Han then drove to KFC, purchasing a plethora of egg tarts, cola, chicken wings, and the like. He surmised that his parents probably never indulged in such treats. Now that a branch had opened in the county, he wanted everyone to have a taste. Upon arriving home, his relatives had awakened and were gathered, surely chatting and munching on sunflower seeds. Pan Han arranged the food for everyone to enjoy freely. His parents looked at him, noticing how he had matured and become more considerate, and smiled with satisfaction. Before long, it was the next morning, and everyone prepared according to their plan. Pan Han, accompanied by his mother, his second aunt, and her husband, headed straight for Kyoto. He also created a temporary WeChat group, adding Yin Xiaoli and Wang Dodo on the road. He continuously updated his location. In about half an hour, they would arrive. Pan Han sent a voice message in the group. All right, we're already at the hospital, Wang Dodo replied. After Pan Han's mother joined the group, she noticed the avatars of two beautiful women and couldn't resist clicking to take a look. Son, are these your friends from Kyoto? They're both so pretty. Indeed, he replied. When you see them in person, you'll find they are even more beautiful than their pictures. Pan Han thought to himself, in another world, I have a beautiful girl too. But sadly, you won't be able to meet her in half an hour. They arrived at the hospital. This particular hospital was nestled in the mountains on the outskirts, offering a serene environment and expansive grounds. As they approached the entrance, the security guard, upon spotting the license plate, rendered a salute. Although Pan Han's family hailed from a small county, they could not help but feel the sophistication of their surroundings. Pan, given the grandeur of this hospital, do you think the expenses will be exorbitant? Inquired the second aunt with a hint of concern. Expensive? Can it be more costly than my second aunt? Came the warm-hearted retort from the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a wave of warmth enveloping them. Pan Han parked the car in front of the entrance, where Wang Dodo and Yin Shaoli were already waiting. You've arrived. Wang Dodo greeted them with enthusiasm. Yes, you two take my second aunt upstairs. I'll handle the parking and join you shortly, Pan Han instructed before allowing his family to disembark. All right, Mr. Pan, leave it to us. Yin Shaoli replied quickly, opening the car door. Pan Han's mother expressed her gratitude, gently supporting her second aunt as they followed Wang Dodo and Yin Shaoli. This must be your second aunt, Wang Dodo deduced, noticing someone being assisted. Indeed, replied the second aunt's husband hastily. Second aunt, do not worry. Once we ascend, we will begin with a comprehensive examination, and then we shall await the results with ease. Do not overthink it. Everything will turn out well, Wang Dodo spoke soothingly. Thank you, dear. May I ask your name? The second aunt inquired gratefully. I am Wang Dodo, and this is Yin Shaoli. We are good friends of Pan Han. Wang Dodo introduced herself with poise. My son is truly fortunate to have two such wonderful friends. Pan Han's mother beamed at the two young ladies. Oh, it is we who are fortunate to know Pan Han, Yin Shaoli humbly replied. Slightly taken aback, T.S. no wonder that people from big cities possess such high standards and eloquence. I wonder what talents my son possesses, as I am still in the dark. You all are merely inflating his ego, laughed Pan Han's mother, prompting hearty laughter from the group, easing the atmosphere considerably. Wang Dodo guided everyone to the third-floor ward, which spanned over 130 square meters, furnished in an elegant and upscale manner, making it hardly resemble a hospital room. Please take a moment to rest. The doctor will arrive shortly, Wang Dodo announced, sending Pan Han a room number to which he should proceed. 3 minutes later, the doctor, accompanied by two nurses, entered the room, with Pan Han closely following. After a brief inquiry regarding the medical condition and reviewing previous diagnoses, the doctor said, Ladies, let us proceed with the examinations. We shall discuss further once the results are in. Doctor, could we conduct a full-body examination? Since we are here, it would be prudent to check everything and address any issues. Pan Han interjected unexpectedly. That is feasible. However, it may require a bit more time, the doctor replied. Dodo, do you think that is acceptable? Of course, I see no issue with it. That was my intention as well. Wang Dodo concurred with Pan Han's suggestion. Then, may I trouble you to arrange this? Very well, everyone else may remain here. The patient will accompany me, the doctor instructed. Upon hearing about the comprehensive examination, the second aunt's husband appeared somewhat anxious. Pan Han noticed his unease and quietly inquired, Uncle, are you feeling unwell? Nephew, there's an old saying in our family. One does not fall ill without undergoing a checkup. I fear that with this thorough examination, we may uncover something unexpected. I am a bit apprehensive, the second aunt's husband confessed, gripping Pan Han's hand. Uncle, why do you still hold such superstitions? Pan Han remarked. Dismissing such notions, around 5 in the afternoon, my aunt and the doctor returned, both wearing grave expressions. Pan Han gazed at the examination report, which bore a lengthy list of abnormalities and diagnoses. Thyroid nodules, mammary hyperplasia, ovarian cysts, varicose veins, lung tumors, and brain tumors. What in the world? It seems that without a health check, one truly remains oblivious to illness. Chapter 86. The evolutionary serum is always ready. Pan Han stared at the extensive list of ailments. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. It was exaggerated, terrifying, utterly absurd. Indeed, it was true that without a checkup, one would not fall ill. Yet how could so many issues be uncovered at once? It appeared that my aunt had no part of her body free from affliction. Over the years, how much suffering and hardship had she endured, leaving her with a multitude of ailments. Seeing Pan Han's distress, the others quickly seized the report to examine it. After reading, they fell silent, truly confirming what my aunt's husband had predicted. However, my aunt seemed surprisingly relaxed. She appeared liberated and even began to comfort everyone. Why are you all so tense? Who doesn't have a few ailments as they age, right? Doctor, what is your opinion? Pan Han understood he needed to heed the doctor's words at this juncture. I am only responsible for neurology. For other conditions, you will need to consult different specialists. However, given this patient's situation, I have already consulted the hospital director. He has agreed to organize a comprehensive consultation across departments. An overall treatment plan will be provided then. Very well, thank you, Doctor. Director Liu, please continue with your duties. We will await your updates. Upon hearing about the need for a consultation, Wang Dodo urged the doctor to expedite the arrangements. Pan Han, do not worry. The medical conditions here are among the best in the country. Everything will be fine. After sending Director Liu away, Wang Dodo turned to comfort Pan Han, a sentiment she also intended for the others to hear. Pan Han grasped her meaning and turned to everyone, saying, now that we have identified the issues, let us calmly await treatment. And maintain a positive mindset. This is crucial. Do not be anxious or worried, and everything will be all right. Though Pan Han's mother and aunt's husband were anxious, they felt powerless to assist and could only heed Pan Han's words. Mother, uncle, just take care of my aunt, Pan Han instructed, before taking Wang Dodo and Yin Shaoli out of the ward. Once the three arrived in a garden downstairs, Pan Han inquired, there seem to be quite a few illnesses. Is there a chance they cannot be treated? I'll make a call. Just now, Director Liu might have refrained from speaking candidly in front of the patient. Wang Dodo pulled out her phone. Hello, Director Liu? Yes, it's me. What is your preliminary assessment regarding Mr. Pan's aunt's condition? The brain tumor might be manageable, and surgery could offer a chance for treatment. However, the lung tumor does not look promising. It is likely already in the advanced stage. Further specifics will depend on the results of the consultation. Director Liu succinctly summarized the situation. Understood. Thank you, Director Liu. Wang Dodo hung up and shook her head at Pan Han. The lung condition was not optimistic. They would await further results from the consultation. Got it. Upon hearing this, Pan Han realized he would need to utilize the evolutionary serum once more. He swiftly scanned the remaining yellow vials in his possession. The King of Hell wants to claim souls from me. We shall see if I consent. By the way, Dodo, how are all the expenses accounted for here? Enough of that. Who said anything about you paying? Wang Dodo, being perceptive, recognized that this was not the time for financial discussions. This is unacceptable. We must keep matters separate. Pan Han said firmly, Dodo, you can briefly explain it to him. Pan Han is not the kind of person who takes advantage of others, especially when it comes to friends. Yin Shaoli explained from the side. Upon hearing this, Wang Dodo did not insist and succinctly introduced. The suite we just discussed costs 10,000 yuan per day. The complete examination amounts to over 70,000. If there are subsequent treatments, surgeries, medications, and care, you should prepare around 7 million. Wow, that's so expensive. Yin Shaoli exclaimed involuntarily. This doesn't even include hiring foreign experts. If needed, prepare an additional 10 million, Wang Dodo stated calmly. All right, understood, Pan Han replied, equally composed. I have some funds. I'll transfer it to you. Without hesitation, Yin Shaoli instinctively prepared to transfer money to Pan Han. No need. I have this amount covered. Little friend, why do you have so many question marks? Yin Shaoli tilted her head to one side, while Wang Dodo mirrored the gesture, both looking at Pan Han. What are you staring at? I truly have the money. If spending 17 million could cure my aunt's ailments, I wouldn't even bat an eye. Pan Han, are you still the same Pan Han? Yin Shaoli's eyes widened. This is over 10 million, not just 1,000. You were recently dumped by your girlfriend due to financial issues. Have you forgotten? If you've forgotten, the author certainly hasn't. What is going on? Someone give me a reasonable explanation. Yin Shaoli felt somewhat bewildered, perceiving Pan Han as a different person. I'll head up first. As for the money, it's not an issue. Just don't mention it to my family. Pan Han dismissed the two lovely ladies and proceeded directly to the hospital room. Son, were you asking the doctor about the condition? Upon seeing Pan Han return, his mother hurriedly inquired. Just a brief understanding. The doctor hasn't stated clearly. We'll wait for the consultation. That moment, a nurse entered, bringing fruit and needing to discuss the diet with his aunt. Mom, uncle, you two will stay here tonight. My place is still a shared apartment with no space to sleep. All right, you can rest assured about that. Excuse me, nurse, please also arrange meals for my mother and uncle. They will be staying here as well. Certainly, Mr. Pan. Once everything was arranged, Pan Han sat down to peel an orange for his aunt. Seeing that he was not anxious at all, everyone ceased to press for more information. Aunt, enjoy the orange. Thank you, nephew. Your aunt may not make it this time. You need not worry so much. Everyone experiences life, aging, sickness, and death. Hey, aunt, how old are you this year? There's plenty of time ahead. Once you recover, I'll take you on trips to enjoy the scenery. His aunt accepted the orange but fell silent, instead savoring a segment. Mr. Pan, the dietary plan has been arranged. The patient should avoid spicy food for the time being. The nurse handed the dietary plan to Pan Han. Thank you, nurse. During this time, our nursing team will be staying next door. Ring the bell by the bed if you need us, and we will come right away. All right, thank you for your hard work. Aside from avoiding spicy food, there are no other special activity restrictions. Just ensure to maintain a cheerful disposition, the nurse reiterated, no problem. Aunt, did you hear that? The nurse says you should keep a positive mood. Let us not dwell on unnecessary thoughts. Pan Han understood that patients tend to heed the advice of doctors and nurses, so he quickly seized the opportunity to comfort her. Everything in this room is at your disposal. The beverages are in the refrigerator, and you may take whatever you wish. Once the nurse concluded her briefing, she closed the door behind her. Oh my, dear nephew, the service here is exceptional. I feel as though I am a high-ranking official. His second aunt exclaimed after absorbing the situation. Pan Han mused to himself, indeed, it costs 10,000 yuan a day. They are here to provide service for money. Well, the environment is truly splendid. Aunt, let me explore what amenities this suite has to offer. Pan Han rose to inspect the room. What a magnificent bathtub. The heated toilet seat is commendable. The double-door refrigerator is impressive. The large-screen television is fantastic. Good gracious. There's even a mahjong table. Aunt, mother, look what I have discovered. Pan Han immediately found a way to bring joy to his second aunt. The others gathered at the sound of his voice, and upon seeing the luxurious electric mahjong table, they couldn't help but admire the hospital's thoughtful provisions. With 4 individuals idly sitting about, why not engage in a few rounds of mahjong instead of waiting for the end of the world? He chuckled to himself. Aunt, just wait and see how I generously part with my money. Thus, the 4 of them settled down, enjoying fruit and singing songs while playing mahjong. Chapter 87. The old master was astounded when it comes to the most beloved forms of entertainment in the county. Mahjong undoubtedly ranks among the top 3. It is simple to learn yet profoundly intricate. Many make a living from it, and numerous middle-aged women cherish it as a means to socialize. Pan Han's mother and second aunt are precisely those types of individuals. Once the tiles are in play, all worries fade away. They often lose themselves in the game, oblivious to the passage of time. Even a headache or fever cannot dampen their enthusiasm. Although Pan Han knows how to play, he is not particularly skilled and considers it a waste of time. However, upon reflection, he wondered how different playing Honor of Kings was from playing mahjong. Perhaps mahjong is even more delightful, as it allows for laughter and bonding with loved ones. Unfortunately, Pan Han had no cash on hand, so he requested Yin Xiaoli to find an ATM and withdraw 5,000 yuan. He also planned to devise a way to lose this money to either his second aunt or his mother. As for his second uncle, well, he could only wish him good fortune. Yin Xiaoli received the WeChat message and promptly sought an ATM. Shortly thereafter, she returned to the room with the cash. Thank you. Please, have a seat and enjoy the game with me. Pan Han urged Yin Xiaoli to sit and keep him company. Dodo mentioned having matters to attend to at home. Noticing that there was nothing urgent to attend to here, he allowed her to leave. That's fine. She can tend to her own affairs. Just as Pan Han lit a cigarette, he suddenly recalled that his second aunt had lung issues and quickly extinguished it. 8 circles, Pan Han's mother declared as she played a tile. Pong. His second aunt, seeing that it was the tile she needed, called out excitedly and laid down a pair of 8 circles, then discarded it east wind. Yin Xiaoli noticed that this was the tile Pan Han needed to win and promptly nudged him with her foot. He shot her a glare, signaling her to stop. What kind of person was Yin Xiaoli? She naturally understood his intent. Since his evolution, Pan Han's observational skills had sharpened remarkably. He could effortlessly remember what tiles each player had played, what they had drawn, and where they had placed them. With this vital information in hand, as the tiles on the table dwindled, he could approximately guess what his second aunt was aiming for. This time, he drew a 5 bamboo. This is precisely what my second aunt desires. She is currently engaged in a game of do diju, holding a 5 of bamboo. Pan Han leisurely plays his card "Oh dear. It's a who, a 5 of bamboo. Ha ha ha, upon witnessing Pan Han's winning play. My second aunt dances with joy. Huh? Wait a moment, I made an error. Pan Han pretends to draw back a card. Just leave it there. There's no logic in taking cards back. Quickly, pay up dam. My second aunt playfully smacks Pan Han's hand and clutches the 5 of bamboo tightly. My mother and second uncle, upon seeing this, burst into hearty laughter as well. It seems the family has forgotten that they had come here for medical treatment. Pan Han cheerfully retrieves his money and proceeds to the next round. In less than an hour, Pan Han has lost 4 rounds, totaling a loss of 1,000 yuan. My second aunt is so elated that she loses herself in laughter, proclaiming that she will treat everyone to barbecue tonight. Xiaoli, you play a couple of rounds for me. My luck is simply abysmal. Pan Han relinquishes his seat to Yin Xiaoli and pats her on the shoulder. Huh? I don't know how to play. Yin Xiaoli feigns innocence. Don't worry, we'll teach you. Pan Han's mother has a very favorable impression of Yin Xiaoli. Although she doesn't directly inquire, she can sense that this girl has a connection with her son. Seeing this, Pan Han figures he is no longer needed and retreats to the living room for a brief respite. This moment, Wang Dodo has returned home. She had just received a phone call from her father, asking her to come back to discuss something. Dad, I'm back. What did you want to talk about? I was just helping a friend with something. Honestly. Wang Dodo sheds her coat and rushes to her father. Come here, my dear daughter. I have a few questions for you. Wang Laoyi pulls Wang Dodo to sit beside him. Go ahead and ask. Today, didn't a friend of yours go to Shigu Hospital? Yes, a friend I met some time ago. Their family is ill, and they asked me to help find a better place for treatment. Wang Dodo replies bluntly. This friend of yours isn't just an ordinary friend, is he? Wang Laoyi suggests, he is just a regular friend. What is the matter? Did Qing Shu tell you something? Wang Dodo feigns ignorance. What, can't Qing Shu discuss your matters with me? This Qing Shu, honestly. Yes, we had a bit of a quarrel before, but later we reconciled and became good friends. Ha ha ha, is there really a friend in this world with whom you can reconcile without any prior acquaintance? Wang Laoyi is quite aware of Wang Dodo's past. Dad, your daughter has changed significantly from before. Wang Dodo retorts, puffing her cheeks. This fellow is named Pan Han. Isn't he? Previously, he bought a car from you and had a falling out. Then he dealt with your 3 subordinates, and later he even met with you privately, and you helped him set up a film company. In the end, you even lent him your Maybach to drive. Wang Laoyi leisurely recounts the circumstances he has gathered. Well, Qing Shu seems to be quite informed. Don't use Qing Shu as a shield. Be honest with your father and tell me why you are assisting him so much. Wang Dodo's eyes dart around. She doesn't want to reveal the matter of treatment to her father, but struggles to conjure a suitable excuse. It's just that whenever you think of lying, your eyes start to roll. Confess to me. Wang Laoyi's tone rises an octave. Oh dear, Dad. Why must you be like this? Upon being perceived, Wang Dodo promptly nestled into her father's embrace, playfully seeking his affection. Have you developed a fondness for this rascal? Inquired the elder Wang, pinching Dodo's cheek. Not at all, she replied candidly, asserting that her feelings towards Pan Han were rooted more in respect than any romantic inclination. Then do enlighten me. Why do you assist him so fervently? Has this little scoundrel acquired leverage over you? If so, I shall see to it that he vanishes by tomorrow. No, let us ensure his entire family disappears. The elder Wang menaced his daughter. Oh, come now, father, must you be so harsh? Is it not permissible for one to cultivate genuine friendships? Dodo retorted, alarmed at her father's burgeoning ire. Look at you, still defending him. Speak up. Otherwise, I shall make a call right now. The elder Wang feigned pulling out his phone to dial. Wait, father. You cannot be serious, Dodo exclaimed, hastily snatching the phone from him. Silly child, it is not that I oppose your friendships. It is merely that Pan Han is not a simple individual. I fear you may encounter trouble. The elder Wang, aware of Pan Han's dealings with Qing Shu regarding gold extraction, understood that the young man was indeed complex. However, Dodo's thoughts were solely on how Pan Han had assisted her with her ailment, resulting in a divergence of perspectives. Then do enlighten me. Cease your teasing of your father. After a moment's contemplation, Dodo resolved to reveal the truth to her father. He has cured my illness, she articulated with clarity. What? Is that truly the case? What sort of medicine did he provide? Although the elder Wang had mentally prepared himself, hearing the words directly from his daughter left him astounded. A peculiar yellow liquid. He claimed it was a family secret. Thus, Dodo recounted the entire narrative of her treatment to her father. Upon hearing of his daughter's body expelling dark fluids, the elder Wang instinctively clenched his fists. Yet, when he learned that Dodo awoke feeling rejuvenated, even indifferent to the whip, a smile broke upon his face. The elder Wang listened intently for half an hour, and after Dodo concluded her tale, he was drenched in sweat. That was close, he exclaimed, extracting several tissues to dab his forehead while reflecting on the ordeal. Chapter 88. A visit from Uncle Chung. After Dodo finished her account, Tears glistened in her eyes. Once the elder Wang had wiped away his sweat, he pulled his daughter close, and they shared a silent embrace. After a considerable time, once his emotions had settled, he gently inquired, "Do you experience any discomfort now?" "None whatsoever. In fact, I feel invigorated, brimming with energy, and it seems I have grown more beautiful," Dodo replied, extricating herself from her father's arms to direct his attention to her face. The elder Wang cradled her face, scrutinizing it closely, and indeed, it appeared more refined and delicate, with skin as smooth as silk. However, he felt a twinge of concern. Such a rapid transformation could likely lead to significant side effects later. "Let us schedule a thorough examination at your earliest convenience. Safety must come first. You cannot refuse this." "Oh, understood. Since we are both back, why not stay for dinner with me tonight? It has been ages since we shared a meal together." "No, you should go and find your friends instead." Upon hearing her father suggest dinner, Dodo was reluctant. "Your father is not as busy as before. I shall personally prepare the meal tonight," the elder Wang declared with a benevolent demeanor. "Pfft, you only know how to make noodle dishes. I have grown weary of them long ago." "Oh, you mischievous girl, are you planning to seek out Pan Han again? They are all together as a family. What business do you have intruding upon them?" Wang Dodo's thoughts were once again laid bare, but upon reflection, she conceded that her father's words held some truth, and reluctantly agreed to state, "That rascal. He holds more sway than your own father." Upon seeing his daughter comply with the suggestion and remain, old Wang was filled with both joy and jealousy. "Do hurry and make the noodles. This is so tedious." All right, I shall go. Tonight, I shall prepare crab roe noodles. Uncle Zhang has sent us a box of live crabs." With that, old Wang made a beeline for the kitchen. "Chung, you go keep an eye on the hospital." As he walked, old Wang sent a WeChat message to Uncle Chung. "Received, old sir." Uncle Chung, seated in his car, smiled faintly upon receiving the message, then started the vehicle, heading straight for the hospital. Pan Han lay sprawled on the couch in the hospital room, having just lost 3 consecutive ranked matches, and angrily tossed his phone aside. Why was it that the more impressive he became in the real world, the more foolish he appeared online? He had already fallen to the astral tier. What a disgrace! He was furious. Pan Han glared at his phone, contemplating smashing it to pieces. "Once I am wealthy, I shall establish my own gaming company, and then we'll see who dares to target me." Indeed, this billionaire was audaciously proclaiming that once he was affluent. Suddenly, his nerves tightened, and his body's defense mechanisms activated instinctively. What was happening? A familiar scent. Pan Han sprang to his feet. Ever since his evolution, he seemed to have developed a form of remote sensing. Whenever an unsettling presence approached, his body would react autonomously. He walked over to the balcony and peered down, noticing a black Range Rover entering through the hospital's main gate. The familiar scent emanated from that very vehicle. Instead of heading to the outpatient hall, it drove directly to the entrance of the adjacent parking garage. Who could it be? Why couldn't he recall? Pan Han pondered. Feeling perplexed, he needed to investigate further. He first went to the inner room to inform everyone that he would step out for a moment. Then, he hurried out, rushing downstairs. He needed to move quickly, lest he be caught on surveillance and find himself trending tomorrow. Fortunately, the elevator here led directly to the parking garage. He swiftly approached the elevator and pressed the button for B2. Within seconds, the elevator arrived at the garage. As the doors opened, he activated his senses. The familiar scent lingered approximately 80 meters to the left of the door. Stepping out of the elevator, Pan Han took 7 or 8 steps to the left and concealed himself behind a pillar. Peeking out, he spotted a figure exiting the Range Rover. Uncle Chung. It was indeed him. Pan Han's keen eyesight allowed him to recognize who it was from a distance. What brought him here? Did he have relatives hospitalized as well? Concealed behind the pillar, Pan Han pondered quietly. There were 3 entrances between Uncle Chang and Pan Han's elevator. After parking, Uncle Chung opened one of the middle doors and vanished from sight. Pan Han stealthily followed behind. Listening at the door, he discerned that there was no sound within before cautiously pushing the door open. Upon entering, he found himself in a small hall, which contained an elevator. A quick glance revealed that the elevator was stationed on the first floor. After a 10-second wait, he pressed the button, arriving at the first floor. Upon emerging, he found that Uncle Chung had disappeared, leaving only a long corridor. Observing the labels on the doors to the left and right, he realized he was in the hospital security office and monitoring room. Pan Han ceased his movements, Feigning a state of being lost, he cast a glance around, successfully locating the path leading to the hall before proceeding. Chung Shu did not appear to be a patient. Otherwise, he would have directly headed to the inpatient ward or the duty room. His immediate stride towards the work area indicated a familiar association with the place. As Pan Han walked, he engaged in a mental exercise, yet could not deduce the reason behind Chung Shu's presence. Could it be that he is searching for me? Although no definitive conclusion had been reached, a sense of foreboding began to stir within him, leaving Pan Han somewhat unsettled. This intuition of his had rarely, if ever, proven erroneous. At that moment, a notification chimed on his phone. Pan Han, I had dinner at home tonight. I shall come by tomorrow. All right, there's nothing happening here, so you may continue with your tasks, Pan Han replied. After sending the message, he did not rush back but instead exited the hall and strolled into the garden. Lighting a cigarette, he concealed himself in the shadows, with only the glowing ember flickering in the darkness. After some contemplation, he retrieved his phone and sent a WeChat message to Wang Qing. Manager Wang, what is the background of this Chung Shu? Is his line of work absolutely reliable? He sought to extract some information from Wang Cheng. Minutes later, Wang Cheng responded, President Pan, absolutely reliable. However, regarding your inquiry about his background, that would breach protocol, I hope you understand. Upon reading the response, Pan Han realized, so you are aware. Knowing was sufficient. If he could not uncover the truth himself, he would resort to employing coercive tactics on Wang Cheng. He was determined to elicit a confession. Just then, a voice message from his mother came through. Son, where have you gone? I'm downstairs doing some stretches. I've been driving quite a lot these past few days and am feeling a bit fatigued. Oh, good. Come upstairs soon. Shaoli has nearly lost everything. Damn, Yin Shaoli really knows how to gamble. Pan Han had encouraged her to play, but he had not anticipated her prowess at the game. No worries. I'll withdraw some more money so you can enjoy yourselves. Pan Han replied to his mother. Forget it. I'll go withdraw some cash. It's rare for the family to be so merry. On the right side of the hospital hall, there was an ATM that also supported cash withdrawals without a card. Pan Han extinguished his cigarette and made his way over. Might as well withdraw a bit more to treat them as pocket money. Approaching the ATM, he prepared to withdraw 50,000 in cash. He entered his account number, password, and the amount before confirming. The machine emitted a series of whirring sounds as it began counting the bills. Just as Pan Han awaited the dispensation of cash, a security camera in the hall slowly pivoted, aiming at his back. Instinctively, Pan Han felt a sudden urge to turn around. The camera and Pan Han's gaze met. Three eyes locked in a moment of confrontation. Indeed, three eyes. Humph, it must be you, Pan Han snorted softly, nearly convinced that Chung Shu was monitoring him. Chapter 89. The gaze from afar on the other side of the surveillance camera was Chung Shu, who had just reviewed the hospitalization records and discovered Pan Han's presence in the corridor footage. Consequently, he adjusted the camera to observe Pan Han. Little did he expect, upon redirecting the camera towards Pan Han in the ATM hall, that he would be detected. Indeed, this was the long-lost martial arts skill of the underworld. The gaze from afar. Pan Han's gaze pierced through the camera's lens and wires, striking directly at Cheng Shu's heart like a chilling dagger. What an overwhelming aura! Cheng Shu, accustomed to traversing both the light and dark realms, was no stranger to formidable presences. After being scrutinized by Pan Han with a piercing glance, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, unable to suppress a shiver. The sensation was akin to being not merely an observer lurking in the shadows, but rather a specimen under a microscope, subject to Pan Han's examination. Uncle Chung instinctively took 2 steps back, diverting his gaze from the monitor and rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that such a person existed in this world. After a few moments of respite, Uncle Chung cautiously approached the monitor once more, only to find Pan Han intently focused on the camera. The two men exchanged silent glances across the distance. Pan Han sensed the other party's momentary retreat, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a disdainful smile. There was a palpable aura of menace. Uncle Chung broke into a cold sweat, rendered immobile, akin to a country dog confronted by a tiger. Exaggerated, terrifying, utterly absurd. Hurriedly, Uncle Chung turned and collapsed into a chair. After a significant pause, he tremulously retrieved a cigarette, fumbling to light it with a single puff. His mind went blank, as if he had survived a calamity. Sitting in a daze, motionless, it was only when the cigarette burned his fingers that he jolted back to reality. hastily discarding the smoldering butt. Looking back at the monitor, Pan Han had already vanished. I must promptly report to the master. Once Uncle Chung regained his composure, he immediately recalled the urgency of the matter. He exited the surveillance room, sought out a secluded chamber, locked the door, and dialed the old Master Wang's number. "Hello, Chung. What is it?" Old Master Wang exclaimed, slurping a mouthful of noodles upon seeing Uncle Cheng's call. "Master, is it convenient to talk?" Uncle Cheng asked, his tone tinged with anxiety. Upon hearing this, Old Master Wang understood the gravity of the situation and lowered the volume of the call to prevent Wang Dodo from overhearing. "Convenient. Go ahead, I'm at the hospital. This fellow is quite sinister." "Oh? What do you mean?" "He exudes a murderous aura." Understood. Continue. Having navigated the world for decades, Old Master Wang remained composed in the face of serious matters, adept at masking his emotions. "I just adjusted the surveillance to track him, and it seems he can detect being followed." He was staring directly at the camera. I was instantly paralyzed, chilled to the bone, surrounded by an overwhelming sense of danger. Uncle Chung hesitated to recall the earlier scene, steeling himself to recount it. "Oh, such a thing has occurred. Did you not notice it before?" Old Master Wang, aware of Uncle Cheng's decisiveness and ruthlessness, recognized that for him to express such a sentiment indicated that Pan Han was indeed formidable. "I had not noticed during the previous 2 transactions, which suggests he skillfully controls his presence, maneuvering with ease. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. I suspect he is responsible for more than one life. Return at once. I shall be waiting for you in the wine cellar at home." "Understood, Master." Wang Chung hung up the phone and hurried to the basement, driving towards Old Master Wang's villa. "What is the matter, Dad?" Wang Dodo inquired, oblivious to any issues, casually asking. "Your Uncle Chung has a matter to report to me. He will arrive shortly. After we finish eating, you may continue with your own affairs." Old Master Wang took another bite of noodles. "Oh, all right, daughter. How is the noodle tonight?" "Quite delicious. Your culinary skills have not waned." "Very well. I shall serve you another bowl." Pan Han was acutely aware that Uncle Chung was trembling beneath his gaze, for there was a period during which no one was present on the other side of the camera. Pan Han, having taken the lives of many both human and zombie alike, gradually accumulated an aura of murderous intent. However, with the completion of his evolution, he adeptly